Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 563. Fort Briggs. North City. North City was a city in the northern region of Amestris and served as the state military command center for the area. As the general, Alexander outranked anybody in the northern region. So, he had no trouble finding a place to land his Chinook helicopter. They just found an empty park and landed there. The police were fast to come, but the police were also under the military and hence they were under Alexander too. After landing, he simply took out his jeep from inside the helicopter and left for the Briggs fortress. It was a cold and snowy terrain, but still, the car he had made worked perfectly. It even had a heater that was missing from cars of this era. Dobby, who is going to inherit the Armstrong family's inheritance? Alexander asked. It has not been decided yet, boss. From what I know, both Major General Olivier Mira Armstrong and Major Armstrong are contending for it. Dobby replied. Major Armstrong is too thick-skilled to really rule his family effectively. Let's see what this Major General Armstrong is like. I hope she's not the 8-foot-tall female version of Major. Alexander said while he, unfortunately, imagined a female version of Major Armstrong. After an hour of driving, they finally reached Briggs Fort, which was nothing more than a dam that was not situated on a river. Fort Briggs was an Amestrian military installation that lies on the border between the countries of Amestris and Drachma. Stretching across a narrow valley between the two countries, the fort protects Amestris where the mountains cannot. The soldiers of Fort Briggs were known to be the finest soldiers. It shared this reputation with the soldiers of the eastern region. But, while the eastern soldiers were known for their attack abilities, the Briggs soldiers were known for their defensive abilities. Beep beep. Dobby honked at the gates of the Fort Briggs. But, instead of the gate opening, they were greeted by guards appearing from under the snow and aiming guns at them. There were nearly 20 of these soldiers. Alexander and Dobby rolled down the windows and said, "Hello, how are you, boys? Here, this is my identification. I am General Alexander Maxim Universe." All of the soldiers became stiff and saluted him. But then a man with a ponytail came and still checked the ID. Then he saluted him with respect. "Welcome to Fort Briggs, General. I am Captain Buccaneer." The ponytail man said. It didn't matter if these soldiers were disdainful towards strangers and those of Central Command, the soldiers at Briggs Fort respected Alexander because they had heard his stories of conquering Creta and Orego. They had heard of the tales of his zero-death record. "At ease, Captain. I was passing by and thought I might as well ask how you guys are doing. I handle the resource allocation department these days, you know." Alexander replied with a counter-salute. "Yes sir, please take the car in, Major General Armstrong will meet you there." He signaled towards the gates and it opened. Alexander in the car looked at Dobby. "It's pretty cold here according to normal human standards. I'm pretty sure this Major General Armstrong will be heavyweight and thick-skinned, as that is the only way to save oneself from this cold. Let's see and meet her now." The car was parked in a workshop, and from there they were taken to a better-looking hall that was on the top floor. It was beside a big glass window from where they could see big mountains around Fort Briggs. It was a very beautiful scene. The two took seats and ordered some food. "Bring us some roasted meat. Also, today, everyone in the fort will get to eat meat. My men will be coming soon with a big supply of necessities." Captain Buccaneer saluted and went out to see through his binoculars and signal his men to open gates for Alexander's men. But what he didn't know was that the supplies wouldn't be coming through trucks. Helicopter sound. Bam. Suddenly the door of the hall where Alexander and Dobby sat was opened. It was apparent that someone kicked it open. Alexander and Dobby chewed their food and looked towards the noise origin. They saw a beautiful woman entering and coming towards them. Alexander looked at Dobby with surprise. "Is she the?" Dobby just nodded. Soon the woman stood in front of Alexander and saluted. "Welcome to the cold north, General." "At ease, General Armstrong. Please take a seat, no need to be too ceremonial." Alexander waved his hand. Okay, she sat down on a chair, but she didn't stop. She proceeded to put her feet on the table. Alexander started laughing at that. "Bwahaha. Olivia would have started doting over you by now. I like your confidence, child." It irked her to be called a child. But when she saw Alexander's snow-white hair, she just let it be because it was true that she was a child when compared to Alexander. "Olivia, sir?" she inquired. "Haha, she's my wife. We have many grandkids. There is also one that has the same personality as you." "Ah, I miss Hella." I guess I will visit her soon. Anyway, let's eat. He clapped his hand and a new set of plates appeared for the Major General. Olivier was intrigued by how Alexander made the plates appear without using a matrix. But she didn't try to ask about that for now. She also put some food on her plate and started eating. Suddenly Alexander exclaimed, "Ah, how can I forget? We need some fine drinks too. Here it is. This is called fire whiskey. I think everyone here at Fort Briggs would love this drink." My soldiers here don't like things from the south very much. They are too light for them," she argued. "Then why don't you try, Olivier?" Alexander asked. She looked down at the glass just filled by Alexander. She first waited for Alexander to drink it and then she took a sip. Just one sip and her eyes widened. She felt so warm in her mouth. And as the liquid went down through her throat to her stomach, the feeling of warmth intensified. She felt like throwing her clothes away and getting naked. The taste, too, was amazing. Spicy and hot was what they all liked in the north. This drink is indeed worthy of north," she praised. Thank you, then. I am the sole brewer of this and many more drinks," Alexander replied. Olivier was taken aback. She wanted to become the next patriarch of the Armstrong family, so she already knew about most of the big business. But this was the first time she heard about Alexander's business. Olivier was a strong-headed, sharp-minded woman who knew how to read people. She was strong in the body too, as she showed fits of anger at times. But all in all, she was a woman who would stand by you if she thought you were right and you placed your trust in her. However, when it came to dealing with people from higher up, she uses her beauty to get the answers. She knows that men lust over her and she knows how to utilize that aspect of her. But she is usually cold with most people, and that earned her the name Ice Queen. Usually, she would feel others lust over her whenever they see her for the first time, but that was not the case right now. From what she felt from Alexander was just simply appreciation for her abilities. Just like any elder would have for his junior. From Dobby, she felt nothing but calmness and focus. Her charms didn't work on these two. Interesting. I guess I must reevaluate these two. Boom. General, there is something in the sky. A flying car. Buccaneer yelled. Bam. Olivier smacked Buccaneer's head. Calm down, now explain. No need, Alexander got up. That is my new invention. It's a flying machine. My men are flying it. They brought supplies to Fort Briggs. Alexander explained. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 564. A Promise of Immortality. Olivier's eyes lit up when she heard that. She herself was a believer in the fact that technological advancement can make war easier and more efficient. Her own soldiers were ordered to produce tanks. A flying machine could change everything and she knew it. She threw Buccaneer to the side and went out herself to see it. They came at the top of the Fort Briggs. It was freezing there. But, still, in front of them was the majestic Chinook helicopter, landing slowly at the top. This is beautiful, she exclaimed loudly. For many, it was the first time hearing her appreciate something like this. Nearly never did she say something nice to the soldiers. The helicopter landed and the rear ramp opened slowly. Inside were supplies upon supplies. There were 11 tons of food, fire whiskey, and vodka. All the drinks were made by Alexander's company. Can this thing fire shells? Olivier asked Alexander. Sure it can. But I'm not planning to. I don't want this to crash in another country and then end up being reverse engineered. This will only be used to bring supplies to troops or even take troops from one place to another. Alexander said. Nonsense, we have an enemy on the other side of this fortress, General. We can end them with these kinds of flying machines. She insisted. Oh, you mean Drachma? Well, I forgot to tell you, I am going to Drachma to strike out a peace deal. Just like Krita and Erugo. Alexander revealed. But sir, this is not like Krita or Erugo. Drachma is very strong, she replied. The harder the challenge, the sweeter the victory. Just have some faith in me, child. Once I return, we will cheer with a glass of fire whiskey. I also have something very important to talk to you about. Alexander replied and moved closer to her ear. Someone from Central will most likely visit you after I'm gone. They will offer you something. Until then, take care. Alexander warned her and went back into the building to finish his meal. Olivier stood there in the open, deep in thought. Thinking about what plot is in motion. It seems the Central is up to no good. Alexander packed his bags and through a special lift, went to the other side of the fort. This was the most official way he could reach Drachma. Drachma was like Russia of this word. A cold country with a strong military. Drachma was known for its constant on and off struggle against Amestris. Sometime in the early 1900s, both countries had signed a pact of non-aggression, which endured until the end of 1914 in a somewhat shaky state and with constant threats of being broken. Now, Alexander was on his way to adding another trophy under his belt. His propaganda seraphs were already at work and were spreading the news that Alexander had gone to Drachma to stop the conflict. If Alexander won this time, then he would have a reputation and fan following even bigger than the Führer. It was one step closer to becoming Führer for Alexander now. Meanwhile, as Alexander had warned, someone from Central came after he left. There were two people from the Central. Surprisingly, both of them were Lieutenant General. Their names were Lieutenant General Raven and Lieutenant General Fox. Olivier, as a person one rank lower, had to entertain these two. She was already feeling disgusted when she felt Lieutenant General Raven's eyes checking her body out. It was clear as day from the man's face what thoughts he had in his mind. She took the two to a private meeting room. But she ensured that everything was being digital video recorded by the amazing gadget Alexander had given her as a gift. She didn't say no to it after she found out its capabilities. Taking the benefit that no one knew about it in the world, she placed it in a corner of the room. To others, it was like a showpiece. "What can I do for you two generals?" she asked. "Ah, this is a very fine whiskey, General Armstrong." Lieutenant General Raven put down his glass. General Raven was a rather manipulative and selfish person, seduced by the plan for immortality, but too foolish to realize that he himself was being deceived and manipulated by the homunculi. He believed in the survival of the fittest and the ends justification of the means. "General Universe gave it to me before he left for Drachma," she answered. "Ah, General Universe, what a brave and great man. He has done a great service to the nation. But I guess he has gotten too proud of himself. Drachma is no joke and the chances of his return are minimal." General Fox spoke disdainfully. Lieutenant General Fox was one of the most powerful men in the Amestrian state military and a high-profile member of Central Command. He was a straightforward kind of guy, but still, he was cunning. Only time will tell that. "Now, will you tell me the reason for this visit?" she asked. "Calm down, Major General, we are not here for any inspection. We are just here to talk. Tell me, what are your thoughts on immortality, General?" Raven asked. Olivier hid her inner surprise and calmly thought. She now started suspecting everything and decided to say what the two probably wanted to hear. It's a nice dream that everyone hopes was real. Who wouldn't want to stay young and strong forever?" Olivier replied, whole secretly checking their expressions. From the looks of it, it seemed they wanted to hear exactly this. General Raven continued and asked. "Ha ha ha. Yes, who wouldn't want to stay young? I'd give anything for immortality." "What would you be willing to pay as a price for immortality?" Anything. Everything can be earned back as long as I am immortal." "But why are you asking me this?" "I don't suppose you came here just to talk about this. Immortality is just a dream," General Olivier asked back. Raven smiled creepily and put his hand on Olivier's. It disgusted her to no bounds. "Of course, we didn't come here for that. But we have an offer that you will surely like. What if I told you that this won't be a dream for long anymore? Tell me, General. Would you be interested in a legion of immortal soldiers? Never die or get old. You want to too, don't you?" An intriguing question. "I don't know what goes on in the Central, but if this is real, then, of course, I am interested. But, what will I have to do as I understand there is never a free meal?" Olivier asked. Haha, it is not much. A person of your background can do anything. The promised day will be coming soon, General. You will also be invited to Central soon for a seat at the Central Command. But, before that, you have one task. If you do that, immortality will be in your grasp. General Fox spoke. "And what task is it?" Olivier inquired. She already had a feeling that she was not going to like this. "It is simple, with all your men, it will be easy to accomplish. We need you to take care of the General Universe. That is, if he comes back," he replied. In an instant, the faces of General Raven and Fox started looking evil. Gone was the political smile. So they are afraid of the General Universe. It seems he has already chosen which side he stands on. It's a bit reassuring that he's against these lunatics, Olivier thought. She acted a bit shocked and then returned to normal. She took a long breath and agreed, it is doable. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 565. Drachma. Alexander was in Drachma. Unlike his previous work, this country was very different. It was big and powerful. In no way was it losing the war. In fact, Drachma was trying to take over Amestris. But, because of the strong alchemist forces of Amestris, Drachma didn't take any drastic steps. So, if he wanted to stop this country, he needed to take bigger steps than just talking to the ruler or the president of this country. He needed to fully take over the country by any means, only then can he dictate what happens here. Dobby, I want you to call 20 seraphs and tell them to take over as much land as they can. They are not allowed to kill though unless they are murderers and rapists. He ordered. Okay boss. Dobby vanished in Fixheim. While Dobby did that, Alexander went to the capital of the country. He didn't act reserved, he just changed his dress and entered the palace. Drachma although didn't have a ruler, but even the so-called president was not someone less than a ruler. He had been in the position of president for the past 20 years. The man had full control over the political side of the country. There was also an opposition but that was only in name as he also controlled them through some secret means. He also dictated the laws of the country to whatever he wanted. In all of Alexander's experience, most of the leaders of the countries he had met were big sinners. Most of the time they were from Category 3. This was because most of them had done something in their political career that had resulted in many people dying or they had committed some other corrupt act. So, Alexander looked into the sins of Drachma's president and he hit the jackpot. He was a Category 4 sinner with 5 genocides under his belt and lots of other crimes such as child trafficking, human trafficking, and many more. Now I don't feel bad about taking over this country, Alexander thought. He barged into the president's office via magic. He was shocked to find that 90% of the stuff in the room was made of gold, leaving only the walls, paper, and clothes. Even his dustbin was made of gold. What is this? Federal gold reserves. Alexander questioned loudly. The president had his eyes closed and was relaxing on the chair. His eyes suddenly opened. Then, with a thud noise, a woman came out from under the table. Her hair was in a mess. Alexander could guess what she was doing and looking at how old the man looked, it must have been a nightmare. But, to Alexander's shock, another woman came out from under the table. Then a third one and then a fourth woman came out. Alexander's jaw was touching the floor. You only have one instrument, why are there so many girls under the table? Are you giving birth to them? But, to Alexander's shock, another woman came out. Is there a door under your desk? Alexander asked. Who are you? Security, the president raged. Alexander made all the girls fall asleep and force-choked the president while levitating him in the air. He at least weighed 110 kilos while just being 5 feet 5 inches tall. You really are as bad as the rumors say. But, no more. Thank you for lending me your skin. Alexander said. Who are you? The president asked. A friendly neighborhood grandpa. What did you think? I'm some kind of a spy. Ha. Alexander joked. He didn't put him in time torture but instead, put a curse. He would have to chop himself into tiny pieces and kill himself. Alexander made sure he wouldn't die unless he had chopped 75% of his own body. What followed was agony-filled screams. But no one out of the room could hear them. Alexander cast a silencing charm on him and also put headphones on him with a 2-second delay so he would hear his own screams. Alexander called out AT-800 droid. Take the form of that man's face and read his memories. You will be taking his place but will run this country with better responsibility. Sign an eternal peace pact between Drachma and Amestris. He ordered. The same thing was happening all around Drachma. Governors of provinces, major political leaders, and high-ranking DCCP members were replaced by T-800 droids. They would act the same but better. Alexander had the whole country in his hands. He immediately called a general meeting where all small and big officials would come. There, the fake president will announce some new plans and he will also get the support of his opposition at the same time. This will stop anyone from going against his orders. With the peace deal in hand, Alexander left the country and returned to Briggs Fort's Drachma side. But when he reached there and signaled with fire, instead of the lift being sent for him, he was bombarded on by mortar shells. Alexander laughed. Dobby, it seems they are too scared of me now. They were dodging the shells like a walk in the park with minimal effort. Alexander soon started catching the shells and throwing them towards the mountain around them. Soon, a large avalanche started up. This, too, couldn't stop Alexander as he came out on the top of the snow. The exchange went on for an hour before stopping. Then, the lift came down to get him. Alexander was yet to know what side did Major Armstrong chose. When he came to the top, his helicopter was also there. I guess we're in the safe judging by the state of our helicopter. After entering the fort, Alexander saw Olivier walking towards them and giving them a salute. Welcome back, General. How was your trip? She asked. Haha, the trip was amazing, except for the little exercise at the end. Other than that, I have now signed an eternal peace pact with Drachma. The president and the political party have themselves assured that peace will be maintained. They will also demilitarize the borders, especially in this sector. Alexander explained. Olivier's eyes fully opened when she heard the news. If this was the case, then it meant that she wouldn't have to mend the fort so overzealously. She will be able to focus more on her career then. From that little exercise back then, he certainly is extremely strong, and now I know it's not just his body that is strong but his mind too. Any special happenings while I was gone? Alexander inquired. I'd rather show you, sir. She replied. Haha, okay, lead the way then. He chuckled. He followed her to the topmost prison cells. They were made in a way that the only way out of the building would be jumping hundreds of feet to the ground. These two dogs had lost their way while sniffing you around, Olivier said, pointing to a prison cell. Alexander looked and saw two people sitting on the floor. They were handcuffed and looked a bit scared. Chapter 566. A mission for the gorilla. Haha, what do we have here? A raven and a fox. What is this? A circus. Alexander joked. You. General Armstrong, release us this instant, we will forget this ever happened. Do not choose his side, it will only lead to your death. We are so close to immortality, don't you want to stay young forever? Raven shouted. Who would want to be immortal if you can still die with a bullet to the head? Olivier scoffed. Bam. Alexander slapped him with the back of his hand, knocking two teeth out. You can't even ensure your safety, how will you kill others? I heard everything, you wanted to kill me. Well, not if I kill you first. Alexander replied. No. Wait, I can still be helpful to you. I know a plan of Führer to kill your grandson and subordinates. I can tell you the details if you let me go. Raven bargained. You will tell me anyway. Olivier, I recommend you leave because this wouldn't be comfortable to see. I am going to punish them with some unconventional means. Alexander advised her. But she didn't go away. Eventually, Alexander stopped convincing her and handed Dobby an iron rod. Put one end of the rod each into their USB ports. After each question, if they don't answer, then send the current. Yes, boss, Dobby did as asked. The good thing was that they didn't have to get them unclothed. Now, tell me the right answer. What is the Führer trying to do and who is the hand behind the Führer? Alexander asked, although he knew the answer. Olivier and other soldiers listening to it themselves would be more convinced by this. But they stayed quiet and won an electric shock. They groaned in pain as the current made them move and their muscles contract. Answer me. As expected, General Raven was a man who was scared of growing old and dying, so he was the first to open his mouth. General Fox tried to stop him by verbally shouting, but he was forced to calm down when Alexander punched his face. Don't kill me, just don't kill me. There is a man called Father who is behind everything. Since the inception of Amestris, they have been at work. All the massacres that have ever happened in Amestris history were because they wanted that to happen. We are currently in the process of creating a countrywide transmutation circle. Our work is 98% done. He explained. But why? General Armstrong asked. To make the Philosopher's Stone. That is the key to immortality, and to make them, you need human sacrifices. General Raven revealed. This shocked many except Alexander. You filthy maggots. Is this what has become of the Central Command? Fools wishing to become immortal. How low has Amestris has fallen to, God save my dear country. Olivier shouted. Okay, good that you are honest. I already knew all this. I also know about the so-called homunculus that are working with you. But, leave all that, I can kill them as easily as lifting my hand. What I want to know is what is the purpose of the man called Father. He's been alive since the days of Xerxes. I know he did the same thing there that he's trying to do to Amestris. He's already immortal, so why? Alexander asked. Raven and Fox's eyes widened when they realized Alexander was playing a game that was way ahead of their own. By coming here they delivered themselves straight into the jaws of the tiger. We do not know, we have been promised immortality for following their plan. You too have a chance for immortality, General. Imagine the things you can do, imagine never growing older. Fox answered finally. But he also tried to buy Alexander. Haha, and you really think he will give you immortality? A man who's been working on this plan for the past 200 years will share his fruits with you mortals who have been alive for so little. Haha, you are just a pawn for him, a pawn that can be replaced as quickly as changing a pet. Your dreams of immortality clouded your judgment, it seems. But, sins have been committed and punishment shall be given, no matter who. So, I recommend you two kill yourself by thrusting that pole into each other's body. Alexander told them. Any color left the faces of both Raven and Fox. Alexander also checked their sins. Raven, category. Murder, 11. Indirect murder, 51. R*PE. Kidnapping. Torture. Sin percentage, 76%. Fox, category. Murder, 12. Indirect murder, 53. Kidnapping. Stealing female underwears to wear them, 45. Sin percentage, 77%. Alexander nearly choked on his saliva. Fox, you really have some weird fetishes. General Fox started sweating. Alexander didn't say more and put them under a genjutsu. In this, they would see the ground in front of their feet falling down into a bottomless cliff. It would slowly fall more and more. This will force the two to step back, and this would make the pole stuck in their bodies reach further in, eventually killing them painfully. Please don't kill me. I will be immortal soon. Please. Raven pleaded. But, even after 15 minutes, they weren't dead and it was looking too gruesome. They were crying and screaming. Alexander waved his hand and disintegrated them. Alexander looked at Olivier. So, what are you going to do now? Kill this father bastard, what else? She resolutely replied. Haha, I like your spirit. But, you still need to stay here for a while. I will go back to Central and kick Bradley out of his position first. Alexander advised her. Although Olivier also wanted to become the Führer someday, she acknowledged that this was not the time for her, and Alexander was better than anyone else right now, as he was already way ahead in dealing with the schemers in the Central. She also needed to first become the next patriarch of the Armstrong family, as her dumb brother was still holding the first position in her father's mind. While Alexander walked out of the room, Dobby asked, what was his fetish, boss? He was a pervert, Dobby. A pervert through and through. 2020, real world. Right. I can do it. A certain gorilla sat in his seat and profusely typed on a keyboard. He was tasked by God to write this. Although he had not met the God, he saw everything in a dream, but he had a feeling that it was all real. Just one more chapter. God, I wish Grandpa would adopt me so I could sleep all I want and eat all I want. He procrastinated. However, suddenly a loud voice came from the sky. Even in his small room, clouds appeared around him somehow. Wake up, gorilla, you got a fellow brethren to save, the voice spoke. The gorilla was shocked as he looked around for the voice source. God. Yes, now, here you go. The voice said. Out of nowhere, a golden light fell on the gorilla and he was taken away by it. What is going on? Is this like what I wrote about Grandpa's travels? The gorilla questioned himself as he was being transported through the multiverse. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rakamura. Thank you for your support. Chapter 567. Adventures of a Simple Gorilla. The gorilla's name was Mr. Immortal. He was named this by the kind caretaker at the zoo. But then she died and he ran away from there. When he was hungry and scared in the stormy night, lightning from the sky struck him and he became this smart. After that, he acted like he was a man who just had overgrown hair on his body. That was how his small story started. Boom. Immortal was blinded by too much light as he felt the ground under his feet. It took him a few seconds to get used to the light, as he was indoors when he was transported and here he was out in the sunlight. Soon, he looked around in confusion. There was a city in ruins. Most likely some buildings fell due to some destructive event. Why am I even here? Beep beep. A text message tone sounded. He took out a phone from his pocket that looked like an old Nokia model. This is not my phone, he thought and read the message. There is a big gorilla near you. His life is in danger. Save him and take him with you. For this task, you get 1% of the powers my son, Alexander has, the message read. Immortal looked at his hairy hands. I have magical powers now. He tried to jump in order to fly. Just one push and he was already higher than the tallest remaining buildings around there. Woohoo! He joyfully screamed. This was for the first time in months that Immortal was having to have so much fun. Then he decided to check other abilities. Let's materialize some bananas. He just had to will and soon a banana appeared in his hands. He honestly felt that this was the tastiest banana he had eaten in a long time. So, he couldn't stop and eat one more. Just one more. He said after eating 68 bananas. Finally, when he ate the last one, he felt full and burped. Okay, now that my stomach is not empty, let's see what I'm supposed to do here. While in the sky, he noticed a cloud of dust a distance away. From the rubble came out a giant-sized albino gorilla. I think I'm supposed to save him. Immortal thought and flew towards that direction. He was surprised by the fact that even 1% of Alexander's powers made him so much stronger. While he was on his way, he saw that the gorilla was also fighting some other giant beasts. The poor guy is injured. I must help him. He flew faster. Once over the head of a wolf monster, he punched straight down on it. Gory smash. Immortal didn't know how strong his power was, so when he fell, he ended up not only smashing the head of the wolf monster but also dented the ground and made a small crater. But he was unharmed and came out of the rubble. There, the gooey substance of the remains of the wolf was. A few people that were around that place stopped moving and looked at him. Immortal turned towards the albino giant gorilla and talked in gorilla tongue. "Hello there, my friend. I am Immortal. I came here to help you and take you home with me. You cannot live here with that size, people will never leave you alone. How did you kill that thing?" "Oh, I am George, by the way." George replied nicely. It seemed that only his size was bigger. Inside, he was a good gorilla. "Haha. I am very strong, George. God gave me his blessings," Immortal told him. But, while Immortal was talking to George, a tall bald man came forward. He caught Immortal's attention. "Hey, buddy. Who are you? How did you do that?" the man asked while also using his hands to use sign language. Immortal understood what was happening. The man had mistaken him for a normal gorilla. "You can talk to me in English, Dwayne Johnson," Immortal replied. He knew he was in the movie called Rampage right now. The albino gorilla in front of him was rescued by a man from poachers who killed his mom. Immortal remembered his own life and what happened to his family when he imagined what happened to George's mother. His resolve to help George increased after that. The man was shocked that the gorilla could speak. "Whoa, this is unbelievable. I'm Davis, not Dwayne. I'm Immortal." "Ah, what's that?" Immortal pointed towards a lizard-like monster coming towards them. Davis didn't know yet that Immortal was so strong, so his jaw dropped when he saw him flying to the lizard monster and punching it in the face, turning it into meat paste. Immortal returned to the previous conversation. "Yes, I came here to take George with me so that he can live with me. You humans can't keep him safe. Also, your definition of safety is the same as locking us in small rooms in your zoo so you humans can make money. Last I knew, that was called slavery because we clearly don't get paid yet we are forced to be here so you can make money." Davis was left speechless, but he also agreed to all that. This was the first time he was hearing the inner thoughts of a gorilla and it made sense. "Where will you take him and what are you?" he asked. "I am a gorilla blessed by gods and I'll take him to my home which I don't tell strangers where it is. But, you can rest assured, that he will stay there like my family. I will also teach him human speech," Immortal replied. Davis started using sign language with George to ask him himself. "Do you want to go with him?" Davis asked. George took a moment to reply. He looked around at the people staring at him. "I will go. Can't live here now. People hate me. People are stupid. Some of them even hate themselves." Immortal added and flew to George's injuries to heal them. Immortal is right. Humans are stupid. They will hate you just because you were here. Davis agreed as he had seen this firsthand. When he tried to save George from poachers, he was also shot at by them. George made fun, "Haha, then Davis stupid too. Yeah, I guess I am, why else would I be your friend? Go now, go with him," Davis said. Immortal was soon done healing him. "Well, let's go." After an emotional goodbye, again, a golden light fell from the sky and took him and George away with him. When Immortal opened his eyes he found himself not in his apartment. He was somewhere in the compound of a giant mansion with a big garden. "What is this place?" he asked himself. Beep beep. He took out the same phone and read. "Good job, kid, you can't keep your power except the invisibility and flying, so, here is a small gift. This whole mansion and the 200 acres of land is yours. Now, go and start writing again. This phone will self-destruct in 5 seconds. 5. 4. Immortal quickly threw away the phone. Then, it really exploded. With a tired sigh, he looked at his new home and felt a headache. How will I pay the property tax? Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 568, 568. Looking badass. Alexander was on his way back to Central. He was going back via train because he had gifted the Chinook to General Armstrong. "Dobby, when we return, let's wrap things up quickly. We've waited long enough. With this new peace deal, I'm pretty sure no one can deny me if I become the Führer," Alexander said. "Sure, boss. I just hope you don't cut your mustache in a funny way and get rejected by an art school," Dobby joked. Alexander laughed. "Haha, I'm confident of passing every art school except the one Amy runs. She's a god when it comes to painting. Ah, I miss the days when she was small. My cute little Amy." "Dobby, let's find a wife for you soon," Alexander said suddenly. Where did this topic come from? Dobby inquired. From my jealousy of seeing you so free and not being able to play with the kids of my best friend, Alexander replied. His reply actually made Dobby happy. The little house elf had traveled a long journey and being called best friend was always special to him. Sigh. Life is truly unpredictable. Where I was before meeting you, I used to only worry about cleaning houses and cooking, now I'm worrying about handling the most powerful oldest baby in the Omniverse for Sister Olivia. Dobby japed. Oh really? I'm a baby now. I don't remember ever asking you for titty milk. I guess now is the time. Alexander started joking. At the same time, something was happening in the central. Hughes had successfully spread the news about Alexander being gone and also spread the word that Barry the Butcher was being secretly kept. Thus, as expected, the homunculi attacked. But they didn't take any chances this time as 4 of them were being sent on the mission. They were Envy, Lust, New Greed, and Wrath. Although Wrath was acting from hiding. All of them headed straight to them at the warehouse. But Hughes was sure to make it so that Mustang also realizes that something was going to happen so that he could prepare himself for it. Alright, everyone. We are soon going to be attacked by some very powerful people. We do not know who they are or how powerful they are, but we do know that they are very dangerous. Mustang tried to motivate his men. Suddenly a hand was raised from amongst the crowd. Mustang sighed in defeat. He had been getting annoyed by being a babysitter all this time. Yes, Ajax. Ajax spoke with pride. I know the people who will be attacking us. We met them in Dublith. They are called homunculi. They have a philosopher's stone in their body that makes them powerful, immortal and also gives them extreme regenerative powers. Everyone turned towards Edward and Alphonse. Is he speaking the truth? Mustang asked. The 2 brothers meekly replied. Yes, he is speaking the truth. But, for some reason, Führer King Bradley also came there. It took him many tries to kill him by heavily hurting him, for example, beheading him. So he has the power to kill them easily and yet did not catch him alive, Mustang muttered. Well, thanks for the information but it doesn't change anything. He replied. Can I cut people today? Barry asked. Yes, that is if you can, Mustang said and put on his gloves. Get ready. With that, everyone took positions. Currently, only Mustang's team and Major Armstrong were there. Armstrong wouldn't have come if his sister had not told him everything that happened at Briggs Fort. Boom. With an explosion, the entrance was blasted open and 4 figures entered the building. They were very fast, and everyone could see red lightning around the 4 figures. Ha ha ha, I can smell fear, this is going to be interesting. Envy laughed while running towards 2nd Lieutenant Haymans Breda. I ain't afraid of you, whatever you are. He replied and started shooting. Envy easily dodged the bullets and reached him, but out of nowhere, a sticky bomb was thrown at Envy's face. They had come prepared. Boom. It was preset to explode in 2 seconds. It was not enough time for Envy to realize what it was and throw it away. Once the dust settled, everyone saw the horror. Envy was missing a head but it was already regenerating. Don't let it regenerate, Riza shouted. Quickly, 2nd Lieutenant Haymans Breda again threw sticky bombs at Envy. He repeated it again and again. Meanwhile, others made sure that no one could help Envy. Lust had gone towards a guy she knew very well. Hello there, we meet again. 2nd Lieutenant Jean Havoc, who had been honey-trapped by her, was head over heels for her not too long ago. It took him a second to realize everything and that was fatal as by the time he could even take out the sticky bomb, Lust already had claws into his stomach. Foolish humans, so easy to fool, so easy to kill. She gracefully said. But, argh, he threw a mouthful of blood. Havoc. Mustang shouted and ran towards him. But, Lust already knew that Mustang was the most dangerous guy there. So, she quickly transmuted lots of water around them. Then she dashed towards him and grabbed him by his neck. Riza was not far away and dashed to save Mustang. But, she was stopped by Greed, who looked like some guy from Xing. Stop there, Missy, let's watch the show first. Greed flirted with her. Bang bang, Riza shot him many times but nothing happened. Major Armstrong was also fighting Greed and he was shocked how a thin man was able to take his direct punches. While Lust held Mustang by his neck. I guess this is destiny, just like your best friend, you will also die by our hands. You killed Hughes. Mustang asked, he was angered in a second. But, he made a mistake. Edward and Alphonse who were fighting Wrath, masked currently, stopped for a mini-second when they heard this. Lieutenant Colonel Hughes is. Alphonse muttered. Clank. Wrath cut Edward's non-metal legs. He fell to the ground. Ajax quickly slapped Alphonse, get out of it, fool. Look around you. Alphonse was too shaken by the news. Ajax had no other option. Although he had promised Sister Riza that he'd stay away, he had to do something or everyone there would end up dying. He went forward to fight Wrath. He had learned many moves from Hats by now. Tiger Punch, Ajax shouted. This move was a martial arts punch in which you punch the opponent's neck with your claw and rip his neck apart. With Ajax's strength, this was a deadly move. But Wrath was faster. He was able to dodge the attack, but not by too much. Ajax still got a hold onto his face. It was not as deadly as before, but he was still able to shred Wrath's cheeks and take off his mask. See? I told you this is the Führer. Ajax shouted. Bradley healed his face and looked at everyone coldly. You all had a chance to live before, but now that you have seen my face, you all must die. Kill them. His orders were accepted and it seemed that the homunculi were hiding their true strength as Envy suddenly started moving even without the head. It caught the next sticky bomb and threw it back at Breda, who was able to barely escape but was still heavily injured. Mustang was still caught by the neck. Mustang gritted his teeth and lifted his arm to transmute. But Lust cut his arm down. There, I made you just like the Full Metal. She mocked. Colonel. Riza shouted and ran towards him, only to be grabbed by Greed from behind. Stop in the name of muscles. Major Armstrong came to support and destroyed Greed's head. But Greed was still moving. He broke Riza's legs and then focused only on Mustang. Ah, what a nuisance. By now, everyone had horror in their eyes. They were not going to make it out alive. Al, run away, Edward shouted and transmuted a wall between him and Wrath to give him a chance. Not without you, Edward. Alphonse didn't leave and looked even more resolved. Ajax, meanwhile, directly fought Wrath toe-to-toe. Ajax's punches were breaking Wrath's sword which he would repair every time. Envy and Lust, give me a hand, will you? Father wants this Ajax alive. He will be a fine specimen. Bradley coldly said. Boom. Out of nowhere, a small knife flew by and struck Envy on the head. Then, a loud electric explosion happened. No one was able to see where it came from. Boom. Another one came and blasted Lust. It spoiled her cosmetics that she had applied to hide the cross scar gifted to her by Ajax and Alexander. Then the knives stopped and music started to come. They were on the high alert then. They knew that whoever this man was must be either strong or foolish to give away his position with music. Bam. The door opened and the lyrics of the song started. Outside the warehouse. Okay Dobby, to make my entrance grand, play some music. I need to look badass. You got that? Alexander ordered. Dobby took out his boombox and put it on his shoulder. They then started walking in. Soon, the tune started playing. Alexander didn't recognize the song and it felt too childish. But he put faith in Dobby's choice for now as he had not messed this up in a while now. Music. But, the moment Alexander stepped inside, the lyrics started and it made him stop in his way and look at Dobby with saddened and frustrated eyes. His eyes only conveyed one message. Why? Baby shark, do. Baby shark, do. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 569. Overkill. Alexander looked at Dobby and asked, Why Dobby? Why are you after my reputation? No, boss. I'm not after your reputation. This was an honest mistake. I think little Thea was listening to these songs and I forgot to change the music folder. So, it continued from where I left. Dobby justified what had just happened. Ah, you're just using Thea's name to save yourself. You did it knowingly, right? Alexander didn't get convinced. No boss, I was telling the truth. Dobby insisted with a serious face. You said the same thing the last time you played the Johnny. You know what, I recommend you buy another music player for Thea. Alexander advised him. Okay boss, but really, this was an honest mistake. Dobby defended himself. Sigh. Well, if it was for our little Thea, then Baby Shark it is. Hit it up. Alexander said and went forward. Dobby pressed play and the song continued. Baby Shark, do. Baby Shark. Mommy Shark, do. Alexander looked at Edward's bloodied body and his amputated leg. He was lying on the floor with a pained expression. Such savages, hurting a child like this. Alexander angrily said. He waved his hand and Edward's leg got reattached. He then looked at Mustang, who was missing an arm. What's with all of you crippling people? He healed him too. Not just him but others too, no matter what injury they had. Riza got her dislocated arm healed, Major Armstrong got his injured head healed. General, Riza Hawkeye stood behind Alexander. Calm down, kid. Go and help your boyfriend first. I'll handle these. Alexander cracked his knuckles. Boss, I think that's kind of an overkill, Dobby interjected. Alexander nodded. It is, but to teach lessons to these overconfident fools, overkill is much needed. He turned towards Lust. I thought you'd never show me your face again after I gave you that scar. Well, doesn't matter. I will be releasing the souls trapped in the Philosopher's Stone stuck inside you. Lust smirked. Look around you. Do you really think you can kill 4 godly beings like us? Alexander chuckled. I've fought and won worse odds than this, so, yes, I can defeat you all. If that's the case, let's finish this quickly. I have a country to run. Wrath interjected. Oh, you won't have that after this, Alexander said with a smile. All 4 homunculi felt ominous. Whistle. Alexander loudly whistled as if signaling someone. Then the footsteps sounded and the man coming in from the door was Brigadier General Mays Hughes. In his military uniform. He had the same big smile on his face and the old glasses. His face showed a big smile and excitement. How are you, everyone? Did anyone miss me? Hughes waved his hand. Everyone, including the homunculi, especially Envy, were shocked. Envy had shot Hughes herself while looking like his wife. She remembered checking his pulse too. Hughes. Mustang voiced in disbelief. Haha, hello there, Mustang. It's certainly not raining today. Hughes said, pulling his leg by referencing to the funeral. Mustang realized that everything he said that day was heard by Hughes. You aren't going to let me off on this, are you? How did you survive anyway? I saw your body with my own eyes. You were certainly dead. Mustang asked. Your eyes can deceive you sometimes, my friend. But it is true that I was indeed dead. But then General saved me. The last thing I remembered was falling in the phone booth, and the next thing, I was in heaven. I can't tell you more. Hughes revealed. Impossible, I checked your body after killing you. You were really dead. There is no way someone can be resurrected so casually, unless... He also has a Philosopher's Stone. Envy spoke and pointed towards Alexander. Everyone turned their heads towards Alexander. He just denied, no, I have no Philosopher's Stone like them. Everything I do is from my personal power. What is alchemy? It's just manipulation of energy. Once you have a microscopic control over these energies, anything can be done. Even reattaching an arm or resurrecting a dead man. Alexander explained. Are you telling me that you have attained this level of alchemical knowledge? Impossible, not even Father can resurrect a dead man without using the power of a Philosopher's Stone. Wrath strongly refuted. I won't call it alchemy anymore. It's more like energy control. I do not do any equal exchange or anything like that. What I do is energy rearrangement. Well, anyway, all this doesn't matter as all 4 of you will not see tomorrow's sun. Alexander announced. Seeing that Alexander was going to fight them, all 4 of them decided to attack together. They ran towards him from all 4 sides. They knew that fighting one-on-one was foolish. Alexander raised his hand to stop anyone else from interfering. No one will interfere. Just watch the show. Envy jumped at him while looking like Ajax. But, instead of getting flustered like most other normal humans, Alexander didn't even blink and grabbed Envy by the neck. You thought you can fool me? If I can't even recognize my grandson, then it'd be too shameful. Thank you for falling into my hand. You are Envy, right? Does this mean you crave for things that other people possess? Let me show you something. Alexander started to show all his belongings and the span of his powers to Envy. It was everything Envy desired. Money, people who look up to you, and the most important, absolute power. Envy even saw that Alexander was so much loved by so many people. This was something she did not have and could not even imagine having. When Envy saw that Alexander couldn't be killed by them and that he was basically a god walking on earth, everything in her mind snapped. Like a piece of glass, it shattered. Her envy was killing her from inside while seeing things she could never have. Soon, Envy's body started to die. Envy's own envy killed itself. It was just deserved. While dying, Envy first turned into a huge ugly monster and then slowly started getting smaller. Before dying by disintegrating, it looked at its siblings, run. All of the remaining homunculi looked at all that with real horror. This was the first time they were seeing one of theirs dying so easily. All of you are incomplete beings. You all are all embodiments of the 7 deadly sins of your father, right? That is exactly what makes you an incomplete being. For a person to be complete, having all 7 deadly sins is very important. Right now, even your father is incomplete, and that is also your biggest weakness. Alexander said. He then looked at Bradley. Envy died because she felt nothing other than envy. Lust had gone crazy after getting her face scarred, and greed was just rebellious, I guess. But, I must say, you are the closest to being a complete being. Because you were a human, you have all emotions, but still, wrath takes over. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 570. Can you give them to me? Alexander then turned towards Lust. You really are a waste of beauty. Tell me something, do you even have a free will, or are you all just puppets of your so-called father? Alexander also read her sins. Lust, category. Murder, 945. Indirect murder, 1564. Honey trapping, 45. Infanticide. Kidnapping, 12. Acid attacking pretty women, 6. Sin percentage, 89.23%. Huh, we are our own people. No one can decide our life. Lust replied. She refused to believe that she was an incomplete being even after Alexander's explanation. Yet here you are, standing in the face of death, just because your father asked. You could have done so many things with your life. With all that power, you could have lived a happy life without being ordered by anyone. But it seems you didn't have an Uncle Ben to tell you, with great power comes great responsibility. You could have done things so differently. It's really sad, but I guess your father made you to be his servants in the first place. Alexander muttered. Shut up. Not one more word about father. He is absolute in this world. He created us, he is the perfect being. She frantically defended her father. Yet here I am. Don't worry, he will meet you in hell soon. I'm sure Deadpool there will treat you gender equally. Alexander said. Mustang, do the honors, Alexander ordered, making the water around them disappear like it was never there. Mustang smirked and snapped his fingers, creating a big amount of fire, and started burning Lust. She screamed loudly, and with that, the intensity of fire increased. She was dying slowly. After a certain amount of damage, even her philosopher's stone will not be able to heal her. Wrath wanted to save her, but Alexander had stopped him from doing anything. Greed, on the other hand, was trying to escape after seeing Alexander so easily handle them. Meow, Hat stopped him with a paw slap. Nobody will be leaving today, you all. Bradley, I presume you are the only human turned homunculi among these. But, your weakness is your power and fame. Everything that happened today here was recorded by Hughes. Alexander revealed. Hughes quickly smiled. Yup, I did record everything. We just need to show it to the whole country now, and Bradley's real face will be out. Alexander looked back at Wrath. So, what's it going to be? What do you want? Bradley asked him. Alexander took out a document out of his pocket. This is a voluntary retirement form for you. Sign it. After signing this one, it states that I will be appointed the next Führer. I see no sense in your request. What is in it for us? Bradley asked. I see, well, do it and I will let you go this time. Alexander offered. Everyone looked at him in shock, and Mustang was angered. What are you doing, General? We can kill them right now. We won't get another chance like this again. Mustang shouted. Yes, why are we letting him go? He betrayed so many people and should be punished. Major Armstrong added. Alexander raised his hand and signaled them to calm down. My decision is final. By doing this, we can save the country. Bradley looked around first. Lust was already dead after being burned. Only Greed was left alive now. We can win if we are alive. With this, he took the papers and signed them. Here, I kept my end of the deal, now yours. Alexander let Wrath go. Then, he turned towards Hats and nodded. Hats also let Greed go. But just when Greed thought he was free, Hats grabbed Greed's hair and pulled out the Philosopher's Stone from inside the body. Then, he destroyed it with his chaotic powers. As soon as that happened, a lot of souls screamed and flew to the sky. A demonic ghost-like figure also cried in pain, but it disappeared soon after. Alexander turned towards Wrath, who was also looking at him. What? I said I would let you go this time, not him. Alexander replied. Suddenly, Bradley's eyes widened when he realized something. He quickly dashed towards the exit. But, found Alexander standing in front of him. Haha, yes, you thought right, I told you I'd let you go that time, now is the second time. But, worry not, I still have a use for you. Alexander said with a smile. Then, he took out vibranium hand and leg cuffs and put them on him. Then he took out a blindfold and put it on his eyes. Meow, use this to strap his mouth. I always knew this would be helpful someday. Hats came to him. Alexander took the thing in his hand and looked at Hats with suspicion. Do you even know what this thing is? Hats nodded. Of course, it is a toy for little Thea. I took it from Leonidas and Natasha's room. Alexander shook his head and didn't correct him. What kind of sex life do they have now? They are even using a ball gag. Alexander could not bring himself to put the ball gag on Bradley's face as it was too demeaning. He just cast a silencing charm on Bradley. Everyone was satisfied with this outcome. For a second they all had thought that Alexander would let Bradley go. What will we do now, General? I mean, Führer. Mustang asked. Haha, now, we will clean the dirt in the Central Command. I also have a big announcement to make. Alexander revealed and took Bradley with him. He didn't let anyone other than themselves see him. Bradley will soon be making a public announcement and revealing everything bad he has done in his life. He would also be apologizing to many people. Hell. Deadpool was again on the entry booth duty. For today, he had asked Darth Talon to come with him for a chat. Though it was more of a date for Deadpool than a chat as he was really attracted to this alien villainous body. So, Darth Talon, does Yuleko also move? For example, let's say you want some fun and there's no guy around. Can they do it? Deadpool asked excitedly. She rolled her eyes but still answered as she was a prisoner here and Deadpool was a staff member. Yes, they can move and satisfy me. She answered in frustration. Haha, then, can you? Deadpool acted shy. Talon looked at him with suspicion. What is it? She asked. Can you give me your Leku? Maybe then, he will like me. Deadpool asked. It shocked Talon. How could she let someone cut her and take her Leku away? Ting ting. The bell sounded. Deadpool looked at the people. Ah, we have customers. Well, let's see. Envy, died of envy, lol. Well, you are category 4. Lust, died of getting burned and greed, died by having his body taken away. Cool, all of you are category 4. Assistant Boobless. Come here. He shouted. Soon, the new assistant of Deadpool came. He was promoted so it was normal for him to have an assistant. The assistant's name was Boobless. He really had no nipples but his chest was so big that under the clothes, his chest looked like boobs. Take them and get them washed up in the boiling oil bath, Deadpool ordered and got back to annoying Darth Talon. So, can you give them to me? Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 571. To Central City. Alexander's office building. Ira was the generalman in charge when Alexander and Dobby were not there and this happened a lot. He had full authority over everyone in the building. He had changed a lot of things in the office and was loving his job. Every week, he would call a big meeting with all his staff. They would do yoga together and he would talk about life, and also hear about everyone's problems and give some advice. General, my wife always acts angry nowadays for some reason. Can you tell me why and how do I make her happy? A soldier asked him. His colleagues laughed but Iro didn't and that made them shut up. Ah, women are hard to understand my friend, especially those that are in love. Tell me, when was the last time you took her out for a nice dinner or spent time with her at home? When was the last time you cooked for her? Iro asked. The soldier couldn't reply as he didn't really remember when was the last time he did any of this for his wife. I don't remember, General. Besides, I'm so busy all the time that I sometimes can't even go home to sleep, let alone cook for her, he said. Iro stroked his beard and said, humans and animals may be different entirely, but one thing is the same in all, that is the thirst for love and attention. I'm giving you a 1-week leave, spend the time with her. Iro offered. Soon, another guy stood up. General, I am not able to sleep at night and feel sleepy in the day. Oh, you have insomnia, my friend. Here, take this bag of tea and drink it before sleeping every day. Also, it is advisable to do physical exercise to tire yourself to sleep. Iro advised. General, is smoking a joint bad? Another question came. This one came from an anonymous voice. I believe that anything done in a limit is okay. But, there are things that cannot be controlled if taken. However, a joint is not one of them. Taking it every once in a while in a few days is okay. It will refresh your mind. He said. Soon, another man stood up. Iro knew who this was. It was Hughes in his disguise. General, I really love my daughter and wife but I have not seen them in days. What should I gift them? He asked. Everyone around them murmured. How can the general know what would make his daughter and wife happy? I'm sure that anything you bring for them will be loved by them if they love you. Especially if you are meeting them after so many days. But do take some chocolates for your little daughter. Iro advised him. Hughes overzealously wrote everything in his pocket notebook. Let's stop talking about this and do yoga. He got up and started exercising. Alexander went straight to the central headquarters. Meanwhile, Mustang went on to notify Grumman about everything. Mustang called Grumman on a direct secret line. Initially, he did not know the phone number, but he found it hidden inside the chessboard gifted to him by General Grumman while he was getting transferred. Hello, General. The ship has sunk. General Universe will most likely be the new captain. Mustang said in a coded message. It was easy to understand, but no one could blame him later for anything for using such words, as they could mean anything. Grumman understood the meaning behind his words. So he laughed loudly. Haha, finally. Good job, Mustang. Follow him closely and learn from him. I knew he was going to do something big, he just had that air surrounding him. Tell General that he has support from the East. Mustang hung up after hearing that. So even he trusts the General. Well, I guess I will have to work harder to become the Führer someday. Let's aim for the next spot. In the Armstrong estate, Major Armstrong called his sister to inform her. You useless musclehead, how could you get injured fighting just one guy? And General took down all of them. You had the chance to show your worth to him so that he could promote you later. Anyway, tell him that he has North support. She scolded him and hung up. Like this, Alexander already had the support from 2 regions of Amestris. But, it was impossible to get the same from South and West. Even though Alexander had stopped the wars, only the normal soldiers liked him and not the ruling ranks. The ruling ranks were still under the command of Führer King Bradley, and they were only loyal to him. Also, they were jealous of Alexander's rise to outrank them. Alexander didn't really try to do anything to change such things. He knew that soon, all of these people would fall in line, and if they still tried to act unruly, then they would be thrown out of the Amestris military. He went directly into the Führer's office with Bradley still in his grasp. There, Alexander calmly read every corrupt record on Bradley. His extermination order of the Ishvalans was also there, along with many more such orders. These orders were meant only for the members of the Central Command. He also read about many crimes committed by the members of the Central Command. All of them lived their lives like kings and broke any rule of the society they liked. You really went to any length to complete your father's plan. But guess what, it all comes falling down now. Alexander said and injected something into his neck. That will be helpful for the next press conference. So many answers will be given to the people. Alexander said with not many expressions. What are you planning? I will not speak anything for you. Bradley told him. It doesn't matter. You will have the VIP seat for the upcoming event, that's for sure. Alexander mockingly replied and readied himself. Soon, Alexander again grabbed Bradley by the neck and took him onto the stairs of the central headquarters. A small podium was set there. Scar had been on the run for the past few months. It had been a long and harsh journey. But, thankfully he had company from a girl from Shing. As she had saved his life, he had decided to accompany her to the central on her request. Why do you even want to go there? He asked. Oh, I must go there. My prince lives there, whom I must meet. I also need to know how to become immortal. Mei Chang said. Another nut job, chasing immortality. Suit yourself. Scar huffed. He also had a plan for himself in Central. He was going to go after the Führer directly this time. Because, if the alchemists of the Amestris were the ones who killed the Ishvalans, then the Führer was the one who was pulling the strings of all those alchemists. There was another person who was headed to the Central. He was immortal and had lived his life in self-loathing and regret. But he knew he needed to stop the plot happening in the Central to save his loved ones. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rakamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 572. Van Hohenheim. Van Hohenheim was a deceptively ancient and extremely powerful alchemist, as well as the estranged father of Edward and Alphonse Elric. Van Hohenheim was also known as Slave Number 23 and was a citizen of Xerxes and a regular human being who was employed by King Xerxes' alchemist. This alchemist was an experimenter and managed to create a being, the dwarf in the flask, as a result of alchemy while using Hohenheim's blood. Unknowingly, this created a bond between the dwarf and Hohenheim. The dwarf gave the slave a name, Van Hohenheim, before allying with him in order to turn the citizens of Xerxes into a philosopher's stone without Hohenheim's knowledge. Once this was successful, Hohenheim, as a human, had over 500,000 souls within his blood, giving him great power and a body that never ages. After that, in despair, he aimlessly went east and reached the country of Shing. When Hohenheim's alchemic knowledge was combined with the rudimentary form of alchemy being studied in Shing, alchemy was born. The Zenjis people called him the Sage of the West. Eventually, Hohenheim left Shing and spent centuries abroad accumulating knowledge regarding the world's different customs and practices. He also continued his communication with the thousands of souls trapped within him, 536,329, until he learned all their names and heard all their pleas. Once all of them had been heard, they finally calmed down, giving Hohenheim some peace of mind, and he continued his endless journey throughout the country but continued speaking to the souls within him to keep them calm. He later arrived in the growing country of Amestris and settled for a time in a small east area town known as Resemble. Due to his devotion to alchemy and his own internal conflicts, people around him seemed to have an impression that he was cold, but instead, he was an unexpectedly soft-hearted, kindly individual who was quick to give compliments but loath to accept them. Even after so many years, he still loathed himself because he thought of himself as a monster because he became a human philosopher's stone. He was resolved to find a way to end his immortality and grow old and die together with his beloved Trisha, but also feared failure and watching his family die. Unfortunately, while perusing countless alchemical texts in order to find a way to reverse the effect of what the homunculus had done to him, Ven made a shocking discovery, that the very nation of Amestris was built and designed from scratch as to be a much larger and more devastating repeat of the tragedy that had befallen Xerxes, a gigantic transmutation circle for the purpose of turning all of the country's inhabitants into a new philosopher's stone. So, to protect his loved ones, he decided to stop it. After explaining to Trisha that he was leaving and promising that they would die together, Van Hohenheim departed from the house and Resemble in 1904. But, sadly, that day never came as Trisha died much earlier than him. The regret and self-loathing in his heart increased for himself as he knew that if he was there he could have saved her, and what was worse, that his two sons were left alone after that. He stood by the grave of his wife again before heading to the central. Trisha, forgive me. I couldn't keep my promise to you. I wish that heavens exist so I can meet you there, but I also know that I'm not a good man. I would never receive heaven after my death. But I promise you, I will protect Ed and Al, even if it costs my life. With that promise, he left for the central. It was not just him, all the major businessmen, government and military officials, general in charge of Erugo and Creta, and also the president of Drachma were headed to the central city. It was obvious that something was going to be announced that day. Something that would probably shake many people. Edward, Alphonse, Hats and Ajax were also in central, and they were just chilling at the Mustang's office. Meow, give me some milk. Hats demanded. Mustang's eyes twitched. Get out of my office, this is not a circus. Ajax quickly defended Hats. Come on, Colonel. How can you be so heartless? He's just a cat. No, he's not just a cat. Cats don't speak, and they certainly can't fight a homunculi and kill it with bare hands. Mustang barked. Hats huffed. If you stay being this grumpy, you will never find a girl to mate with. How will you further your bloodline? I recommend you change your attitude, young man. Who are you calling a young man? I am older than you. Mustang argued. Mwahaha, no one in this room is older than me. Hats laughed. Oh really? Then how old are you? Edward asked in ridicule. I am about 1,223,456 million years old. Hats honestly replied. Hearing that, everyone except Ajax laughed loudly. Do you even know how many zeros are in a million? Mustang ridiculed him. Stupid humans. Hats scoffed and went to sleep. Colonel, we must find this father guy. Who knows when he will activate that circle? Edward asked, changing to the mood of the room back to seriousness. I know, Edward. I have sent people in search of him all around the country. He must be inside Amestris somewhere. Mustang assured him. Ajax quickly interjected, hey, why don't you guys try to look under the central city? I mean, I've read in comics that many times the big bad guy has a secret lair under the place where nobody expects them to be. Mustang's eyes stayed open for a while as he looked at Edward for a second. Straight face. Damn it, Mustang got up and stormed out of the room and called his bodyguard, Riza Hawkeye. Meanwhile, a huge crowd had gathered below the stairs of the Central Command building. A big platform was set there, and Alexander had invited Lieutenant General Grumman, newly promoted Lieutenant General Armstrong, Lieutenant General Iro, Lieutenant General Dobby and Lieutenant General Leonidas. All of these were the closest allies of him, and he knew that they would not turn bad. The crowd of people had gathered there to listen to him. Many who knew about the man in the long coat and weird hat were shocked. They didn't know why the president of Drachma was here. Führer King Bradley also had a seat for himself. He looked calm from outside, but he wasn't able to move his body at all and not open his mouth on his own. It was as if a ghost had taken control over his body. He couldn't imagine it being alchemy, as he had not seen such ability before. Too bad for him, it was magic. Alexander went to the podium and started speaking. My beloved people of Amestris, I have a big good announcement to make, but also bad news. He started. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 573. Spoiled plans. Alexander continued his speech. Recently I went to Drachma. It was not an official trip as I went on my own. I wanted to ease the load on the shoulders of our northern soldiers. So, I talked with the president of Drachma. Here, I have the peace deal in my hand. Alexander showed everyone a paper in his hand. Most of the people had already heard the gossip about this happening. There were also giant projectors with screens set up for people to see everything going on the stage. This was also going to start the age of information. It's not just the president who signed this deal, but their government party as well. So, now I can officially say, Amestris has no enemies anymore. There is no war now. I have brought permanent peace. Alexander announced with a raised fist. With that, the crowd ushered in cheers. People often get excited about such talks about peace. Alexander then continued, but with a grim expression. But, when I returned here, I found something saddening. There was corruption in the central command of our country. So much corruption that many wars and conflicts arose due to them. I will let King Bradley explain everything as he was at the center of all this. Bradley's face was normal and there were no expressions. But internally, he was trying to fight this foreign control over his body. He went to the podium and stood behind the mic. Then, without his permission, his mouth started to speak. I am ashamed to be telling you all this, but this is indeed the truth. Corruption had taken place in the central command. A man that goes by the name Father was controlling me and my men. Father had created 7 homunculus, out of which 4 are already dead, killed by the hands of General Universe. Father wanted to use these homunculus to create a countrywide transmutation circle and sacrifice all the people, just like he did with Xerxes more than 400 years ago. I am one of the homunculus as well. As he announced that, he took off his eye patch. Why am I saying all this? Bradley internally questioned himself. The camera zoomed onto Bradley's eye and the projector showed it to the people. Widespread panic ensued in the minds of everyone present there. But what Bradley then said calmed them down a little. Today, I want to apologize to all the remaining Ishvalans, as I was the one who orchestrated the whole genocide. The soldier who killed the first Ishvalan child was none other than a shape-shifting homunculus. I deliberately created a reason to exterminate them. How did he find this out? He questioned. All of this is for Father. He is the sage from the East. Alchemy was brought to Amestris by Father, who taught people that the energy is taken from the movement of tectonic plates. While that source does exist, all alchemy uses Father's Philosopher's Stone, which he circulates throughout the country through his underground tunnels. That way, he can turn his power off and block the earthen source as well. Yes, all of the Amestrisian alchemists were using the energy of a Philosopher's Stone, which in itself is made by sacrificing humans. Yes, Xerxes was sacrificed to make Philosopher's Stone, that was also supposed to be the fate of Amestris. Forgive me, Father. But, our plan was spoiled by General Universe and now I am made to admit my crimes. But I have no regrets. Father gave you everything, Amestris exists because of him, you are all his property and he has the right to decide your fate. He suddenly took out a gun to shoot himself from below his chin. No, he tried to stop himself. Bam. Alexander stopped him and took the gun. You will answer to your crimes, Bradley, I will not let you escape so easily. Alexander took the mic and spoke, don't worry, my people. I have everything under control. No one has rights over your lives, you are free and will remain free. I will defeat everyone evil, just like how I dealt with these homunculus, I will also deal with this so-called Father. I will protect you all no matter what. I didn't tell you, but I had found out about this plot a while ago, but I had my suspicion that higher-ups of Amestris were involved too. So, I did my investigations and found out that the whole central command was working for this Father. All of them were promised immortality in return. So, I decided to act. For the past 400 years, this Father has worked to create a countrywide transmutation circle. He also wanted to include Erugo and Creta too. Brigadier General Hughes had also found out about this giant underground transmutation and for that, he died. But, don't worry, I have destroyed a big part of this transmutation circle by filling it with molten rock and highly indestructible metal. You are all safe, Alexander announced. It was like a roller coaster ride for the people. They cheered, then felt feared and then cried, now they were cheering again. Führer Universe. Führer Universe. Führer Universe. Führer Universe. People started cheering his name, already calling him Führer. Lieutenant General Grumman, who sat behind, sighed, here goes my chance at promotion. I guess I will retire. LT. General Armstrong, sitting beside him, scoffed. You old man, how can you even dream of becoming the Führer? You should have retired a century ago. Sip Iro sipped tea and spoke, calm down, no need to fight over something that could have happened. Just look forward to what can happen. Ragnarok was yawning while sitting there, finally, I can be in charge of the mining industry, I'm already calling dibs. You cannot steal the whole planet's gold, Ragnarok, Leonidas advised him. Ajax stood beside his father, Leonidas. Can I also join the military? Leonidas quickly denied, no, son. I don't want to sleep on the couch. Ajax's face lit up as if he remembered something. I wanted to ask you something, Dad. I heard you once telling Mom that we should give Ajax a sibling. Where do babies come from, Dad? Grandpa Raggy said they come from a cave. But who smuggles the baby into the cave? Are there bad guys in the cave? Cough cough. Iro choked on his tea and Leonidas was left speechless. Alexander, who also heard him, chuckled. But they forgot that the mic was also on and the whole audience heard it. Thousands of adults started madly laughing and thousands of kids looked at their parents to ask the same question and some grown-up kids were just smirking and looking down on kids for not knowing the secret. Ajax, your grandma wanted to meet you. Haha, you may also go and play with that little kid. Go. Leonidas tried to deflect the question. Ajax, come here. Edward and Alphonse, who were standing at the set of the stage, called him. They couldn't let Ajax ruin the image of the new Führer. What is it, guys? Do you know where the smuggler lives? Ajax asked, making the two brothers frown. No, Ajax, the smuggler is very secretive. They said and dragged him away. While the whole crowd was laughing, there were two people in the crowd who were not. One was Hohenheim and the other was Scar. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 574. What are you? Van Hohenheim had gotten interested when he found out from the public announcement that something was going to happen at the Central Command headquarters. Initially, the first thing that came into his mind was father and the whole plan to sacrifice everyone. But it didn't make sense to call people to the Central as this doesn't give anything additional to the plan. Be it Central City or some countryside, the people will still die. But he still had his worries and headed to the Central. So, he also squeezed into the crowd and came forward. His eyes were more than fine to see everything clearly. He saw Bradley, whom he knew was a homunculus. Then for the first time, he saw Alexander. Hohenheim knew alchemy and it was helpful in reading other people. When he looked at Alexander, he sensed boundless energy and power within him. Not just him, but also in 4 other people and a cat beside them. It was less than Alexander but still more than what he himself or even the dwarf, father, had. But, what shocked him was that he could not feel a philosopher's stone in any of them. But, this made him even more interested as having this kind of power for a mortal without a philosopher's stone was impossible. The only other option was if you were a literal god. But he doubted the gods really existed as the truth was more like a chaotic neutral being than anything angelic. Then, to his shock and happiness, these crazy strong beings seemed to be on the side of the people. They revealed the plot of Father and the real identity of Bradley and all the killings they did. But he was now worried about something else. Who are they? Why would they reveal such information to people? Now everyone knows that to create the Philosopher's Stone, human sacrifice is needed. I am afraid, too many deranged alchemists will try to make it. I must meet them. He told himself. Soon, to not much of his shock, the man named Alexander became the Führer by people's choice. Unlike the calm Hohenheim, Scar was in a rage, not physically but mentally. Today, he finally found out why his people and his brother were killed. He looked at his arms that still had a tattoo on. Then he looked at the stage. He knew that he couldn't defeat so many powerful people at once. Don't do anything stupid, May advised him, sensing his change of aura. Bradley is going to be dying anyway with his crimes out in the open, maybe, I can ask them to let me meet him. He thought. That day and the coming week, the newspapers were going to be free so as to spread the words as much as possible. As everyone liked free stuff, people who didn't read newspapers also read them that day. Many stumbled and fell on their butt when they found out what was going on in their country. Many wanted to do something but they also knew they were powerless. Many were frustrated but they knew there was no point in that anymore as the plot had already been thwarted. But they all wanted to know more. They wanted answers so many marched to the central city. Alexander was inside the meeting room of Central Command. He was not here for a meeting but instead to punish some people. Just before Alexander made the public announcement, he had called for a full meeting of all members of the Central Command. All of them came and got stuck inside the room by Alexander's command. Now, Alexander had all the time in the world to deal with them. All of you are very talented people, reaching such a high position is not an easy task. But, too bad that you used your brain to do bad. Seriously, being immortal as a normal human being is nothing but a curse. There is no fun if you're not invincible as well. But here we have all the fools. Wanting to not grow old or just not die. Such weak-minded people to be sitting in this position. All of you are category 4 sinners. There is no difference between you and the homunculus. So, you will also receive the same level of punishment. All those of you who never wanted to die, will from now on grow older by 10 years every minute that passes. Your bodies will also grow sick. Those that just didn't want to die, will die too, but by their worst phobia. All of them panicked. But he didn't let them say anything. 3 of them died just there as they were already old, and 10 years was a lot. 2 more died due to the phobia of height and the deep sea. One felt himself being thrown down from the space, and the other saw himself falling deep into the Mariana Trench. The remaining men soon followed. After 15 minutes, all of them were dead with painful faces. They were going to remember their death even after death. Rest, Deadpool will handle. Knock knock. Ajax entered with Edward and Alphonse. What is it, kids? Alexander had already removed the dead bodies from the room. Grandpa, Edward has a request, Ajax revealed. Alexander looked at Edward and patted his head. What is it, kids? Edward gritted his teeth at being called kid, but compared to Alexander, he really was a kid. Purify Universe, my father wants to meet you. We met him outside the headquarters today, Edward said. Haha, just that. Well, go on, invite him here. I'll give him a lesson to not neglect your kids. Look at you, you have so many deficiencies that you never reached puberty. Alexander said with a pitiful tone. Edward barked in dissatisfaction. What did you say? Alphonse quickly held him back. Brother, look who you're talking to. It's all right. Being a Führer is just a government position. I'm not some evil king to get angry at you. Go and bring your dad now. He ordered. Soon, a man entered. He was fairly tall, broad-shouldered gentleman with the appearance of a man of relatively healthy middle age. He wore his long, golden blonde hair in a loose, shoulder-length ponytail with 2 or 3 loose strands of hair falling over his brow, and sported a full Donegal-style beard on his square jaw. He also wore spectacles over his golden eyes. You look like a scientist. I'm something of a scientist myself. Come, take a seat. What's your name, kid? Alexander asked. Van Hohenheim was a bit taken aback by Alexander's friendly nature. He hadn't been called a kid in a long time. He also felt weird as he was 450 years old. But, for some reason, when Alexander said it, he felt like he was really smaller than Alexander. My name is Van Hohenheim. I have something important to talk to you about. He said with a stern, expressionless face. Oh, Hohenheim. I thought it would be Elric. Alexander asked. That was my wife's surname. Hohenheim explained, but with that, a glint of sorrow appeared on his face. Okay, let's talk. Here, have some tea. Alexander handed him a cup of Iroa's special tea. So, what do you want to ask? Alexander inquired. What are you? Hohenheim bluntly asked. A/N, this arc will be ending soon. Father will be appearing and retaliate against Alexander. A/N too, oh boy, for some reason, I am not able to write as fast as I used to these days. I just feel too tired sometimes. But, I know if I stop, I will lose all my focus and this work will never be finished. So, I try to keep up no matter how much time it takes. This is why uploads are late these days. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 575. Complete again. What are you? Hohenheim bluntly asked. God, Alexander also nonchalantly replied. At the stage he was, he couldn't bother to drag things. Also, he felt something different in the men. Hohenheim was taken aback by the shameless claim. What makes you believe that? The point that I basically travel the universe and visit different civilizations. The fact that I have the power to send people to hell or heaven. Also, because I really am a god. Alexander replied. But, he then looked at Hohenheim with a suspicious gaze. What about you? Why do you have so many sad souls stuck inside you? Much more than the homunculus I have punished till now. Are you one of them too? Hohenheim was once again speechless. He didn't expect for Alexander to read him so fast and easily. All his life, no one had been able to sense the souls inside him, more so because unlike the other homunculus, he had calmed the souls down by talking with them. Hohenheim had a feeling that lying wasn't going to be profitable at the moment, so he honestly answered Alexander. I was there when the Xerxes was sacrificed by the dwarf. In fact, the dwarf was made with my blood. Hohenheim went on to tell him his whole life story. Alexander nodded at times and listened to him with concentration. He was understanding everything now. It is sad what happened to your wife. However, you should have gone back to check on your sons. Then maybe, they wouldn't be in the condition they are right now. All they wanted was a family, a loved one, and for it, they did the human transmutation. Anyway, do you know why this father is doing all this? Why does he need another philosopher's stone, of this size? Alexander inquired. Hohenheim denied, I do not know. What I know is that he must be stopped, or else, everyone in Amestris will die, just like you announced. Haha, no, no one will die. I have already destroyed their tunnel. Anyway, why don't you ask Alphonse and Edward to come in? I have something for them. He advised. Hohenheim did call them in as he wanted to see what it was. For now, in his mind, the top priority was to stop Father, then to find out who Alexander really was. He had not taken Alexander calling himself a god seriously, as in his mind if God existed, all these wars wouldn't have happened. But this was a misconception in all mortals' minds. Does a parent dictate the whole life of their child? Does a parent babysit their child even after he grows to be an adult? That was how God was. He was with the mortals at their inception, but when they grew enough to have their own thoughts and ideologies, God let them be. It was humanity that was at fault for straying away and succumbing to their violent tendencies. For indulging people who desired war and destruction while killing those who desired peace. God only made humans, but it was humans that made war. Soon, the two brothers entered with confusion visible on their faces. Führer. Haha, don't call me a Führer. I remember some funny memories because of it. Anyway, come here and sit down. I have something to discuss. I know that you two have been on this whole journey to get your limbs and body back. Well, I have good news. I can help you get them back, Alexander revealed. He was going to ignore what Truth had said about not meddling with these two's destiny because Alexander had changed so many things by now that it had changed the destiny of the whole world. Alphonse and Edward got excited and asked, "What is it, Führer?" "Okay, first of all, call me Grandpa." Alexander corrected them and continued. "I had a talk with the being called Truth. We came to the conclusion that from now on, he will not be taking away people's limbs. So, I can give Edward his limbs back and Alphonse his body back. Alphonse, you just need to do the same human transmutation you did before and go meet Truth. He will give you your body." He explained it to them. Not just the two brothers, but now even Hohenheim was in a bit of shock. How can someone negotiate with the Truth, he wondered. Really? But how? Edward inquired excitedly. Don't ask that. Just know that I used the same trick to heal your teacher. He revealed, much to the amazement of the two brothers. Alexander then looked at Hohenheim. Don't make that face, I was not joking when I said who I was. Soon, he cleared the room and let the Elric brothers make a transmutation circle. The two brothers worked together and also initiated it at the same time. As it happened in normal cases, little two-dimensional black hands came out of the brightly lit matrix and caught hold of the two brothers. They didn't even have to talk to the Truth, and in real time, Edward's libs rematerialized. Then came Alphonse's turn. His case was a bit special as he had no idea in what condition his body was. So, when Alphonse's body started rematerializing around his soul, right inside the armor, everyone was nervous, except Alexander. No one could see how Alphonse was as he was inside the steel armor. Alexander waved his hand and disintegrated the armor. Suddenly, a weak frail Alphonse was about to fall. Edward ran and caught him while Alexander again waved his hand and materialized clothes on him. Alexander crouched near him. "How are you feeling, Alphonse?" Alphonse smiled and talked excitedly. It feels so good to be breathing. To smell again, to feel touch." Unknowingly, a drop of tear fell down his cheeks. He was happy, emotional, and at peace finally. Living in that armor was too scary for him as he didn't know when his soul would reject the armor. "You are weak, Al, don't move too much," Edward worriedly advised him. Hohenheim also came closer to the boys. He caressed Alphonse's head, and then Edward's. "Your body only lacks nutrition. I will create some potion for you. It will supplement your body and rid any deficiency, son," he said. Alphonse stared at his father. "Dad. I am sorry, Al." "Ed. I was not a good father. I couldn't keep my promise to Trisha. You had to go through so much. But I went away because I had found out about the plans of the dwarf. Even now, although his plan was ruined, we must still stop the dwarf, as I believe he is only temporarily stopped," Hohenheim said. "We know, Dad. You were doing everything to protect us," Edward said, finally accepting everything. He knew that he would have done the same. The death of his mother was tragic, but Hohenheim was not responsible for it. Hohenheim's mouth stayed open as he heard Edward calling him Dad. He had thought he had lost the right to be called this. With a sad face and nearly teary eyes, he quickly hugged them tightly. "Thank you." Alexander stayed back for the entirety of the exchange. He was remembering some long-gone memories. But suddenly he felt a hand on his shoulder. He looked back. "Don't the two boys remind you of them?" "Yeah, they do. They do," she muttered and held his hand as they watched the father and son's true reunion. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 576. Breaking the cycle. After the small reunion, Ajax also came in with hats. Surprisingly, Winry was also there, as she had also come to Central for the big announcement and also meet Edward while at it. The three had lots of bags in their hands. Ajax cheerfully spoke, "Ha ha ha. Alphonse, my dear friend, all this is for you. I bought all kinds of food for you to taste. I even followed your list in the diary." Winry, on the other hand, was shocked as she didn't know that Alphonse was getting his body back. She nearly dropped all the food. "Alphonse!" She shouted and ran up to him. She pulled his thin cheeks and checked his face. Then she hugged him with tears in her eyes. "Welcome back. You just look like you were back then. Just a bit taller and with longer hair," she said. Hats came forward and set the food. "Step aside, he looks like a skeleton right now. My boy, you need some milk and fish. Don't skip on milk if you don't want to turn like your little big brother." Edward glared at Hats and shot bolts of lightning from his eyes. "What did you say, you fat cat?" "Ha, he's also deaf along with being short." Hats scoffed. Bam. The door shot opened and Scar walked in. Edward and Ajax quickly got into position to stop him if it came to that. Alphonse was still not in any shape of fighting after all. "I did not come here to fight," Scar said, making his intentions clear by raising his hands. But trusting a man whose weapon was his own hand was tough. "What is it?" Alexander inquired. "I want to meet Bradley," he demanded. "For what?" "To kill him. If you think you deserve your vengeance, then I believe someone also deserves their vengeance on you," Alexander stated. "What do you mean?" Scar was confused. "I have my eyes and ears everywhere, Scar. Do you remember every person you have killed till now?" Alexander asked him. "Why should I? All of them were murderers with their hands soaked in the blood of countless Ishvalan men, women, and children," Scar proudly replied. "Even the two doctors who were helping the Ishvalans while ignoring their orders. Yuri Rockbell and Sarah Rockbell. Remember now," Alexander reminded him. The Elric brothers and Hohenheim realized where he was getting to. But it was Winry who was shocked the most. "He killed Winry's parents," Edward muttered. Winry's eyes were twitching as she looked at Scar with hatred. "He killed my parents." "Indeed he did. Now tell me, Scar. Should the daughter of those two doctors be allowed to kill you in revenge?" Alexander asked him. His words had much more weight in Scar's mind now. Scar looked at Winry. He was out of words for a while. "Do it, kill me if that makes you happy. I will not fight you. They were innocent people who refused their orders and saved everyone, be it an Amastrian or Ishvalan. I indeed killed them and it was wrong. But I have no apologies to make, I have no words to say that can provide you solace." Winry cried in Edward's arms. "Before you judge me, know that I didn't want to kill them. In the war, my people were slaughtered mercilessly. I thought I could fight but I was foolish. My brother died trying to save me. I would have also died if it wasn't for your parents. They healed my wounds and saved me. But when I woke up, I was still in too much shock. The first people I saw were your parents who had Amastrian features. Without any thought, I poured my rage on them." Scar lifted his hand to show the tattoos. "With my brother's arm, I vowed to kill all Amastrian alchemists. So the countless fallen Ishvalans can rest in peace." Scar finished speaking. Winry was not making any noise now. But she still had a face full of disdain for Scar. "You are a pathetic man. I want to kill you, but I can't. My parents gave you your life and I have no right to take them." She sat down after that, in Edward's arms. Alexander started speaking then, "End this cycle of hatred, Scar. I have already brought all mistreated Ishvalans to justice. Soon, both Bradley and the main instigators will be brought to justice. I'm even giving Ishval back to Ishvalans. They will also receive help from the country to rebuild their homes again. They will not have to hide or run anywhere anymore. Do not sullen the memory of your own brother by using his hand to cause mass murder. The dead may never return to life but those who are alive can get a better life. Remember, Scar, the people of Amestris were also fooled by Bradley and his puppet master. The fate of Amastricians was planned to be worse than Ishvalans. They were all to die and be turned into a philosopher's stone and their souls forever to be stuck in agony in that stone," Alexander explained. Scar looked conflicted. His resolve to kill Bradley was not to be shaken so easily. Pop. From behind Scar, a little girl came with 2 buns on her head. On her shoulder was a little panda. Alexander was pleasantly shocked. He was always welcome to kids. "Oh, what do we have here?" But the girl was far too focused on Edward and Alphonse. She looked at the two one by one. Then she ran towards them. My Prince Charming. I'm finally here. She jumped for a hug. And she did hug her target, which was Hohenheim. Despite being 450 years old, Hohenheim looked middle-aged at best and also very handsome. Ah, my Edward Elric. I have heard so much about you. She started blabbering. Hohenheim patted her head. I'm not Edward. He is. I'm his father. May looked towards the boy being pointed. What? But. He's so small. Oh, my hopes and dreams. She cried while punching the ground. Look at yourself first, tiny girl, Edward barked. Meanwhile, the little panda on May's shoulder had jumped towards Alexander as most animals would instantly trust him with all their heart. In Xiaomei's mind, now Alexander was at the top of the food chain. May got more gloomy when she saw this. Oh no, even Xiaomei has abandoned me. Ha ha ha, you came all the way from Xing just to see Edward? Alexander asked her. Oh no, I came here to find a way for my mission. I have been tasked with finding a way to raise the social standing of the poor, downtrodden Chang clan in the eyes of the emperor and have embarked on this journey to discover and present my father with the secret to immortality. She revealed. Oh, so you're after immortality. Just like how the corrupt people of Central Command were. Child, let me warn you, life and death are a part of the natural order of things. If you try to break this order and cheat death, nothing good comes out of it. For a species to develop, a change is a must. If the emperor becomes immortal and rules for eternity, there will be no change. Instead, the immortal emperor will get bored and soon start playing with the lives of people for entertainment. Alexander advised May. She heard him while blinking her eyes. Don't worry, child, this trip of yours will not go unfruitful. I will make your clan my exclusive dealer of technological instruments of your country. You will be able to sell cars, tractors for farming, and many more technologies. This will make your clan rich and influential. He proposed. May had been in Amestris for a while now and was amazed by their technology. Especially the farming technology. She wanted to take a tractor with her but it was too big and heavy. But now, she can't just take the technology, but also sell it and make a profit. This was a big deal. She went to Alexander and shook his hand funnily. Deal accepted. Haha, just call me Grandpa. He patted her head. He looked at Winry. Let me cheer you all on first and then go and take care of father now. I need to assure people that they are safe or they will probably start a revolt. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 577. Final goodbyes. One thing Alexander knew was that abrupt goodbyes hurt very much. When you suddenly lose someone without being able to say goodbye, when you suddenly find out that the person you used to see every day will never be speaking now hurts a lot. So, he took out an item from his dimensional pocket that he had not used in a lot of time. It was the Resurrection Stone. It doesn't really resurrect anyone, but it does give you the chance to say one last goodbye. Winry, look up, Alexander said and called the spirits of Winry's parents. Two blue lights came out of the ring and took the forms of two individuals, one male and one female. Their faces looked so kind that it was unbelievable that someone could muster enough hatred to kill them. Winry looked shocked while staring at the two figures. She still remembered their faces from the last time she saw them leaving for the war. Mom. Dad. She voiced with her already hoarse voice from all the crying. Winry. Our little Winry. Sarah Rockbell, Winry's mother, called her name kindly. It was a spirit so it couldn't touch her but she still went closer to her face. Don't cry, my lovely daughter. Look how big you have gotten, and beautiful too. Yuri Rockbell, Winry's father, also joined. Yes, Winry. Don't cry. What's happened has happened, you cannot lament it forever. Life must go on. We are in the heavens and live here. God Universe allowed us to meet you one last time so we can properly say goodbye to you. Winry cried, even louder than before. But, eventually, she calmed down after being patted by Edward for a while. Mom, Dad, Grandma is fine. She has taught me automail engineering. I am very proficient in it now. She started telling them about her daily life. Ah. You have grown so much. What about a boyfriend, did you find one yet? Her mother asked. Winry's face turned red as she glanced at Edward. Her mother saw this movement and chuckled. Haha, oh, Edward, you have grown so big, Alphonse too. I'm happy that you're taking care of Winry. She said. Mom, it's me who usually takes care of them. They are too reckless. Winry complained. Well, boys are like that, Winry. I remember the first time I met your mother was because I was recklessly climbing a tree and fell on her when she was passing from under the branch. Her father said. Fine, boys are stupid you mean. She huffed, making everyone chuckle. Alexander had to make sure he didn't keep the spirits with him for too long because it would make them go crazy. Winry's mother saw Alexander nodding at her, so she understood what it meant. Sweetie, listen. Mom and Dad are proud of you. Don't worry about us, we are living in heaven comfortably. You take care of yourself, okay? Edward, take care of my little daughter, will you? She said. Edward flustered but managed to reply, I will, ma'am. With that, the two figures again disappeared. After that, Alexander called for Trisha Elric. The kind-looking woman's spirit materialized in front of everyone. All three, Edward, Alphonse, and Hohenheim, were left speechless. Trisha. Hohenheim called her. Mom, the two brothers added. Trisha smiled at them and spoke, I'm happy that you are fine, even though you had a very rough childhood. I'm sorry I couldn't stay by your side, Ed and Al. No, Mother. It wasn't your fault. Alphonse said. Hohenheim nodded and said, it should be me who should apologize, Trisha. I promised to you that we would die together. But I wasn't even there to support you in your worst time. Trisha went closer to her husband, don't say that, we both know why you went away. You cared about us and that was why you were ready to fight for us. You have suffered enough, even in such a long life, you never had a moment of peace. I wish for you to settle down now. Be the father Ed and Al always wanted you to be. You will have to be their father and mother both, as I was their mother and father both. Be happy, dear. A smile suits you. Why else would I fall for some nobody who appeared out of nowhere in my village? She jokingly said. Hohenheim smiled, yes, I promise to be the best parent for them. But I must defeat the dwarf first. Trisha chuckled, you literally have a god walking among you. Why would you have to fight? Dear, trust me when I tell you to trust God Universe. He is the solution to all your problems. You mean, he's really a god? Hohenheim asked. Of course, everyone in the heaven knows about him. He's very high in the god hierarchy. You should respect him. She advised him. Then she turned towards her two sons. She wanted to hug them but it was futile. My two goofballs. I love you so much. Ed, I've seen you still avoid drinking milk. If you keep doing this, how will you grow? She asked. Come on Mom, anything but talking about milk. Its smell makes me want to puke. Edward barked. Ha ha ha. You didn't change at all. Trisha started laughing. Alphonse, meanwhile, nearly teared up. I miss you, Mom. Mom, forgive us we harmed you even after you had left. That day, we made you stuck in that corpse. Edward said with a grief-stricken face. But suddenly, Alphonse jumped up, no brother. That was not Mother. I remember every that happens that day when I saw the truth. It was me inside that corpse. I remember seeing your face, you were calling for me. It shocked Edward who had continuously thought that he caused more pain to his mother by doing that transmutation. It was a constant mental strain on him. On top of that, he also blamed himself for Alphonse losing his body. Bam. That is why you don't go directly to practicing without complete theoretical knowledge. Alexander reprimanded them. Trisha agreed, indeed. But I guess you have learned your lesson now. I hope you will not do something foolish like that again. I will make sure of that, Trisha, Hohenheim added. After a few more minutes of talking, this reunion also ended. It was an emotional yet satisfying goodbye. Now, they all would not be regretting over something for the rest of their lives. Only Scar was left and Alexander did call his brother's soul. It then turned out to be a full angry lecture for Scar. How can you use my arm for killing so many people? Many of them didn't even have anything to do with the Ishval civil war. He reprimanded Scar. But they are alchemists, they are heathens. Scar argued. Shut up, you yourself are using alchemy to kill people. If they are heathens, then what are you? A demon. He asked Scar. Listen, you have destroyed enough lives, if I were in your place, I would have gone to find the Ishvalans in exile and help them with my power. Yet you chose the path of vengeance that gives you nothing but more sorrow. He was reprimanded for his actions and using alchemy to hurt people. Eventually, he calmed down and said goodbye. Scar mostly stayed quiet the whole time. Okay, it's time to catch the bad men. Let's go. Alexander shouted and led the way out. A/N, hey, guys. I am on my way home. I will be traveling so I can only write one chapter. So, there will only be one chapter today and tomorrow. After that, I will resume to normal schedule. Thank you for reading. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 578, 578. Armored People. He went straight to the residence of Bradley, directly under which the lair of Father was situated. Alexander had dealt with all bad elements, so there were no traitors anymore. Alexander called all the good guys to the Central Command headquarters. Inside the office, all the remaining good men sat. There weren't many left anyway. Okay, listen to me. This father guy is sitting in his humongous lair under the central city. From there, his tunnels span all around Amestris. General Armstrong, with your men, you will destroy all tunnels exiting the central city in north and west. General Grumman, with your men, you will do the same with east and south. No matter what happens, he cannot escape under any circumstances, because if he does, then he will restart his plan in some other country. He will die today, no matter what, and for this, all of you need to be attentive and ready to fight all the time. Got it? He asked. They all saluted him and got to work. Rest of you, come with me to the underground. He ordered. Hohenheim started briefing them on Father's abilities. He is very fast, and consider that he knows everything whenever you engage with him. He can use alchemy by avoiding the matrix. He can also take away your alchemy as it is flawed. But do not worry, I can work as a deterrent to his alchemy blockade. Alexander was just silent the whole time. He didn't really have to do much to win this fight. Everyone underestimated him too much. Alexander got Bradley and made him lead the way to the main lair of Father. When Alexander, Dobby, Ragnarok, Hohenheim, Edward, Alphonse, Mustang, and others reached the place, they saw a man exactly looking like Hohenheim sitting on a high chair. We meet again, Hohenheim. The men greeted. Indeed we do, and it will be the last time. Hohenheim was already in the mood to fight. Alexander stepped forward. Come down here, let's decide your fate. Father was shocked by being treated like this. Ha ha ha, Hohenheim, you really did a remarkable job in making a homunculus. He was too confident. He had sensed the seamless power inside Alexander but mistook him for a homunculus. That is not a homunculus, and I just met him a few days ago. Hohenheim clarified. Father was left speechless. But then he remembered something. Ah, then you must be that ant, General Universe. You have spoiled my 400 years of planning. I won't let you get away so easily. Meanwhile, Alexander was having a different thought. Why does he look so calm? Ha ha ha, you must be wondering why I am not seething in rage. Well, because I want to thank you. Before, I was just going to sacrifice Amestris and get one big philosopher's stone. But, now I can have two, even after forgetting the Amestris one. Father said smugly. He was taking pride in his moment of feeling that he outsmarted Alexander and everyone else. It hit everyone. Amestris wasn't the only country where he was making an underground transmutation circle. He had also made such circles under Krita and Erugo too. Ha ha ha. I have already ordered them to start the transmutation circle. Thank you, General Universe. With just one stone, I would have become a god. But with this many, I will become even greater than God. Father laughed evilly. Alexander, Ajax, Hats, Ragnarok, Dobby, Iroh, and Leonidas face-bombed. No matter which world they go to, they always find a fanatic who wants to become a god when they don't even know what being a god really means. What will you do after becoming a god? Hats inquired. A talking cat, amusing. Well, you all will be dying first of all. Then I will rule this world and learn the entire truth of the universe. I will sacrifice the whole world if I have to, but I will, in the end, break the shackles that you mortals live your lives in. Father said. Aha, sure, man, you are one dumb guy. Seriously, you still can't feel anything radiating from the six of us? Hats asked. Pop. Kachak Kachak. Douglas appeared with his weapon of choice. Tell me, who am I to cut? Here comes another fanatic. Hats muttered to himself. Calm down, Douglas, Alexander told him. But Father felt a bit threatened when Douglas came because usually, unlike Alexander, Douglas doesn't suppress his angelic aura. Father really felt threatened by the big scissor-like sword too. Alexander then spoke directly to Father after reading his sins. Father aka Dwarf in the Flask, category. Murder, 3,215. Indirect murder, 6,798. Murder by experimenting, 500. Kidnapped and killed babies, 625. Theft, 4,668. Torturing, 1,565. Plotting against God, since the creation. Attempted murder, 169,456. Sin percentage, 96%. You are mistaken if you think your plan will succeed. I have my people in all these kingdoms, and the moment you told me your plan, it was doomed. They have destroyed your transmutation circle by now. All of them, Alexander revealed with a smile. Father's eyes widened as he closed his eyes and tried to communicate with Pride, one of his homunculi. He found out what had happened. The transmutation circle in the form of the tunnel had its various parts collapsed for some reason. It was now impossible to do it. He again opened his eyes. Now they were bloodshot red and there was anger. Gone was his gentleman's aura that he was trying to maintain. You. I will kill you all. He shouted, and with a loud sound, various doors opened around them. Alexander looked around and saw lots of humanoid beings. They all had a white and red body with one big eye on their forehead. They seemed soulless as he could not detect any thoughts in them. Hohenheim was disgusted as he knew what they were. How can you be so cruel? You created soulless lesser homunculus. So many people you killed. Haha, all humans of Amestris are my property. Anyway, lots of them were people that the military themselves killed. Ishvalans too. Father said with an amusing smile. He chuckled after seeing the reactions of Scar, Mustang, and Major Armstrong. Kill them, he ordered more than 100,000 lesser homunculus to attack them. But, before Alexander could even wave his hand and stop everything, out of nowhere, tens of humans appeared. They were wearing steel armor, covering their full bodies and heads. They had laser blasters in their hands and a jetpack on their backs. They flew around and shot at all the lesser homunculus. One by one, most of the lesser homunculus were shot down by laser beams. It was too advanced for the people of the current era, and it shocked most of them there. Who are you all? Alexander asked them as he felt he had seen such people before. Suddenly, one of them appeared in front of Alexander and kneeled. Ishvala, we are here to support you in ridding this world of demons like these. Alexander had a hunch where these people were from by what they called him. Why? Then, in a sync, all of them said something that made Alexander nearly choke on his saliva. This is the way. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 579. Publicly defeated. What have I created? Alexander asked himself. But, he quickly realized why this happened. He had left 2 T-800 droids to teach these people everything. Now, they did teach them what they thought would be able to protect them. Are they even Ishvalans now, he wondered. Didn't your religion tell you not to kill anyone? Alexander asked. It did, but your teachings helped us move on from our flawed teachings. Now, we have vowed to protect the innocents and punish the evil. We do not hold prejudice against anyone anymore. In fact, we created this armor using alchemy. We combined alchemy and alkahestry from Xing with the help of some travelers. Then, we used it to refine fine metal that can even take a bullet without getting damaged. Our new motto is, we work in the dark and light to serve mankind with our open arms and a blaster on the belt strapped tight. Oh no, I turned them from religious fanatics to murderers, Alexander said to himself, and quickly checked the sins of these knockoff Mandalorians. Then he breathed a sigh of relief. None of them were sinners yet, meaning he could still do something to not let them commit crimes. Okay, we will talk later. Tell your people to stand down, I will handle everything here. He ordered. Then, he clapped his hands. A bluish shockwave went out from the clap and destroyed the lesser homunculus. They were already empty husks without any soul, so he didn't have to worry about killing them. In a second, all the lesser homunculus got burnt to nothingness. Once again, there was silence in the room. You have no idea what a god truly is. How powerful he truly can be. For 400 years, you caused so many deaths and tormented countless people. It is time you feel what God's punishment is like. Alexander started walking towards Father. He lifted his hand and showed a small shining dot on it. A god is not just some strong being who has the power to defeat everyone. No, he has the power to create. That is why he's also known as the Creator. As he finished speaking, on Alexander's palm, the white light expanded and turned into a ball-sized sun. A god doesn't just have the power to create, but also control to whom, where and what happens, Alexander said, and instantly the sun in his palm turned into a supernova. But do you know what happens to those who do not understand these basic things and still try to become a god? They get sucked into the void to become a part of nothingness, as their life was never valued to be more than that. The supernova turned into a dark black hole. Father truly felt scared at that moment, regretting even confronting Alexander. You can't even be compared to that guy, Truth. How can you even imagine yourself turning into a god? Remember one thing, action speaks louder than words. Your actions made you a demon, and in my dictionary, demons can't become gods, ever. With this line, he was standing in front of Father. Bam. Alexander's hand touched Father's face. Sad that sinners of your caliber get their soul erased from time and space instead of getting tortured. But I guess this is a punishment on its own, as once you are erased, you will be forgotten from the vast multiverse. That means that your existence was meant to be nothing. Bam asterisk. Alexander backhandedly slapped him so hard he passed all the upward layers of the buildings and reached the surface. Hohenheim, you stay here. If people see that you look like him, they might end up confusing you with him later. He advised and flew up. Ragnarok, Dobby, Iroh, and Leo, you go around and inspect the whole tunnel system. Everyone else, follow me. Alexander ordered everyone. Well, he had the authority to do it. Even though he was not officially made the Führer, he was already that in everyone's mind. Alexander jumped out of the underground lair and reached the open ground of the Central Command. Let me show you to the whole world. But I need to shave your beard first. Can't keep you looking like Elric Brothers' father. Alexander muttered and called Douglas. Douglas, shave his beard. Be careful, don't cut his neck. He ordered. Douglas breathed heavily as if he was having an orgasm. After all, this was the first time Alexander had asked him to use his weapon and abilities to do something. Haha, yes, finally, my work is appreciated. Douglas laughed and cut father's beard with his scissors. Alexander sighed and shook his head. This kid, he needs to find another hobby or get some work. Once father started looking different, Alexander dragged him toward the crowded street square. Whistle. Listen, everyone. Look here. He shouted. Quickly, all the people stopped and gathered around Alexander. See this man, he is the one I was talking about. He is the one who wanted to sacrifice you all, and as I promised, I have caught him and brought him here to punish him. Right in front of you. He announced. Soon, the crowd got bigger and bigger. So, for everyone to see, Alexander waved his hand and suddenly, the ground where people stood became a big amphitheater with him in the center. This was also a small show of power for Alexander. This man here has a philosopher's stone inside him. Inside that stone, many souls of people of Xerxes are stuck. Now, I will be releasing them. Alexander said and grabbed his throat. Father groaned, but he couldn't overpower Alexander. He tried to stop Alexander's alchemy, but it wasn't even alchemy, so there was no way. Alexander did his magic and released the souls trapped in his body. With loud screams and wailing, the souls poured out of his body and flew to the sky. People also got scared from this as they crouched down. The souls kept on pouring out. Father had used around a few thousand of these to create his homunculus, but there were still more than 400,000 souls in there. While the souls were going to the sky, they were even cursing their murder. Little by little, Father's body started to become thinner. It was as if he had lost all the body mass. Now there was just a frail, malnourished man. The body was, after all, just a vessel for the dwarf and the flask to exist outside the flask. No, don't kill me. Please. God, please, I am sorry. I just wanted to be like you. Powerful and free, the dwarf's original voice came this time. Sorry, mercy is only given to those who have committed sins that are redeemable. What you did is far from that. Alexander said and used his eye of judgment on him to remove his existence from space and time. He will be forgotten in all alternate universes except the one where Alexander was. In some universes, Dwarf and Flask never existed, in some, he existed but disappeared, and in some, Hohenheim never left home because of the dwarf, as he didn't exist. Instead, Hohenheim stayed at home and took care of his family. His wife also didn't die because he was able to cure her. Edward and Alphonse lived in a happy family there. Winry's parents also never died because there was never an Ishval war. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 580. Some promotions and some blessings. While Alexander dealt with the wannabe gods, Leonidas went with Ajax and Ragnarok in one team and Dobby and Iroh in another went to look for the remaining 2 homunculus. Dobby and Iroh found Sloth and it was an easy kill. Well, anything was an easy kill for them. Pride was found by Ragnarok team. But, they all felt weird hitting a kid. What was more shocking was that the kid was actually the son of Bradley. Hey, surrender now, that wannabe god is probably dead by now, Leonidas told him. But Pride chuckled in pride, hee, if he is dead then I will become the god. I will finish what he started. Bam. Gender equal age ignoring punch, Ajax shouted as he punched Pride in the head. Ajax was a kid too, so he had no reservations about hurting a kid. Dad, he's 300 years old. Don't be fooled by his looks. Ajax shouted. Now, because of Ajax's punch, the body of Pride burst into a dark shadow-like being with lots of eyes. Well, he doesn't even look like a kid now, Ragnarok muttered. He opened his mouth wide and breathed strongly. He was spewing fire and burning the shadow-like creature to nothingness. Well, I guess we are done now. Let's get Alex to become the Führer as soon as possible so I can start my mining projects. Ragnarok muttered as if nothing happened. Leonidas picked Ajax on his shoulders and they walked out of the tunnel system while destroying it. When they came out to find Alexander, all they could see was Alexander in the middle of a crowd and people cheering his name. Haha, no matter where he goes, Dad becomes their favorite. I guess our job is near completion in this world now. Leonidas said. Yeah, you are right. Dobby appeared from behind. Ajax suddenly jumped down from Leonidas' shoulder. Dad, I'm going to find my friends. See you later. Meanwhile, Alexander was busy giving a speech. My people, the evil has been defeated. Now, it's time to prosper, it is time to move forward, imagine and invent. I can guarantee you that I will not let any corruption bud in Amestris. I had found out that these evildoers were purposely stopping any kind of technological advancements from happening. They didn't want you all to travel the world and learn the truth that the alchemy of Amestris was flawed, something that's not the case in Xing, where alchemy was also spread at the same time it did here. I will also be changing the political structure of our country so corrupt people can't take power in their hands. Be sure to keep an eye on the Amestris daily newspaper. I am also declaring today as Victory Day because today is the day Amestris defeated her biggest enemy and ushered into a new era. Alexander changed the mood of the whole crowd from worried to excited. All the things Alexander said resonated with the worries of the people as they also didn't want to face such danger again. Alexander waved his hand at them and got off the stage and headed directly to his office with everyone else. Soon, there was a big crowd in his office. Hohenheim was also there with his sons. There was not enough space for everyone to sit, so Alexander simply removed all furniture except one table for himself. First of all, Edward Elric and Alphonse Elric, the military is no place for you two. You are honorably discharged from the military. You will receive a normal pension from now on. You two will now attend and also teach at the new Alchemy Institute I am opening for the general public. Now, coming to everyone else. I will be changing Amestris from being a military state to a democratic state. Creta, Erugo, Drachma, and the whole of the eastern desert will now be a part of the new United States of Ames Trisha. It will be the land of free. Also, I will be creating a group that various countries can join to receive economic benefits in terms of ease of doing business and many more things. It will be called the Economical Union. However, this union will only exist for 25 years because in the long term it won't be very much helpful. Any questions? Alexander asked. General Grumman spoke. You haven't even become the Führer yet, how are you going to implement these? What do you mean? Do you want to become the Führer? Okay, I am ready to give up my position if you can guarantee me that you will be able to uplift the country and not just keep it as it was before. Can you guarantee there will be no more corruption? Alexander inquired. Cough. Can you promise that? Grumman asked back. Haha, 100%. I can even give it to you in writing with my signatures. Can you also do it? Alexander asked. This shut up everyone in the room. Hohenheim and Mustang just sighed at that. They knew Alexander was a god, so how can they question him? Good, now, Mustang, you are promoted to become the general of the army. You will be handling the Amestris army under me. You will be the highest military rank but also my subordinate. From now on, the Führer will not be the head of state, it will be the president. He announced. Of course, Mustang was happy with this promotion. General Armstrong, you will be the head of internal affairs, meaning that you will be taking care of all the civilian problems occurring in the country. General Grumman, you will be retiring. General Hughes, you will first go to your home and hug your daughter and then head the Department of Foreign Affairs. Your duty is to create friendly ties with other countries around the world. He commanded. Hughes saluted and spoke. Sir, can I complete the first task right now? Alexander chuckled. Yes, you may go home and hug your family. Hughes only needed that and he vanished from the spot. So, Alexander continued. Dobby, as always, you will be my right hand as the vice president. Iro, you will be heading the agriculture department. Your job is to eradicate hunger from the world. Leonidas, you will be the head of finance and economics. My dear wife, you will be the head of the Department of Health. I believe you know what you need to do. Riza Hawkeye, you are promoted to the rank of colonel and are to be a direct subordinate of Mustang. Alexander winked at Riza while saying that and he wasn't even trying to hide the wink, making her turn a bit red. I guess that's it, Alexander concluded. Cough. Ragnarok coughed loudly. Alexander was also messing around. Yes, Ragnarok will be the head of the Department of Mining and Industry. Your job is to complete the material requirements of the USA's budding manufacturing industry. Ragnarok smiled happily. Then, Alexander looked at Hohenheim. You have lived a life of sorrow all this while. I will release all souls trapped in you and also give you another 50 years of life. Your job is to live with your sons, see them get married and play with your grandsons. Alexander told him. Hohenheim was thinking that he would be dying soon, but this was a huge change. He always wanted to find a cure for himself so he could turn human again and grow old with his family. Finally, now he will be able to do that. He fell on his knees as if his legs lost power. Edward and Alphonse quickly rushed to hold him. Dad. Are you okay? Alphonse asked worriedly. Hohenheim lifted his head and there was a smile. I am fine, my sons. In fact, I am happy. After that, Alexander released all the souls trapped inside him as he did with the dwarf. But, surprisingly, the souls thanked Hohenheim for treating them so nicely before disappearing. Once done, Alexander patted Hohenheim's shoulder. Welcome back to being immortal. Hohenheim smiled and stood up, thank you for blessing me. This was the first time that someone was happy to become immortal. Normally it was the other way around. Alexander chuckled at that. Haha, go now, go with your sons to the home where you never got to live happily. So, when are you getting married with Winry? Ajax suddenly asked Edward. This changed the emotional and depressed mood of the room to full of laughter. Edward turned red and ran after Ajax. You little brat. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 581. Daddy's home. Knock knock. It was a moment Hughes had been waiting for a long time. When he was shot by envy, he had thought he'd never get to see his family again. But, he was grateful to a certain God for being present there and helping him. At least wait for them to open the door before you cry, Alexander said as he stood behind Hughes. I just can't contain the excitement, Hughes said while crying. Alexander just sighed and stood back. Soon, the door opened. Daddy, even before Alicia opened the door, she was calling for him. She had been doing this every time someone comes to their place. She expects her dad to appear at any moment. And this was the moment. AWWWW, my Alicia, my honeypot, my little angel. Daddy is back. Hughes quickly hugged his daughter in his arms. Alicia seemed shocked though as she was not expecting it really to be her dad. But after 3 seconds, she started crying loudly. Daddy, where were you? I missed you so much. Mommy said you would never come back but I knew our secret. Sniff, will you stay now, Daddy? She cried with a runny nose. Hughes patted her back and kissed her on the cheeks. Yes, Daddy is here to stay now. Yay. She cheered and again hugged him tightly. He picked her up and went inside the house. Gracia, where are you? Oh, Mommy is in her room. She's sleeping. She said she feels bad in the head. Alicia told him. She hasn't been able to get out of the shock it seems, Alexander deduced and walked in. Hello, little Alicia. He spoke. Alicia looked at him carefully. Who are you? I am Grandpa Universe. I am your dad's boss. You know what, Alicia? I am giving your dad a big holiday. He will take you out on a long trip now. Alexander said. I am. Hughes asked as he had no knowledge of this plan. Alicia's face lit up with that revelation. Soon, due to the commotion, Gracia also came out of her room. But then she just stood there while looking at Hughes. Then she rubbed her eyes to make sure she was not hallucinating. I'm real, Gracia. I'm back. Hughes greeted her. But, how can it be so easy to accept that the person you loved so much, whom you knew had died now had suddenly been revived? Mommy, didn't I tell you? Daddy is back now and Grandpa says we can go on a big holiday. Let's pack bags, Alicia excitedly explained in little detail. But, how? Gracia's face was still in shock. I really died that day. And I would have stayed dead if it were not for the old man here. He saved me and helped me get stronger. We had found out the plot of Bradley and I needed to go into hiding for a while. Hughes explained to her. He played a big part in defeating the enemies, Alexander said, trying to make it less of a problem for Hughes to explain. Is this true? Gracia asked as tears rolled down her cheeks. Hughes nodded only and in an instant, Gracia was hugging him. I'm sorry I made you sad. Hughes apologized. Meanwhile, Alexander was in front of little Alicia. Hey, little one. I got lots of presents for you because you've been a very good girl all this time. You kept the secret. Alicia puffed her chest out as she replied, of course, I will become a soldier like Daddy when I grow up. Alexander's heart melted from the cuteness. He patted her head and waved his hand. In an instant, all kinds of toys appeared in their boxes. All of these are for you. Whoa. Really? She asked. With his nod of affirmations, she jumped to grab a box and started opening it. By now, Hughes and his wife had calmed down a bit. Honey, where will we keep all this? Gracia asked seeing the pile of presents. Don't worry, I was promoted so we will be moving into a bigger and more open house soon, Hughes told her. Daddy, look, I got a gun. Alicia pointed a Nerf gun at him. Whoa, my Alicia is a spy now. Hughes dotted on her. Evilman, stay back. Bang, she shot it. As nobody expected, it hit the baby makers of Hughes. Although Nerf guns were mostly unharmful, the family jewels were also the weakest part of the body. Hugh sat down while holding his crotch and his face sweating. Ah, Gracia, I think we should give Alicia another sibling before Alicia decides the fate of my manhood. Alexander laughed heartily and left the family alone. He deserved this holiday. Alexander went to the underground jail from there. Bradley was still alive. So, Alexander decided to end him too and finish this whole chapter. Bradley knew that he could not run away now. Not after seeing father being manhandled like a child and eventually getting destroyed so easily. Bradley had no ambitions now and simply waited for what was to come now. He could not feel the connection with his siblings anymore, so that would only mean he was the last of homunculus remaining. Once face to face, Alexander announced his punishment after reading his sins. King Bradley aka Wrath, category. Murder, 45. Indirect murder, 2,779. Kidnapping. Attempted murder, 4,789. Sin percentage, 80%. Any last words? Alexander asked. Bradley nodded. Since my creation until now, everything about me and my life was planned by father. The only choice I ever made without any outer influence was to marry my wife. Can you make it so she doesn't get sad after I'm gone? She wouldn't just lose her husband but also will be losing her son. Alexander sighed. You have my word. Honestly, you seemed like a nice guy at first. I would have loved to meet the Bradley not controlled by the dwarf. Alexander disintegrated him for eternal hell and ended the whole homunculus and philosopher's stone debacle. Hell. Deadpool was not on the entry booth anymore. He had been promoted to become the floor manager of Category 4 punishments. He now had a nice office, overlooking the vast area where all kinds of punishments were given to the people. Knock knock. Boss, there is another Category 4. Deadpool's assistant said. Ah, my sexy old man has been sending too many Category 4 it seems. Okay, show me the file. King Bradley, murderer, hypocrite. Give him a standard boiling oil bath and then a full night course. Then make him the head of his prisoner block. He has military experience, it will be helpful. He ordered and got back to reading his book. Where do you want to put these? Darth Vader asked him. He was being made to organize Deadpool's library, which only consisted of photo albums filled with photos of Vanessa, Gaia, Lady Death, and Alexander. He took Alexander's photos secretly though. Ah, that one is for the top 100 jerk-off-worthy photos of my sexy old man. Put them in the glass showcase. Vader looked at the books in disgust and levitated them to put them in the glass showcase with lights and glitter. Hey, don't sigh about my choices, emo boy. I'm still better than you. Seriously, if I were in your place and had a hot chick like Padme in love with me, I'd have given Palpatine a nice anal with my lightsaber and then would have spent my life on Naboo with the beauty doing hanky-panky. You'd have completed the prophecy and also gotten the girl that way. Deadpool barked at Vader, who simply ignored him as he had gotten used to his ramblings. But deep down, even Vader had been thinking about his whole life and the choices he made. What he could have done differently. A/N, hey guys. A good news and a bad news. I just bought a new PC today. But I was only able to write one chapter because of that. So, there will be one chapter today and tomorrow. One chapter because I write chapters in pairs and they have continuity in them. I cannot mess up the order. So, I thank you for being patient in advance. Thank you for reading. Special thanks to Douglas Flower Umar Latif. Thank you for your support. Chapter 582. Gold Lovers. Alexander had some more loose ends to tie before he started his work as the president. He needed to handle the girl from Xing and another guy he was told about that was locked up inside the prison. He was the same guy out of whom Greed Homunculus was taken out. Alexander had thought that the guy must have died as his soul was shattered with the Philosopher's Stone. But he was wrong, somehow, even with the Philosopher's Stone in his body, his own soul stayed to retain some control. It was an amazing feat that not many could hope to achieve. He quickly freed him and organized a meeting with all the Xing tourists. So, you all entered illegally, Alexander spoke. This scared them all a bit. Oh, we didn't mean to. We just lost our way in the desert. Calm down, I'm not going to punish you. In fact, I am going to go with you to Xing. I'm not going to judge your country's culture but what kind of king marries 50 women from 50 families that run the country and then make his hundreds of kids fight for the throne. He even sent you to find a way to become immortal. All I know is that as long as such traditions are kept ongoing, your country will never advance and maybe in the future it will end up being taken over by some other nearby country. We are in a new era now, long gone the days when kings ruled their kingdoms. This is the era of globalization. Alexander said in length. Globalization. What is that? May asked him. Oh, globalization means the speed up of movements and exchanges of human beings, goods, and services, capital, technologies or cultural practices all over the planet. One of the effects of globalization is that it promotes and increases interactions between different regions and populations around the globe. So, your country needs to adopt a policy that makes it friendly to other countries. But, as your emperor is dying, I don't think there will be much political stability for a long time to come. Alexander said. His worries were acceptable as Mei and Ling knew this was the case. They were not even the eldest children of the emperor and knew what kind of mess the ones in the top would make if it came to full-on fight for the throne. Then what do you propose we should do? Ling Yao asked. Simple, let the emperor die, then I will use some secret means to make you two the ruling monarchs, but you two will not be ruling the country literally. What your rule will be called a constitutional monarchy. Constitutional monarchy is a system of government in which a monarch shares power with a constitutionally organized government. The monarch may be the de facto head of state or a purely ceremonial leader. The constitution allocates the rest of the government's power to the legislature and judiciary. Alexander explained it to them. This was totally new to them after all. This means we will be emperor and empress just in name. Well, if this can benefit Qing, then I see no problem. Ling breathed. Alexander nodded. The best party of this monarchy is that you and your descendants will be royalties for as long as your family line exists. So, after this, Alexander went with the prince and princess of Qing. He passed as the super-rich businessman from the land far west. To their luck, by the time they reached the country, the emperor was already dead and the various factions were fighting to support their prince to become the king. None of the kids really loved the emperor as he was mostly busy either with his harem or coughing due to his bad health. The kids instead felt more like a family with their caretakers and bodyguards. Alexander got to work and announced that a big tournament will occur. The winner will win 1,000,000 gold coins and the seat to become the emperor. It was supposed to happen in front of the commoners. This way, when someone loses and still tries to fight, they won't find public support. Of course, Alexander had made Ling and Mei powerful with his power. Though he only made them strong temporarily as too much power corrupts. He still made Mei more powerful than Ling as he felt that the girl wouldn't be going bad considering her love interest was Alphonse. After a Chinese-styled contest, the end fight was a draw between Ling Yao and Mei Chang. The two won the money and the right to become the next monarchs. Of course, many other princes and their factions didn't agree to the result and tried to create a problem. They were simply publicly shamed and thrown into jail, with their whole property and money confiscated to help people and set up the new government. Alexander then left behind one seraph to advise the two new monarchs and also help set up elections and frame a nice constitution that would be in harmony with the constitution of Amestris. Alexander returned after that as he himself had the stuff to deal with back in Amestris. Dabi, how are the Ishvalans reacting to everything? Alexander inquired. Boss, they are still a bit skeptical about everything. But, most of them have agreed to resettle on their land. But, to not repeat the past mistakes, it won't be an exclusive zone. I am trying to settle Ishvalans all around the country as well as settling normal Amestrians in the land where Ishval used to be. Only when they feel included in the normal population will things go to normal. Dabi reported. Good, what about those knockoff Mandalorians? Alexander asked. They have been good. They are patrolling the streets of Central and stopping all kinds of crimes. They are also teaching the normal Ishvalans that hating alchemists is wrong. Dabi said. Alexander sighed, well, I guess they are doing a good job. Let them be, we will deal with them later. Right now, the world's purity is at 70%. There is a rise in people using alchemy and also some cases of people trying to transmute humans to make philosopher's stone. I expected this. We need new stick laws and to implement them. Alexander decided. So, they focused on this. 5 years was the time needed to create a constitution, a judiciary, laws regulating alchemy and setting up elections. In the past 5 years, Alexander became widely popular as the father of USA, United States of Ames Trisha. They even had his face on the banknotes of the new currency called dollar. Alexander was blatantly copying stuff from his original world because he knew that these things do work. Economic and scientific boom had turned the whole economical union zone the wealthiest in the world. Qing was also not far behind. It was now a democratic country but with its huge population, they had become the biggest industrial hub. 5 years later. Alexander sat in his office. Hughes was in front of him, reporting on his new task of setting up a United Nations organization. But Alexander had made it a bit different. In his original world, UNO had become too bloated. So much so that its original purpose had been forgotten. But here, Alexander only focused on a few things. Stopping wars, removing hunger, human rights, and healthcare. Bam. Ajax entered the room, Grandpa. Edward and Winry are marrying in a few days. Let's get going now. Ajax was really excited about his friend's marriage. He had also planned for a surprise for Edward. Ajax had not seen Edward and Alphonse in a year as he was busy learning martial arts from his mom in Fixheim. Natasha was very strict on him after he had gotten a scar from his fight with lust. Yes, stop jumping around. You are 10 years old now. Alexander chuckled and finished his work. Dobby, let's go. World purity is also at 85, so we won't be staying here for much longer. Let's enjoy the time we have. Alexander said. Yes, boss. Let's invite others too. Dobby started calling people on his cell phone. Alexander suddenly remembered something. One more thing, tell Ragnarok to stop mining gold for God's sake. He has inflated the gold market. I did tell him, but he has not stopped. Instead, he has told various mining companies that he will buy gold from them in return for other precious metals. So, he's expecting to control the market by not letting the gold reach the market and pocketing it himself. Dobby explained. Sigh. I really don't understand his fetish for gold, Alexander muttered and picked Ajax over his shoulder. The poor guy hadn't grown even an inch in 5 years. Ajax, let's buy a new golden car for Edward as a present. Alexander decided. Dobby's eyes twitched. Are you sure you aren't a dragon too with your gold color fetish? Alexander felt someone speak. You said something, Dobby. Dobby denied. No. Let's go. And he and his godly senses, he thought to himself. A/N, so, we are at the end of this arc. Next will be a few short arcs and then Dragon Ball Z. We are reaching the end of this novel, so we will be seeing some stuff related to Heaven and Zolrak as well. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 583. A Changed Dragon. They came to the village where the Elric brothers now lived, Resemble. The countryside was as nice as always. Still green and natural. Even though Alexander's reforms brought lots of money into people's pockets, he had also introduced environmental protection laws from the start. So, no forests were being destroyed. All the companies that needed wood were strictly ordered to plant 5 trees for each one they cut. So, even if all of the 5 don't survive, it still gives 1 or 2 new trees. Ajax, what did you prepare as a gift? Alexander asked him. It's a secret, Grandpa. But I assure you, it's very big and will help Ed a lot. Ajax replied. Alexander chuckled and didn't ask further. Soon, they came to the house of the Elric brothers. It was decorated with some white curtains and a nice modest altar was made. Hohenheim was seen directing the people on where to put flowers and some decorations. Haha, it seems you have turned into a full-time mother now. Alexander joked. Hohenheim turned around and greeted Alexander with a smile. He was really grateful to him for giving him some of the best years of his life. Well, I am their mother and father both, however, I do feel like I'm more of a mother when it comes to handling them, Hohenheim replied. Good, I'll help you, Alexander said, and picked up a huge white marble pillar made for decoration. Where do you want this? He asked. Instead of using magic or some trick, he was using his own hands because Alexander knew that this had its own charm and felt more memorable. Hohenheim didn't act reserved and worked with Alexander. Meanwhile, Ajax ran into the house. Edward. Alphonse. I'm here. Ajax shouted. Bam. Suddenly Ajax heard a metal dropping sound behind him. He turned around and saw the old Alphonse's armor. Hey, Ajax. Alphonse's voice came from it. Ajax was shocked. What? But didn't you get your body back? Don't tell me you did it again. What are you saying? I'm yet to find a way to get my body back. I think you must have dreamt something. Alphonse argued. Ajax took a few steps back. No. I'm 100% sure. You're messing with me, right? What do you mean? Alphonse kept the act going. Soon, Edward also joined. He had a metallic arm. Oh, hey Ajax. Ajax nearly cursed, what the? I need to find Grandpa. As soon as he ran out of the building, Alphonse and Edward burst into laughter. Alphonse got out of the armor and Edward detached the fake metal arm. Brother, are you sure this was the right thing to do? He will surely have his revenge later. Alphonse asked. What can he do? At most call me short. But I have grown taller now. Edward replied confidently. Well, you are still not tall enough, Alphonse replied. He was taller than Edward. In the afternoon, the ceremony happened. Winry and Edward sealed the deal with a kiss. Ajax didn't leave the chance to embarrass them by whistling loudly. After that was the cake cutting. Ajax also brought him a present. Although these 5 years were very bountiful for Edward in terms of his height, he was still a little shorter than Winry. Behold my gift. Edward, I know you hate milk, so I brought you this. A 100-kilo box of powdered milk. Ajax announced, which made almost everyone laugh there. Thank you, Ajax, I will cherish this a lot, Edward replied while gritting his teeth. Ajax laughed loudly, ha ha ha. I was just kidding, Ed, congratulations on your wedding and I got my dad to make this for you. This is called a magic finder. You need to put the hair of the person you want to find in this compass and it will point you to that person. Edward was truly interested in this object. He understood that this instrument was not made with alchemy. By now, the highest-ranking Amestris people and some close friends knew Alexander's identity. Amazing, thanks, Ajax. I will cherish this present for the rest of my life. He gave Ajax a hug. Ajax then went to Winry. Here, this locket is for you. I got my sister Amy to make it as beautiful as possible. He moved closer to Winry's ear and whispered, it will always tell you in which direction Ed is and how far away. Winry chuckled and looked at Edward, making him shudder. What did you give her? I feel cold for some reason. Edward asked. Oh, nothing. It's just a locket. Winry said with a smile. In her mind, she knew that with this she can pinpoint where Edward is at any moment. After that, the dinner was presented. Hats brought some neighborhood cats to get them some treats as well. In his mind, he was their king and needed to keep them happy. Among the cats, there was also a little potato-sized puppy, Chappie. In the last 5 years, Chappie stayed in Fixham and due to the slow time there, he hadn't grown much. Olivia had told Hats to be a responsible father to him because he was the one who brought Chappie with him. Alexander stood beside Hohenheim while he looked at Edward and others laughing. Hohenheim emotionally said, I never thought I'd be able to see such days. Being able to be a part of their happiness is a big honor for me. I remember that when I had discovered what the dwarf did, I used to pray that if there is a god, then please help me. Alexander patted his shoulder, karma may take its time but it is inevitable. The dwarf got punished for what it did. Now, you should stop being so sad and just enjoy the time you have. Go, talk to your kids. You will probably become a grandpa in a few years' time. Alexander pushed him to go. Iroh came to him with a tea kettle. Want a cup of tea, my friend? Haha, when did you ever see me say no? Come, let's sit and enjoy this evening. Alexander happily made a table for himself. Soon, Dobby, Ragnarok and Leonidas also joined him. So, Ragnarok, how much gold do you have now? Alexander asked. Not much, I used most of the gold I mined here to help poor families in this world. I was surprised at how underdeveloped this planet is. Ragnarok replied and sipped his tea. But his words had shocked them all. When did the dragon divorce gold? Then, let's cheer for our favorite dragon. Alexander picked his cup. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 584. Ajax and the Truth. The marriage went very well. But something happened that night when Ajax woke up to get some water from the kitchen. He didn't have magical jugs and glasses in the Elric home. Ah, why is it getting so warm this year? Is this global warming? But Grandpa made sure that the industrialization has minimal effect on the environment, he wondered while heading down. But while passing by the room of newlywed Edward and Winry, he heard some muffled sound. Ajax thought that they needed something so he opened the door. But when he got in, all he saw was the naked back of Winry as she hopped on the banana of Edward, who was also equally naked. Winry had covered Edward from seeing the door so they didn't find out about Ajax. Ajax quickly closed the door and went back. His face had turned red and his heartbeat had increased. I frickin' knew it, he said to himself. Ajax was now 10 years old and in the past 5 years, he had searched for the smuggler that brings children into the tunnel. But, as he grew up, he started questioning if what Ragnarok had told him was even the truth. He had tried to search the local internet in Fixham but the knowledge was age-restricted for some reason. But now his doubts had turned into facts. Grandpa Raggy lied to me. There is no smuggler, there is no tunnel, wait, there is a tunnel. Oh God, how do I forget all this? It's so disgusting. He forgot why he had even gotten up and went back to sleep. But he couldn't sleep because of the memory. What happened, kid? Hats asked. He was sleeping in the other bed. Hats, I just saw Ed and Winry. They were, making love. In short, smashing. Hats asked without any care. What? I guess you can call it smashing. But, I'm not able to sleep now. How can doing this make babies? Ajax asked. Ah, I see. You want to understand the science behind it. I guess I will have to teach you what kids usually study in 8th grade. Listen, kid, do you remember all the body parts you were taught in school? Hats asked. Yes, I do. I remember all of them. Ajax nodded. Good, you know, the female has a body part called ovary and the lady has eggs inside there and men have sperm inside their testicles. The sperm are like little tadpoles and when they swim into the lady's egg it makes a baby. It takes 9 months for the baby to grow enough to be in good condition to come out. Humans only have a baby when they genuinely love their partner and want to expand their family, Hatz explained. What about cats? Ajax asked. Oh, we f*ck whenever we want and whenever we can. Hatz nonchalantly replied. Ajax just stood there. Wait, I heard Dad once say that they will give me a sibling and it's been 5 years since then. Why don't I have a sibling yet? I don't know, maybe he pulled out. Hatz replied. Ajax's face contorted. Ew, Hatz, come on. Don't talk like that about my dad, at least. I feel even less sleepy now. Hey, get used to it. When you grow up, you'll do it too. In fact, you will love it. Hatz said and went to sleep. Ajax sternly denied, no, I would never do something so gross. After the marriage, Alexander got back to work. He now had to bring the purity of the world to 90%. But one thing had changed, he was not the president anymore. The first general election had been conducted. Alexander had now found a new way to make sure that no far-right or far-left political party grows up. All he wanted was neutral parties focused on the development of the country. So, he established 5 political parties, headed by 5 T-800 droids. With their superior mental power, they would control their party. But, something happened that no one had expected. In the election, Olivier Mira Armstrong and Roy Mustang both had decided to fight for the position of president. But the one who won was Mays Hughes. This happened because Hughes had become popular with his foreign policies. He was also loved by the people for his personality and also the fact that he had a family made him look better as compared to the still single military man, Mustang, and too straightforward Olivier Mira Armstrong. So, Hughes became the first elected president of the USA. Or the second if you were to go by the number. Alexander slowly got away from the spotlight and only supported Hughes from the dark while focusing on the rest of the world. 9 months later, as Ajax had expected, Edward became a father and Hohenheim became happier. Even Izumi Curtis had her 3rd child just recently and she was aiming for more. Alexander had silently banned the alchemical ritual to make the Philosopher's Stone. Punishment for this crime was death. Also, because of Alexander's free alchemy classes, the people became a bit more knowledgeable about it and learned its dangers. Hughes, I will be leaving now, it is your duty to run the country, Alexander revealed. What? Where are you going? Hughes asked. Away from this world. I came here to rid the world of evil, didn't I tell you that? Now, I have done it. I will go to some other place that needs my help. Alexander explained. Hughes remembered that Alexander had told him this when he had saved him from dying. Well, I can't stop you. Thank you for helping this world. Without you, I don't know what would have happened. I would have died and Alicia wouldn't have a dad, that's for sure. Hughes emotionally replied. Alexander patted his shoulder, don't cry now. You are a good man. I believe you can do a good job. Take care now. Say my hello to Alicia. World purity had also slowly risen and finally reached 90%. Alexander went back to Elric's house to meet Hohenheim and finally leave. When he reached the place, he saw Dobby playing with the son of Edward. The child was still a baby and played in Dobby's arms. Alexander smiled, babies like you. Well, I was a house elf, taking care of snobby brats was my job, Dobby replied. Alexander chuckled and looked towards Hohenheim, congratulations to you on becoming a grandpa. I wish you luck and peace. I'll be leaving now. Hohenheim didn't ask where Alexander was going. He understood that wherever Alexander was going, he wouldn't be returning. Let's go, Dobby, this time we will go to a world where we can find you a wife. I can't wait to play with your kids. Alexander said and moved away. Dobby handed the child back to Hohenheim. Ajax also came to them after saying goodbye to his friends. Ragnarok had stopped mining already as he was running out of space in his cave in Drakium. Alexander looked up in the sky, old man, send us somewhere we can find a suitable girl for our friendly neighborhood elf. In reply, a simple golden light fell on them and took them away. By now, Dobby had become strong enough to travel the multiverse with him, without going into his dimensional pocket. While flying, Alexander asked him, what kind of wife do you want? Any kind, as long as she's smart, strong, and is kind, Dobby replied. With those standards, I don't think it will be very hard. What's left to be seen is where the old men will send us. Alexander muttered and waited to touch the ground of the new world. After Alexander was gone, not much change happened in the world of alchemy. As alchemy spread worldwide, Amestris became the center of alchemical study. Hohenheim died 50 years later after seeing his great-grandson. He withered away right in front of his wife's grave. With a smile on his face, hoping to see her in heaven finally. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 585. Alexander is not welcome. With a thud, Alexander and Dobby found ground under their feet. Soon their eyes got used to the light and they looked around. Well, boss. From the architecture of that village, I'd say we're not in a modern world. Dobby deduced. Yes, let's check out the village first, Alexander replied, changing his modern clothes to normal gray robes. They entered the village and found it to be filled with people in not very good clothing. It seemed as if the whole village was in poverty. Well, Dobby, if my guesses are right, then by the technological standard of this world, this village would be called a city, Alexander said. You're right, boss. Let's go to the pub and scoop out some info. Dobby pointed. Alexander chuckled, oh, what's this? My elf friend is in a hurry to find his soulmate. Dobby rolled his eyes, I'm just helping you, boss. I've left everything else on fate. Yeah, sure. Fate, haha. Alexander walked towards the village. But as soon as he entered, he started feeling that the village dwellers were somewhat hostile towards him. They saw him with a tint of suspicion. Alexander ignored them for now. He had no idea what kind of world this was. Was it a simple Earth or was there some kind of magic involved too? Beep beep. Took it long enough, Alexander muttered as he took out his old phone and read the message. Okay, so I am a simple wizard. This world is filled with all kinds of legendary species and magic. There are also some disturbances in space-time. The world's purity is at. Whoa, so low. It's at 45%, Alexander read everything. Dobby was also taken aback. 45% is really low. Second only to Berserk's 30%. Let's keep our eyes open and look at what's going on around us. Alexander decided. But before he could move forward, a horde of people came towards him with flaming torches, wooden sticks, knives, and some pointy farming tools. Whoa, what's going on, people? Why so angry? Alexander asked them. You are not welcome here, Witcher. We know your kind. Go away and take your filthy elf with you. One in the crowd shouted. Alexander looked at Dobby's face and chuckled, haha, he's many things but filthy he's not. He baths 3 times a day. Also, why are you calling me Witcher? I don't even know what that means. Do you think we are jesting here? We know your kind. Your yellow eyes and that white hair. You are the Geralt of Rivia. A man from the crowds shouted. Alexander felt that these people were too stupid to tell the difference in yellow color and golden that his eyes were. So, he randomly checked the thoughts of one of them to learn where he was. In the end, the man turned out to be a peasant and didn't know much. All he knew was about the nearby locations and general history of the world. Also the current king and the fact he had allowed the Church of Eternal Fire to start witch hunts to eradicate any and all magic users throughout the northern kingdoms. He also learned about witchers, some kind of superhumans, but didn't find the info on this Geralt of Rivia. He was currently in a city called Rind. Since the reign of King Heribert, Rind's town council advocated the taxing of spells and, in general, was relatively hostile toward sorcerers. Alexander decided to head to this nearby big city called Novigrad. Ah, okay, I will leave. But, are you sure you don't want new clothes? Alexander asked and waved his hand. In an instant, the clothes of everyone present there got back to their new condition. People gawked in shock. How dare you use your sorcery on us? Kill him. People shouted and launched an attack on Alexander. He just waved his hand and froze everyone in midair. Hold it right there. I'm leaving so you don't have to create problems anymore. I don't want to punch you all yet. Not before I learn everything. With that said, Alexander left the village. All the villagers got back to normal after 15 minutes. They were also guessing now if the man they just messed with was really Geralt of Rivia or some strong sorcerer. But by then, Alexander had left the city behind. He walked straight towards the direction a farmer had pointed. Though this direction involved crossing a small forest and a river, but it wasn't much of a problem for him. However, when crossing the river, he found a creature. A unicorn. Happily lying on a flat rock in the middle of the river and bathing in the sun. Its white fur was shining in the light, making the unicorn look fabulous. Alexander didn't want to disturb the rest of such creatures, so he decided to pass by quietly. But, to Alexander's shock, the unicorn got up and ran to him. It didn't look hostile for now as it was not pointing its horn at him. Easy now, I'm not here to harm you, Alexander spoke. Unicorn simply nodded at that. You understand me? Alexander inquired. The unicorn nodded. Suddenly, Alexander felt something trying to enter his mind. He felt it was from unicorn, so he let the unicorn pass on his thoughts. It turned out, the unicorn was named Ulrich. He had come here after sniffing Alexander. Because for some reason, these unicorns can smell if you are a good person and Alexander was a real god. Haha, so, what do you want from me? Alexander asked and went forward to pet him. From the memory of the guy in the village, Alexander knew that unicorns were considered mythical creatures to common folks, but there were legends that they do exist and they were sentient multidimensional beings who are able to traverse the multiverse. Nothing, I was just passing by and felt your presence. Didn't know it was God. Come, I'll give you a ride to wherever you want to go. The unicorn said politely via a mental connection. Alexander chuckled. This was the first time he had seen a unicorn offering him a ride. Alexander ruffled his hair. It's fine, Ulrich. We all can walk and talk. You are an intelligent being, not a simple horse. Ulrich nodded with his big head. Where are you headed? Novigrad, Alexander replied. Oh, it's not too far from here. Follow me, I'll show you the way. The unicorn started walking away. On their way, Ulrich told Alexander about the city they were headed to. Novigrad was a free city within Redania and therefore it was not subjected to the rule of that kingdom. It was one of the major ports on the continent and was populated by nearly 30,000 inhabitants, making it one of the largest cities in the north. Novigrad had many factories and was home to all manner of craftsmen offering everywhere possible. The city was also home to numerous banks and even had a zoo. The eternal fire was said to protect the city's inhabitants from all evil, monsters included. The thick city walls had never been breached, as they were tactfully designed by the architects of the Oxenford Academy. Novigrad was also inhabited by an unusually colorful group of both permanent residents and those in town on long and short-term visits. Most eye-catching amidst the throngs of common townsfolk, stall-keepers, and craftsmen were those practicing the more roguish professions. There was no army in the city, but it did have a secret service, an ever-present temple guard, and a powerful temple fleet. With so many people, I believe we can find the right one, Alexander thought. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 586. Father-in-law. Currently, all of the northern region is facing the inevitable attack of the Nilfgaardian Empire from the south. They have already taken over most of the continent by now. The Nordlings are foolish creatures, they discriminate against the magical communities and drive them away, while the Nilfgaardian Empire even employs the magical communities. Ulrich explained everything to Alexander. Alexander now knew that it was not just the elves, dwarves, and unicorns that were present here. Even the darker beings like ghosts, ghouls, jinns, and others like them were here. This is like a hodgepodge of the dark and light side of the universe combined into one single planet, he thought. What about the unicorns, who do you all support? Alexander asked. None, we are divided into herds. Unicorn society is specifically organized and led by a council of elders. We just observe the doings of less advanced species. We hate all the killings that humans do. But we know it's a tough world. It is either kill or be killed. But we do particularly hate the elves of Ain El who forced us to open the gates between worlds so that they might massacre humans from other worlds and find slaves, Ulrich said. Alexander stroked his beard and had an idea. You know, there are thousands of unicorns living in my realm too. Even though they are also very pure beings, they are not as intelligent as you and they can surely not travel the multiverse. Why don't you later talk to your elder and tell them that I can give you all a home? You can live in Fixheim. Only I live on that planet, with other pure beings like phoenixes and my family. Although we travel a lot, having a safe home where we can always go to can be nice, Ulrich muttered while thinking. Haha, I can also provide you security. Nobody can enter my realm without my permission and many gods live there. Alexander added. Ulrich nodded. I will go and meet the elder later. Your offer is tempting. What do you want in return? Haha, nothing, kid. I have everything I can ever desire. I am content with what I have. All I want to do now is spread happiness. Alexander laughed. Oh, is that the city? It is indeed big for the technology of this world. Dobby pointed towards a city in the distance. Yes, but they are yet to develop new ways of building structures. The Industrial Revolution is too far away from them. Ulrich said. He had traveled to Earth and had seen some stuff. Horses sound. Suddenly, Alexander heard the sound of distressed horses. So, they headed deep into the jungle. They were already not following the main path because there was a unicorn and an elf with Alexander. Growl. They heard a bear growling. It seemed it was fighting something or someone. As they got closer they heard the sound of a man. There was also a woman in a black dress, casting some kind of a spell. Growl. But out of nowhere, another bear attacked them and it caught the sorceress off guard. Just then, Alexander walked in and raised his hand. In an instant, both bears stopped moving. The white-haired man and the woman looked at Alexander and his two companions in surprise. The woman was able to feel a hint of magic in what Alexander did to the bears. Before speaking, Alexander went closer to the two bears and patted their heads. Go away, you two, I know you are hungry. The moment you will go a few meters away, you will find 80 kilos of fish each. Go now. Asterisk growling. Asterisk. The two bears first licked his hand and then ran away while happily hopping. Gone was the powerful beast, they seemed more like two playful pups now. Alexander went back and stood between Dobby and Ulrich the unicorn. The man and woman walked towards them. They looked at Alexander with a judging gaze. Alexander had to agree that the woman was a beauty, but he could see a little deformity under her skin that was hidden under the distraction of her charming eyes and glowing skin. Alexander interestedly looked at the white-haired man and spoke, Geralt of Rivia. Aha, who are you? Geralt replied in a hoarse voice. Well, I am Alexander, this is Dobby and this is Ulrich, Alexander introduced. Suddenly, the woman charmingly spoke, Geralt, why don't you introduce me to my father-in-law? Cough. Geralt coughed and looked at the woman, Yennefer, he's not my father. What are you saying? The resemblance is uncanny. She insisted, but by now, her tone of speech had made it obvious that she was pulling his leg. Alexander loudly laughed, ha ha ha, you two seem like a good husband-wife couple. Ah, Olivia and I are like this too. We are not married, Geralt quickly cleared the misunderstanding. What are you saying? You two have such a great aura together. If you don't marry her then it'd be your loss, child. Look at her, the way she's looking at you. Alexander pointed. Geralt turned back to Yennefer who was looking at him with a smirk. Geralt embarrassingly scratched his beard, let's find Ciri first, Yen. Oh, I didn't say anything, Geralt. She replied teasingly. Yennefer then looked at Alexander. Who are you? You cast magic so easily. And this, a real unicorn. I thought they stayed away from us lowly beings. Ulrich didn't like her taunting and talked with telepathy, I do stay away from you people. But this man here is not one of you. He is a go. Alexander quickly spoke and stopped Ulrich. What he meant is that I am a good man and not like normal people. Ulrich and Alexander, meanwhile, talked telepathically, don't tell them my status yet. Okay, as you wish. Ulrich shut up. Yennefer then got closer to Dobby, making him blush. And an elf. It's rare to see your kind in the north. Which place are you from? I've never seen an elf as tall as you before. Hey. Don't talk to him like that. There are no kinds when it comes to people. All are living beings with simple differences in biology. He's my friend, just like this unicorn. Alexander defended. What about you, then? You are a sorcerer, and a strong one at that it seems, but I don't think I have ever seen you or heard about you. She asked. Alexander smiled and moved closer to her. She didn't feel any malicious intent so she didn't react in time. Before she could even think, Alexander's hand was on Yennefer's head. Geralt had his sword out which he swung at Alexander's arm. Clank. Nothing happened, it was as if the sword hit metal. But Yennefer was still not reacting. She was just looking at the face of the tall old man who had touched her head. She soon felt a flow of energy inside her body. Then there was a slight pain. She then smiled because she felt what had changed in her body. Yennefer of Vengerberg was born a hunchback, complete with crooked shoulders and a distorted frame. This deformity was the source of much strife in her childhood. Throughout her childhood, she suffered at the hands of her father, who inflicted both physical and mental pain on her. Though he eventually left, Yennefer's youth did not get any easier for it. Her mother then blamed her for his departure and began to beat her as well. This torment pushed Yennefer to the edge, to the point where she once attempted to take her own life. Fortunately, the mages of Aretuza, who recognized her innate magical talent, were able to save Yennefer before helping her find a path to a better life. The stronger in magic she became, her deformity also went away. But, they had not disappeared completely. If one were to look closely, they could see it. She also knew that Geralt had noticed it but he never talked about it. But, now, she felt that those deformities were disappearing. Completely disappearing. Clank. What did you do to her? Let her go. Geralt was still at it, striking Alexander's body. Dobby and Ulrich just stood a distance away, watching everything. Doesn't he get tired of striking so many times? Dobby asked. Nope, he's a witcher. They are known to have superhuman strength. Ulrich replied. Stop, Geralt. Suddenly Yennefer's voice came. Alexander had retracted his hand. Now, Yennefer was looking even prettier than before. Geralt noticed that too. What did he do to you? You look better. Yes, he made me better. Yennefer completed his words. She then looked at Alexander. I presume this was not free. What is the price I must pay? Alexander laughed, behind him, Dobby and Ulrich too. If even Grandpa started charging for such things, then the Omniverse was doomed. Child, what I did does not take much of my magic. It is as simple as waving my hand. I do not need any payment, I just did it because I felt your desire for it. Your childhood must have been harsh, Alexander said and patted her again warmly. She was taken aback by how Alexander could feel her emotions and even more by how nice he felt when he patted her. It was as if she was really the child of this man. She felt an unknown warmth. Alexander then looked at Gerald. Kid, are you sure you don't want to be with her? I might find another suitor for her otherwise. Gerald looked at Yennefer. They originally had their fates combined together because of the Jinn incident, but Yennefer had severed that magic and gave him a choice to choose if he wanted to be with her or not. He did like her and she liked him too. But he always tried to stay away from any commitment. Sigh. Alexander sighed, sensing the emotions of Gerald. Dobby, I guess we need to find someone else. These two are in love with each other but are acting like edgy teenagers, thinking that the other one should confess first. Alexander moved away. Let's go to Novigrad City. We'll buy a world map there. Wait. Yennefer ran after him and behind her, Gerald also followed with a sigh. Alexander didn't stop and let them join them in the walk. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 587. Witch Hunt. Why are you still following me? Alexander asked her. I want to know who you are and if you can help us find Ciri. She spoke. I don't even know who this Ciri is and what gives you the confidence that I can find her. Alexander inquired. I just have a feeling. I mean, there's a unicorn roaming with you and an elf calls you boss. You are either as pure as a baby or powerful as a god. She reasoned. Dobby laughed. Well, he is indeed an old baby. Well, suit yourself. But him helping you fully depends on your skill of convincing him. Of course, I have confidence that I can persuade him to help us. She replied with confidence. Dobby then looked back at Gerald, leading his horse with them. What's her name? Dobby asked. Roach. Gerald replied. Dobby chuckled after hearing the name. Haha, well, I won't say anything about weird names. I know a sentient cat whose name is Hats. Does he like hats? Gerald asked. Yes, he does. He likes them a lot. Fixheim. Damn it, Hats. You're so dirty. You need to take a bath. Olivia ran after the cat. No. I hate bathing. Hats ran away. Goo-ga-ga. Suddenly, little Thea appeared, crawling out of nowhere and hugging Hats. Thea's magic did its thing and made Hats so relaxed that he melted in her arms. So, Olivia also caught him and held him by his nape, which was the off switch of most animals. Hats suddenly realized his problem. Thea, why did you betray me? You are. Thea made baby noises, oblivious of everything that was happening. Hats resigned to his fate as he was taken to the bathroom. In the tub, water was filled for his doom. He shuddered at the thought of bathing. Boz. But to Hat's surprise, Chappie was already bathing in the tub with his favorite duck toy. Now, Hats had to look tough in front of this kid or else his image would fall. So, he sucked it up and gritted his teeth. It took Olivia just 10 minutes to make Hats look fluffy. Ayacho. Hats sneezed loudly. Did you catch a cold? Olivia asked. I don't know, I smelled a certain elf for some reason. Witcher World. After a little walk, Alexander and the company entered the city. Ulrich had gone away to find the elders of his herd. Alexander was initially looking forward to seeing the city, but when he entered, all he saw at the city gates were beggars and sick people. In fact, in the outer areas of the city, he only found the poor and sick on the streets. What is going on here? Alexander inquired. Yennefer knew the answer. It's the Catriona plague, named after the Nilfgaardian ship that brought it to the northern kingdoms. Alexander looked at a few infected people. It looked like a disease that bore a strong similarity to the bubonic plague. What are the authorities doing about this? They can't have shut their offices and castles due to the plague. Alexander asked. There are no authorities here. It all comes under the Eternal Fire, a religious cult that has many followers among humans of the northern kingdoms. It was founded right here, but recently it has gotten too powerful, so much that it is practically law, and the city serves as the religion's de facto capital. The cult is led by an elected hierarch, with the seat currently being occupied by Cyrus Engelkind Hemmelfart. Yennefer told him everything. Then who runs the city? I mean, what about its forces that keep order in the city safe? Alexander asked. This time, Gerald spoke. It has no official acting army or military body, the Order of the Flaming Rose, and witch hunters defend the Eternal Fire and uphold its laws. The cult of the eternal fire is a very aggressive faith which fights against all abnormal beings such as non-humans, witches and, of course, beasts. Occasionally, even witchers aren't welcome in cities that believe in the eternal fire. I don't like coming here because of that. Yennefer chuckled, yeah, White Wolf likes the wilderness the most. Alexander looked around at the hellhole, so much for a free city. Alexander realized that God most likely did not send him here just to find a wife for Dobby. Help me. Suddenly, they heard the screaming voice of a woman. They looked around and saw a woman being dragged by her hair. There were a couple of men in similar dress, doing the deed. Witch hunters. They are the harsh, cruel, and fanatical members of an inquisitorial synod dedicated to the persecution and eradication of magic in Novigrad, Oxenfurt, and Velen. Helvd is the Grand Inquisitor of the Eternal Fire in Novigrad. They've been after me too, but I'm too powerful for them. Yennefer explained. Yeah, they tried to kill me too. They are known for being intimidating as well as overzealous in their cause. Geralt added. Alexander then looked at Dobby and nodded. Let's start our work. Alexander and Dobby started walking towards the crowd. A pyre was set up there to burn the so-called witch. Hey, where are you going? If you interfere, the whole city will be after you. I don't think I can fight so many people. Yennefer told him. Child, letting the girl be burned for nothing when I can do something would be a crime bigger than what those witch hunters are doing, Alexander replied. Help me. I'm not a witch. The woman shouted as she was made to kneel in front of a man in red robes. Heathen, you used your magic to corrupt one of our priests. We found you in his bed, the men replied and whipped her. You are not welcome in this world. Your magic is a disgrace to God. We will purify you on the fire. Be grateful for this. He replied and waved his hand. No. Please. She screamed in terror as the men tied her to the pyre. The people around them were also booing at her. The whole crowd's IQ at that moment was in single digit even if combined. Alexander couldn't see it anymore. He walked forward, checking the sins of each of the witch hunters. That's enough, Alexander came forward. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 588. Accidents happen. And who are you? A freak sympathizer. The man sitting in his chair asked. Dobby chuckled, this feels like the wizarding world all over again. Haha, indeed. It does feel like how the wizarding world would have been in medieval times. Alexander replied, ignoring the fat man on the chair. But, the fat man must have felt angry, so he got up and shouted, answer me. You are in the presence of Grand Inquisitor Helvd. Alexander looked back, I am Alexander Maxim Universe. I want a trial for this girl. Where is the proof that she is a witch? You say she seduced the priest, but let's not forget, she was found in priest's bed. This means that the priest was in on it. It takes two hands to clap, you know. Alexander demanded. The verdict has already passed. I am the Grand Inquisitor. Helvd replied. But nobody saw that. People want to know the truth. They need a guarantee that you are impartial. What if tomorrow you catch any of the people here and also call them a freak? Where is the proof? Alexander spoke loudly, sowing the seed of doubt in the people. Alexander was a god, he was already radiating an aura of a godly being. Adding to his old age, he looked very wise. The people started murmuring and many nodded. Alexander then took out a big bag of gold coins from the sack on Dobby's back. He threw it at the feet of the Inquisitor. In that sack are 10,000 large gold coins. More than your budget for the whole year. If you can prove that this woman is indeed a witch, then all of it is yours. I will, in fact, donate more money to build a new temple for you. Alexander offered. He knew that greed many times clouds the judgment of a man. Helvd immediately agreed to do this for the money. He told his men to go and bring the priest. His plan was simple, as long as the priest says that he was seduced, everything will be fine. People in these times had no idea about what cross-examination meant and what a true trial meant. Soon, the priest came and Alexander magically poured the truth-spitter potion directly into his mouth. Helvd quickly asked him, Priest Cordal, tell us, were you seduced by this woman? There was a moment of silence as everyone waited for the answer. Geralt and Yennefer had also accepted that nobody could stop Alexander from losing so much money now. There was no way the priest would tell the truth. Cordal mumbled something first to fight the effects of truth-spitter, but nobody can win against it. She did not seduce me. She came to the church to pray for a better life. She was very poor, so I promised her money if she slept with me. But, an acolyte saw me and her in the bed together. He confessed. Immediately, the people started booing. Taking the advantage of the situation, Alexander asked. Then, why is she being called a witch? To save the image of the Church of Eternal Fire. The Grand Inquisitor ordered for this and his orders are supreme. Quordle replied. Then, can you tell me, how common are these fake witch hunts and burnings? Alexander asked. Most of the time people whom we catch and burn are not witches. We just pick a woman from the poor part of the city who has no family so no one can vouch for her. Then we let our men first use her for their pleasure. When the woman goes mad from the torture, we show her to the public and burn her. He confessed in detail. Alexander and everyone else there felt sickened to no end. The people had trusted the Church of Eternal Fire wholeheartedly but now they saw their true faces. Who is involved in all this? Does the Inquisitor and Hierarch of Novigrad know about this? Alexander asked further. Yes, they all know about this. Most of the priests indulge in these activities. He replied. Alexander looked at the people with open arms. You heard everything. Let's ask the Grand Inquisitor about this. Helved, is what this man said true? Alexander asked. Why? Yes, he is speaking the truth. Helved said with a shocked expression on his face. Geralt, pass me your sword please, Alexander instructed. Geralt grunted but obliged. He felt like he was taking off his clothes when he passed his sword. He threw it towards Alexander. Alexander caught it in hand and pointed it at the head of the Grand Inquisitor. People, tell me, shouldn't these sinners be punished as severely as they did with you all? They see you all as pigs, only meant to be slaughtered or are *ped. Is this acceptable? Isn't Novigrad supposed to be a free city? Then how can we let ourselves be enslaved by this so-called Church of Eternal Fire? Tell me, what do you want? Do you still want to support them or punish them? Punish them. Kill them. Alexander then read the sins of the Grand Inquisitor. Grand Inquisitor Helved, category. Murder. Indirect murder, 12,456. R*PE. R*Ping minor. Human sacrifice, 54. Infanticide, 12. Thievery, 45. Lying to public, 1,000. Sin percentage, 87%. Alexander took a long breath after that. Killing the men so quick was mercy on him. He gave the sword back to Geralt. So many sins. Tell me, why did you people kill the sorcerers, witchers and elves? They are all humanoid species with intelligence. What did they do to you? Alexander asked. This was, of course, Alexander's plan. Whatever Helved was going to say next were Alexander's words. Alexander was doing this so he could change the people's perception of the magical species, so they can stop holding this prejudice. By now, half of Novigrad had gathered at that place and watched this scene. So, whatever was being said there, it was going to spread across the land like wildfire. The Grand Inquisitor answered, because Emperor Imhirvar Emrius has promised the Hierarch, Cyrus Engelkind Hemmelfart, that the Church of Eternal Fire will get its own big kingdom after the Nilfgaard wins the war. The Nilfgaardian army employs all kinds of magical creatures in their forces. But the northern kingdoms discriminate against magical creatures. We reinforce this idea across the lands, so the northern kingdoms don't employ these magical beings. This way, the north will forever be weaker than Nilfgaard. Then, does this mean, sorcerers, witchers and elves are not evil? Alexander asked. No, they are as evil as any other human. There are murderers in every society. Theirs is like that too. He said. Alexander looked at the people, see that? They even used you people, to make your own land weaker so you all can be butchered by Nilfgaard. Your hate for all the magical creatures was made to benefit them. By now, people had started going crazy with all the revelations. Kill them. Burn them. But, seeing the public angry, the witch hunters drew their swords out and ran towards people to make a way for their escape. They were all surrounded at the moment. The people screamed in panic. But Alexander had talked to Yennefer mentally. She immediately appeared in front of the people who were about to be attacked. She used a magical blast to throw the attackers away. Don't worry. They can't even touch you. She assured the people. On the other side, Dobby had saved some people. With his elf ears clearly showing to the people, everyone knew which species he belongs to. In a third location, Geralt was saving the people. The people were shocked and confused. What are you waiting for? Even an elf, a witcher, and a sorceress are saving you. Pick your arms, join them and save yourself. Don't be anybody's tool. I can show you the path, but you must walk the path on your own. Alexander loudly said. He waved his hand and all the swords and daggers from the witch hunters flew away. The people raised their fists in the air and went to join Yennefer, Geralt and Dobby. They all beat the witch hunters in Order of the Flaming Rose who was responsible for policing the city and spread the religion of eternal fire. Alexander only let them use their fists and didn't let them kill. That whole night, all the members of Church of Eternal Fire were hunted, beaten, and caught. Even Cyrus Engelkind Hemmelfart, the hierarch of Novigrad, was caught. Once that was done, Alexander gathered the people. Now, Novigrad is truly free. Don't let anyone ever control you again. We are not barbarians, remember. With that, the people started chanting for him. For some reason, a guy shouted, "Sage King." Then everyone started shouting, "Sage King! Sage King! Sage King!" Alexander smiled wryly. "I just freed them and they put themselves in another shackle by calling me a king. That's a normal human for you. They always want to be ruled and be told what to do. They lack true free will. Freedom only sounds good in words and thoughts, but in reality, no one likes true freedom because it brings uncertainty to life." Geralt spoke. "Well, at least now they won't hunt magical people like crazy," Alexander shrugged. Yennefer came forward and asked, "When did you plan all this?" "I didn't," Alexander blurted. "What? So, you mean, you accidentally became a king?" Yennefer was shocked. Dobby chuckled, "Hey, that happens a lot to him." Alexander's eye twitched when he heard that. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 589. Cleaning. So, Alexander became the king of Novigrad without even asking. The next thing he did was clean the streets, both, literally and figuratively. Yennefer had told Alexander that there were 4 big bad bosses in Novigrad. The big 4 were leaders of Novigrad's criminal underground, with all of them vying to rule over Novigrad by any means necessary. The 4 criminal leaders were Carlo Varese, Cleaver; Cyprian Wiley, Horson Jr.; Francis Bedlam, King of Beggars; C.G. Reuven, Sigismund Dijkstra. Together, these 4 controlled every crime in the North's largest city, including pickpocketing, muggings, illegal arena fights and casinos, weapons smuggling, and taking contract killings. Alexander told Dobby to wear nice shining armor and take some faceless men with him in armor. They were to raid and destroy all the places owned by these 4 criminal leaders. But Geralt said he wanted to come too, as he needed to find Dandelion, as he had found out that Ciri had contacted him. So, they went out to clean the streets. Meanwhile, Alexander told Iroh to go out and post a public announcement that people will be rewarded for killing rats. As many dead rats they bring, they would get more reward. There were also a few more job postings, requiring street cleaners, bricklayers, and road makers. Alexander had already turned the Eternal Fire temples into public offices. The biggest one being his. "How do you do all this? The way you're acting, it looks like you've done this hundreds of times," Yennefer asked. She had stayed back because she wanted to learn from Alexander. "Haha, and you wouldn't be wrong. Yes, I have done this hundreds of times. I've seen too many worlds with broken governments and monarchs. I'm used to fixing stuff like this," Alexander revealed. Yennefer's eyes widened. "What do you mean worlds?" "Well, I travel the multiverse, just like the unicorns. This is my first time coming here," Alexander said. "No wonder you seemed like you didn't know anything. So, what are you?" "Humans can't be multidimensional beings," she asked. "I'm indeed a human, or I was. I'm a god now," Alexander answered. Yennefer stayed silent for a while. "A god? What is a god?" "A being extremely powerful." It is hard to understand what a god is." "Well, let's say, we are not bound by earthly rules. We can judge a person's soul. Send it to either hell, heaven, or the cycle of reincarnation. I'm the son of God who made everything. You, me, this building, this planet, universe, multiverse, space and time." Alexander answered her. He had no reason to hide such stuff because it eventually comes out in the open whenever he's about to leave. Yennefer also took a seat. "This is shocking. To think that one's fate lies in someone's hands. No, you're wrong. Your fate was always in your hands from the start. You made the choices. You choose the path. After you die, you just get judged for what your life choices were. This is the reason most mortals can't fathom the thought of a real god. To them, it's enough as long as the god is just an idea. The day he becomes a person with flesh and bones, he'd be hunted and killed." Alexander explained to her. "So, what god are you?" "There are types of gods, right?" she asked. "Oh, I'm God's advocate. I work directly for my father. I'm responsible for purifying sins from different worlds. Help them get better and then leave for the next world," Alexander said. "Huh, sounds like the dream job," she replied sarcastically. "You believe me?" Alexander asked amusingly. "Why not? You have that kind of godly aura," she said. Then Yennefer finally asked the big question. Can you help us find Ciri? Sure, what does she look like and what's her story? Alexander inquired. Yennefer started telling him the story of how Ciri was born, her father's current status, the law of surprise, how Ciri has her fate connected with Geralt and how her father wants to use Ciri to probably impregnate her and create offspring, hoping that they'd also have elder blood because one who has the elder blood is supposed to be very powerful. Then she explained what elder blood was and what wild hunt was. To me, she's like a daughter I could never have. To Geralt as well, she's like a daughter. So, for her, we are ready to do anything. Yennefer confidently stated. Oh, aren't these wild hunt guys the elves that forced the unicorns to open the multiverse gate for them? Alexander asked. What? I've never heard of this. She replied. So it's not common knowledge. Well, it doesn't matter. I will help you find her, protect her, defeat her evil father and also this wild hunt. Alexander replied. By the way, what do you mean you can't have your own daughter? Alexander asked suddenly. Meanwhile, Dobby had already bashed the heads of 3 crime lords by now. Dobby and Geralt had bonded during their fights together. They had each other's backs. Dobby even saved him from a rogue arrow. The only remaining one was the Whoreson Jr. So, how does one become a Witcher? Dobby inquired. Geralt was already friendly with the big elf, so he answered, we're taken in as children, then Witchers to be are subjected to intense alchemical processes, consumption of mutagenic compounds, and relentless physical and magical training to make them dangerous and highly versatile against their vast array of opponents, many of which possess superhuman speed, strength, or other deadly powers. Only 3 or 4 survive out of 10 to fully become a Witcher. That is very sad. I can't imagine the pain the kids would go through. Dobby muttered. Well, they would have died of starvation or something anyway. But no one makes more Witchers now. For one, we lost the formula for the mutation potion, and second, Witchers are no longer needed. With the rise of human civilization, monsters are being driven away or killed by huge hunting parties. Geralt said. Soon, amidst their talks, they reached the place where Whoreson Jr. was holed up. They quickly dismantled his goons and found the men. But what sickened them was that there were corpses of various women. Some were alive too, but with various injuries. So your name means much more than just being a name. Geralt remarked. Dobby waved his hand and healed all of the alive women. You can all go now. You are an animal, Dobby said to Whoreson. And who's saying that? A giant freak and a white-haired freak. I've been seeing a lot of you lately. Whoreson said while looking at Geralt. What do you mean? Did you see Ciri? Geralt asked. Where is Dandelion? He added. After getting beaten to a pulp, Whoreson revealed everything. Dandelion was caught by the city guards and Ciri had run away again. But now they at least knew where the stupid bard was. Who is this Ciri you're after? Is she your daughter? Dobby asked. No, but like a daughter. Geralt replied and sped his horse towards the prison. Back at Alexander, he just found out about the price Yennefer had to pay for being fixed. What? So you can't become a mother? No problem. Alexander immediately took out a potion from his dimensional pocket and explained everything. After this, I want you to help me find a nice match for my elf friend. He's the god of all elves in the multiverse, but sadly, he's still single. Yennefer chuckled, match for an elf god. She is going to be tougher to find than even Ciri. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 590. Is she the one? Dandelion was found in the prison cell. Dobby helped him get out and they returned to Alexander. The instant Dandelion saw Alexander, he started singing some bullshit. Oh, is this the old white wolf? He's not related to me. Geralt grunted. Okay, then who is he? Dandelion asked. He is the new king of Novigrad. Yennefer replied and continued. Where is Ciri? Dandelion looked at Yennefer with dreamy eyes. Ah, the most beautiful sorceress. I don't know where Ciri is. She took off after the mess with Whoreson Jr. What happened to that sick bastard? Dead, along with the other 3 crime leaders. Geralt replied. Oh, that's a boon to the world. Well, I think she went to Skellige. He said. Alexander interrupted them quickly. Does any of you have a picture of Ciri? Geralt and Yennefer looked at each other's faces. They shook their heads. No, we don't. Yennefer replied. Sigh. Well, you know her face, so it should work that way too. Just think about Ciri and open the door. Alexander instructed. What do? Geralt asked but stopped in the middle. Out of nowhere, Alexander took out a pink door. This door. Yennefer was interested in this as she could not feel any magic in it. It felt like an ordinary door. Go ahead, open it while thinking about reaching Siri. Alexander nudged him. Gerald moved ahead and held the door handle. He thought about what Siri looked like and then slowly turned the knob. Soon, he opened it and to his surprise, the other side's view differed from where he was standing. He entered the strange place that seemed to be a cottage. He looked around and finally saw her. Siri was lying on a bed. Her eyes closed as if asleep. Alexander, Dobby, and Yennefer also followed in. Yennefer quickly ran to the bedside and looked at her face. She's not breathing, Gerald said. He was devastated by this. Yennefer knelt at the bedside. Alexander glanced at Siri and diagnosed her body. No, she's not dead. Her breathing and heart are so slow that it would appear she's dead. Gerald looked at the silent face of Siri. He picked her up and hugged her. Yennefer too, hugged from the other side, putting Siri her between them. Just then, they felt an arm on their backs. The arm held them tighter in a warm hug. Then a soft voice came. It's nice to see you two again. Indeed, Gerald replied. Siri then looked back at Alexander and Dobby. Who are they? Wait. I know him. She pointed at Alexander. Alexander was taken aback. Me. Child, I'm seeing you for the first time. Siri quickly got out of Gerald and Yennefer's embrace and stood up. She had excitement on her face while looking at Alexander. I mean, I don't know you personally. I know about you. When I was running away from the wild hunt, I came across a world where you were very popular. They had tall buildings higher than castles and metal carriages running on the streets. Big banners of your face were all around that world. I was confused about where I was, but for some reason, I felt that the wild hunt won't be able to find me there for a while. I was lost when a kind lady helped me get to a place called Kind Heart Orphanage. There, I saw so many of your photo frames. I asked the people about you and they gave me a metal box thing that had a magical projection of you. I talked to you so much. I learned about your life, what you did for the people. And your tragic demise. Wait, what happened to you after you died? She asked. I became a god, Alexander replied. That makes sense. If even you can't become a god, then nobody can. Anyway, you helped me so much there. I was lost and confused about my life. I didn't want to keep running forever. Then you told me to face my fears. That closing your eyes doesn't make the monster disappear, you only get a false sense of security. I talked to you every day there while also working in the orphanage. She said in length. Who made such a magical box? I know I didn't leave such a thing behind. Alexander asked in confusion. Oh, it was made by a group of people. They call themselves the Universe Brotherhood. It is comprised of all the grown-ups who were saved by your orphanage and got to study in your established schools as kids. They were people graced by you. This group of people acts like a secret society, following the path of kindness just like you. They brought technological advancements to their world and ended all wars. They are really good people. She explained. Alexander smiled hearing that. It made him happy to find out that his kindness didn't go to waste. He patted Siri, thank you for telling me all this. But the girl hugged him, thank you for helping me, even though I know you were not there. Alexander chuckled, it's okay, child. Helping people is kind of my job. Just then, Dobby spoke, I can feel that you have elven blood in you. And it isn't just ordinary blood. Siri turned to him, oh, I know you too. You are the elven god, Dobby. I've been to some friendly elven worlds. They worship you there. Really? That feels a bit weird. Take me to that world later. I should show myself to them every once in a while. Dobby muttered. It will be an honor to help a being like you. Siri bowed a little. Gerald and Yennefer came up to her and put their arms on her shoulder. Calm down, Siri. You've been speaking non-stop. Siri chuckled, how can I not speak? I have seen so many things, Gerald. I even saw a world where people had metal in their head and traveled in flying metal carriages. There were guards called police that had the ability to teleport right behind you if you commit any crime. People also looked identical for some reason. Also, they were so dumb that they didn't know how to drive a carriage around an obstacle. It was weird. Stop fooling me now. Gerald argued. I'm not fooling you. I'm sure Grandpa Universe knows that world. She said. She had unknowingly developed a habit of calling Alexander Grandpa Universe while she lived in Alexander's original world. As always, Alexander felt butterflies in his stomach due to getting a new granddaughter. Haha, you two look like father and daughter, Alexander said while chuckling. And you look like her grandpa, Yennefer added. Alexander looked at her and said, child, I am everyone's grandpa. Most people call me Grandpa Universe. Also, I am millions of years old, so I'm sure everyone is eligible to call me that. Yennefer, Geralt, and Ciri's jaw dropped. They had heard of some beings living for thousands of years, but this was a whole different league. Just then, the door opened and 4 dwarves came in. They looked shocked. What is going on here? How did you all get here? But, before anyone could say something, they all felt a sudden chill, except for Alexander and Dobby. The fireplace also got extinguished automatically. They're here, Ciri said with worry on her face. She unsheathed her sword, along with Geralt. Don't worry, let's face them, Alexander cheered her. Yeah, I'm supposed to be the elf god and they are elves, so let's see how they react, Dobby added, but he suddenly jumped right beside Ciri. Ciri, out of reflex, swung her sword at Dobby. Though she was not able to harm him and the sword only clanked. She was about to ask why he did that when she saw Dobby holding onto something, or someone. There was a person in the Wild Hunt's armor and a portal was just closing behind him. It was a small portal for just one man to pass through. It was a sneak attack on her. Thanks, Ciri replied with a smile. Dobby nodded and held the elf closer to his face. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? The elf started shuddering as soon as he felt a sense of ultimate superiority on a spiritual level from Dobby. He looked at his face and beard closely. He recognized him immediately from various sculptures of the elf god in his world. Forgive me, elder elf god. Forgive me. It was King Eridan's order. Dobby threw the elf away and looked around because he sensed a few portals about to open. They are coming. Stay close, Ciri. They're here for you, after all. Ciri did stay close to him after seeing the elf shudder in fear by the mere gaze of Dobby. She had pure adoration for his power at the moment. Alexander looked at the two smugly. Can she be the one? As Dobby warned, the portals appeared and tall elves in armor came out of them. Let's fight in the open, Alexander commented and waved his hand. The cottage entirely disappeared from around them and they found themselves standing in the open land of the Isle of Mists. Soon, the Wild Hunt surrounded them. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 591. Elder Elf God. The Wild Hunt had surrounded them. There were many of them, along with weird ships. Soon, an armored elf with a crown-like helmet came forward. Alexander had to agree that these Wild Hunt armors looked very intimidating. Alexander had already cooked up a plan in his old head. He would let Dobby be the man here. These were all elves anyway, so it came under Dobby's authority. Dobby, you want to talk to them first? Alexander asked. Dobby nodded and went forward. Eridan was the first to speak. I am King Eridan Breakglass, King of Ain El. Hand Ciri to me and I shall let your meager lives be spared. I.A. The Wild Hunt King wasn't able to complete his words because he was suddenly lifted in the air by Dobby. Dobby hadn't even touched him yet. He was just using magic to keep him in the air. Why are you after her? Dobby asked. I need her to give me 2 offspring. She can do whatever she wants after that. He replied. Dobby shook his head in disappointment. You call yourself an elf? An elf is supposed to be well-mannered, kind to nature and pure in mind. Who told you that women can be treated like this? Let me make this clear. You have no right to decide the life of any person. You have no right to force any woman to submit to you. What you are doing is against the very principle of civilization. But the Wild Hunt King argued, I am the King of Ain El, I know every elven law. There is none that states we cannot take lesser species as our slaves. You as an elf should know this. Humans are below us. They are just hairless apes. Dobby walked closer to the elf. It seems you didn't recognize me. I am the elven law as long as it relates to elves. Bam. Dobby forcefully pulled the faceplate of the king's helmet. If you are the king of Airel, then I am the elf god of all elves in the multiverse. I cannot force you to follow my laws, but I am obligated to punish you if you do something wrong. Dobby spoke, now looking very serious and also cool. Alexander, while staying back and standing between Geralt and Yennefer, talked about Dobby. See, he's so cool. He's been following me for a long time now. He's strong enough to crush this planet in a second. Then, how strong are you? Yennefer asked. Cough I can do a lot. Oh, look, Dobby is punishing him. Alexander changed their focus back to Dobby. I believe in no god. King Eridan Breakglass replied. I know, but that doesn't mean I shouldn't punish you. So many people you have killed and enslaved. You attacked the unicorns too. Dobby said. Now he stood right in front of Wild Hunt King and physically held his neck. Boss, what is his sin percentage? Dobby asked. Alexander read it. Eridan Breakglass, category. Murder, 1000. Indirect murder, 13,456. Enslaved, 1,677. Sin percentage, 80%. He's a category 4, Dobby, Alexander revealed. Dobby looked back at the Wild Hunt King. Your fate is sealed. He pressed Eridan's neck harder and harder, eventually making his face go paler than it originally was. He could not even make a sound and only wriggled in Dobby's hand. The other elves who came with Eridan could not muster enough courage to go against Dobby. Eridan may be their king, but Dobby was the elf god. After a few minutes, Eridan's life left his body. His eyes only had terror in them as he realized how weak he was. How misplaced his arrogance was. Dobby put the body away and cast a fire spell on it. Eridan's body soon turned to ashes and a strong wind blew them away as well. Dobby looked back at Alexander, Ciri, and Geralt. He won't be making trouble now. You all wait here, I will go to their world and deal with it. Wait, I'll come too. Ciri jumped to his side. Suit yourself, Dobby muttered. He looked at the various clueless Wild Hunt men. Let's go RL. He ordered. They hastily opened portals and led Dobby in. But, as soon as they crossed the portal, they were greeted by a snowstorm. Dobby called the closest elf and asked. What is going on here? Why did you bring us to a storm? Elder God, the whole RL is covered in this storm. The white frost has taken over and is destroying all life here. We had planned to move to the continent from here, but for that, we needed bigger portals. We needed Ciri for that. But, Eridan wanted to conquer the continent first and keep Ciri to himself. The elf explained. Dobby looked around at the planet. This white frost felt more magical than natural to him. Ciri also spoke then. The white frost is a phenomenon that results in the freezing of entire planets. While the most powerful magics may slow its pace on a regional level, it is widely understood to be an inevitable end of all worlds. White frost is one of the omens prophesied by Ithlin as heralding the beginning of the end of the world. It will eventually come to the continent too. I can sense the center of this storm. I will go there and see if it is natural or a magical entity. Is it living or not? If it is, then I will try to communicate. Dobby said. Are you mad? It is extremely cold there. You will instantly die there. Ciri worriedly warned him. Dobby chuckled. Did you forget who I am? Little planets destroying beings are far below my power level. Why don't you go and deal with the loyal generals of Eridan? Dobby was quick to call Douglas, Hats, and Blue Fong. These three will help you with it. You three, help Lady Ciri defeat the bad elves of this planet, Dobby instructed. Douglas was simply happy to be able to use his scissor sword. Blue Fong was silent and just nodded, and Hats was, as always, lazy. He jumped and sat on the shoulders of Ciri as if a furry muffler. But Dobby didn't say anything. Hats sitting on her shoulder would keep her safer. Ciri interestingly looked at Hats. She saw his scary smile, but she wasn't scared. In fact, with his big eyes, she found Hats cute. Hey, little kitty. She patted him. Hats purred but also spoke. Yeah, that's the spot. Good, good, you will make a fine scratcher after some training from Grandma. This made Ciri stop. You can speak. Of course I can speak. I'm not like other stupid cats. I am Hats, the god of chaos. Kid, keep on scratching. Hey, don't call me kid. I'm Ciri. She complained. Hats huffed. Whatever, I'm more than 1,000,000 years old. I can call you a kid, child, pup, or kitten. Ciri's mouth stayed agape in shock. Why are you all gods so terrifyingly old? Douglas quickly chimed in. Hee, you'd faint if I told you how old our father is. How old? Ciri asked. Trillions. Douglas blurted. Besides, it's our age that makes us so wise. Hats said. Dobby laughed loudly. Wahaha, Hats, you are everything but wise. Petty would be the right word. How can you say that? I will remember this. Hats retorted, but then he realized he acted just as Dobby said. Petty. Seeing Hats' face, Ciri, Dobby, Douglas, and Blue Fong laughed. Okay, I will go and deal with this white frost. You do your side of the work. Dobby said and looked at the soldiers. Obey her orders until I return. He ordered. All the elves kneeled and bowed their heads. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 592. Matchmakers. Ciri was headed towards the main castle of the king in RL. In her way, she was talking to Hats about stuff. Where do you live? You just came out of thin air earlier. She asked. That. We live in a separate dimension. We have lots of planets there. Even I have my own planet. Though not many people live there. Hats replied. What? So you all have planets? She asked. No, not all of us. There is one with all dragons, one with all ice people, one where Old Man lives with his family, phoenixes and unicorns. I earned my planet as a reward too. It ain't much but it's honest work, I'm telling you. Hats replied. Does your honest work involve sleeping on someone's lap? Siri asked with a smirk. Yup, that and babysitting some kids in Fixheim. Hats replied and closed his eyes, making himself feel comfortable. So, tell me about the elf god. She asked. Hats chuckled. Heh, what? You got a crush on him or something? He's pretty tall, you know. Much taller than you. But then he noticed the blush on Siri's face. Well, some girls have a preference for tall guys, I guess. Anyway, there are only a few people I would never badmouth. My grandma, God, Amy, my planet, and Dobby. Dobby is one of the kindest people I know. Well, that's pretty much it. He's kind, and strong. Hats babbled. Ah, he's also single. Do you want me to talk to him? Hats added. I'm not a little girl. I can do such small things myself. She confidently replied. Dobby at the moment was in the sky. He had gone to the North Pole of the planet. He went straight to the center of the storm. The cold wasn't affecting him much, but he was now sure that this white frost wasn't a natural phenomenon. Soon, he reached the center. It was so cold that a normal person would have shattered into little pieces due to the extreme cold and wind. At the center of the storm, Dobby found a small circular ball of ice. It didn't have a face yet, it felt alive. What are you? Dobby asked. There was silence. But suddenly, Dobby saw visions. There were two entities. Fighting for dominance. Then there was nothing, and from nothing came this white frost. To undo all that the two entities created. It seems this is something related to heaven. I guess I should call boss. He thought and called Alexander on the dimensional cell phone. Alexander picked up the phone on the other side. What is it, Dobby? Boss, I found the source of white frost, but it seems to be related to some heavenly stuff. Can you come here and see what it is? I do not have the authority to deal with stuff. Dobby asked. Sure, I will apparate to you. Alexander agreed and disappeared in the middle of a chat with Yennefer and Geralt. He appeared in front of Dobby and intently looked at the small ice ball. He sent a mental probe to it to see if the thing had any memory. In an instant, Alexander saw what had caused this white frost. It turned out to be something God had told Alexander the first time they met, about equilibrium between angels and demons and that they are in a constant fight for dominance. That fight happened here too, and it reached a verdict. The angels and demons of this universe died with each other. After that, because there was no one to maintain the universe, various dimensions collided into one, creating the continent where humans, magical beings, and monsters live together. But there was also a bigger drawback to all this. The angels and demons were necessary to keep the universe alive, but without them, the end of the universe came in the form of white frost. The job of white frost was to destroy the universe. Alexander came out of the memory and turned to Dobby. It is indeed related to heavenly stuff. But even I don't know what to do with this. I have no idea how to bring an angel to this place. I guess I will ask God. He looked straight up. Old man, you there? Slurp. Yeah, I'm here. I was drinking Iroha's tea. Ah, need an angel. Don't worry, I will assign one to that universe. He will take care of all the stuff there. Now, I'll get going. I have invited some goddesses to taste this tea. Take care. God left the chat. Alexander and Dobby sighed and looked around. Alexander then spoke to Dobby in a whispering voice. Dobby, you remember why we came to this world? Yes, I remember, Dobby replied and waited for Alexander to speak to understand where he was getting to. Well, I tried to look for a nice lady for you, but it turned out, it's very hard. But, then I found her to be much closer than expected. She had come to us on her own. Alexander said cryptically. Are you talking about Siri? Yeah, she is indeed nice. But I don't think she would like me. First of all, I'm too tall. Second, I'm not that good looking while she's very pretty. Dobby said. Alexander's jaw was left hanging. What the hell? Not good looking. You. Dobby, my friend, what kind of drug are you taking? You are one of the best looking guys I have ever seen. You and Siri would look perfect together. Also, don't worry about height. I will teach you a technique to control your height. Dobby sighed. I won't force her, boss. If she likes me, I will talk to her, but if she doesn't, then I guess I will have to wait some more. Okay, I'm not really forcing you. Go and join her. I'm going back to talk to her parents. Alexander pushed him and disappeared. Dobby came to where the fight took place. The loyalists of Eridan were not many. So, Ciri was able to defeat them easily. But, after that, she was lost on what to do. She didn't want to become their queen. So, she ordered everyone to only wait for Dobby. Pop. Dobby appeared in the hall. Ah, here comes the groom. Hats meowed and jumped on top of Dobby's shoulder. He whispered in Dobby's ears. She likes you, big guy. She confessed directly to me. Dobby paused for a second from this information. He instinctively turned toward Ciri. Ciri was also looking straight at him. Their eyes met and they stayed like that for 3 minutes. As if they were communicating with eyes, but in reality, their minds were blank. I'm leaving now. Hats teleported away. But this sound also brought the two lovers back to their senses. Asterisk cough asterisk let's deal with the administration. Dobby decided. Yes, let's do that. Ciri blurted embarrassingly. Hats appeared in front of Alexander and lifted his paw towards him. I did the job. Now pay up. Alexander grunted and gave him a packet of medicinal catnip that does not cause addiction. This is the first and last time I will be doing such deals. Don't get your hopes up. If Ollie finds out, she will kill me. Meow. Hat said some random thing in cat language and climbed a tree to find a spot and have some good time. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 593. Leaving Witcher World. With the problem of Arel solved, Alexander focused on the purity of the world he was in. It was still at 50%. Killing the Wild Hunt's king didn't help because he was from a different planet. So, he looked for the Emperor of Nilfgaard. He judged his sins and found him to be equally as bad as Eredin. Alexander asked Ciri if she would feel bad if he were to remove her father. Ciri thought for a while but soon got over it. With this, Alexander didn't hold himself and sent Emperor Imhir var Emreus to hell while replacing him with AT-800 droid. Then, the new emperor took care of all the voices wanting to further the war and stop the ongoing war. Alexander also did his task from his side. He removed all the leftover corrupt kings and annexed their kingdoms in the north to create a giant-sized kingdom. After that, Alexander and the fake Nilfgaardian emperor signed a peace pact. But after that, Emperor Imhir var Emreus committed suicide and wrote Alexander's name as the successor. Alexander took care of all the voices against him and finally took over the continent with ease. He banned slavery and discrimination on the basis of race and extremist religions. The Nilfgaardian people were hard to deal with. Especially those from the origin place of the Nilfgaardian Empire. They considered themselves superior from other humans. Alexander did one simple thing to teach them a lesson. He stopped all the help he was giving them. From food to security. In a single day, crimes shot up and riots started. Alexander calmed the situation and showed them that they weren't much different. Just living in a fancy building doesn't make you better. Since then, Alexander's job got much easier. Drink this, Geralt. Alexander gave the white wolf a cup of tea. What is this? Geralt asked. This will make you able to have kids again, Alexander replied, shocking him. Yennefer put her hand on his shoulder. I took it too. Ciri jumped in excitement. I can't wait to meet your kids. Will they have white hair or black hair? Easy there, we haven't decided anything yet. Geralt stopped her enthusiasm. What? Still not? Are you two planning on being friends with benefits for the rest of your lives? Don't you want cute little kids? Hell, with your lifespans, you can make an army of kids. Ciri tried to convince them. Language, Ciri. Geralt grunted. Yennefer was silent, however. Alexander saw this and had a hunch. He quickly talked to Geralt mentally. She's silent because she wants an answer, Geralt. She seems serious. I recommend that you answer her today, even if it is a no. Otherwise, you might lose her for the rest of your life. Geralt sighed and got up after thinking for a few minutes. He walked to Yennefer and stroked her hair. Remember that Jinn accident? You should have never freed us from that wish. Then this decision wouldn't have been so tough. I am a witcher, who likes to stay away from all the hustle-bustle. But you are the opposite, you like living in cities. I used to think that if we got together then we'd be too different and that would cause problems. Now, the old man here has changed a lot of things. So, it's a yes from me, but you must decide, can you tolerate the countryside as well from time to time? Yennefer looked at Geralt's face lovingly. That would be a very negligible price to pay, Geralt. So it's a yes? Geralt asked. Yes. Hurrah. Dobby, let's make a cake for them. Ciri dragged her elf partner to the kitchen. These two had come very close to each other in the past few months. Initially, they were shy, but slowly Ciri got out of the shyness and dragged Dobby around with herself. But, even after all this, they had not confessed and Alexander was at his limits because soon the world will be purified. He needed Dobby and Siri to make a decision fast, but he didn't want to force them either. I guess I should go and talk to them, he decided, and headed to the kitchen. The moment he left, Geralt and Yennefer started making out. When Alexander entered the kitchen, to his shock, he saw Siri sitting on the counter and facing Dobby while they both kissed each other passionately. Alexander beamed with happiness for getting his answer without speaking. Ah, youth. I miss Olivia now. So, you have already reached this phase. Good going. Alexander spoke, stopping the two and embarrassing them. Siri blushed and tried to go out. I'll go and talk to Yen. Haha, don't go. They are doing the same thing you were doing. Alexander replied. Siri turned redder and went back to Dobby. So, when did all this start? Alexander asked. A month ago, Dobby replied. Ah, but why didn't you make it public? Why didn't I see you two acting like a couple? Alexander inquired. That was her wish. She didn't want this relationship to spread out, as elves would be after her blood then, or maybe they would start calling her goddess. Dobby explained. Well, they would still call her a goddess. Anyway, welcome to the family, Siri. I guess we have another person in the white hair group. Alexander said laughingly. You've had white-colored hair since you were young too? She asked. Of course, I had such hair from the moment I was born, Alexander revealed. So, when are you two marrying? Alexander asked further, bringing an awkward silence. The couple was flustered. Dobby quickly replied, Boss, we haven't dated that long yet. Give us some time to make such big decisions. Oh, okay. Sorry for the intrusion. Back in my days, we rarely wasted time dating and went straight up to marrying, because who knows when you'd find another one like her. I'll be going now. You two continue. Alexander operated away. 1 year later. I will come to meet you every once in a while. Dobby has taught me how to navigate my portals. Siri assured Geralt and Yennefer. Yennefer hugged Siri. We looked for you for so long and now you are leaving us. Hee hee, you are acting like my mom. Siri chuckled. I am like your mother. I've seen you since you were small, along with Geralt. You are a part of our life now. Yennefer said. Siri hugged her again and then went to Geralt. Don't worry, I am going to be living with real gods. I will be safe there. But I will still be worried. I still think I can keep you safer with my sword. Geralt sounded worried. Alexander walked to him and patted his shoulder. The white wolf must let his pups go on their own adventures, or else their fangs will always be soft. After that, Alexander made Dobby and Siri go to fix him. It was time for him to leave, as the world was now 90% pure. He had left behind a droid as the emperor who would slowly advance the world while keeping all the sinners in check. Geralt and Yennefer would be living for the next few hundred years as well, so they also joined in to help. Boom. The golden light fell on him as he was transported away. He waved his hand to the two of them. All right, let's continue the work. I need to increase my power level too, he mumbled while traveling. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 594. The Best Elf. Like thunder falling on the ground, Alexander felt the ground under his feet. It was already night time wherever he was, so he didn't feel uncomfortable in the eyes. His place looks like ordinary Earth. What movie am I in now, he wondered. He was standing on top of a building right now, so he went down to find out about the date. Soon, he saw Christmas decorations in front of various shops. Well, this is surely December. But which year? He wondered. After looking around, he saw a digital billboard on a building showing live news. In that, he saw the date. December 23, 2020. Isn't this the year I died? Well, this world doesn't seem like my old world though. He immediately took out his phone. There was a message for him. This is an alternate universe of your Earth. Things aren't going well for this planet. Humans messed it up. Now they are showing their true colors of stupidity. Correct them. World purity, 60%. Pop. What did the humans do now? Ragnarok asked. I don't know yet. Where is Dobby? Alexander inquired. Oh, I told him not to come and spend some quality time with his girlfriend, Ragnarok replied. Alexander nodded. Good job, he needs this holiday. Anyway, I guess it will be the two of us now. Let's go and see what's going on here. Alexander went to the nearest pawn shop and changed gold for some money. But Alexander was shocked by some things. Lots of people were wearing masks. The streets looked empty, and many shops looked closed. What the hell happened here? He wondered. Alexander then went to a phone shop to buy a phone. Sorry, no mask, no entry. He was stopped at the door. What happened? Why are masks compulsory? Alexander inquired. The men at the door looked at Alexander and Ragnarok dumbly. He thought that these two old fogies must have some kind of memory problem. There is a coronavirus pandemic going on around the world. Although it has a 99.9% recovery rate, it's still pretty dangerous because there is no telling if you will survive or not. Sometimes, old people recover and young people die. The men explained. Alexander nodded. If that is the case, masks are good. Even if the recovery rate is 99.9, that still means that the 74 million could die. For comparison, 75 million died in World War II. But, if a vaccine or cure is made in time, these numbers can be heavily decreased. How many have died by now? They did make a vaccine but no one trusts them. Most people won't be taking them. Even though 1.7 million people have died. The men said. Alexander understood what had happened. But he needed more research. Alexander put on a mask and went into the store and bought a phone. Then he went to a Starbucks with Ragnarok. Alexander told Ragnarok to buy anything he wanted while he sat by the window and looked through the internet. Ragnarok went to the counter and read the menu. He was baffled by it. What the F***ck is summer berry panna cotta frappuccino? I thought this was a coffee house. Ragnarok asked with a confused face. He stayed there understanding what the hell this drink was and even forgot to order. Alexander, on the other hand, was gawking at the knowledge he learned. About the origin of the virus, then there were protests and riots in the US and finally, the elections, where Joe won. Wasn't he a bit too old to be the president? Alexander wondered and continued reading. Why were people buying out toilet paper? Man, humans have become more stupid. What the hell was who doing? How could they say the virus did not have human-to-human transmission? They seriously messed up this pandemic from the start. He talked to himself. He then got up to leave. Ragnarok, let's go. He called out. Ragnarok ignored the guy who was making him his drink and simply left after paying. So, where are we going? Ragnarok asked. To the World Health Organization's headquarters, Alexander replied. Both of them teleported to their destination. Alexander went ahead and slapped the chief of WHO. How stupid did you have to be to believe the words of the Chinese government? Of course, they would deny that the virus can spread through the human transmission. They are a country and know how much damaging it would be for their image and economy. Most countries would try to suppress such things at the start. But it was your job to investigate and make announcements. Even after all this, you had the audacity to keep on working. I'm sure if I investigated I would find lots of bribes. Now, your first job is to resign. He scolded the men. But the WHO chief cried with his swollen face. Who are you? Illuminati. Now do the job or you will silently disappear. Alexander threatened him. The chief of WHO scaredly wrote his resignation quickly, citing his worries for his home country and its civil war. If you are Illuminati, can you stop the Ethiopian civil war? Yes, I can and I will. I will stop the virus, the forced slave labor camps, Yemen crisis and Ethiopia's civil war too. Now, for your punishment. Alexander put the man in a time torture in which he would feel the cries of every person that died due to the virus. The cries will tell him to confess to corruption and they won't stop unless he does it. Alexander ignored him and got to work. He quickly took over the whole organization from the shadows and manipulated the WHO's own research into developing a COVID vaccine. Alexander created a vaccine on his own. It was not just a vaccine but also a cure. You don't need an injection for it. It was a simple tablet with liquid inside. He thought of making a nasal spray but stopped because he guessed that someone might start saying that the vaccine would affect their brain or something. The tablet was the best deal because even if an anti-vaxxer denies taking it, they would take it once they get COVID and feel pain in their chest. From many accounts, Alexander knew that this virus affected every person differently. Some might have trouble breathing and some might not feel anything at all. Pop. Boss, any work for me? Dobby came. Good timing, I want you to order the seraphs and send them to each country. Their job is to make each country's leader follow our orders. Tell them we are Illuminati and we can replace them anytime if they disagree. He ordered. He multiplied the tablets and also set up a production line. It wasn't hard to do with magic and he made sure that it was replicable. Then he let the research staff make it public. This tablet was going to have 100% efficacy. Now what? Dobby asked. Now, I will be Santa and you will be my elf. Ha ha ha. Alexander laughed and went out. Children's Hospital in New York. Alexander entered the building in a Santa costume. Behind him, Dobby followed with a huge bag over his back. Ho ho ho. Where are all the good kids? Santa is here with presents. Alexander loudly said. Soon, lots of kids came to him running. Sadly, they all had masks on their faces and he could not see their smiles. Alexander had bought the hospital, so no staff stopped him though. Okay, you want a bicycle? Here you go. Do you want a teddy bear? Here you go. You want your parents to visit you? Done, they will come in 10 minutes. Alexander fulfilled wishes left and right. But, soon he saw a 5-year-old child in his bed. He couldn't move and was on a ventilator. He walked to the child. His eyes were open. Alexander looked at the nurse. What happened to him? He asked. The nurse told him everything. He has leukemia. He was nearly healed and was on a good path of recovery, but his parents don't believe in COVID. His mother passed on the virus to him. Normally, the virus wouldn't have been very deadly, but because of his pre-existing conditions, his situation went bad very fast. Doctors have said that he might not survive to see the new year. Alexander and Dobby looked at the child with a sad face. Alexander sat beside the bed and caressed his head. He talked to the child mentally. Hello, my child. I am Santa. What is your wish? He asked. Wah. I am Jimmy, Uncle Santa. We can talk. Jimmy asked in shock. Yes, Jimmy. But I am talking to you mentally with my powers. Alexander explained. Amazing. Uncle Santa, can I be your elf? Mom said Santa is not real and I can never be your elf. But you are real, I want to show Mom that you are real. Jimmy asked innocently. Alexander's heart ached for the child. What kind of sh*tty mother did Jimmy have? He caressed his head. Jimmy, you are already my best elf. The best of the best. Jimmy's eyes teared up. Really? But what about that big elf? Oh, his name is Dobby. He's the second best elf. Why don't we both travel the world and give other children gifts? Alexander offered. Can we? Jimmy asked in hope. Yes, of course. Alexander snapped his finger and healed Jimmy completely. Then it took a few minutes for him to start moving his hands and then feet. He turned his neck to the side. The nurse saw this and ran to call a doctor. Jimmy, I have healed you. Now, we two can go out. Alexander revealed. Jimmy got up and jumped to hug Alexander. Thank you, Uncle Santa. Let's go. A/N, this Jimmy scene was inspired by a video interview I saw on YouTube. Though I don't remember the name of the video. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 595. Illuminati. Alexander picked little Jimmy on his shoulder and went to the terrace. There he created a sleigh and 8 reindeers. Whoa, you really have flying reindeers. Jimmy cheered up. After that, Alexander rode around the world with little Jimmy, who now wore an elf dress. They sent gifts to all the kids around the world. Jimmy was having the best time of his life. Where he was on the brink of death, now he was jumping. Alexander also gifted good health to all the kids in the world. Why should kids have to pay for crimes and dumb decisions of adults? That was so much fun, Uncle Santa. I loved it. Jimmy chirped while they were on their way back. Glad you liked it, little Jimmy. Tell me, what toy do you want? Alexander asked. I want a little sister. Jimmy wished. Haha, okay. I will talk to your mom. But you will have to wait for that. Till then, here, play with this. Alexander gave him a PS5. When they came back to the hospital, Alexander saw the mother of Jimmy. She had the typical Karen haircut and wore sunglasses even at night and while indoors. Alexander had no sympathy for her. She was mentally challenged in a sense. So, he gave her some sense and increased her EQ level. Then, he put the idea of having another child in her mind and made it so that the next child would be a girl. Mommy, look. I'm an elf now. Jimmy ran to her. She hugged him tightly and cried. She wouldn't have done this before and instead would have run to Alexander to fight him or would have asked to talk to the owner of the hospital. You can walk. You are healed. Thank the Lord. Let's get you tested to make sure of everything. Then we'll go home. I will cook a full turkey dinner today. We will invite your grandparents too. She decided. Jimmy continuously nodded. Meanwhile, Alexander slowly left, leaving behind a photo of him and Jimmy and a letter wishing him all the best for his future. As soon as the WHO announced that the current chief would be resigning and a new person will be appointed, many cheered. Then the cure of COVID was announced and it spread shock, excitement and hope in people's hearts. However, there were some companies that spent billions of dollars to research and develop their vaccines. Even though they had some dangers related to their product, the companies still wanted to sell it. They used scummy tactics to undermine the cure Alexander had made, which was no less than an elixir of life, as it was literally made by God. They started bashing that the WHO-made vaccine was inferior and whatnot. They fed money to news channels and internet websites. They used their means to get many politicians on board too. Alexander sent Illuminati to pay a visit to all these folks. He didn't punish them though, because it was true that they had poured lots of money into this vaccine. So, he gave them the formula of his cure so they can study it and be prepared for future viruses too. On the other hand, Alexander forced all kinds of politicians and celebrities to eat his cure and publicize it so people gained trust in it. Just after 1 week and still no news of any negative after effects, people started believing in WHO again. With this in order, the world economy also started rising to normal. But Alexander now focused on the various wars going on. The crisis in Yemen was crazy. Tens of thousands of men, women, and children died due to starvation there because WHO and other charity groups couldn't continue relief work due to the pandemic. This left many vulnerable people to death. This was also a big failure of WHO and also the UN. How was it that even after so much funding, the UN wasn't able to do the one job it was supposed to do? Maintain peace and stop wars. Forget human rights, even the right to survive was in danger across the world. Yemen, Syria, Ethiopia, and many more African countries were at war. Alexander just read an article that a terrorist group killed 100 farmers in a village in Nigeria. With all this in mind, Alexander went with a zero-tolerance policy. He killed each and every single terrorist or extremist who believed in terrorism. Then, Alexander gathered dirt on every single politician in the world. Be it big or small. All this data was put inside a huge base under the Sahara Desert. There Alexander put 10,800 droids as supervisors. The job was simple, to run the world from the shadows. There was no Illuminati before but now there was. He immediately transferred funds from various pointless UN bodies to WHO. This money was entirely used to feed the hungry across the globe. Alexander had produced 2 billion doses of the cure and in that time, he also licensed some companies to make them. So, within a month, the monthly cure output became 2 billion. And in 4 months, the pandemic was over. Alexander believed that even if he was not here, the world would have survived but they would have done a very sloppy and botched up job at vaccinating everyone. Once this was done, Alexander was ready to be on his way. He had set up backup plans so he had no worries. He checked up on little Jimmy one last time and then left the universe for the next destination. After Alexander was gone, the T-800, now called Illuminati, kept on updating their database whenever a new politician joined in. Just after 1 year since Alexander left, some terrorist groups resurfaced in Africa. They were immediately killed and soon it was found out that France was behind it because they wanted to control the region. Later it was made public that not just France, but many other countries were involved in all this. So, the Illuminati struck. The French president resigned. After a few more months, many more heads of state resigned. Then, the United States was found to be funding a group in Afghanistan as well. So, the most powerful men in the world had to resign as well. It didn't take long for the world's top players to realize who the boss was and how insignificant their powers were. Eventually, the Illuminati started a company with the same name. This name was meant to be a parody and was meant to be a cover. This way, people who were hearing rumors would find a place to visit and satisfy their curiosity while real Illuminati worked from somewhere else. This new company was a space company and worked with other space partners such as SpaceX, NASA, etc. All the smaller governors of states in the United States were also brought into line. Then, by the forceful hands of Illuminati, a new law was passed that any questionable killing done by police would be investigated by an independent body unrelated to police. This meant shrugging shoulders by saying we're conducting an internal investigation would no longer work. This was something that should have been done long ago but some people lobbied against such laws. Later such laws were passed all around the world to keep people in power in check. This stopped lots of protests going on around the world and people got back to work. But even when the world became so much better, humans still acted dumbly and nearly started a world war. So, Illuminati struck again. Boom. Alexander felt sand under his feet and warm sunlight falling on his face. He looked around and confirmed he was on a beach. Ah, this is a nice spot to spend the day with family. I should call them. He decided. In a few minutes, the beach was occupied by old, young, and kids of Fixham. The kids went to play in the water while the ladies put sunscreen on. Alexander also got rid of his robes and showcased his godly body. He only wore shorts and played around. Ah, this is good. I always wanted a nice holiday. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 596. Holiday and New People. Ji-chan, I sit on your shoulder. Kurama climbed his body. Haha, how are you, child? Alexander asked. I'm amazing. I'm teaching Siri ninjutsu. Kurama replied. Yeah, she can probably learn anything. She has the elder blood after all. Alexander muttered. He went to a bench and laid down, relaxing like never before. His whole family was there too. He took out his phone to see where he was. But, this time, like old times, memories came into his head. Memory. 1,500 years ago. Alexander had opened his own dojo called the Golden Dragon Dojo. He was the first person on the planet to start martial arts. But he didn't accept just anybody. He chose his disciples on his own. One day, he picked up a kid from the streets named Matato. He trained the men to become as strong as possible for a human. But Alexander had a rule that every student must leave once their training completes. This kept a sense of mystery regarding the Golden Dragon Dojo. Later, the dojo became a legend because Alexander had stopped training people. Alexander also became a legend whose stories were still told to kids. Later he worked to create the world government of the planet. Memory ends. Alexander read the purity of the world because from these memories, he could see that all the work was already done. World purity, 70%, universe purity, 50%, multiverse purity, 60%. Alexander's eyes shot open. What does this mean? Am I in a world that has its own multiverse? This is going to take time to purify. Yippee. Out of nowhere, little Thea came and jumped onto Alexander's stomach. Play. She repeated. Alexander lifted her up. She was 2-year-old now and could make small sentences. But Thea's ability to affect people's mood was too overpowering. Alexander got up with her in his arms. Okay, later make a sandcastle. Yes, make sand rascal. She got excited. Yalo also joined them in making it. While the Universe family had fun, 2 men with blonde spiky hair were fighting over an island. Their punches destroyed the hills. They shot lasers from their hands at each other. Ka-meeehaamee-ha. A blue energy laser shot out of one man's hand and the other man tried to stop it. Kakarot, I will not let you win this time. Come on, I'm hungry now. Let's fight later. Cuckoo. Come for dinner. A loud shout came from the ground. Chi-Chi is asking for me. See you later, Vegeta. Goku flew home. Ha, I will surpass you, Kakarot. Just wait. Vegeta grunted. But, as the two were going their separate ways, they stopped and looked in one direction. They felt the hair on their body stand up by the overwhelming power that they were sensing. Hey Vegeta, do you still have that upgraded scouter? Goku asked. Vegeta nodded and put it on. Then he looked in the direction. 10,000. 100,000. 10 million. 10,000,000 plus. Infinity. Impossible, Vegeta exclaimed loudly. It is infinite. This means that Scouter can't read the power level. He added. Goku looked at him stupidly. Huh? Why didn't the Scouter explode then? Bulma added a safety feature in this thing. The rapid increase in the power number is what causes the explosion. Now, it just stops at the highest limit. But this is the first time I saw infinity. Vegeta explained. That is confusing. Let's go and check them. If it is someone strong, we can fight him and train. Goku excitedly said. Goku. Come here right now. Chi-Chi's voice came from the ground. But, Goku ignored her and flew towards the direction he felt great power from. But it was not just him who had felt it. Beerus Planet. The god of destruction of Universe 7, Beerus was currently sleeping. Oracle Fish had informed the god of destruction Beerus that in 39 years, an arch-rival worthy of him would appear. Due to this, he went to sleep. But, his attendant, Whis, the guide angel attendant of Universe 7's god of destruction, Beerus, as well as his martial arts teacher was not asleep. He probably never slept. Whis was stronger than the god of destruction and only came under his father, Grand Priest, and Grand Zeno, the Omni King, the supreme ruler of all the multiverse. Who is this? I can't seem to assess their strength at all. He talked to himself. For once, he looked behind at the castle. I don't think he will be waking up anytime soon. I should go and check these people out myself. He decided and vanished from his place. Catch Ji-chan. Haha, easy, Chomei. Don't throw the ball too hard. It nearly went to the space. Alexander caught it. G-Boss, pass me the ball. Chappie barked. Alexander threw it towards him. Chappie passed it to Hats by bumping his nose on it. A distance from them, all the women of the family sat, taking a nice sunbath. Olivia happily looked at everyone playing. This is what true happiness is. Seeing your whole family together like this. She said. Indeed, look at Dobby and Siri. They are still practicing with swords. I guess their idea of a date is different, Natasha added. Ha ha ha, indeed. They are just made differently. Olivia chuckled. But, suddenly they heard a loud voice, yum. This food looks tasty. Come Vegeta, eat. Kakarot, don't forget why we came here. I cannot read the power level of any person here. Vegeta stayed vigilant. They all look so nice. They are just playing here. Goku shrugged. Don't let the looks fool you. Alexander turned around to see who these two people were. He saw them descending from the sky. This gave him an insight into the people of this planet. Hello there, who are you two? Alexander asked. I'm Goku, he's Vegeta. Goku introduced, making Vegeta angry. Don't reveal everything to our enemies, fool. Bam. Suddenly, Ragnarok came behind the two and put his arms on their shoulder. This jolted them. Two new guests, let's go and drink. Ragnarok loudly started. Goku and Vegeta tried to get out of Ragnarok's hold but they couldn't even move. They looked at each other's faces as the realization hit that the other party was strong beyond their expectations. Wow, this is so tasty. What is this thing called? It is so cold and sweet. A white-haired man appeared with a blue ring around his neck. Chome, seeing a person appreciating his favorite ice cream, jumped at the man. Good taste you got there. This thing is called watermelon ice cream. This is the second best ice cream after orange flavor. Are there more flavors? Amazing. Ah, I am Whis, angel attendant of the god of destruction of the Universe 7. Whis introduced himself. I am the one and only, Lucky Sever Chome. Chome also told his name. Why Lucky 7? Whis asked while eating ice cream. Well, I got 7 tails and 7 is a lucky number. Come, I will show you the orange ice cream. Chome enthusiastically led the way. But Alexander scooped him up. Easy there, Chome. Let's talk to this stranger first. Alexander said. He knew that there must be a reason why these beings were coming to him for no apparent reason. Hello, I am God's advocate also known as Wandering God, Alexander Maxim Universe. What do you mean by angel attendant? Alexander asked. Angel. My sibling. Douglas came running. But he only got disappointed when he saw Whis. Ah, it's a fake. He muttered and went away. Whis saw everything with question marks on his head. He had also never heard of this God's advocate. A/N, folks, I need some help in deciding what should be the timeline for the DC arc. Because unlike Marvel, where I could take references from movies, I don't have anything like that for DC. Tell me which year he should appear, what should be his background and what characters he should interact with. Also, tell me about the strongest DC villains that should be in this arc. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rakamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 597. Smart Thea. Whis knew almost everything about the universe and its gods. The god of destruction was a god in the name. Just like the counterparts of the god of destruction, the Supreme Kai were called creation gods. But, the real god was Zeno. What do you mean by God's advocate? I have never heard of a god by your designation. Whis asked. Oh, is that so? Come, have a seat. Let's talk. Alexander materialized 2 comfortable chairs and a table. He summoned lots of food for him there. First you need to tell me about your multiverse. Only then can I answer you correctly. Alexander replied. Whis put his fingers on his lip and thought, let's see. Where should I start? For starters, there are 12 universes in total and every 2 universes whose designations add up to 13 are twin universes. Each universe is governed by a Supreme Kai and God of Destruction, who act to balance creation and destruction. The entirety of the multiverse is ruled by Zeno. Formerly, there were 18 universes in total, but Zeno erased 6 of them when he was angry. Where we are right now is Universe 7, Whis explained. Alexander asked further. What about the structure of the universe? Is there heaven and hell too? Yes, imagine the cosmos as a ball. This ball is divided up in 2 halves, the lower half is the realm of the living, or the universe, and the upper half is the other world, or the cosmos, with hell located between the 2 halves. The demon realm is located at the bottom of the living universe. The sacred world of the Kais exists on the outside of the universe. The realm of living is divided into 4 quadrants based on the cardinal directions, each ruled by a Kai chosen among the core person from world core. The planet of the Supreme Kais, the top-tier deities of the universe who watch over both the other world and the living world, is located outside of the ball, in the sacred world of the Kai. The Supreme Kais are gods of creation who provide the catalyst for life and planets to be born. In order to provide a balance to the constantly increasing number of planets, the gods of destruction regularly destroy life and planets. There are 12 gods of destruction, one for each universe, and Beerus is the god of destruction for Universe 7. Ah, that is it. I never spoke this much before. I need some ice cream. Alexander nodded the whole time. Okay, so your multiverse is a little mini-multiverse. That's somewhat relieving. What do you mean mini-multiverse? Whis asked. As far as he knew, there was nothing outside the 12 universes. Well, in simple words. I am not a being from this whole multiverse. I'm going to take your own example to help you understand. Imagine that the multiverse is in the shape of a ball. There are 12 compartments in the ball with walls. Each compartment is a universe. In the center, there is a compartment where all the gods and Xeno live. Outside that ball's wall is literal chaos. True omniverse, there are different universes with their parallel universes and alternate universes. There are infinite universes outside that ball. But, you and the Xeno can't leave this ball because this is your reality. Even though you are much higher than mortals, you are still not at the highest. Whis quickly asked, then who is at the highest? It is my father. Just called God or the Creator. He made everything, me, you, this universe, your Xeno, space and time. He is too powerful and his mere presence in worlds can destroy them, so he lets me do the evil purification job. Alexander explained. Whis stayed quiet for a minute. He digested this new knowledge. He was clearly a little shaken. So, that makes you the highest-ranking god here in both authority and power? Whis asked. Yes, it does. But I don't know about your Xeno, he seems strong as he's able to destroy universes. But you shouldn't worry. As long as you are not an evil person, you will not be facing my judgment. Alexander assured him. I will be taking my leave now, God Universe. Whis got up to leave. He needed to talk to Beerus fast. Alexander nodded, letting him go. Once Whis was gone, he looked at the two guys who had come. Ragnarok was still entertaining them and made them drink liquor. Bwahaha. You, young people, have no tolerance. Look at you two wobble. Ragnarok laughed. How dare you talk to this prince like that? I am Prince Vegeta, the future king of planet Vegeta. Vegeta rambled. He was clearly drunk. Goku was also drunk, what are you saying? Planet Vegeta was destroyed, wasn't it? Vegeta's shoulders fell as soon as he remembered that. His face coming to the brink of crying. Alexander just shook his head. Where is your home? Hiccups. Where Chi-Chi lives, Goku replied. Where Bulma lives, Vegeta added. Goku looked at Vegeta. What? Do you live with her? Well, be careful. She is a girl. If you do anything you will have to marry her. I do not need relationship advice from a man like you, Kakarot. You get dragged around by your wife. Pathetic for how a Super Saiyan can be such a weakling. Vegeta spoke in disgust. Hiccups. Alexander turned to Ragnarok, why couldn't you just find Iroh for drinking? He only drinks tea, Ragnarok replied. With a sigh, Alexander picked the two Scions up to drop them at their home. He just used Point Me Charm and flew in that direction. After flying for a while, he came to a futuristic-looking dome-shaped small home. He landed in front of it. Instantly, a kid came out from inside. Dad. Behind the kid, a woman also followed. Goku, how can you be so irresponsible? Aya. Chi-Chi. Hello. Goku greeted her in stuttering tone. Are you drunk? Chi-Chi was about to boil in anger. Here, hold these two. They drank too much. Alexander handed the two to her and flew away without talking much. I need to start purifying this world soon so I can focus on the universe and multiverse. He thought while on his way back. As soon as he reached the beach, little Thea came to him running. Grandpa. Look. In front of him, Thea pulled her skin from her palm. She continuously looked at his face to see his reaction. Alexander knew the trick but to make her happy so he acted shocked. Oh no, what happened to my Thea? Are you hurt? He asked in concern. Thea tried to hold herself but soon burst into laughter. Pfff, he. Grandpa. I'm not hurt. Look, this glue. She proudly explained and applied some glue on Alexander's palm. Alexander also pulled the residue after it dried up. Whoa. My Thea is smart. Go and show this to your grandma too. I bet she will be shocked. Thea had stars in her eyes. She again put glue on her hand and ran to Olivia and Natasha on her tiny stumbling feet. While seeing her leaving, Alexander also had another thought. I should focus on getting stronger too. If Zolrak wins, Thea, Olivia, and my whole family will be in danger. All my work till now would be for nothing. I have purified so many worlds and if I lost, they would fall too. He started feeling his shoulders getting a bit heavy from this burden. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 598. Spar with me. Whis returned to the Beerus planet and headed straight to where Beerus was sleeping. Bam. He kicked the bed of Beerus. Wake up, Lord Beerus. It is an emergency. Beerus grumpily woke up while rubbing his eyes. What happened? Did the world end? Did my stupid brother get some new food? Wait, has my rival appeared? 2 of your questions are correct. The world will really end if you don't get your act together, and yes, in a way you can say your rival has arrived. Whis started. Beerus' eyes shined. Finally I can have a good fight. Where is this rival of mine? I recommend you don't go looking for him. First, you must clean up some sins. You need to do some good deeds or else your existence will be removed from the universe. Whis warned him. Beerus scratched his head in confusion. Don't tell me you ate something foul. What are you talking about? Who can remove my existence? Wait, don't tell me, Grand Zeno. No, it is much worse than that. Much more terrifying than that. Whis corrected him. What can be more terrifying than Zeno? Beerus inquired. A god from outside the multiverse who rules countless multiverses. A god who ranks much higher than even Grand Zeno. Whis revealed. I get it. This is one of your jokes, isn't it? Not funny, I am going back to sleep. Beerus asked. Whis sighed and showed Beerus Earth on his orb attached to his staff. Why don't you look through this? Alexander spent the whole day with his family on the beach. At night they camped around and had a nice barbecue. The next day, everyone went to Fixheim and Alexander got to work. He flew to the place where he had dropped the 2 spiky-haired men. With him were Ragnarok and Dobby. Knock knock. Alexander knocked on the door. Soon, a kid opened the door. He looked nearly 10 years old. Hello, kid. Can you call your father out? Alexander asked. Dad. There's someone for you. The kid shouted. Goku came out with a bowl of ramen in his hand and his mouth full. Oh, you are that old man from yesterday. Come on in, have some breakfast. Goku invited them in. Chi-Chi also came forward with a very welcoming attitude too. From her attitude, Alexander could deduce that she was a good wife. Thank you, we have eaten our breakfast. We just came here to have a chat. Where is the other guy? Alexander inquired. Goku kept on eating while he talked. Oh, he's very shy. He went back to his home in the West City. Then I guess we will just ask you. Tell me, can all people of this planet fly like you? Alexander asked. Oh, no. Not everyone. Only a selected few who have trained to a higher level. But I am different, I am a scion. Goku revealed. What is a scion? Dobby inquired. Well, I only found out a short time ago. I am not from this planet, you know. I am supposed to be from a race called scions. Goku answered. Alexander nodded. Are there more scions on this planet? I don't know. I only know Vegeta and my son Gohan. Vegeta said Scion's homeworld was destroyed and all scions had died out. He revealed. Hey, you seem pretty strong. Let's spar. Goku suddenly demanded. Alexander looked at him amusingly. Goku was present there when Alexander told Whis about his identity. That should have made it clear that probably no one was his match in this world. Are you sure? Didn't you hear me yesterday? He asked. I did, but I'm not religious, so I don't think you are a god. I don't know how strong you are either. I also need to train for the soon-to-be-arriving androids. Goku replied, insisting on fighting. Alexander shook his head. He knew that there was some problem with this man's overly enthusiastic nature. He first checked his sins. Kakarot aka Son Goku, category. Arrogance in fighting. 3. Letting the enemy reach higher power when he could have killed them. Lazy to the point of not contributing to the household. Recklessly putting others' lives in danger. Neglecting wife and son, always. Sin percentage, 40%. I need to teach him how to be a good person before being a good fighter. Alright, let's go out and do it. It won't take much time anyway. Alexander got up. On the other hand, Ragnarok laughed. Haha, you are wasting your time, kid. But, Chi-Chi tried to stop Goku. You cannot do this in front of Gohan. Fighting cannot feed our family. You need to be a responsible person. But Goku simply ran out and behind him, Gohan also followed. Alexander walked to Chi-Chi. Do not worry, child. I will teach him some lessons about being a responsible man. Alexander went out and flew into the sky. Goku followed him too. Soon, they hovered a distance away from each other. Goku, let's have a bet. Otherwise, this is too boring for me. Alexander demanded. Huh? What bet? Goku asked back. If you lose, you need to promise that you will be a good husband and father. If you do not keep the promise, then you will lose all your powers. To get your powers back, you will have to be a good contributor to the family for 3 days. Alexander proposed. Goku was a simple man. He didn't ask for any details about what Alexander meant by being a good husband and father. He just nodded because he wanted a good fight as soon as possible. Sure, I can do that. He agreed. Alexander nodded. Good, now, show me your strongest move. Goku excitedly took his position. Since he had defeated Frieza, he had not found any powerful opponent. He always strived to push himself to the next level, but even Vegeta was not enough for this. However, Goku didn't know how strong Alexander was. So, he didn't go Super Saiyan first. He stayed in his base form and flew to Alexander with his fist out. Bam! Goku struck Alexander with his fist. His aim was set to Alexander's face. It did connect, but the result was not as Goku had accepted. Alexander stayed in his place and didn't even flinch. He kept on looking at Goku's face. I know you can do better than this. Show me what you got. Alexander tried to incite him. Goku stepped back. All right then, you asked for this. Ha-waya. He started screaming. Pop. Chomei appeared on Alexander's shoulder. Ji-chan, Grandma wanted to talk to Y. WOAH, does this man have constipation? Alexander laughed. Haha, no, Chomei, he's just trying to transform into his stronger self. You go and tell Ali I'll be there in an hour. Okay, bye-bye. Chomei went back to fix him. Ha-iya. Goku finally turned blonde. Alexander did feel the increase in the power level of Goku. Fascinating, does he have a limit to how much he can increase his power? Alexander asked himself. Goku then used instant transmission and appeared in front of Alexander with an energy blast ready in his hand to be blasted on his opponent's face. Boom. With a fast move, he connected to Alexander's face again. The energy blast exploded at contact. Goku thought that he was successful in hurting Alexander, but the next moment Alexander's arm rose and caught onto Goku's neck. A/N, Goku is many things. A good fighter, a good-hearted person, and many other things. But, he was not a reliable man, he was not a good father or husband. He continuously ignored Chi-Chi, ate a lot and yet didn't do anything to bring money for the family. In a way, Goku was not as perfect as he seemed to be. So, Alexander will be helping them on this. By the way, we are in Cell Saga at the moment, but you can ignore the timeline since Whis also introduced himself and Beerus is up as well. A/N, question, which Joker do you want in the DC world? The old evil Joker or the new Joker from 2019 movie? Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 599. Mirror of Narcissism. A/N, Alfred is the A.I turned android from Courage the Cowardly Dog world. Goku tried to get out of Alexander's hold. He felt as powerless as he was feeling yesterday when Ragnarok had caught him and Vegeta. Now, he was remembering that he had ignored what had happened yesterday entirely. If Ragnarok was able to hold them, then how strong was Alexander? Alexander tightened his hold. Kid, you are very weak. But, I believe that you have unlimited potential. I think so too, haha. Goku laughed wryly. So, you accept defeat? Alexander asked. He knew that toying with Goku was like playing with a small toy for him and he would only be wasting his time by doing it. Goku didn't reply fast. So, Alexander applied some more pressure. I can train you later. We can find out your limit. If you have indeed unlimited potential like Saitama, then I guess I will have another ally in the future. Alexander told him. Goku quietly nodded. Alexander also let him go at that point. Goku turned back to normal and stretched his shoulders as they felt stiff due to being nearly strangled by Alexander. You really are a god, it seems, Goku said. Took you long enough to realize, Alexander replied in a sarcastic tone. Now, do you remember your promise? You will have to be a good father and husband. For this, you need to find a job and provide money to the family so they don't have to worry about putting food on the table and work to improve Gohan's studies. Alexander reminded Goku. But Goku's face fell. What? But this was not in the deal. Alexander chuckled. It was. You just didn't ask me what I meant by a good husband and a good father. The number one duty of a good father is to be a role model for his son. You are a good role model when it comes to physical strength but lack when it comes to mental abilities. The number one duty of a good husband is to try to keep your wife happy and help her with her problems. Not leave her to deal with them alone. You had the daring to get married and have a kid. Now you need to fulfill those roles. But what about training? Those androids will be appearing soon. Goku complained. Do this and I will train you to become the strongest being in the universe. Leave whoever these androids are to me. Got it. Alexander instructed him. Oh, that would be amazing. I'll see you later then. Goku happily left. Alexander sighed and went to Fixame to talk to Olivia. Fixame. Move your hips. Round and round. One step forward, one step backwards. Natasha was teaching the inhabitants of Fixame how to exercise. It was funny seeing the tailed beasts, Hats, Chappie, Ajax, Douglas, Noodles, Barry, and all kinds of beings shaking their hips or trying to do it and failing miserably. The environment of Fixame was always peak satisfying and relaxing. Alexander went to Olivia, who sat on a bench and read a book. Hey, Ollie. Hey, Alex. I had something important to talk to you about. Olivia put down her book. Alexander turned serious and listened to her. What is it? I was thinking about Rena and Gali. They have been gone for so long now. I wonder how they are. They haven't contacted us in so long either. Olivia said worriedly. Alexander laid back and thought. Yes, I left them in One Piece world. I don't know if they are still there though. Don't worry. I will go and get them soon. Yes, that would be best. Olivia went back to reading her book. Then Alexander went to the underground lab to see what his scientists were cooking. What did you make for me, Alfred? Alexander asked. Ah, boss. Come, behold my latest creation. The mirror of narcissism. If you stand in front of it, it will praise you. Alfred revealed and went in front of it. Soon, a voice came from the mirror. It spoke in a British accent. Huh, such a foolish waste of my energy. You look absolutely horrendous. Like a piece of junk that nobody wants. Alfred was left standing there with his eyes wide open. Damn it, it seems I messed up its emotional settings. Alfred cursed. Just correct it then, Alexander advised. Not possible. I used magic to make it and now it is basically a semi-living thing. Alfred explained. Seeing Alexander standing in front of it, the mirror got activated. Oh, who do we have here? Colonel Sanders himself. I thought you died of cholesterol from the greasy chicken whose so-called recipe has more ingredients than an East India Company spice/slave ship and yet tastes like crap. Alexander was taken aback by all this. This was indeed a fun pastime. He immediately called Dobby to see what the mirror would say. Confused, Dobby stood in front of the mirror. Ah, the Bigfoot is here. You must be one of the lucky ones to survive the worst pandemic to ever hit Earth, humans. The mirror said. Though it was unclear to whom it was insulting. Next was Ragnarok's turn. For God's sake, why is this gold fetishman here? I never thought you'd come out of your dweeb cave where you probably ejaculate to the gold itself before licking it clean to keep the gold shining. Ragnarok raged. What did it say? I'm going to melt this mirror. Ha ha ha, what is going on here? Iroh asked as he entered with a teacup in his hand. But he stood in front of the mirror mistakenly. How can a man drink piss of so many flavors? You must truly be a different kind of pervert. Alexander laughed at Iroh's shocked expression. Soon, Ragnarok brought a confused Douglas because he was interested in knowing what the mirror would say about his scissor fetish. What's going on? Douglas asked. But the mirror was the one to reply, this is an angel. Whoa, it seems heaven's standards have really fallen. What kind of angel has scissors as weapons? Might as well cut your own dick and become a tailor. The scissor will be better used there. Wahaha, Ragnarok started laughing. Alex, I need you to make me a. Olivia entered suddenly. Whistle. What a nice ass. Damn, those hips don't really lie and I wanna lie on them. The mirror spoke. But Olivia was alerted and looked around. Which degenerate used such foul language? Everyone pointed to the mirror. A few moments later, the mirror was thrown onto the conveyor belt, taking it to the melting station to be rebuilt later. Alexander turned to Alfred. Man, don't make such stuff from now on. Now I'll have to sleep on the couch. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 600. Androids. After Alexander returned to his job, he found out that Goku had really lost all his powers because he acted lazily and didn't commit to his promise. So, with his son, Goku came to find Alexander. Alexander had now bought the whole beach where he had spent time with his family and had created a big mansion there. The tailed beasts and kids loved to play there. Thud. Alexander heard the sound of footsteps. He looked and saw Goku and his son. Ah, Goku. Why are you here? Alexander asked. But the four-tailed beast, Son Goku, heard him and came up to him while jumping around. You asked for me, Ji-chan. Alexander chuckled, haha, no, not you. This man here is also named Son Goku. Whoa, he's a monkey, he asked and jumped onto Goku's shoulder. Why are your hair like this? Son Goku asked. I don't know, Goku replied. Alexander quickly interrupted, Son Goku, go and play with others. Okay, Ji-chan, he hopped away happily. So, why did you come here, Goku? Alexander inquired. He had some doubts as to why he came here though. Goku started speaking, I can't use my powers for some reason. I also feel pain in my chest. Gohan, tell me, did your father go out to find work or did he help your mother in anything? Alexander asked. Gohan thought for a second. I don't think so. He just slept after eating meals. Alexander glared at Goku, did you forget your promise? Goku averted his gaze. You have to keep your promise or you will never be able to get your powers back. That was the deal you agreed on. You need to be a good father and a husband first. I can help you with that, I will open a dojo for you where you can teach martial arts to people and earn money. That will surely help your wife a lot. Alexander offered. But I want to train myself. How will I find time to train others? Goku asked. Young man, don't test my patience. This world does not revolve around you. You need to earn your living here. Gohan, tell me. What is your mom's daily routine? Alexander asked. Gohan honestly answered, she wakes up at 4 in the morning to cook breakfast. Then, she washes the dishes and clothes till 9. After that, she goes out to the farm to get vegetables and then go to hunt animals. She complains that we have no money so we have to do all this. She starts cooking lunch at 12 in the afternoon. Then, Dad eats and she goes back to washing dishes till 5 in the evening and after that, she starts preparing for dinner. She sleeps at 12 in the night after finishing her chores. She also teaches me whenever she has time. And what does your father do all this time? Alexander asked further. Well, he's rarely home. He only comes to eat and sometimes sleep. Gohan answered. Alexander sighed. He turned to Goku, do you have no shame? Did you marry your wife just so she can be your slave who cooks and cleans for you? I can't believe she still does all this for you. She must really love you. Goku, I am giving you 10 days. If you don't get your act together then I will be harsher on you. I will never train you and you will never get your powers back. Remember, to be a good martial artist, you not only need patience and discipline in your practice but also in your daily life. With this, Alexander went closer to Goku and put his hand on his shoulder. I sensed a life-threatening heart disease in you. Here, drink this. This will heal you. Alexander said as he handed him a small bottle. What? So that's why I was feeling pain in my chest. Goku muttered and quickly drank it. He immediately felt better. Okay, I will keep my promise. All I have to do is earn money and keep my family happy. I think I can do it. See you later, old man. Goku went away with Gohan. Goku still couldn't fly so he was being helped by Gohan. Alexander just hoped that Goku would become better. Okay, I should head to this West City now. Let's see what is the state of this planet. Later Alexander went straight to West City. It looked like a normal city except there was a huge dome-shaped building in the middle. Alexander curiously went to it and found it was some kind of a lab, owned by Dr. Brief. He thought about looking in so he pressed the doorbell. Surprisingly, the owner of the world's biggest corporation opened the door himself. Yes. Dr. Brief asked. I am Alexander Maxim Universe, I'm something of a scientist myself. I was interested in learning more about your corporation. Alexander introduced himself. Oh, another man with a brain. Come, I'll show you around. Dr. Brief surprisingly invited him. Alexander didn't think much and followed him. Dr. Brief showed him the various items he had made. By far the most revolutionary thing was Hoi Poi capsules. This one is called the gravity machine. Made so people can train in it. It increases gravity and pushes the body to the limit. Dr. Brief explained. This is amazing. You can make a spaceship with this technology. Humanity can become a space civilization very easily now. Alexander deduced. Machine's door opens. Vegeta came out of the machine, all sweaty. He sees Alexander and points his finger. It's you. I want to fight you, right now. Sure, but you better turn blonde first. Goku already lost in that form. Alexander nonchalantly replied. You fought Goku? Vegeta asked in shock. He knew that Goku was a little stronger than him and if Goku still lost then this man must be very powerful. Beating his is like beating Goku too, he thought and got ready. Yeah, now, do it fast, Alexander nudged him. Ha-yeah. Vegeta did his shouting and turned Super Saiyan. But, the next moment, he found his body being pulled to Alexander's raised palm. His neck automatically got placed in Alexander's grasp. See, the power difference between us is astronomical. So, calm down and think from your head and not from testosterone. Alexander advised him and put him down. Vegeta's mouth stayed open in shock and unwillingness to accept this. He again attacked Alexander but got slapped away by him. Dr. Brief went to check up. Oh, he has passed out. Who's going to go fight the androids now? Alexander had been hearing about these androids for a while now, so he asked. What androids? How do you know they will be coming? Well, my grandson came here from the future and warned all of us about them. In his own timeline, most of the warrior had died and only he, Gohan and a few others were left. Dr. Brief explained everything to him. Is that so? Where is this future grandson of yours? Alexander inquired. Dr. Brief answered, he went back to his world. Sigh. I will go and deal with these androids. Don't worry. Alexander decided and went away. As they flew, Dabi spoke. Do you think they will be stronger than T-800 droids? No, I don't think so. The new T-800 are magically reinforced. They cannot be defeated by mortals. Alexander replied. Ah, this is getting boring. Aren't there any dragons in this world? Ragnarok inquired. Alexander didn't know this. Why don't you go and look around? Good idea. So, Ragnarok left. Android 19 and 20, Dr. Gero, had arrived. He was an evil genius scientist and a brilliant weapons designer behind the criminal organization known as the Red Ribbon Army. But, the Red Ribbon Army was destroyed by Goku when he was a child and since then Dr. Gero held grudges against him. So, he experimented and turned himself into an android to not die of age and also kidnapped some people to create more powerful androids who were programmed to find and kill Goku. But, he did not wake up his other androids and instead went to kill Goku and other fighters with his Android 19. But, when they arrived at the city where he thought the Z fighter would be, he found no one. Except for an old man and a tall buffed man. Welcome, androids, Alexander greeted. Who are you? Dr. Gero asked. You will find out soon. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora. Thank you for your support. Chapter 601, 601. Great-Grandpa and Great-Grandma Universe. Dr. Gero, Category. Murder, 12. Indirect murder, 67. Kidnapping, 9. Torture via experimentation, 6. Stealing, 11. Sin percentage, 70%. I heard you are some kind of a scientist, but an evil one. Now, I can give you two choices. Tell me where your base of operation is. Depending on your answer, I can either give you an easy death or a very painful one. You should consider yourself lucky as you are a Category 3 sinner and would still get a chance to reincarnate but of course, after getting purified in hell. Alexander gave him the option. Dr. Gero looked at him with disdain. Ha, who do you think you are? You think you are some kind of a god? Yes, I am a god, Alexander replied. Dr. Gero was not expecting this hence he couldn't reply with a comeback. Cough. I will show you your place. Let's see how strong God is. Dr. Gero said. Dabi sighed. ***, these bad guys never take your warning seriously. Alexander nodded. I know, do I not look scary? Dabi and Alexander looked at each other's faces. Dabi shook his head and replied, nope, you look like the kind old grandpa who would give his grandkids money every time they visit. If it was me in the place of that guy, I would not take you seriously either. What do you think is the problem? Is it my beard? Alexander asked while stroking his beard. Dabi thought for a while. No, I don't think so. It's probably genes. Well, I don't really know who my parents are so we can't blame them. Let's ask the old man. He should know who they were and what happened to them. Alexander decided and looked up. But he was interrupted because rage-filled Dr. Gero and the clown-like android attacked them. Dr. Gero went for Alexander while the Android 19 went for Dabi. Boom. Boom. Alexander and Dabi punched at them at the same time and destroyed them as well. Alexander didn't kill them instantly though. They were still alive and in shape to answer some questions. Putting that aside, Alexander looked up at the sky. Old man, do you know who my parents were? Why did they leave me and what happened to them? Almost immediately a voice came from the sky. But, he could also hear noises of puppies barking. Whoa, what are you doing? Alexander added another question. Nothing, a Cerberus gave 200 puppies. They are adorable. I'm just visiting them. About your parentage, I know about them. Well, you were born in a normal family. Your dad had a habit of investing in stocks. He had made a good amount of money too. But then he lost everything and was neck deep in loans. Sad for them, your mom was pregnant at the same time. Considering the cost of healthcare, they had no way of raising you nicely. They were dirt poor, so they did what they could. In the end, they left you at the stairs of the orphanage with $200, which was all the money they had saved up. They were afraid for your health due to your hair too and could only hope that someone would adopt you and give you a good life. God said. Alexander took a long breath. Did they not have white hair? And what happened to them in the future? God started speaking again. No, they didn't have white hair. Only you were born like that. About their future, well, after they left you on the stairs of the orphanage, they tried their best to get out of poverty and get you back. But, going bankrupt is easy, and rising again is hard. In the end, they had to accept their condition and lived a very sad life for years. They worked as much as they could, but all of it went to repaying the loans your father took. Eventually, you grew up and became so famous. They knew you were their son, but they felt too ashamed to go to you. They felt guilty for leaving you behind. But, without even knowing, you did help them. Your Kind Heart Foundation gave them so much. They were able to get life and health insurance at a very low cost. Then, they got the benefits of housing schemes from your company for low-cost housing. They still felt indebted to you, so they spent the rest of their life running a branch of Kind Heart Orphanage. They took care of each orphan child as if they were their own kids. They used to cheer in happiness whenever you would achieve something new. They were very proud of you, son. But, your mother passed away due to shock when she heard that you were murdered. She felt too much hurt after knowing who killed you, and she blamed herself for not being there to help you raise your kids better. Your father lived for 10 more years running the orphanage. He eventually died too. Alex, my child, they were bad for leaving you behind, but they did love you. I guess your kindness is also something genetic. God stopped speaking. Alexander was a bit emotional. He never knew that his parents loved him so much. All this time, he thought they were monsters, but he was wrong. Boss, are you okay? Dobby patted his shoulder. Alexander took a very long breath. Yeah, I'm fine. I guess I had good parents. I know that by leaving me at the orphanage they gave me a life much better than I would have probably gotten with them. What were their names? He asked. God answered, Kelly Maxim Universe and John Maxim Universe. Both of them are in heaven and know about your God status. They go around in heaven telling everyone that you were their son. Alexander chuckled, I'm happy for them. I guess when all this is done, I will meet them. Alexander felt as if a weight had been lifted off of his heart. He made some water for himself and drank it. Once done, he turned to the androids. You two, take me to your lab. He ordered. Dr. Gero heard everything that happened. He heard the voice from the sky. Now, he truly believed that Alexander was a god. Ah. Follow me. Please don't kill me. He cried. Alexander didn't reply and went to the lab. Once in the lab, he started inspecting every corner. He then went to Dr. Gero and punched him. You think you are very smart? I know there is a secret pathway leading to the underground. I can sense the airflow going there. Lead the way or I will destroy the floor. Alexander threatened him. Dr. Gero cursed and led him underground. Finally, Alexander saw the other androids inside the tank. All of them were kidnapped people, forcefully made androids. What did you do to them? There is no way you would keep them just for the sake of existence. What did you program them to do? Alexander asked. I didn't. Bam. You should know, honesty is the best policy. Alexander reminded him. I programmed them to find and kill Goku. Dr. Gero answered. Release them. Dr. Gero smirked as if he had found a way out. He didn't argue and ran to the control panel. Haha, I don't think he can fight all of us at the same time, he gloated inside. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 602, 602. Androids and Trunks. Hush. The glass doors of 2 cylinders opened and from inside came out 2 androids, 1 man and 1 woman. They both looked like siblings. Android 17 and 18, I order you. Kill these 2 men. Dr. Gero shouted. It was not his fault that he was so stupid. He just didn't know how strong Alexander was. But the 2 didn't even move. Why should we? The men asked. Because I am your master. I made you this strong. You obey me. Dr. Gero shouted again. The blonde woman looked at Dr. Gero with disgust. Do you expect us to say, thank you for making us metal junk, master? You gave us so much pain and made us this machine. The one we will kill is you. Android 17 jumped at Drive Jero and ripped his arms out to stop him from doing anything to stop them. I created you. You can't kill me. Yes we can. Android 18 kicked his head away like a football. Then, with an agonizing scream, Android 17 stepped on the head, destroying it. Dr. Jero's evil career ended just then. After that, the two looked at Alexander. Who are you? Just an old man, he replied and proceeded to ask. Do you remember your past life? The two androids looked at each other. Soon, Android 17 answered, that is none of your business. Sigh. Alexander waved his hand and reversed the time of Dr. Jero's body, bringing it back to life. You two stay put. I will find out about your past. While the two androids were in shock, Alexander looked through the memories of Dr. Jero. 17 and 18, Lapis and Lazuli had lost their parents in a tragedy when they were very young. To survive, they had nothing else to do other than resort to robbery. They became criminals. Not the mafia, just everyday non-lethal smugglers. However, they were not bad. They just had to do it to survive. Later, when they were about 17 years old, Drive Jero kidnapped them and transformed them into androids. 17 and 18 held a grudge against him. Alexander also found out more things about other androids. There was an Android 16 as well. Android 16 was an incomplete android designed by Dr. Jero to be created exclusively from synthetic technology. He was modeled on Jero's dead son, a high-ranking Red Ribbon soldier long ago killed by an enemy bullet. In his affection, Jero made him powerful but did not want him to be destroyed in battle, so he made him gentle. But Alexander found something much more dangerous in the records of his creations. Cell, the self-proclaimed ultimate creation of Dr. Jero, designed via cell recombination using the genetics of the greatest fighters that the remote tracking device could find on Earth. The result was a perfect warrior, possessing numerous favorable genetic traits and special abilities from Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, Frieza, and King Cold. But, the current cell was in a larva form, so he was easy to deal with and Alexander did it. He came out of Dr. Jero's mind and put him in a time torture where he would be able to create countless androids, but all of them would betray him. Then he disintegrated him and walked to the supercomputer. A small energy blast from his palm destroyed the supercomputer that was responsible for making the android. He also activated Android 16, who looked intimidating by human standards. He then turned back to the Android 17 and 18. You two have a name. You are called Lapis and Lazuli. You were orphans before being kidnapped by Dr. Jero. Even though Dr. Jero is dead, you are still not free from his control. He had programmed you to find and kill Goku, who had saved the planet multiple times from aliens. I can help you get rid of that programming and also turn into humans again. He offered. Why should we trust you? Lapis asked. Alexander didn't reply and straight up gave them their memories back. But he did not give them their memory of being a robber. He wanted them to be good people as he did not see any murders in their sins. This shut down the brother and sister, so he turned to Android 16, who didn't have a name as he was fully synthesized. You are made to be kind yet powerful. The only flaw you have is that you are also programmed to kill Goku. God knows why he's so hated. But, I can give you a better life. I know many other androids who live in my realm. You can live there too. I think we need an animal caretaker in Fixheim and you would be perfect. Alexander said. He had already made up his mind after seeing Dr. Jero's memory. Android 16 only nodded at him. Alexander, seeing his agreement, sent him to Fixheim where Arnold will tell him everything. Meanwhile, Lapis and Lazuli calmed down. What are you? They asked. I am a god with a small g for now. So, what is going to be your choice? He asked. We want to get rid of our command to kill this Goku and be turned into humans. But, I still want to have this power. Lazuli answered. Why is that? You know, power can corrupt people. Your power can destroy this planet. Alexander questioned them. Because, seeing our memories, we realized that we were weak and that was why life was so hard. If we had power, we could have found a way to earn money. Maybe by becoming an athlete or something else. Lapis said. Okay. I will do it, but you must sign these papers first. These state that you will not use your powers to do evil. He put forward a magical contract. The brother and sister read them and signed. They had nothing to lose and everything to gain, so a contract was nothing. Good, here you go. Alexander used his powers on them. They were androids, meaning they still had some of their body made of flesh. So, he just used that as the base and recreated their whole bodies with his power. Eventually, all the metal used in them was removed and flesh took its place. How do you two feel? He asked. The two looked at their hands. They could feel their heart beating too. We are humans again. So, what are you two going to do? Maybe I can arrange some jobs for you. Alexander offered them help. Lapis answered first, I don't know. Maybe I will work in some animal sanctuary and protect animals from poachers. Haha, a good cause. Okay, I will recommend you to a national animal park. What about you, child? He asked lazuli. I don't know. I just want money and live in comfort. She replied. A good ambition, but for that, boom asterisk. Suddenly the entrance of the lab was blasted open. Soon, two people entered. A bald short man and a purple-haired boy. Where is that supercomputer, Trunks? The bald man asked. I don't think that should be our concern right now. There are people there. The purple-haired boy replied. Both of them stayed alert and waited for the dust to settle. But once the purple-haired one saw Lapis and lazuli, he got enraged and dashed to attack them. His hair also turned blonde all of a sudden. However, Alexander got in between and just stopped the full-powered punch. But the boy didn't stop and stepped back, only to send an energy blast. But that also got stopped. Who are you? Why are you protecting them? They are murderers, the boy said. Well, first, you should tell me your name. Second, you attacked, and third, they haven't killed anyone yet. Alexander argued. Does not matter, they will kill people in future, the boy retorted. But Alexander realized something. Ah, are you Trunks from the future? Trunks was taken aback. How do you know me? Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 603. Ripples. Your grandpa told me about you. How you came to the past. You do know that whatever you do here will not change your timeline? Alexander asked. Yes, I know. But if I can kill Cell, then that is good. Trunks replied. No need to worry about that. I've already killed him. These two have also changed now. I have made them humans again and also removed the programming ordering them to kill Goku. You can rest easy. Alexander said. Trunks looked at the two ex-androids with judging gaze. What if they turn evil? Trunks asked. They can't. I have made them sign a magic contract. If they turn evil they will lose all their power. Alexander replied. Who are you? Trunks asked. Alexander was getting frustrated for being asked this question so many times. So, he put a name tag on his chest, like in the military. Alexander Maxim Universe, blood group, B+ probably. I don't know anyone by your name in my world. This is so different than what happened there. Trunks muttered in confusion. Of course this is the case. This is an alternate timeline now. Though it's not your fault because it was I who came to this world. Let's get away from here. He said and flew out of the lab. Others followed him behind too. Then, he looked back for a second and sent a punch wave towards the mountain. It got destroyed beyond recognition. Come, let's go. Look out. Dend, the new Earth's Guardian. The Guardian was the title given to the individual protectors of planets. He became Earth's Guardian under Goku's request. When Alexander arrived, he also felt it. But, as he did not feel anything evil in Alexander, he ignored him. But he then saw Alexander introduce himself and also his interactions with Whis. Den didn't really know much about the upper echelon of Universe's powers. At most he knew about the Kai. It was the first time he had heard about angels, god of destruction and the scariest one, Zeno. But, what shocked him was that Alexander was said to be even stronger than this Zeno. Maybe I should meet him now. He thought. Sacred world of the Kai. Alexander's arrival was something that didn't go unnoticed by powerful beings. All the Supreme Kai and the Grand Priest did feel his presence. But their own arrogance towards mortals made them not feel compelled to meet him. To them, mortal matters were below them, and as Alexander was in the mortal realm, they thought he was a mortal as well. But the smaller Kai were still a bit shaken. Though they didn't have the courage to go to Alexander on their own and meet him. So, all four Kai, the north, south, east and west met each other to decide what to do. So what should we do about this new guy? We are not really strong enough to defeat him ourselves, and neither do we have someone who can defeat him. Even my warrior, Goku, lost to him. North Kai aka King Kai spoke. King Kai wore T-shade sunglasses and had a very short stature with a pair of cricket-like antennae. King Kai had a strong sense of humor, but he tells very bad jokes. West Kai quickly mocked, haha, your fighter lost so easily. You are weak, North Kai. Ah, I forgot to tell you all, for some reason, God of Destruction, Lord Beerus has also woken up, and I think it has something to do with this person. Maybe he will come here. North Kai added. It immediately scared West Kai, as that was his nature. East Kai spoke then. She appeared to have a really big ego. Why don't we just go to Supreme Kai? He will have a solution. We are only here to watch over the mortal realm, but if the god of destruction is involved then it isn't our problem, it's common sense. Sigh. It seems we will have to trouble Supreme Kai this time. North Kai sighed. All this was happening due to the mere presence of Alexander. But he didn't know about this, and even if he knew he wouldn't care about it as he was busy. Alexander opened his dojo again and started teaching Goku as well as some other powerful beings of the planet. He was going to raise them as the peacekeepers of the universe he was in. In the Golden Dragon Dojo, you all must follow my words strictly or else you will be expelled. I am not here to train some hooligans. As most of you already know, I am a god and my job is to purify this universe. The purity of your planet is 70% and I want it at least 90%. This means that all crime must be stopped. For this, I will train you. Now, your first job is to learn the basics, which is the theoretical knowledge of being a hero. What it means to be the protector. If you can't pass this exam then you will be expelled. He announced. Everyone's face fell as soon as they heard that. They had been looking forward to being taught by Alexander, but no one said they would have to study. Don't make such faces. If you can't even do that then you can't learn here. Look at Gohan, he's a kid and still not complaining. Alexander scolded them. Eventually, they all agreed to do it. So, Alexander snapped his finger and lots of booklets fell in front of them. Pick them up. They have all the written rules and situations that you all will face in the future. I want you all to memorize all of them. In 3 months, there will be tests. He instructed. Teacher, I have already remembered these. You gave me this book yesterday. Gohan raised his hand. Alexander nodded happily. Good, you are a good student. Okay, your job will be to help them learn it. I will see you all in 2 months then. With that, Alexander disappeared as he needed to do some training himself in Fixheim. Fixheim. Alexander gathered all the adults near him. Starting today, we will start training for the upcoming war. We must be strong enough to face Zulrak and his forced laborers. Michael, any news you found from up there? Michael came forwards and spoke. Yes, I did hear some words. Zulrak has expanded his operations and for some reason, he's attacking any universe in sight. We don't know why he is doing this. But we did find out that there is something going on inside his camp that is even worrying him. Alexander nodded. I guess we also need to focus more now. Can't let him get ahead of us. One Piece world. Golly come, we will go to Cake Island today. I've been getting bored with all the salty food we've been eating. Rena told her close friend. They were on their personal ship that was the size of an aircraft carrier. Hee hee, yeah, I'm also getting bored of fishing. Golly agreed. She turned around and shouted some orders to some men. Yes, Admiral Golly. The men saluted and got to work. She then looked up. It's going to rain it seems. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 604, 604. The Right Hand. Golly and Rena had been living their life truly king-sized. After Alexander had left, they were basically the strongest beings on the planet. Together, they headed the new world government from the military aspect. They controlled the secret anti-corruption unit of the Marine. Most of the old folks had already retired. Garp had retired as he was now focused on playing with his great-grandkids. No, Luffy had not married, but he had still done the deed with the Queen of Amazon Lily. Luffy was still his dumber self though, but he had matured a little bit and took the responsibility for the child and also Boa Hancock. Monkey D. Dragon was now the elected president of the world government. This was his second and last term according to the law. During his reign, piracy was completely ended with the scientific advancements of Dr. Vegapunk. Now, the ships were more advanced and faster, so traveling the sea became much easier. At the same time, these ships were very expensive and it stopped pirates from buying them. In the end, the wooden ships of pirates were easily destroyed. The calm belt was also very calm now because all sea kings were now under the control of the world government. This happened by inducting the fishmen into Marine. But, there was still one profession that was most loved. That was being an adventurer. However, this was a very competitive field now and most people could only dream of becoming one as it needed a lot of willpower. Things had been very peaceful and crimes had decreased a lot. People had more freedom and the general happiness index was at an all-time high. Rena and Golly were treated like beloved princesses by the world as the two never held themselves back from flexing their powers. But, the happiness from the world was soon going to disappear as dark clouds gathered in the sky, giving a gloomy feeling to the people. Just as Rena and Golly reached the Cake Island, they felt an ominous presence in the sky. Rena, something is coming from the sky, Golly quickly warned. Rena also stood up from her chair. What is it? It feels bad. I don't know, but it is very strong, much stronger than me, Golly replied. Rena's eyes widened, she knew that Golly was a planet devourer. Anything more powerful than a planet devourer was supposed to be a threat they weren't sure they could defeat. They waited for whomever this person was to come down to attack them. But soon, their faces turned from confidence to worry because they felt more than one being's presence in the sky. After another few seconds, they saw lots of black smoke-like things coming down piercing the clouds. There were thousands and they were flying towards all directions. Each of the black smoke-like beings were making screeching sounds as they flew by. Two came towards them too. Ree. Golly took her stance and prepared to punch the thing. But she soon realized that she couldn't punch smoke, so she increased her size and ate the thing alive. Her stomach was like a totally different dimension where everything was disintegrated, so she wasn't worried. The other one saw its partner being killed so easily, so it changed its direction and flew towards one of the ordinary marine soldiers. What happened next scared all marines. The soldier was melted alive as if he had been thrown into extremely potent acid. The men screamed as loud as possible, but it took just 1 second for him to die. From there, it tried to jump to the next guy. But Golly opened her mouth wide and pulled it in. They are here to destroy the world, it seems. They are killing randomly. Golly spoke with a tint of worry in her voice. Yes, I know. We must stop them before it's too late. We need to find their leader. Rena replied. No need. Suddenly a creepy voice came from behind them. The two quickly turned around. There, a tall 6 feet plus man stood in black robes. He had pitch-black shoulder-length hair, black eyes, and a face as white as snow. Boom. The men punched both Rena and Golly at the same time. However, the two girls didn't even see him move and it confused them. The two were thrown so hard that they passed through the floors of the ship and then went deep underwater until they hit the seafloor so hard that a huge tsunami rose. Rena and Golly did feel pain, but they were not out of the game yet. The two looked at each other's faces and nodded. They then proceeded to go back to the surface by flying. They hovered above the water while the man was simply standing on the water waiting for them. He seemed too calm for an attacker of the world. Rena quickly asked him, "Who are you and why are you doing all this?" The man smirked evilly and licked his lips. "I am Tyson Knox Ravenflame. This world is now under the supreme god Zolrak. I am his right hand, his doombringer, his most beloved angel. He is hungry and needs worlds rich in life to eat. I shall fulfill his commands no matter what. You two alone have more energy than this whole universe. I guess I must take you with me. I am sure my beloved God will enjoy eating you in many ways." He. Golly and Rena felt goosebumps on their body. Golly raised her head in pride. You speak too much for such a high-ranking villain. I guess your great God has surrounded himself with gossiping women." Ravenflame's face turned dark in anger and his eyes red. "How dare you insult the supreme God? Fine, I will kill you first. Your dead bodies will be enough for my God." As that was said, Ravenflame flew into the sky with his dark metal-like wings that appeared out of nowhere on his back. Then, he started throwing deep black fire at the two girls. They quickly stepped aside. But then they saw what those flames did. It scared them a little. As soon as the flames touched the water, it started boiling and in 5 seconds, the whole ocean of the plant vanished into vapors. All people who were less powerful than a Marine Vice Admiral died instantly. Meaning, all the normal people were dead. But, they were surrounded by mist now. Soon, Golly and Rena started hearing sounds from around them. Unable to pinpoint where the man was. You must be wondering, why did I kill people when I needed them as food for my God? Simple. Snap. Instantly, as if the time went in reverse, Golly and Rena found themselves without their consent moving in reverse. In 5 seconds, the ocean was again under their feet. Ha 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 ha. You are weak, weak beyond words can even describe. You were dead the moment I entered this world. You couldn't even see me moving back then. How are you planning on saving this world? Your grandpa must have taught you to save the innocents, right? Why don't you go and do it? Do you want to hear their screams? Ravenflame opened thousands of portals around them, showing what was happening around the world. Men, women, and children were being painfully dissolved in acid-like beings. Don't worry, my acid men won't be killing all of them. They are just here to scare them. You see, I like hearing screams. They are music to my ears. Ravenflame happily said. Golly and Rena looked around them. They saw a child being killed in a portal. In another portal, a child saw his mother dying. Momii. Save me. Please don't kill me. No. Go away. Thousands of voices, crying for help. Rena and Golly couldn't hold themselves and tried to cross a portal. However, the portal instantly disappeared. No. I will play with you first. Let's see how sweet that heathen Alexander's grandkids are. Ravenflame frantically shouted as he licked his lips. His mind was obviously not in the right place. Rena and Gali looked at each other. They didn't have anything in their mind. They didn't know how they could come out of this alive. Did you press that button? Gali asked. Rena nodded. I did, but I'm afraid we won't survive till the yeah. She screamed in pain as she found black flames touching her arm. The flames were too quick. Gali saw it and instantly cut Rena's arm. No chit-chat. Only play. Raven Flame playfully spoke. Zip. He disappeared from his place and appeared behind the two girls. He was really too fast. Hee. Too slow. Boom. He punched them again, throwing them with much more force this time than before. Gali and Rena knew that if they didn't stop then they might just pierce the whole planet and come out from the other side. Bam. Bam. Rena and Gali opened their eyes. They didn't feel the water as they should have. Instead, there was an arm wrapped around their bodies. They felt the warmth from it. Before even looking, they knew who it was. ****, you are late, Grandpa, Rena spoke. She was still gnashing her teeth in pain. I'm sorry, my girls, the familiar voice came and the two melted in the arms, forgetting all their worries. ***N, okay, the big players from Zolrak's side have started to appear. They are not joke characters like before. If Alexander can be considered the right-hand man of God then Ravenflame is the right-hand man of Zolrak. He is immensely strong and it won't be easy to beat him. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 605, 605. Crazy Man. ***N, Chappie is the puppy hats adopted in Full Metal Alchemist world. Beep beep beep. Alexander was in Fixheim when he saw the blinking transmitter he had connected to the one he gave to Gali and Rena. He was in the middle of training with Dobby. Oh, it's Rena and Gali. What happened to them? Alexander didn't waste another second. He quickly told Fixheim's entire firepower to be on the standby. All the Seraphs, his family, and the droids were told to be ready. After that, Alexander left to see the two girls. He appeared just in time to catch the two being thrown towards the water. He was angered after seeing Rena's missing arm. He turned around and looked at the crazed men. So you are one of Zolrak's forced laborers. My God never forced me. I became God Zolrak's most trusted man by my own will. My life belongs to him. Ravenflame screeched. Ah, you really are a different kind of pervert. You simp for the man who has kept you enslaved. Alexander said. Shut up. I will kill you, Alexander. You heathen. He seethed in rage. Unlike what Alexander appeared to be from the outside right now. He was not as calm as he looked. He could feel an insane amount of power from this man, likes of which he had not even seen in Archangel Michael. I am Tyson Knox Ravenflame. My God will be so happy when I will present your head to him. It will be I. Only I who will kill you. Ravenflame continued to shout. Alexander's doubts got stronger when he heard the name. All this while, the beings he met had funny names. But this time, it did feel like the name of an important character in Zolrak's story. Ravenflame. What kind of name is that? Do you turn into a little raven? Alexander mocked him to make him commit a mistake in anger. He. Try your word games all you want. I didn't become the doombringer of my God by just using my strength. I have the brains too. Ravenflame said. Alexander cursed under his breath. But Alexander first called all his forces from the Fixheim. You all know how to deal with dark or possessed beings. Go. He ordered. No. Stop. Ravenflame tried to stop everyone but Alexander stood in his way. Not as long as I'm here, Alexander said and appeared in front of him. Boom. Their fists clashed and made a sonic boom with a huge wave. Alexander, seeing that his fist had no effect, took out his sword made of God's metal. Clank. Ravenflame caught it in his fingers and broke it. That God's metal is only indestructible when fighting mortals. Not me. I am way up in the food chain. Ravenflame spewed black flames from his hand and mouth. Alexander shielded himself with his arm, but even he felt them being too warm for him to stay like that for very long. He flew to Ravenflame at the speed of light and caught his neck. He dragged him along into space because he had to act restricted on the planet. Both of them were punching each other as they traveled through space at an unimaginable speed. Ravenflame's whole body had started burning by now. He looked like a humanoid fire with two red eyes. Alexander remembered the Human Torch from the Marvel world, but this one here was the dark version and also much stronger. Maybe we do have some difference in power, but I have countless weapons, Alexander replied and took out a sticky metal ball from his dimensional pocket and put it on Ravenflame's chest. This was a bomb made with Alexander and Jesus' blood. It had the power to purify all evil. Beep beep. Raven Flame stopped and looked at his chest. What is this? Boom. A silent explosion occurred. So big that a few uninhabited galaxies were destroyed in the explosion. At its center was Raven Flame. Alexander expected him to die fast just with this bomb. However, he was disappointed. That was a very powerful bomb. But, for beings like us who can destroy whole universes, such bombs are not much of a problem for us. Raven Flame's voice came. Pop. Boss, all those acidic people have been dealt with. Dobby arrived. With him, Michael, Ragnarok, Douglas, Hats and Leonidas had also come. These were the current strongest beings after Alexander. Be careful, he's pretty strong, Alexander warned them. They also took the warning seriously because Alexander rarely said someone was strong. What did you say? You killed my minions. Then I will kill yours. Raven Flame focused on everyone except Alexander. But, Archangel Michael was a very strong angel. After all, he was the senior-most angel in heaven. Alexander also launched an attack at the same time. Before, he was not confident enough to defeat him, but now he was. Only you will be dying today. Not gonna happen. Raven Flame smiled creepily as he saw Alexander's arm about to touch him. Hee hee, got you. His body instantly turned into a black flame. Alexander's arm went right through it. But, just as Alexander was retracting his arm, Raven Flame's body again materialized and became solid. Alexander's arm was stuck in Raven Flame's stomach. Hee hee, say goodbye to your arm, heathen. Alexander felt extreme temperatures on his stuck arm. It was painful and he tried to retract his arm forcefully. He didn't care if he had to rip Raven Flame apart. I told you. I will take your head. Raven Flame gloated. Due to being in close proximity, he easily held Alexander's neck with his hands and started applying flames. Alexander had to do something fast. So, get used all his strength to pull his stuck arm. It ended up ripping his arm in half. The other half burnt to nothingness. The empty space in Raven Flame's body got filled automatically. Alexander was now free and looked Raven Flame in the eyes. I still have one power I haven't used yet. Alexander activated his god's eyes. This is a power I can use to absorb anything. Even you. Alexander put his remaining arm on Raven Flame's body and started using his power. It was obviously going to be very slow because Raven Flame was immensely strong. But this scared Raven Flame as he lost grip on Alexander's neck. He felt his power decreasing very slowly. Alexander found his chance and teleported away from him. He nodded at all his friends. So they all took out their weapons. We must kill him today. I will absorb him. I will take his power away. This indeed scared Raven Flame a bit, apparent by him stepping back a bit. Alexander knew this plan could work. So, he shouted on top of his lungs to intimidate him. Attack. With that, all of them flew to him. They all had their weapons out, ready to rip Raven Flame apart. They could surely do it though. But what made Raven Flame more dangerous was his ability of fire. Alexander's power-absorbing hand looked scarier to Raven Flame than all the other weapons combined. Adding to the already scary team, Ragnarok transformed into his dragon form. Bam. Clank. Whoosh. After dodging a few strikes, Raven Flame retreated. Haha, I have done what I came to do. Sad, I couldn't bring your head to God Zolrak. Bye-bye. Raven Flame disappeared with a smirk. This was so sudden that no one could understand what Raven Flame did before disappearing. Alexander looked at his missing arm first. It had stopped bleeding for now. That was a close one, Ragnarok said. He was a bit crazy, Dobby added. Alexander nodded. Arg. He suddenly vomited some blood. Everyone turned serious. Archangel Michael looked at him with worry. Take off your robes. Alexander did. They all looked at his chest. It had turned black. Poison, Michael exclaimed. XXXXX. A/N, heads up. Things aren't as simple as they seem to you right now. There's a bigger plot going on behind the scenes. By the way, yes, Raven Flame was strong but even he knew he couldn't have killed all of the people from Alexander's side. Some would have died but Raven Flame would have died too. Also, remember. If someone tries to straightaway kill Alexander then God will come, even if it means destroying a universe by his presence, so it was never Raven Flame or Zolrak's plan to kill him yet. They are just trying to weaken him. I'm not nerfing Alexander, it's just the enemies that are stronger. This was just an example of what he's up against. This is the strength Zolrak has on the basis of which he's taking over a part of the Omniverse. Chapter 606, 606. Kisses. That bastard planned this whole thing just to poison you. Douglas burst in anger. Then this poison must be very potent, Alexander wondered loudly. We don't know yet, Dobby spoke while checking him. He was genuinely worried. Pop. Grandpa. Look at Rena. Her whole upper body has become black. Golly appeared with an unconscious Rena. Alexander cursed seeing Rena in such a condition. She had faced the same fate as Alexander. Her arm was cut and she was poisoned. Give her to me, Alexander rushed. Golly had tears in her eyes. She handed the unconscious body of Rena. Alexander took her and spoke, there is only one way to save her fast. We don't know how strong this poison is, but what I do know is that it is not killing me anytime soon. You want to take her poison? Dobby asked in horror. If the poison could make Alexander cough blood, then it was surely dangerous for him. Yes, this is the only way, Alexander answered. He did not wait and used his God's eye ability to take away the poison from Rena's body. I should have come to find you two earlier. Then all this wouldn't have happened. Alexander stated sorrowfully. Golly quickly argued, but if we weren't here then all the people here would have died. We were here, that is why we were able to call you here and save everyone. Cough. Alexander coughed but did not throw up blood this time. He focused and checked Rena's body. She is a bit weakened. It's better if she rests for a while in Fixheim. After that, give her a limb regrowing potion. Alexander, though, didn't need any potion. He was able to regrow his arm just with the help of magic. He then looked at the sad faces of everyone there. Why the long faces? This was an eye-opener incident. Until now, we only met weak and funny named enemies from Zurak's club. I have no doubts that this Raven Flame was truly Zulrak's right-hand guy. He was strong enough to pose a threat to all of us and smart enough to plan elaborate attack schemes. I'm not ashamed to confess that was no match for him, so we can imagine how strong Zulrak is. We all need to immensely improve or else we will die a painful death in their hands. Cough. Let's go to Fixheim now. I need to test what this poison is and find an antidote for it. Alexander instructed everyone. They all nodded and forcefully smiled. But all of them were deep down worrying for Alexander. He was the main protagonist of this war after all, and without him everything was doomed. They had just seen him cough multiple times and it was not a good sign. Fixheim. Alexander went straight to the underground lab and talked to Alfred. In all honesty, Alexander was forcing himself not to collapse. He was feeling as if all his body's energy was vanishing into nothingness. Alfred, quick, bring me the blood test machine. The one you made to test Jesus' blood. Alexander ordered. Alfred noticed Alexander's weird behavior and quickly brought the giant truck-sized machine. What happened to you, boss? He asked. Poison, some god-killer poison, Alexander said. He quickly took his own golden blood out because no syringes could pierce his skin. He put the blood in the machine that would deconstruct it into small parts to check it. After just a few minutes, Alexander got the results, but he didn't even have the energy to read. So, Alfred read it. Alfred was shocked when he read the results. This, boss, there are traces of Zulrak's blood, but this is modified. This poison can certainly kill a being like you. It's surprising that you are even alive right now. But, good news, somehow your body is able to fight this poison and is healing itself. But, I can tell you in advance, this is going to take some time and it is going to hurt like hell. Alexander took a sigh of relief. As long as I'm not dying, it's all fine. I will sleep now. Alexander fell asleep on the testing bench. Alfred also didn't disturb him and left him there. Weird, how did his body fight the poison so easily, Alfred thought. The dark side of the Omniverse. Ravenflame kneeled in front of Zulrak. My God, I have fulfilled your order. I have poisoned Alexander with the liquid you gave me. Even if he survives somehow now, he won't be a problem for you for a long time. Zulrak's face grew an evil smile. Ha ha ha, that poison could have never killed him, Ravenflame. God would have saved him. But what it would do is slow his growth drastically. He will not be able to help people as fast as before. I have another task for you now, my Doombringer. You need to go to each world that Alexander went to and take over. Destroy them if you have to. He must feel pain and despair. Break his spirit. Make him question God. Make him believe that his defeat is inevitable. Yes. I will be honored to do this for you, my God. Rest easy, I will complete it. Ravenflame bowed to him and went out. Zulrak alone looked out of his room's window. Just a little more, soon, I will have enough strength to face that old man. He may have given me power, but he can't decide my destiny. Only I get to choose it. Knock knock. Supreme God, we received the news from Star Wars Worlds, we now have full control over all its timelines. They are all slaves to us. Haha, good. Send the most beautiful females of that world to me. I am happy today. I will celebrate and train them as well. Zulrak ordered. Yes, my God. The assistant slave left. Zulrak's ideology made him believe that it was not the God who made him powerful, it was his own hard work. But it was the God who killed him in the first place. His destiny was in God's hands back then after all. So, all that he was doing now was justified and right. He wanted to own everything to ever exist as compensation for his death. He may have died while saving some kids, that didn't mean he was a good person. He just wanted to be a hero in the news so he can get popular. But he died and soon found a new way to fulfill all his dreams. Soon. I will own everything. Fixheim. Olivia was busy dealing with the One Piece world after effects, so she was late to find out about Alexander's situation. However, when she did, she nearly passed out in worry. She was scared that Alexander would die for good this time. She always hated Alexander's power to respawn. Because this gives Alexander the idea that he was unkillable. But Olivia thought that nothing was ever invincible. So, she gets scared whenever Alexander would say he can't die. Alex, she barged in. Shhhh. Alfred shushed her. He's sleeping. Don't worry. He is just a little weakened. We have already checked. His body is already healing itself, he explained. She nodded and sat beside Alexander. She caressed his head. You took Rena's poison too, I heard. Seriously, I want this Zulrak dead now. He's such a pain in the back. Alexander's eyes stayed closed, but he held Olivia's hand. Yes, my beautiful wife. But, I think I can get powerful if a beautiful maiden were to kiss me and wake me up. Olivia chuckled, hee, sure. Alexander didn't open his eyes and lifted his lips to kiss. Soon, he did feel something wet touching his lips. Hee, Ali, why are you licking me? Alexander asked and opened his eyes. But, to his shock, it was not Olivia, it was Olivia holding little Chappie near his lips as he was licking him. Woof. Gee-boss, I love you so much. Have my kissy please. Chappie barked and his collar translated it. Alexander's heart still melted. He took Chappie from Olivia's arm and hugged the little puppy. Chappie was simple and spoke what was on his mind, and all the time it was just him professing his love to everyone around him. We all love you too, Chappie, Alexander said as he got up. Olivia also hugged them. Chappie happily jumped and liked both their faces. Woof. Hee, I give kissy to my favorite people. Chappie's words came. Alexander forgot all the bad experiences and pain he was feeling from this warmth to his heart. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 607. Dragon Balls. Alexander spent some of his time in Fixheim. He just wanted to heal up and be back at the peak condition he was in before. Rena had already been healed. She didn't have any leftover setbacks from the poison. But she did cry a lot when she found out that he took her poison from her. Sniff, does it hurt, Grandpa? I'm sorry, because of me you had to. Rena cried. Alexander patted her, it's okay, Rena. I was already poisoned by that guy. Anyway, I can't be easily killed, you know. My body is automatically healing itself. Ajax came to cheer her on. This was the first time he was meeting these two ants. Grandpa is the strongest, so don't worry, Auntie. Thea, who had limited vocabulary, also spoke, yas. Grandpa best. No cry. It was Thea's magic to influence the mood of the people around that made everything relaxed. She was always like a shining star in a gloomy night. Rena, meet Thea, she's Medusa's daughter, Alexander revealed. Rena picked little Thea up and played with her. Ah, she is so cute. Golly also went close and played, hee, we should adopt a girl too, Rena. But Golly and Rena looked at each other's faces when they realized the slip of the tongue. They looked around and everyone was already looking at them. Grandpa, we. Alexander raised his hand to stop them, let's go in the castle and talk there. In the castle hall. So, when did all this start? Alexander asked. Both girls seemed nervous. Rena quickly answered, well, Grandpa, we realized it a few years after you left. We feel so compatible with each other and our interests are the same too. Both of us didn't like any men in particular, so we decided to be each other's perfect partner. Alexander nodded and went to Olivia. He showed her his palm. You lost. I told you they like each other. Olivia rolled her eyes and gave him a gold coin. Alexander just felt happy to win against his wife after so long. He looked at confused Rena and Golly. Congratulations, I wish you two a happy life. What did you think? That I would get angry? Haha, I might be old, but that is only from the looks. Besides, we already have many examples of gods being in same-sex relationships. Archangel Michael nodded, yes, just look at Zeus. I don't think he has left any living moving thing that has not seen his perverted side. Alexander chuckled, haha, that's true. His perversions know no bounds. Olivia got up and went to the two of them and hugged them. These small things are not something that can make us angry. Welcome back, you two. Fixhame will be more lively now. Thank you, Grandma, they said at the same time. Alexander caressed their heads, no need to say thanks, child. Such things are common in Fixhame. Look at Douglas for once, he probably only loves scissors. Look at Chome, he only loves cakes and will probably marry the cake maker machine someday. We all have our preferences and others don't get to choose it. Now, let's go and eat dinner. I will then go and see what my students are doing. It should be nearly the end of the month outside. Alexander said. He was already guessing which of them would fail. Dragon Ball World. Alexander's dojo was open and running. But for now, it was not accepting any new disciples. It was only being used to train heroes for now. Pop. Alexander appeared in the courtyard. All the Z fighters were not there, instead, they were in their rooms, trying to memorize all the books Alexander had given them. Suddenly an announcement came from the announcement system. All students gather in the courtyard. Quickly all of them scrambled to gather outside. There they not only found Alexander but many desks as well. Take seats, let's see how much you all have memorized. The passing marks are 90. Failure to do this will get you expelled. Alexander announced. Everyone nodded and took their seats. All papers had different questions so there was no way any of them could cheat. Gohan was then made to watch over too. Alexander saw their various faces while they tried to answer the questions. But they looked to be in trouble. He could feel that all of them were trying hard to think of something to write. Goku, for the most part, seemed the one with the least intelligence. But this exam was important because as a hero, they would need to keep their personal feelings aside. They cannot let the enemy have a chance to power up or make a counterattack. They need to be quick and decisive to stop the enemy before they can evolve into a bigger threat. There were some other things related to civilian security too. About how to help people and not be a problem. Okay, 10 minutes remaining, Alexander announced. The green man named Piccolo was the first to finish and gave his paper. Then, Vegeta also came and gave his paper. Future Trunks also did it quickly. Now, not many were left and they didn't have time either. Soon, the bell rang and all papers were taken away. Alexander checked the on the spot. But, he was shocked after checking each paper because all the questions were answered differently yet they were right. These answers were also not from the books he gave them. In the end, he checked Goku's paper. Surprisingly, he also passed with 90 marks. His answers were one-liners but they were to the point and correct. Alexander looked at all of them. How did you all memorize it all? They all pointed to Gohan. Gohan smiled embarrassingly. I just tried my best, Master Universe. What did you do? Alexander inquired. Oh, I just made them not read and instead act as the scenarios suggested in the books. I felt that physical experience would be easier to memorize than just theoretical knowledge. Gohan explained. Alexander nodded proudly, that is indeed true. You did very well, Gohan. I am proud of you. You have a very sharp mind. I can already see you surpass them all. Now, for the next part. I will take you to the city and teach you how to handle weak criminals. You can't be killing a small-time thief as that is not the punishment they deserve. Alexander said. Goku immediately objected, but we can call Shenron and ask him to revive that person. Alexander turned to Gohan, who is Shenron? Gohan smartly explained, Shenron is a magical dragon who can be summoned by collecting all 7 of the mystical artifacts known as Dragon Balls. He was created by the previous Kami of Earth. Alexander felt like a light bulb lit over his head. No wonder Ragnarok wasn't able to find dragons. What do these Dragon Balls look like? Golden yellow with star marks on each ball. The number of stars tells the ball's number. Gohan said. Oh, thanks. I guess I should meet this dragon. Alexander decided. Awesome, let's go and find them. Goku cheered. He just wanted to get away from these classes. Alexander laughed, haha, no need. ACCIO Dragon Balls. Pop X7. 7 Dragon's Balls appeared near him, shocking everyone there and making Goku depressed. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 608, 608. SPHYNX Cat arrives. Okay, how do you call the dragon now? Ragnarok asked. He had come out of Fixhame just to see this dragon. Gohan explained, oh you just say, come forth, dragon of the gods, and grant my wish pretty peas, he will come then. Ragnarok's eyes twitched. He was the mighty supreme god of all dragons. Why would he plead with this dragon? I'm not doing it. You can call him. Gohan nodded. He placed the balls together and called Shenron. Come forth, dragon of the gods, and grant my wish, pretty peas. Clouds appeared in the sky and blinding lights came from the balls, lighting up the sky. Roar. Meh, what a drama queen. Ragnarok scoffed. The dragon was a Chinese dragon. He made many rounds in the sky and finally brought his head near the summoner. Why have you summoned me? Tell me your wish now. Shenron's voice resounded. Oh, great Shenron, it was not me. Master Ragnarok asked me to summon you. Gohan clarified. Shenron looked back and saw Alexander and Ragnarok. He, of course, didn't know them personally, but seeing their energies, he really got scared. His face started sweating. He suddenly remembered Lord Beerus for some reason. He got even more scared when Ragnarok looked at him with a judging gaze. Shenron felt heavier than when in front of the dragon god Zalama. He could feel that there was something about this old man. Something related to dragons. Yes, who might you be? Shenron inquired respectfully. Alexander introduced himself, I am a god from outside the multiverse. Alexander Maxim Universe. I go to different realms to punish the evil. I am the god of all dragons across the omniverse, Ragnarok spoke. What? Shenron blurted out. What? Do I look so awesome that you can't imagine me being the dragon god? Ragnarok smugly asked. Shenron flustered, no. I mean yes, what can I do for you? Nothing, I just wanted to meet more dragons. How powerful are you? Can you destroy this universe? Ragnarok asked nonchalantly. No, I cannot. I can at most destroy and create a planet. Shenron replied. That's pretty weak. Are there more dragons? Ragnarok inquired. Shenron nodded, yes, but the most powerful and highest ranking is Zalama, the divine dragon of the Super Dragon Balls. He was the first creator of Dragon Balls and he also patented the technology that made star marks on Super Dragon Balls look the same from every angle. He created the phrase to summon the divine dragon, come forth, dragon of the gods, and grant my wish, pretty peas. Ah, so it was him. Well, good then. You may leave now. Ragnarok shrugged. I can't go like this. I need to fulfill 3 wishes for that. Shenron said. Before Ragnarok could ask for some gold, Alexander spoke, I want you to raise Goku's IQ to 111. Shenron took a glance at Goku and replied, I can't. I can only fulfill wishes that don't require more power than I myself have. Alexander was a bit shocked, what? You mean, you can create and destroy planets but you cannot make him smarter? That's so disappointing. Okay, then give me the knowledge of all the planets in the multiverse. I can only give you knowledge of the universe 6 and 7 as these 2 universes share similarities. Others, I do not know. Shenron answered. Fine, do this then, Alexander replied. Shenron's eyes shined and Alexander's head was filled with information. Of course, he let this info get into his head or else Shenron would never be able to fulfill the wish. Then it was time for the next wish. Okay, I want you to make a big library for Gohan near his house with all the books in the world. Also, lots of martial arts tomes. Shenron's eyes shined again, the wish has been granted. The last wish, please. Okay, then give me the best lemonade in the entire universe. Your wish is fulfilled. Do I have permission to leave? Shenron asked like a gentleman. Alexander nodded while drinking a glass of lemonade. Sip. Ah, this is really awesome lemonade. It's so refreshing. You know what, I think I can sell it. I will tell the production branch to make these in bottles along with the alcohol. Alexander muttered to himself. Spoken like a true capitalist. Ragnarok scoffed and left. All the Z fighters were left in shock seeing his choice of wish. Alexander then flew in the air, follow me, everyone. Follow and learn. They all flew behind Alexander. He made them invisible by his magic. Soon, they arrived over a decently sized town. There, a robbery was in process. See that? They are robbers. They have weapons that can kill. But, as long as they don't try to kill someone, you should treat them as just robbers. Watch me. Alexander instructed them. Everyone stayed in the air and Alexander went down. He landed in front of the robbers. Hello there, I recommend you surrender. Shut up and give me your wallet. The robber pointed his gun at him. Did you not see me just land from the sky? What gives you the confidence that you can kill me? Alexander asked and slapped him. Just hard enough to knock him. But the robber's partner open fired. Alexander continued the lesson, learn from this. They are not just robbers now, they are murderers. So, we can use more strength on them. Bam. Alexander punched the shooter and broke his ribs. See, they cannot cause harm anymore. But, at times like these, you must act smart because chances are, there is another robber hiding among the people. Alexander turned to the people and threw a stone at one person with a gun in his hand. He was about to hold a woman hostage. See, this is how you do your job without much destruction. Now, you wait for the police and hand them the criminals. Then, heroically fly away. He taught the Z fighters. He flew back to everyone. Now, this is just one planet, but we will soon be working all around the universe. Any questions? When is lunch break? Goku asked. In the afternoon, this is still the morning. Now, let's go out into space. He announced. This finally excited them all. But, to spoil their fun, a bright light came from the sky and landed near them. It was once again, Whis. But with him now was another person. Hello, God Universe. Whis greeted him. Alexander nodded in acknowledgement. Good to see you. Who is this SPHYNX cat? What did you say, you old fart? Perhaps I should destroy this planet BAM. Whis chuckled, ho ho ho, sorry, Lord Beerus, my staff slipped and hit your head. Now, why don't you greet the person I told you about? Beerus gritted his teeth, hello, I am God of Destruction of this universe. Alexander greeted back, I am God's advocate of all the universes in the Omniverse. Why are you here in my universe? Beerus asked annoyingly. You tell me, why is there so much sin in this universe? Aren't you doing your job properly? Why are you not punishing the criminals? Alexander asked. TSK, that's none of your business. Beerus refused to answer. But to put a nail in his coffin, Vegeta spoke. Ah, you are Lord Beerus from back then. You employed Frisia. Vegeta exclaimed. Frisia, who's that? Alexander asked. He was the Emperor of Universe 7, who controlled his own imperial army and was feared for his ruthlessness and power. He had annexed the Scions and used them to take over planets so he could sell them. He was the one who later destroyed planet Vegeta and recently, Goku defeated him. Gohan explained. Alexander looked at Beerus, now with a very serious expression. The air around them became heavy and Beerus started sweating when he felt Alexander's power. But he was not going to whimper like a child. So Whis was not kidding. I would like to have a spar with you. Beerus demanded all of a sudden. However, Alexander was busy reading his sins at the moment. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 609, 609. Puppy-flavored ice cream. Beerus, category. Murder, 12, 778, 655, 778, 765, justified. Murder, 10, 678, 655, 788, unjustified. Indirect murder, 1, 556, 544, 566, 554, justified. Indirect murder, 12, 567, 655, 677, unjustified. Lazy at work, mostly. Short-tempered with fellow gods, mostly. Sin percentage, 55%. Whistle. Are you sure you are a god and not just an imposter who used the name of God of Destruction to fulfill his destructive desires of killing people? Because I know the Hindu god of destruction and he is certainly not like you. Alexander asked. Beerus didn't really have any words to retort. He also knew that he was short-tempered, but this was the first time he was being called out like this. Pop. Out of nowhere, two more people came there. Alexander didn't know these two, but Whis and Beerus did. Beerus cockily greeted them, oh, if it isn't out Supreme Kai. Greetings, Lord Beerus. Shin greeted politely. He was the ruler of the eastern area of both the living and the other world in the universe and the Supreme Kai of Universe 7. Shin was short, purple-skinned with a white mohawk. He knew better to give respect Beerus because of what happened to old Kai. Once every 1,000 years, the Supreme Kais and the gods of destruction go to each other's realms and hold a coordination meeting. During one of these meetings, held roughly 75 million before age, they got into an argument over some trifling thing and a certain short-tempered Beerus sealed old Kai away inside the Z-sword. The Supreme Kai was, although god of creation, he did not possess the powers as Beerus had. Alexander already understood who this was as Whis had given him a crash course. So, let's give you your fight, SPHYNX cat, Alexander taunted. Beerus excitedly nodded. He was itching for a good fight at the moment, even though he had received many warnings from Whis. Both of them flew to the sky and waited for the other one to attack. Alexander grew tired of staring and said, you should attack first because if I did then the fight will be over before even starting. Beerus' eyes twitched. He didn't think for a second more and dashed to strike Alexander. He used 70% of his power in this move. He punched Alexander. But his fist stopped just a few centimeters away from Alexander's face. However, suddenly an invisible wave of ki came out of the hand and struck Alexander's face. This ability of Beerus was called ki. It was good to surprise the opponent and defeat them quickly. But, sadly for him, the attack could only make Alexander's hairs move. What about your full-powered attack? I advise you to use it or else you will be unsatisfied later. Alexander spoke, inciting Beerus. Beerus clicked his tongue in displeasure. Seeing that Alexander was not going to retaliate, he moved to him and raised his one hand to touch Alexander. It was the strongest ability in Beerus' arsenal. It was a speciality of the god of destruction. It was called Hakai. As the god of destruction, Beerus possesses the ability to destroy anything, which includes gods and ghosts. By extending one of his hands, with his 4 main fingers straight up and his thumb crossing his palm horizontally, Beerus can cause his target to disintegrate into nothing regardless of who or what it is, without any effort or waste of energy. If he uses this technique on a living being, they simply cease to exist, their soul does not go to the other world. Also, when a god uses this technique to erase someone, they are erased in every timeline. But, there was a catch, Hakai does not work against people who are immortal. Boom. Suddenly there was the sound of something colliding with a metal wall. It was as if something was blocked. Alexander knew what it was. You are certainly very strong. To possess the ability to destroy beings from all the timelines. Too bad, you never used it on true evils. Now, let me show you my power. Alexander replied. Alexander quickly punched towards Beerus' face. But Beerus knew autonomous ultra instinct to a degree and was able to dodge, only to receive the punch right in his face at the new position. Your body may be able to react fast, but you cannot see the future. I am omniscient, Beerus. Alexander revealed. Being omniscient was new to him though, as it hurt his head after a long time of use. This punch was not as strong as to mortally hurt Beerus. But it was enough to shake him up. I can also mold things to my will, Alexander added. Suddenly, hundreds of hands materialized from thin air and hit Beerus. He could not dodge all of them. I am angry at the job you did at maintaining this universe. As the god of destruction, your duty is not just to destroy but also to maintain the balance of good and evil and also raise the power level of its good people by eliminating dangerous elements of your universe. Alexander lectured him. Whis, on the side, was nodding the whole time. He was busy eating ice cream too. Now it's time for your punishment, Alexander said. He put Beerus in a time torture where he would be given anger management training. In this, whenever he would get angry, he would see food, but it would taste like mud and grass. He would learn what it means to be the god of destruction, and every time he showed laziness, he would be turned into a small kitten and a huge dog would run behind him to bite him. This punishment would go on for 1,000 mental years. This was not a huge time for Beerus. Alexander let Beerus go through his misery while he went back down to everyone. What about you, Whis? Want to spar with me? Alexander asked. Ho ho. No, all of us angels have been advised not to engage in a fight with you. He said we cannot win even if all of us came together. Whis said. Haha, that would indeed be true. Anyway, let's see why the Supreme Kai came here. Alexander went away, leaving Whis to enjoy the ice cream. Of course, it was a matter of ice cream, so how could Chome stay away? He came on top of the table and sat beside Whis with his watermelon ice cream. Nom nom nom. Hey there. What is that flavor? I haven't seen this before. Whis asked. In reality, Chome was waiting for just this. Good thing you asked. Just so you know, I am an expert. I have eaten almond, apple, blackberry, banana, black cherry, dark chocolate, grape, green tea, orange, Oreo, and many more flavors. But this is the best of them all. Watermelon sugar is the best. He held his ice cream bucket over his head and danced around. Yeah. But wasn't orange your favorite? Barry asked. He had come out to see what was going on. It had been a long time since he had done this as he was busy with work in Fixame. Oh, big brother Barry. Well, I am growing up and choices change with that. Chome replied seriously. Okay, then I will eat all the orange ice cream in the freezer, Barry said and left. But, Chome ran after him. No, wait. I still love it. He had left behind his own ice cream bucket. Whis opened it to eat, but what he found inside shocked him. There was a potato-sized dog with a swollen belly. Burp. Ah, that was the best ice cream party ever. Chappie barked cutely. Hello, there. Am I to eat you? Whis asked. Chappie got up with much struggle. No, don't eat me, mister. I am not tasty. There are other ice creams too. Whis was amused by it. Interesting, a talking puppy. So small, and cute. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 610. Thunder from the Sky. While Alexander was having a chat with the Supreme Kai, something was happening all across the multiverse. All the universes that Alexander had visited were being attacked. But till now Alexander didn't know about this happening. However, currently, Saitama and Azula were in a world that was about to be attacked. It was a world of ninjas. Saitama and Azula arrived in Naruto world after their previous interaction in the demonic world. This was a world whose timeline was a bit different. Alexander had killed the Otsutsuki clan's head across the timeline. But, here, Otsutsuki's head died behind the scenes. So, Kaguya was still there and she didn't know that Otsutsuki head was dead. Currently, the fourth ninja war was in progress. Kaguya had been released and she was wreaking havoc. A/N, this is an alternate reality of the Naruto world where Alexander went to. At that exact point, Saitama and Azula came there. Their entrance was in no way subtle. They arrived with the common golden beam of light falling from the sky. On the battlefield, this was seen by everyone left. Though there were just a few people and all others were stuck in some kind of a cocoon. Who is that now? Did her people come here? Naruto asked himself loudly. Obito, who stood beside him, replied, I don't think so. They look human to me. Kaguya, on the other hand, felt a bit scared for some reason. To her, if it was an alien, it was a threat. Saitama looked around first. It seems they were in the middle of a fight. But who is the bad side? Azula replied, easy, the one who made these human cocoons must be the one. Oh, look, there are some kids. Saitama saw Naruto and Sasuke. Zip. Saitama grabbed Azula's waist and jumped to their side. He was so fast that none of them were able to see him move. It made them stand on guard. Saitama waved his hand to calm them, we come in peace. We mean no harm to any of you, oh, you all look very injured. Here, drink these. He threw 4 tiny bottles at them. It looked like a bottle of juice. They caught it but didn't drink it. Drink it, it will heal your injuries. Take it as a gesture of good faith from us. Azula added. Gulp gulp. Naruto drank it in one go, shocking the other 3. Bam. Why would you trust a stranger? Sakura got angry at him. I was thirsty, Sakura-chan, and besides, this lady seems kind, Naruto argued. But, in a matter of seconds, he saw some changes in his body. All the parts that were hurting not long ago were now in perfect state. Obito saw it and also drank the contents of the bottle, followed by Kakashi, Sasuke, and Sakura. This is nice, it indeed healed us, Kakashi muttered. Yes, now I feel I can fight anyone and win. Let's beat this old hag, Sasuke. Naruto cheered up. What does she want? Saitama asked. She wants to kill us and turn the people of this planet into her mindless army to fight her enemies from space. Wait, you are from the space? Kakashi said and exclaimed as the realization hit. They had seen so much weird stuff that not much shocked them anymore. Azula nodded, not just space but also different realities. We are beings who travel the multiverse and destroy evil. Kakashi and Sakura had their jaws touching the flood at that point. Sakura quickly questioned, how? How can you do that? What? Travel the multiverse? Well, my grandpa is a big god and my great-grandpa is the god who created the whole omniverse. So, it's easy. Azula proudly said. Sakura was left speechless. But, then Sasuke asked, it doesn't matter. Can you defeat her or not? Saitama turned to Kaguya, who was also looking at him. Their eyes met and Saitama smirked, making Kaguya shudder in fear. Sure. Azula, let's play First Fantasy VIII later. Saitama said while heading to Kaguya. Super Ultra Max Punch Series, One Punch Destroyer. Boom. It was not his punch that made the noise, but the clouds in the sky. Before Saitama attacked her, a bolt of lightning from the sky fell on her, burning her to ashes in a matter of a second. Saitama didn't retract his fist and instead diverted it towards the source of lightning in the sky. However, the thunder fell again, neutralizing the airwaves sent by Saitama's fist. Then came down a man. He had blue short hair, tall height, and looked intimidating. His face was clean-shaven and had no expressions on them. He also had 2 black wings on his back. Now who are you? Sakura asked angrily. The person lifted his hand up towards Sakura. Instantly, lightning fell from the sky, burning her to ashes. Then, in an emotionless and calm voice, he spoke. I am Zen of Thunderbird, the left hand of the only god, Zolrak. Prepare to die, not because you exist, but because Alexander Maxim Universe came to this reality. Ah, you don't know who he is. It is fine, your death will be quick. The calm and uncaring words of Zenith were too unnerving for them. The way he said he was going to kill them was scary. Naruto and others hadn't even come out of the shock of Sakura's death and another thunderbolt struck. This time, Kakashi died. No. Naruto shouted in shock and sadness. He dashed towards Zenith with Rasengan in his hand. I will kill you. You are welcome to try, Zenith replied. Bam. Thunderbolt came from the sky, however, Saitama was able to save Naruto. Don't waste your life here. Go to Azula. Saitama ordered him. Sasuke came and dragged Naruto away. That woman did a good job wrapping you all up. Makes my work faster. Zenith remarked as he watched the show. Saitama didn't wait for another second, he mustered all the strength in his body and dashed towards him with his fist out. He was absolutely serious right now because he knew who was Zolrak and what this person meant. Saitama knew that Alexander had recruited him into his camp so one day he can get stronger and help him fight the war that mattered the most. He knew that if he could kill this guy then that would help Alexander a lot. So, he was not holding himself back at all. Boom. The punch touched Zenith's face. It was so strong that due to the punch's force, the area in a few miles of the radius and many miles in depth around them was destroyed and it turned into a lava field. Zenith's body was thrown away with such force that his face was completely deformed and his body went out of the atmosphere. How is he this strong? Is this his limit? This thought came to Zenith's mind with a very bad feeling about the future. Meanwhile, Azula was taking all humans and Naruto and his team to fix him. This was the only way to save them from the battle of gods because she knew how much damage a serious Saitama can cause. Saitama knew that Zenith was not dead. This was a rare event where someone withstood his punches. Eventually, Zenith returned like a rocket. He landed on the ground with enough force to destroy half of the planet. He again spoke with an expressionless sound and face, finally an opponent I can fight. I am excited. I am thankful to my god Zolrak for giving me this opportunity. Saitama had a plain serious expression, likewise. They rushed towards each other. Zenith was bringing down a rain of thunderbolts from the sky. Saitama was dodging them all while punching towards him, each of his punches were strong enough to destroy the planet. They were both at each other's throat. Their every strike was meant to kill the other one. They already knew that only one of them would come out of this alive. Boom. 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 Why is he so strong? He does not even have any magical abilities. How can a mere human fight me with just physical strength? Zenith was very confused at the moment. A/N, I told you that you will be seeing more of Zolrak-related stuff in this arc because the story is coming to an end soon. But this Zolrak-related stuff will not come up again for a while after this chapter. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 611. Ultimate Saitama. Saitama and Zenith fought each other for hours. But both of them couldn't land a good punch on the other one. In the end, this led to an unbreakable stalemate. You are stronger than I ever expected you to be. Alexander did a good job training his dogs. Zenith tried to break Saitama with his monotonous words. Saitama retorted with equal intensity, good try, but you are lacking in knowledge. With the old man, I have learned and grown more than ever. He never asked me of anything or bossed me around. We have true free will, unlike you, who is just a means to an end to your master. But, unlike all the other Zolrak followers who would get angry at the mere mention of anything bad related to him, Zenith didn't even show any change in expression. Free will is a hoax. Everyone is always under someone. We are all slaves of fate. My God gives me the power to fight the control. He made me strong enough to do as I please. He truly made me free. Zenith babbled. The old man had warned me about your kind. The religious fanatics. There is no point in arguing with you because you have already made up your mind. Let's stop talking and fight. Saitama shrugged all the taunting. Fine, let's end this, Zenith replied coldly. As if Zenith received a power-up, he started emitting electricity from his body to all around himself. Now, Saitama would have to be careful not to get caught by one of those. But Saitama also had a trick up his sleeves that he had not shown until now. It was not very powerful but it could be very fatal as it can divert his enemy's focus. All this time, he was not just focusing on physical exercise. He had eaten a chakra fruit and had gained a very small amount of telekinesis powers. He didn't have a talent in this though and just stuck to small tricks. Boom. Another thunderstrike and a punch collided. The whole planet was in ruins at this point. Saitama was not someone who would talk too much while in a fight. So, he increased his intensity of punches as well as their numbers. He also started kicking to make it difficult for Zenith to dodge. After making sure that Zenith was too focused on dodging him, Saitama used his mental power to lift a stone behind Zenith and launch it towards him. Zenith was too much into fighting and his senses were at high. So, he instinctively perceived the stone as an attack and moved to counter it. But, soon he realized it was just a stone. This was enough for Saitama to make his move. Boom. Saitama's punch came in heavy onto Zenith. But Zenith was not some low-level man either. His millions of years of training came in handy as he moved just enough so that the punch strikes only the part that would not result in his death. So, instead of his face, the punch landed on Zenith's left shoulder. But still, Saitama's punch was extremely strong. Not even in his wildest dreams that someone could be this physically strong, all except his god Zorak. It not only hurt him but also ripped apart his whole left arm and shoulder. There was dark blackish-red blood sprayed everywhere as Zenith stumbled around. He was obviously in pain. Zenith was shocked as he did not expect the strike to be this strong. He believed his strength was absolute and people he may consider who could kill him could be counted on one hand. But surely, this was not the case as he had not met Dabi as well. You are indeed a major threat. He muttered and summoned all the power he could to strike Saitama. Saitama started punching towards the sky as thunder was constantly trying to fall on him. He moved but it also followed. He kept on doing it but he knew this was pointless. So, he started moving towards Zenith again. After a while, he started kicking towards him to make him stay distracted. He only had one arm after all so he could not focus on two different sides. Hence, he ended up being thrown away. Zenith looked at Saitama with calm and emotionless eyes. He knew he would not survive fighting this abomination of a man, *****, I guess you won this round. Saitama felt that Zenith was trying to run away so he dashed towards him to end him. But, a thunderbolt fell on Zenith and took him along. But Saitama didn't quit just then either. He again punched towards the fallen thunder. He made sure it was as powerful as possible. Gwa. Zenith's voice came from the thunder as he was taken away. Lots of blood was sprayed down as he left. He was surely severely hurt right now. This was a big defeat for Zorak this time as not only his third-in-command was injured but also lost. This was a slap on his face and it was bound to enrage him. Saitama, on the other hand, was not injured at all. He was only tired a little. He was too weak. I shouldn't have tested him and should have killed him right away, he muttered to himself. He was too tempted by the idea of fighting someone who would not die easily under his attacks. He looked around at the destroyed planet and sighed. This is beyond my ability to repair. I guess I will need to ask the old man to come here. He muttered and pressed a button on a device in his pocket. Dragon Ball World. Alexander was currently on the sacred word of Kai. He was asked by the current Supreme Kai to come and help them release the old Kai from the Z-Sword. Alexander was happy to help them. Is that the sword? He inquired. Shin nodded, yes, this is the one. It is very heavy, and no one has been able to take it out till now. Alexander glanced at Beerus in annoyance. Beerus did this himself. Knowingly how important a Supreme Kai is. Alexander went forward and grabbed the hilt of the sword. Then, proceeded to easily take it out. This was very easy. So, how do I release him? I don't know, maybe by breaking it. Shin guessed. Alexander nodded and broke it in half like a thin stick. With a clank, it was in two pieces, followed by happy laughter and shining light. After that appeared an old, crumpled back man. He was of average height, purple-skinned, with a small tuft of white hair on his head and a toothbrush mustache on his face. His face is very wrinkled, showing his age. He wore a typical Kai outfit with teal underclothes. He wore the same clothes as Shin. He even looked a bit same, just older. Finally, I have been set free. I am deeply disappointed in you, Shin and Kibito, for not being able to free me in so long, and it was a mortal who did it in the end. Old Kai scolded them. But Shin quickly clarified, no, Old Kai, he is not a mortal. He is a divine being of an even higher status than the angels. What? Old Kai exclaimed and looked around. After seeing Alexander, his eyes fell on Beerus. This made him have some flashbacks. Alexander quickly calmed him, don't worry, he won't harm you again. Asterisk beep beep. Another call from somewhere. From Saitama. Okay, everyone, I'll be back in a while. See ya. Alexander vanished with a golden light falling on him. Now, there was an awkward silence between Beerus and Old Kai. Haha, so we have two Supreme Kais now, a good surprise indeed, Beerus said wryly. Cough. Shin coughed and nodded awkwardly, while Old Kai just looked around. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 612. The Spiritual Trainer. Alexander came to the destroyed Naruto world where only Saitama was the living being left. What the hell happened here? Alexander asked him. Saitama looked at him from the stone he was sitting on. Ah, you're here. I was attacked by the left-hand guy of Zulrak. He was called Thunderbird something. You too. I was attacked by his right-hand guy. It seems Zulrak is upping his game. He's going after worlds I've been to. Saitama, I have a new mission for you. You are now allowed to use all means needed to track and destroy Zulrak's forces. You are already connected to Fixaim, so no matter where you go, you will always be in reach of me. We must fight back this time. Kill any of his subordinates you see. Alexander decided. Saitama agreed on this. Yes, but for now, can you repair this planet? I was able to save the people, but they still need a place to live. Alexander waved his hand. Sure, here you go. So, the whole planet's surface started assembling itself back. All the broken pieces put themselves back together as if never broken. Alexander even healed the damage done by the war. Ah, so you are in Naruto world, though not the one I went to though, Alexander muttered when he realized it. Soon, the planet was fully fixed and things looked normal. Okay, go and tell Azula to bring everyone back. You can come to me to talk whenever you need to. Don't be shy if you need any help. Take care, son. Alexander left after that. But, Saitama felt something today. He was just called son by Alexander and it was really heartwarming. Unknowingly, a small smile crept across his face. Pop. What's with the smirking? Azula asked as she appeared. Saitama shook his head. No, nothing. Let's get back to work. As expected, Zulrak was in anger. He was boiling in it. The only person to have beaten him in anything till now was just the old man, God. But this was the first time that a no-name person did it. He might not have felt so offended if it was Alexander, but Saitama was not even the right or left-hand person of Alexander. This time, he was on the receiving end of how he thought people felt about him. Bam. Zulrak punched Zenith in the stomach. It was a strong and hard punch that made Zenith kneel down in pain. He was trying to breathe, adding to his already injured body. His one arm was missing and 80% of his bones were broken by Saitama's last punch. If he was even a second late to escape, he would have died by being turned into a paste. Forgive me, God. I have brought shame upon you, please give me another chance. I will redeem my mistakes. Zenith pleaded. He was still emotionless though, it was just the way he was made. He didn't show emotions. Indeed, you have brought shame to my name. One more mistake and I will take away your soul to be tormented in my palms. I have worked hard to reach this position, I will not let someone ruin it all for me. Zulrak barked. Door opens. Ravenflame entered. He had the same old creepy smile. He was the exact opposite of Zenith, however, Ravenflame was much stronger and smarter than Zenith. Zulrak seemed to be angry at him too, but he did not hit him. He knew that keeping your subordinates happy was important too. Ravenflame, do tell me, why are my spies telling me that Alexander is fine and same as before? My God, I think the old man helped him. Alexander is, after all, nothing like you. You reached this position on your own while Alexander was and is still being babysat by the old man. That must be why the poison was so easily dealt with. Ravenflame explained, adding some fanatical words in between to butter Zulrak. It seems you are correct. It must be the old man who helped him. He will pay for all of this. I will make him regret ever opposing me. He should have already given me his position when I asked him nicely. How are the preparations going? He asked. Ravenflame answered, the plans are running smoothly, we have already conquered 15 trillion timelines and have destroyed 3 trillion of those who opposed us. The military numbers are increasing by second. Our current army stands at 230 trillion demons, 200 trillion demon lords, 190 trillion high demons, 100 trillion lower dark angels, 1 trillion high dark angels, 100,000 dark archangels, 1,000 supreme dark angels, then you have me, Zenith and other minor doombringers. I have not counted the number of monsters yet, they are likely to exceed the number of demons. I don't think the old man will be our match with these numbers on our side. Ravenflame said while gloating. Zulrak shook his head, no, I won't underestimate him this time. His numbers may be low, but he has too many gods at his side, let's not even count the number of angels. Then there is Alexander, to whose disciple this fool lost to. Zenith was again subjected to some punishment before being let go. Ravenflame, I want you to keep an eye on all the activities of Alexander. Try to bring him into the realm under our control the next time he jumps realities. Zulrak ordered and left. Ravenflame already understood what the plan was. Ha ha ha, as expected of my supreme god's mind. His plans are amazing. He worshipped as he left. Alexander came back to his work. He really had no aim here and didn't know how to go about purifying the multiverse. So, he decided to act as a mighty god should. Instead of going to each universe and speaking to each angel, god of destruction or supreme Kai, he decided to call all of them to him. Whis, I want you to convey my message to all the angels of the 12 universes. Tell them to come here and meet me. I am going to be talking about how to remove sins and make the multiverse purer. It will uplift the standard of living in all these universes. Tell them, if they don't visit, I will, and then I will be harsher, he said with a warning. Whis understood Alexander's meaning, however he also knew the attitude of some of the gods of destruction, they might not agree to come here. Though he did not tell Alexander. Whis the left with Beerus. Alexander, too, went back to Earth. Cough, son, how are you? Suddenly, Alexander heard the voice of God. He looked up and guessed why God contacted him, as it was usually him doing it. Hello, old man, how are you? What party are you throwing now? Alexander asked. Oh, you hurt me with your words, son. I don't party all the time. Only 5 times a week. Anyway, I am preparing the army of heaven. I thought that you only lacked in the subject of spirituality. Your physical power and thinking are on the right path. But, if you want to be a true god, you need balance. God advised. Alexander nodded, I know, I also think I can gain something by being more spiritual. Bunpuku was good enough for teaching mortals though, so I stopped training in that field. Exactly, that is why I am sending you a good man. He is a sage, a man who ascended to beyond any man had ever done. He will be teaching you. Oh, I need to go now, I need to have a chat with Lucifer. That admirer of yours, Deadpool, has been causing some trouble in heaven since he got promoted and got access to the upper realms. Take care. God rushly said farewell and went away. Alexander could not even ask who would be coming to teach him. Greetings. Alexander heard someone behind him. He was shocked because he did not feel his presence before. He turned around and saw a man. Over 6 feet tall, had a golden brown skin color, top knotted dark hair and elongated ears. He was wearing orange-colored robes and stood in with hands in prayer position in front of his chest and making a small bow. He radiated a different kind of aura. It was utterly peaceful and warm. Alexander smiled widely. He recognized this person easily. Ha ha ha, hello, Gautama Buddha. Alexander greeted back with a bow and namaste respectfully. A/N, okay, now the training to get stronger starts. Though it will be happening alongside as the arc moves forward. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 613. The Life of Buddha. Alexander was pleasantly surprised by this visit and he was not going to complain. Anyone would want to have some spiritual talks with the mortal who ascended and achieved enlightenment. Why don't we go to my realm and have a talk there? That place is more peaceful. Alexander said and invited him to fix him. There, he took him to a sitting area beside the lake. This place is indeed peaceful and oozing with positivity, Buddha said as he looked around. Suddenly a huge roaring Noodles came. He was just playing in the lake. Usually, he would also scare strangers because he found it funny. But, Buddha just stared at Noodles with a calm face. Noodles couldn't understand why this person was not getting scared, so he tried again by roaring. Such a pure creature, Buddha commented. Alexander laughed loudly, seeing Noodles' expression of shock and confusion. Wahaha, cut it, Noodles. You cannot scare him. He is a sage. His mind and heart are calm and in harmony. Buddha raised his palm towards Noodles. Noodles, being the scaredy cat he was, moved back a little first. But seeing Alexander there and also feeling the kindness in the strange man, he moved closer. Soon, his giant face was being caressed by a smiling Buddha. People must misunderstand you a lot, Buddha said. Alexander also came forward and patted Noodles. Yes, he was always like this. Kind of an outcast of his species because he was too kind and looking too cute instead of scary. Alexander then gave Noodles some food and sent him back to play. Noodles had his own play toys and water slides to have fun. Alexander and Buddha took a seat. He offered him some of Iroha's special tea. Sip. Gautama Buddha sipped and stopped for a second, seemingly mesmerized by the taste. This is the most pleasant tea I have drank in all my travels. Who grows it? He asked. I do. Iroha came with Ragnarok not far behind. They both took seats. I am Iroha and this is Ragnarok. Iroha introduced themselves. Pleasure meeting you. It is a divine honor to taste the tea made by the god of tea himself. Buddha said and continued drinking. Iroha blushed a little. Tea was a soft spot for him. It is just a hobby I have. Wahaha, yes yes, like how I like my drinks. Ragnarok laughed. Alexander shook his head. Raggy, don't talk about alcohol here. Buddha simply waved his hand. It is fine, I do preach my teachings but I do not force them. I condone consuming liquor or other intoxicants but I don't restrict others. Some communities even use these intoxicant hallucinogens to attain spiritual alertness, so I do not judge people for this. Alexander nodded, he already knew about this. Buddha, can you tell me about your past? Is all of it true as it is written in scriptures? How does a pampered prince go to become the Gautama Buddha? Buddha put the teacup down and looked at the lake calmly. It was not my lifestyle that had stopped me from attaining enlightenment in my early years, but instead, it was my narrow-mindedness. I was born to a ruler, a king. I was just 7 days old when my mother passed on to the next stage of life. Later, a holy man prophesied great things about me. That I would either be a great king or military leader, or I would be a great spiritual leader. I was expected to be a great king. So, my father raised me in opulence in a palace built just for me and sheltered me from the knowledge of religion, human hardship, and the outside world. I was naive back then. Too concentrated and content with the small bubble I was living in. But when I reached adulthood, I decided to go out. There, I saw the state of our world. My charioteer, whom I think was a man sent from upper realms, explained me everything. I realized that the life we were living was nothing but a time-bound vessel that will grow old, get sick and die someday. Questions about all I had not experienced led me to take more journeys of exploration, and on these subsequent trips, I encountered a diseased man, a decaying corpse and an ascetic. My charioteer explained that the ascetic had renounced the world to seek release from the human fear of death and suffering. At that moment, I knew what I needed to do. I still needed some answers. So, I left my kingdom to follow a more spiritual path, determined to find a way to relieve the universal suffering that I understood to be one of the defining traits of humanity. For the next 6 years, I lived an ascetic life, studying and meditating using the words of various religious teachers as my guide. Eventually, seeing my dedication to the quest, other ascetics became my followers. But when answers to my questions did not appear, I redoubled my efforts, enduring pain, fasting nearly to starvation and refusing water. Whatever I tried, I could not reach the level of insight I sought, until one day when a young girl, whom I think was also sent from upper realms to correct my path, offered me a bowl of rice. As I accepted the food, I suddenly realized that corporeal austerity was not the means to achieve inner liberation, and that living under harsh physical constraints was not helping me to achieve spiritual release. So I ate rice, drank water, and bathed in the river. My followers guessed that I had given up the ascetic life and would now follow the ways of the flesh, so they promptly left me. But I had not given up. That night, I sat alone under the Bodhi tree, vowing to not get up until the truths I sought came to me, and I meditated until the sun came up the next day. I remained there for several days, purifying my mind, seeing my entire life, and previous lives, in my thoughts. During this time, I had to overcome the threats of Mara, an evil demon, who challenged my right to become the Buddha. I believe that this demon must be the reason why no one had been enlightened in all that time. But I did not waver. When Mara attempted to claim my enlightened state as his own, I touched my hand to the ground and asked the earth to bear witness to my enlightenment, which it did, banishing Mara. Many more demons and beings came to stop me from attaining enlightenment, but all their attempts were thwarted. And soon a picture began to form in my mind of all that occurred in the universe, and I finally saw the answer to the questions of suffering that I had been seeking for so many years. In that moment of pure enlightenment, I became Buddha. Initially, I was hesitant to teach, because what I now knew could not be communicated to others in words. Then I was visited by a great being from up there, and he convinced me to teach others. I preached the path of balance instead of one characterized by either aesthetic extremism or sensuous indulgence. I called this path the middle way. My teaching slowly reached many ears and people started walking this path. At the age of 80, I passed on due to an illness caused by spoiled food. The rest is history. He finished speaking. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 614. I don't mind. Then he looked straight into Alexander's golden eyes and continued. Alexander, you are a god, a being whom mortals pray to. You are a being who makes sure the cycle of karma is not corrupted by the demons. You are the path to enlightenment for many, but you still have a lot more to learn. I also learned more when my time came, and yours will come too. When that happens, you will understand who you are and what you must do. Alexander and the rest were so mesmerized in his words that they didn't even realize how much time had passed or where they were sitting. Only when Buddha started talking about Alexander did they come out of this trance-like state. Alexander stood up, put his hands together and bowed. Thank you for telling me all this. Knowing from books is different and hearing directly from you is different. I was traveling the Omniverse when the Origin told me about Zolrak. I am against killing, but he is a demon who must be stopped now, or else everything else will be lost. We will meditate every day here from now on till you reach some enlightened state. Buddha planned. A/N, the old man God is called origin of everything. He is the last stop of an enlightened soul. God does not have a specific shape or face. He just looks old and godlike to Alexander and others because that is how he is perceived by many. Those who consider him as just the force of nature, a law that bounds the universe, cannot see him as a physical body. Alexander nodded. Yes, we will. Here in Fixame, time runs different, so I don't have to worry about the outer world. Wee woo. Suddenly, Chomei and Thea came running towards them. Chomei was wearing a police uniform and was running after a giggling Thea. They saw Alexander and the rest and ran towards them. But Thea was too small and her legs would not let her run too fast. For a flying Chomei, catching her was easy. Though he still lets her have fun and only catches her when she gets tired. But, currently, Thea was trying too hard to reach Alexander, so she tripped on the grass and fell. But she did not feel anything as Buddha had already levitated her towards himself. Thea sat in Buddha's arms and looked at his face. Then, she suddenly gave a heartwarming smile. Thank you, uncle. Thea not hurt. She said. Buddha smiled back. She is touched by the origin. Her abilities are fascinating. Wee woo. Chomei came beside Alexander but did not stop making the sound. Alexander held him in his arm and that made his stop. Where is your grandma? Ji-chan, she said that such an enlightened being has come to meet us, so she wants to cook for everyone with her own hands. Is that the Mr. Enlightened uncle? Chomei asked. Buddha chuckled. Haha, I heard you have more siblings. Where are they? Chomei quickly replied, oh, they are all lazy folks. Kurama is sleeping, Saiken is eating, Shikaku is also sleeping, Goku is sleeping in the jungle, others are probably sleeping too. I am the only responsible one of them. Sai, what am I going to do with these kids? Komiai's last words were said as an imitation of Olivia whenever she felt frustrated. Chomei then flew to Buddha. Uncle Enlightenment, why are your ears so long? Chomei, he is called Buddha. Alexander corrected him. Buddha smiled and explained, I was a prince once and I had to wear various ornaments, including heavy earrings made of gold. When I was 29, I abandoned my privileged life to become a monk. This included no longer wearing heavy, jeweled earrings. Although I was no longer weighed down by material possessions, my ears were permanently elongated. Then if I do it, will I have long ears too? Chomei innocently asked as he blinked cutely. But you do not have ears. Buddha reminded him. Chomei, in shock, touched his non-existing ears. Then he looked at Alexander. Ji-chan, can I have ears? Pretty please. But you will look so weird with that. You look perfect as you are, Chomei. Cute and strong. Alexander buttered him. Chomei puffed his chest out. Hee, I guess I am. Okay, let's go. Thea, you be the police now and I will be the criminal. Thea happily started running after Chomei, who was going slow for her. Weeeoo. Once they were gone, Iroh picked up the tea kettle and filled the glasses. Let's have a cup of warm tea now. I find it very soothing to the mind. Indeed, Buddha joined. Then out of nowhere, Iroh took out a guitar and started strumming it. He then started singing in his hoarse old voice. It had a different charm in itself. It is a good day. I met a sage today, he seemed so kind. So bright like a shining light falling in my eye. But I don't mind. He started walking around while singing. I found a friend, I found the God. I found the tea, I found my peace. I found my happiness increased. A changed man I am. A god of tea I have become. But my friend Dragon only likes rum. And he looks like a bum. Ha ha ha. Alexander and Dobby laughed at Ragnarok. Leaving the past behind. I am on a journey with people so kind. That their warmth reaches even the mentally blind. They are like shining light falling in my eye. And I don't mind. They all sat there, talked about the world, universe, multiverse, all things living and not living. It was a conversation any mortal would kill to be a part of. Later, it was dinner time and everyone was gathered at a long 50-chair dining table. Alexander sat at the head position, beside him were Olivia and Buddha. He doesn't make speeches as it usually makes the dinner official and boring. So, everyone starts eating as soon as they sit. The tailed beasts had their own small chairs. Chappie had his own small bowl. All the food was served by nanny droids. So, do tell me about your multiverse travels. What worlds have you been to? Alexander inquired. Buddha replied, I have been to many worlds. Some good and some evil. But, I also found a few where Buddhism was being used as a means of war and murder. I remember one in particular. A world filled with self-named heavenly kings and made-up gods. There was this one child named Yunche that used an art called Great Way of the Buddha. It was everything against what Buddhism stood for. But I was not God's advocate and I did not have the authority to judge beings. I only spread kindness and the true way to enlightenment. Alexander nodded, that is indeed bad. In my travels too, I have seen many religions or ideologies being completely different from common sense. There are people who call me cunt. To them, it translates to God, but to me, you know. The omniverse is infinite and all kinds of possibilities are possible. Ragnarok then nudged Buddha, hey, did you come upon a world of dragons or something? Maybe where a dragon can shapeshift into a beautiful human. Buddha shook his head, I did not. Dobby didn't leave the chance to make fun, oh, is our dragon in heat? Ragnarok nearly cursed out loud, think about yourself, you sing, ah, damn it. He realized that even Dobby had a girlfriend now. Siri sat beside Dobby and looked at Ragnarok while chuckling. Dobby smirked, heh, what happened? No words. Huh, at least I'm better than this guy. Ragnarok huffed and pointed at Douglas sitting a few seats away. He was using a pair of scissors as chopsticks. Nearly everyone who heard Ragnarok nodded in agreement. XXXX. A/N, behold again, my crappy songwriting skills for Iroh. I am in the last stretch of this arc now. I will be making some short world trips before we finally jump to DC. If you want Alexander to go to any particular world, then comment here on this paragraph. Of course, creating them depends on me knowing about that world. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 615. Meditation equals sleeping. The next day in the lakeside flower garden of Fixheim. Everyone sat on the ground, by everyone it meant all the beings of Fixheim. From Alexander to phoenixes and dragons. They sat in an orderly fashion that made a giant matrix. At the front, facing the crowd sat Buddha. Everyone currently had their eyes closed and they were deep in meditation. Mostly all of them, because the tailed beasts and Chappie were actually sleeping. Surprisingly, Hats was also meditating with full concentration. Alexander had already told everyone that if they want to leave then they must do it silently. But, it was fine as long as they slept silently as well. Alexander was currently deep in meditation too. His mind was empty and his breathing had slowed down to a uniform rhythm. For everyone else, meditation ended at this point. But, Alexander was a god. He had a few things he needed to come over. For example, he needed to get used to his omniscience. He needed to open up so he could listen to all of his followers. Their prayers and wishes. Their pain and feelings. So, he opened up a little and let his mind drift around. He saw the past that had gone by, he saw the sleeping Saiken who was going to fall to his side onto Shikaku, creating a chain reaction and spoiling the meditation session for all. Alexander waved his hand and stopped Saiken from falling. His head was not hurting as much now. Soon, voices started coming. With them came people's wishes and prayers. Please bless my family to be healthy. God, I want him dead. Great CUNT, thank you for everything. Oh God, yes, yes, God yes. This is so good. God, please make my legs become good. I want to play with my friends. Ji-chan, cake. Ice cream. God, please help, my daughter is missing, I don't know how she is. Please, bless her to be safe. God damn it. There were countless wishes and prayers. Some were asking for happiness and some were asking for material desires. Alexander fulfilled a few wishes and ignored those that were just calling God to curse or in pleasure. I wonder if Jesus also has to tolerate all this, he thought. Alexander was almost at 60% omniscience now. This was a lot more than before, but he still had a long way to go. He was currently as strong as 70% of what the old man, God, was. He was confident that it wouldn't take him very long to attain true omniscience. They continued to meditate for a while longer until the session ended and they all got up. Buddha knew that meditation was not easy for beginners, so he planned the session accordingly. Wah. I really enjoyed meditation. Chomei said while yawning. Alexander chuckled, you just slept the whole time. Sleeping is not meditating. Chomei was shocked, what? But I thought everyone was sleeping with their eyes closed. Pat pat. It's okay, your version of meditation is fine too, Alexander said. He then turned to Olivia, I will be going out now. Need to do my job as well. After that, he, Ragnarok and Dobby left. Dragon Ball World. Whis had gone to Grand Priest to inform him about Alexander's demands. Grand Priest obviously knew that a strong being had come to their reality. But he did not know who he was. Now, Whis explained everything to him and he turned a bit extra serious. Because if Alexander was some kind of a judge who purifies universes, then he surely had powers to wipe them out too. So, he called all the angels to meet him right then. He was the father and creator of all of them, so no one had the guts to deny him. They all rushed to meet him, wanting to know what had happened. Good, you all came on time. I need you all to take your universe's god of destruction and supreme Kai and head to planet Earth of Universe 7. There, all of the universes will be judged. Grand Priest revealed. Will the Omni King be judging? Vados, sister of Whis, asked. The Grand Priest denied, no, he won't. There is a god who came from beyond the multiverse. Just how the mortal level of universes are defined, our multiverse also has a mortal level, and it is possibly not very good. Which is why he is here to purify it. All the angels murmured. This would mean that Alexander held authority over the Omni King too. Whis also spoke, no need to worry. I know him. He is a very kind person. As long as you bring your god of destruction and they hold a good decorum, I don't see him doing anything. But this was easier said than done because many gods of destruction were stubborn. You may leave now. If your god of destruction does not come, then at the very least bring the Supreme Kai. Grand Priest advised and let them leave. Only Whis was left and he asked, should we tell Omni King? Grand Priest shook his head, no, not yet. We will tell him later. Ewan, the god of destruction of Universe 1, quickly agreed to come. He was an efficient and successful god of destruction, as his work has led to his universe having the highest mortal level. So, he had nothing to worry about. The same was the case with Universe 12, 5, and 8. But, the problem came with Kampa, Beerus's brother and god of destruction of Universe 6, as he was asleep. The other problematic one was Quatella, god of destruction of Universe 4. Quatella was rather lazy and seemed to instead prefer playing video games and eating junk food rather than doing his duty. These two outright denied coming to the meeting with Alexander. Their attendant angels tried to warn them, but they did not budge at all. So, Vados and Cognac were only able to bring the Supreme Kai with them. Universe 7, Earth, look out. Alexander had found out about the Earth's guardian. So he wanted to meet this person and also see where he lived. He was surprised to find such a huge place in the sky. So, he decided that he was going to hold the meeting here. This way he can keep the planet's surface away from immediate harm if something were to happen. So, Dend, can you tell me how to make Dragon Balls? I've been wondering, how strong would my Dragon Balls would be? Alexander asked. Dend was flustered. He had never been in the presence of such a high-level being. Oh, yes. I can tell you. Alexander then learned how to make Dragon Balls. He really had an urge to make them. He was supposed to make these balls and connect them to an eternal dragon. Eternal dragons were a species of wish-granting dragons. What if I get my own wish-granting dragon? He muttered and turned to Ragnarok. But Ragnarok immediately rejected, hell no, I have 2 balls and I'm happy with them. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 616. Lazy Dragon. Come on, Raggy, you can do it. You can grant all kinds of wishes. Alexander tried to woo Ragnarok into it. No, never. Besides, what if they ask me to revive someone dead? I can't do that. That also goes against the laws of heaven. Ragnarok said. Alexander sighed in defeat, fine, don't do it. I will find some other dragon for my balls. I mean Dragon Ball. Alexander ignored Ragnarok and got to establish a connection with some random eternal dragon. He felt that these Dragon Balls would be a nice addition to Fixheim's museum. Okay, let's see which dragon comes out. I have changed the chanting a bit this time. Dragon, I choose you, come and grant my wishes. Alexander shouted. Suddenly the balls started shining. But, it seemed that the dragon was lazy as minutes passed and no dragon came. Then, they all heard some voices from the balls. Oi! You useless son, go out. Someone finally bound you to Dragon Balls. A majestic voice spoke. Then, a rebellious voice answered, hey, don't bother me. I am busy sleeping. Why don't you go out? Nobody uses the Super Dragon Balls to summon you anyway. You have so much free time. What did you say? I am the Divine Dragon Zalama. I have a reputation to hold. Now, go out or else I will cut the electricity to your castle. The majestic voice scolded. Damn it. Meanwhile, Alexander's eyes were twitching. He was not liking where this was going. On the other hand, Ragnarok was just laughing loudly. The 7 football-sized balls started shining and soon came out a humongous golden Chinese dragon. Rawr, instead of roaring, he really said the word rar. Alexander waited for the dragon to settle and calm down. But instead, the dragon curled itself on the lookout and went to sleep. Alexander amusedly walked to it and spoke, hey, fulfill the wishes. Aren't you a wish-granting dragon? I am. the dragon replied uninterestedly. Then grant wishes, Alexander argued. I don't wanna. Now go away, don't pester me. I need my beauty sleep, the dragon tried to shoo him away. Alexander was honestly shocked by this behavior. Do you know who I am? Is that your wish? Do I look like a phone directory? The dragon argued. Alexander looked at Ragnarok as he was the dragon god and was supposed to have authority on them. Ragnarok laughingly came forward and kicked the sleeping dragon. Wake up, you picked the wrong place to sleep, fool. Ragnarok kicked the dragon. The giant golden dragon got up with its eyes red in anger. It looked down on Ragnarok proudly. You dare to kick me, mortal. I, the Julian, son of divine dragon Zalama, Bam. Ragnarok flew up and slapped him. Nobody cares. Now, watch me. Ragnarok turned into his dragon form that covered the sky. He was immensely huge. So much that the earth looked like a pebble in front of him. I am Ragnarok, the god of all dragons in Omniverse. Julian's sleepy eyes shot open as he felt Ragnarok's full, unrestrained aura. What? Forgive me. God. Julian started to kowtow. Ragnarok soon turned back to his human form. See, you should never judge a book by its cover. That guy there is the creator of these balls. He is a god even stronger and higher than me. So, respect him. CK, why didn't Dad tell me I would be meeting monsters, he cursed. Haha, your father probably didn't know it, Alexander said, shocking Julian because his words were read. Oh great supreme god, what can this humble servant do for you? He started acting up now. Alexander chuckled, no need to do all this. I have handled more rebellious kids than you. I just wanted to see who the dragon was that was connected to these balls. Now, you will have to come with me to my realm because I will leave this multiverse in a few years. If I were to summon you from somewhere else, then you would die due to omniverse travel. Yes. This is my chance to run away from Dad, Julian cheered internally. But Alexander heard all of it. No, you will need to get permission from your father. You will also be getting trained by Ragnarok. Alexander said. Dejectedly, Julian spoke, what wishes do you have, God? How many can you give? Alexander asked. As many as you like. For you, there is no limit. For mortals, it is one wish per session. Then, you will have to wait for a year. Julian explained. Good, I want you to give me knowledge of all the beings in the universe. I want to know about all the gods of destruction and any other gods. Alexander asked. That's easy. I can do it. Let me send it to your mind. Julian frankly said. The way he talked didn't feel majestic at all. It felt like Alexander was talking to a college kid. Soon, Alexander got what he asked for. He now knew everything he needed to know. He just needed to wait for the meeting now. Good job, Julian. Now, you go back and tell your father about what happened. If he does not agree, then tell him to meet me or tell me. I will come to convince him. Alexander assured Julian. Julian smiled happily and vanished just as he appeared. Ragnarok chuckled, haha, that kid reminded me of my young days. After the Dragon Ball incident, Alexander found that Whis and Beerus had arrived. They had come early because Beerus didn't want to anger Alexander and Grand Priest. Welcome, take your seats according to the number assigned to your universe, Alexander advised. Alexander had also taken his seat as the head. After a while, more and more gods of destruction, angels, and Kais appeared. Eventually, the Grand Priest also arrived. Alexander just nodded to him and he did the same. But Alexander then noticed 2 empty seats. Where are the gods of destruction of Universe 6 and Universe 4? He asked. Vados got up and exclaimed, God Universe, Lord Kampa is asleep. I tried to wake him up but he did not and denied coming. Alexander then looked towards the Universe 4 side. His gaze scared the Supreme Kai of that universe. But the angel attendant, Cognac, got up and answered. God Universe, Lord Quatella denied coming because he was playing video games and eating junk food. He said the meeting is not important. Alexander cracked his finger. Incompetence is something I won't tolerate. Especially from a being in such a highly authoritative position. Many gods of destruction who honestly did their jobs nodded at him in agreement. I asked them politely, now they will be dragged here, Alexander announced and waved his hand. A pink door appeared on the side. Dobby went into it and disappeared for a few seconds with the door. A few minutes later, the door reappeared and it opened. From inside came out Dobby with 2 bodies being dragged in his left and right hand. One was a fat version of Beerus and the other was a yellow rat version Beerus. Both of the gods of destruction looked beat up. Dobby threw them on their seats and poured water on them to wake them up. Alexander continued the meeting. Okay, what I have here is a report on all of you gods. I will judge you by the purity of your universe. Let's commence. Meanwhile, Julian had gone to Zalama to ask for permission to leave this reality. He was a bit nervous but still confident. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 617. A strange Kai. The meeting resumed even though Kampa and Quitella showed some tantrums. A simple slap from Ragnarok shut them up. Beerus was also in the same category as these two, but because Beerus had already known about Alexander, he did not act so high and mighty here. I want to talk to you all about what you have been doing to make your universes better. As we know, the job of Supreme Kai is to make, and God of Destruction is to destroy. But it cannot be meaningless destruction. Only the elements that are causing the mortal level to fall are to be destroyed. But it is common knowledge here that some of you act not like gods but goons. Alexander started, and suddenly some documents appeared in front of each of them. These are report cards for all your universes. Universe 1 is by far the most well-performing. Ewan has done a very good job as the god of destruction of Universe 1. He has a strong passion, enthusiasm, or explosive feelings. He does his job intelligently. Each of his moves is to improve his universe. Everyone should learn from him. Alexander said. Now, for the worst of you all. The universes with the lowest mortal levels are 9 and 4, and 6 and 7. All of you have weird problems. Let's start with Universe 4. Its god of destruction, Quitella, lacks compassion. He is lazy. He seems to prefer playing video games and eating junk food. He is a vain and manipulative god who is willing to use questionable methods to come on top. He is narcissistic as well, shown by his demands for his statues with his likeness all around his room. A being like this, having such a big responsibility, is a shocking thing to me. How did he get selected to become the god of destruction? Was it because of strength? Alexander asked while looking at Grand Priest. The Grand Priest calmly answered, we do not choose them. Angels are only responsible for training them. The selection of new gods of destruction is only based on the decision of the previous god of destruction. Alexander was disappointed, seriously, if you and Zeno are going to ignore the selection of such important beings, then you don't have any right to interfere in them when they go bad. Anyway, I will now read the sins of Quitella. Quitella, category. Justified murders, 21,234,154,765. Unjustified murders, 20,465,879,875. Indirect murder by not fulfilling duty, 4,897,987. Insubordination, 456,854 times. Corrupt, always. Fit to be the god of destruction, 12%. Sin percentage, 80%. Alexander read these sins loudly. It shocked everyone that Alexander was able to know this stuff. This surely made the gods of destruction of the universe 6, 7, and 9 nervous. Beerus was cursing himself for sleeping for so long. Alexander then gave the punishment. You are completely unfit to do your duty. Unlike other incompetent gods, you even refuse to do your duty. For this, you will not be forgiven. As a sinner of category 4, you will be sent to eternal hell. Alexander used his eye of judgment and disintegrated Quitella. The rat-like god of destruction screamed but died immediately. However, something weird happened there. If Supreme Kai dies, then so does the god of destruction, and this was the case another way around too. However, even after the death of Quitella, the Supreme Kai of Universe 4 was still alive. Don't worry, I have broken the connection between you and Quitella. You will have to bond with the new god of destruction later. Until then, my son-in-law, Loki, will be the acting god of destruction for you. He revealed. The next number was of Kampa of Universe 6. Kampa of Universe 6. Brother of Beerus. You also lack empathy. You are lazy beyond reason. You ignore your duties and make your attendant angel do it. You are also selfish. But, at the very least, you are found to respect strong people. But that alone won't save you because your incompetence has brought your universe to such low standards. Your sins are, however, not enough to warrant death. But they are enough to get you fired. You will be losing all privileges of a god of destruction. You will be an ordinary living being, and any more destruction made by you will be a crime. Alexander announced. Kampa was a bit relieved for not being erased like what previously happened. But then he looked at the mocking face of Beerus, seemingly telling him that he was inferior now. Alexander saw this. Beerus, you as well are being fired. Even though you sometimes do your duty, it was still not enough. You are not only lazy and incompetent, you even hired a mortal, a murderous maniac as your proxy. He committed atrocities in your name. Not just this, you even sealed a Supreme Kai knowingly how important they are for the universe. All of the blame falls on your head. Your punishment is the same as Kampa. Kampa chucked without making any sound, angering Beerus. After all this, Alexander looked at the Universe 9's god of destruction. This was the universe with by far the worst mortal level. It was just at 1.86. But, unlike other universes, the reason for this was not an incompetent and ignorant god of destruction. Instead, the reason was that Sidra was indecisive and hardly destroyed anything. He was a very passive god. He was also a very calm person and was more benevolent than his counterpart, the Supreme Kai Rho. Due to his kindness, he didn't destroy enough planets to harmonize his universe. There was also another problem in this universe. That was the Supreme Kai. Unlike the other Supreme Kais, Rho had a rougher nature, being far more egotistical and materialistic than his fellow Kais. Alexander didn't speak angrily this time and took a calmer tone. Sidra, although you are a peace-loving man and your intentions were good, your actions still have bad effects. You, as the god of destruction, are expected to destroy the planets that are not in harmony with the universe so that your universe can stay pure. But what made matters worse was that your Supreme Kai is also the opposite of what he needs to be. He didn't create enough planets and didn't manage his universe well. He stated. But Alexander also knew that Sidra was not fully nice either. He was also somewhat selfish. Supreme Kai Rho started shivering, scared that he would be dying. But that didn't happen. Supreme Kai Rho, you are now demoted. A new Supreme Kai will be taking your place. Sidra, I want you to either change yourself or wait to be replaced by a new god of destruction in time. It all depends on the future progress of your universe. Alexander announced and finished speaking. Clap clap. Suddenly, an assistant of a Supreme Kai started clapping for some reason. Amazing, finally someone is ready to take actions against those barbarian mortals and incompetent gods. All gods of destruction and Supreme Kai were shocked by this statement. This was equal to a slap to their faces. Gawasu, the master of this lesser Kai, quickly tried to silence him. Zamasu, what are you doing? Do not disrespect them. Alexander was a bit amused by this strange Kai. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 618. Making a kid happy. Why are you so happy? Alexander asked him. Zamasu disdainfully replied, why? These mortals should be happy to even be alive, but they go around causing trouble and destruction. While we sit and wait for the god of destruction to do something. These problematic mortals should be destroyed at the first symptom of their barbaric tendencies. Nearly everyone was shocked there. This was not how a Kai was supposed to speak. Alexander sighed and turned to Grand Priest. See, this is why I said regulations are necessary. This boy here is going to be a Supreme Kai someday. Imagine the kind of damage he would cause. If you do not regulate and carefully select people for these high-level positions, then I'm afraid you will have to erase the whole multiverse someday. If left unsupervised, anything can happen. Even Universe 1 might fall to the last rank. And you are unfit to be a Kai anymore. I am taking away your powers. For your information, I was a mortal once. I still consider myself that. All are mortal in a way. Even Grand Priest and Zeno, because there is always someone who's above you. All you should have done was focus on fulfilling the job you were meant to do. Instead of devising a plan to even make Hitler shy away. Now, you will feel what it feels like to be a mortal. Alexander punished Zamasu and teleported him away to Earth. Now, I have some words and instructions for all of you. Some of my people will be coming to all your universes to purify it. Do not meddle in their work. I am already doing you all a favor. He announced. All the gods of destruction silently sucked it up. They didn't have the guts to go against him anymore. Okay, this meeting is finishi. Before Alexander could finish speaking, a sudden pop sound came and now an alien child stood on the table. He was radiating a very strong yet pure aura. The kid was very short and small, with a rather large oval-shaped head. He primarily had sky blue skin, except for two sections from his ears to the middle of each eye on both sides of his head, which were purple. He had small round eyes and small rounded gray ears. His attire was a magenta and yellow-lined coat, with yellow pants and magenta shoes. Why wasn't I invited here? He asked. All the gods of destruction quickly bowed to him in fear. Alexander now had an idea of who this being was. He knew about Zeno from what Julian the Dragon told him as his wish. Hello, Zeno. I did not invite you because I assumed you were not interested in ruling the multiverse. Alexander bluntly said. Wah. I like ruling. But it is also boring. Who are you? Zeno asked childishly. I am your superior, Alexander replied. But I am the superior, Zeno argued. Alexander, in an instant, disappeared from his position and appeared in front of Zeno. He put his hand on Zeno's face. Quickly, two attendants of Zeno also appeared beside Alexander, with the intention to stop him. They took guarding and respecting Zeno very seriously and stayed in constant vigilance. However, today, they were not going to be able to do anything as Alexander was way up in the food chain. Alexander simply looked at them and unleashed his aura. Not just the two attendants, but also everyone else, including Grand Priest, kneeled instinctively. Alexander was in reality just showing Zeno how small he was as compared to the Omniverse and how lacking in power he was compared to beings of Alexander's caliber in his mind. After he was done, he retracted his hand. So, now you know who I am. Zeno immediately jumped into Alexander's arms and sat, yes. You are my elder. Alexander chuckled, you should call me Grandpa, so, why did you come here, little Zen? As Alexander was talking to Zeno, everyone else there was sweating. Zeno had officially and publicly acknowledged Alexander as his elder. Now they were truly realizing the extent of Alexander's authority. Kampa had even passed out due to all the mental exhaustion. Zeno, meanwhile, talked with Alexander, I thought it would be fun here. Alexander patted him. He knew that Zeno was lonely, as almost nobody knows of his existence, and those who do fear his power, proving a barrier to friendship, as his attendants wait on him hand and foot and the Grand Minister only treats him as if he was royalty, blithely following his orders without question. He was feeling somewhat starved for companionship. Alexander knew how this felt as he was too subjected to loneliness when he was young and lived in the orphanage. Little Zen, don't worry. I am here. I will show you an amazing way to have fun. You will never get bored ever then. Alexander said. Zeno had sparkles in his eyes, really? That's awesome. Ha ha ha, good. Now, let's go to your palace. We will talk there. Let these people do their work. Alexander suggested. Yes, let's go home, Grandpa. Zeno cheered and flew around Alexander happily. Alexander glanced back at everyone for a second, follow my instructions. Okay. Bam. Bam x9. Suddenly, all the gods of destruction bowed so hard that they smashed the table with their heads. Alexander only chuckled and vanished from the spot, letting the gods take a sigh of relief. Soon, everyone left except Beerus, Whis, Vados, and Kampa. They were jobless at the moment. Whis, can you take me home? Beerus asked. Lord Beerus, I don't think you are allowed to live there anymore. You will need to pack and leave before the next god of destruction arrives. Whis advised. Beerus gritted his teeth. Fine, can you give me a lift to Earth? I will settle there. Their food was amazing after all. Sure, I can do that. Whis obliged. He said bye to his sister and left. God of Destruction planet. Whis arrived with Beerus. The ex-god of destruction ran into his ex-home to get his favorite bed. But, when he reached there, he saw someone occupying it. Hey! Who are you? Beerus angrily asked. The cat sleeping on the bed slowly stretched itself and opened its eyes. Huh? Why are you shouting? I was sent here by the old man. I'm supposed to be the god of destruction here, although I am the god of chaos of Omniverse. What a demotion. What? Beerus was left speechless. This was too fast. My bed, I need tea. Hats interrupted, nope, this is the property of God of Destruction and that is me. You can go and sleep on the grass. Come on, we are both from cat species. Help me out here. Beerus requested. Snoring. You little. Beerus got angry. Fart. Hats farted on Beerus' face. Unknown if it was intentional or not. Zeno's palace. Alexander arrived with little Zeno. Zeno excitedly showed him around the palace. This is my sleeping room, this is my singing room and this is my eating room. This is it. Zeno concluded. Ah, it must get very boring. Okay, follow me. I will give you the best instruments to have fun. Alexander claimed. Alexander chose an empty room and then started creating stuff. After a few minutes, in front of them was a room with various screens and lights. It was the best entertainment system ever. There were all kinds of consoles. From PC, PS5 to bike racing simulators. There was karaoke as well. Then there was a full theater room with surround sound. Alexander had hooked everything to his own invention called Multiverse Internet. This was connected to the internet of various Earths in various timelines. So, now Zeno had all kinds of games to play and all kinds of movies to watch. But that was not it. There was also a reading room with a huge wall with sliding blocks. It was filled with all kinds of manga and light novels. These will also get updated every day. See, I told you. There are games, movies, anime, shows, books to have fun with. But this is not the end. Alexander took out a small button-like thing and gave it to Zeno. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 619. Life is good. Zeno blinked and looked at the small button. What is this? This is a teleportation device that will allow you to come to my realm. There, you can play with my kids and grandkids. There are many more animals to play with too. Alexander revealed. Really? Can we go there now? Zeno asked excitedly. Haha, sure. Grab my hand. He showed him his hand. Zeno jumped and grabbed his fingers. Though he had to fly to do so. Pop. They vanished immediately. But, just as they left, the two attendants of Zeno arrived. Not finding him or being able to sense him anywhere, they got nervous. They looked at Grand Priest worriedly. But Grand Priest was calm. Don't worry, he is with the god. Fix him. Woaha, this place looks amazing. Zeno was awestruck when he saw the scenery around him. As if hungry dogs having smelled bones, all the kids and tailed beasts came to Alexander to see who this small kid was. Who is this blue kid? Karama asked while sniffing Zeno. Zeno also interestedly looked at them. I am Zeno. I came here to play and have fun. Zeno said. Hearing the word fun, Chome came forward. Then you came to the right place. We do nothing here except for having fun. Follow me, we were going to play football. Zeno followed without thinking twice. Alexander also let them be. He went to find Buddha and others. As he expected, he found Buddha meditating under a tree by the lake. Around him, some birds were sitting and some unicorns were freely grazing. Alexander immediately clicked a picture. He was going to keep it as a memory. Sip. Drinking tea after meditation has its own charm. Iroh came from the castle. In his hand was, as always, a glass of tea. Where are Olivia and the others? I need to take them out to Goku's house. He has invited me to the baby shower. He's going to become a father once again. Alexander said. I saw Sister Olivia in the backyard vegetable garden. Don't know about kids. Iroh notified and walked to Buddha. Alexander left them and went to find his wife. There, he found her plucking carrots. Beside her were Natasha, Amy, and Medusa. Rena and Gali were also there, but they were playing with Thea and not helping. Alexander went ahead and started helping. Olivia looked at him with suspicion. Alexander raised his hands in surrender. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Because this is not how you normally behave. What do you need? She asked. Alexander's eyebrows twitched. Come on, Ali. I'm not like what you think. I am a loving husband and an amazing grandpa. He put his arms on Amy and Medusa's shoulder. They chucked at that. But I still think you came here for something and not just because you wanted to spend time with your old wife, Olivia argued. Cough. Actually, it is both, Alexander said, piquing Olivia's interest. You see, Goku, one of my students is having a son. So, they have organized a baby shower and have invited me. So, I want to take you along. Alexander explained. Oh, why didn't you say that earlier? Let's go. I will bring them some fresh vegetables too. Olivia cheerfully said. She waved her hand and all kinds of vegetables magically flew out of their farm and organized themselves in a big bag. Ali, you could have used magic from the start. Why were you physically plucking vegetables? Alexander asked. You won't understand. That was my way of spending my time with my lovely daughters. Now, don't stand there. Let's go, Alex. She nudged and left to get ready, leaving behind Amy and the rest chuckling. Seriously, once I retire from all this. She is going to complain that I spend too much time around you all. Psy women are hard to understand, no matter how powerful I get. Alexander mumbled to himself. After a while, Olivia came dressed in a plain yet good-looking dress. Let's go, Alex. Wait, let's take Thea and Ajax with us, Alexander suggested. Goku's house. Some close friends of the family and Alexander had arrived there. Surprisingly, Beerus was also there. He came just for the food though. As it turned out, it was Bulma, Vegeta's wife, who was sponsoring all this. She also had given birth to a son recently. Whoosh. While everyone was eating, a light from the sky came and disappeared. On his shoulder was Hats, sitting lazily. It was weird seeing the god of destruction acting like this, but Hats' official status was much higher and he was more powerful than Whis, hence Whis had no problem with the current arrangement. After seeing Hats, Ajax ran up to chat. The two had become very good friends after their journey together in Fullmetal Alchemist world. Hey, kid. Hats greeted. Sup, Hats. Let's go and eat. Ajax greeted back. The two left to find a good spot to eat, but then Ajax asked something. What is baby shower, hats? Do people bathe here? I did bring my swimming trunks just to be sure. Hats laughed. Ha ha ha, no, Ajax. It's just a ceremony to celebrate the arrival of a new kid. But aren't they late for that? Ajax asked. Hats didn't understand what he meant. What do you mean? I mean, you told me how babies are born. Doesn't having sex also deserve a baby shower? Because so many sperms get showered over the eggs. Sperms are just small babies, right? Ajax explained what his mind had come up with. It was hilarious to Hats as he rolled on the ground in laughter. Mwahaha. Damn, son. How do you come up with all this? You are wrong. The purpose of a baby shower is for family and friends to shower the parents-to-be with gifts and needs for the baby. Baby showers help parents-to-be get a head start on items such as diapers, baby clothes, and more. Ajax embarrassingly nodded, so that's what baby shower is. After this, they focused on eating food, not talking about what had just happened. Olivia, on the other hand, was very enthusiastic about gifts. She didn't just bring vegetables but also years' worth of diapers and baby formula. Chi-Chi was overwhelmed by all this. Wah. Thank you. Olivia chuckled. What have you thought about the name? Gotan, that's what his name will be, Chi-Chi replied. As a martial artist, it was normal for her to know about her body. So, she already knew the gender of the baby. That rhymes with the name of your husband and firstborn. So, Lord Beerus, how is your time being spent on this planet? Whis asked the ex-god of destruction. Haha, I am enjoying my life, Whis. I just opened a demolition company to earn money. It was very successful and I made a lot of money. Now, I just relax and eat. Pretty sure Kampa must be having trouble though. He was never a hard worker. Beerus commented and gloated over his brother's misfortune. That is indeed good to hear, Lord Beerus. Food on Earth is very delicious. But don't you get bored? Whis inquired. No, who in their right mind can get bored with such delicious food? Life is good. Beerus laid back on his garden chair. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 620. Make a wish. The party was at its peak. So, Ragnarok and Dobby also came. But when they arrived, they saw Alexander bringing Olivia and Thea some food. They chuckled seeing such a powerful god being so obedient to his wife. Ragnarok went to Alexander while laughing loudly. Wahahaha, what do we have here? The biggest simp of Omniverse. Ragnarok mocked. But, surprisingly, before Alexander could say anything, Olivia defended him. Don't say that, Ragnarok. He is the best husband a woman can ever dream of having. For a person so powerful and yet so faithful, that's rarer than anything these days. Besides, you can't be a simp if you are married. She defended Alexander. Alexander looked funnily at her with teary eyes. Oh my beautiful wife. You are awesome. Then he looked at Ragnarok. He's just jealous of our eternal love. Ragnarok shut his mouth and went to find some food to eat. His tactic had backfired. Alexander, on the other hand, fed his granddaughter, Thea. Say a. Grandpa, I big now, Thea said. Alexander acted shocked. But, you will always be little Thea for me. Come here, let Grandpa feed you. No, I eat myself. She argued. Alexander's shoulder fell in defeat and he handed her the plate. Okay, but eat slowly. Can you believe it, this guy here, who is acting like a spoiling grandpa, can wipe out the whole multiverse, Beerus complained to Whis. Whis was eating cake, He's not much different from Grand Zeno. They both seem harmless at first but can wipe out your existence. Exactly, where do these monsters come from? Beerus wondered. I believe this knowledge is above our pay grade, Whis replied. Do we get paid? Beerus inquired. Of course, where do you think you get all your food? It was all used to fill your stomach. Whis revealed. This was the first time Beerus had heard this. I guess I still had a lot to learn. Anyway, this life ain't that bad either. He muttered. Away from them, Alexander was talking to Goku and Vegeta. So, Goku, have you been working and keeping the promise? Goku puffed out his chest. Of course, I was hired by Lord Beerus in his demolition company. It is easy work and a good salary. Alexander had to agree that Beerus indeed had a good business mind. Then he turned to Vegeta. What about you? Have you been good? Are you still having the fits of rage every once in a while? Vegeta was honestly a bit scared of Alexander since he found out what level of being he was. He was not carefree like Goku and could not act so casually. No, sir, I can control my anger very well now. Vegeta stiffly replied. Haha, good. You are a father now. You need to be a good role model. Alexander patted his shoulder and walked away to Gohan. Gohan was in his growth spurt phase right now and was growing taller very fast. He was also happier now because now he was not only able to train but also study. His mother was also very happy with him. Hello, Gohan. Are you enjoying the library I gave you? He asked. Yes, sir. There are so many amazing books there. Gohan enthusiastically said. Call me Grandpa, and yes, there are many amazing books. You should focus on developing all parts of your personality. From studies to martial arts. Maybe you can become the leader of this planet in the future. Alexander advised and left him to enjoy. After spending a few more hours there, he returned to Fixame because it was time to meditate with the Buddha. While all these events were happening, a certain egg hatched from which a pink being came out. Fixame. In another instance, a person came to visit Alexander after being away for a long time. Alexander was meditating when this person appeared. Yo, my brother, how are you? Jesus appeared. He didn't even stop after seeing him meditating. In fact, when he saw Buddha, he enthusiastically came forward. Whoa, what do we have here? Buddha. I thought you stopped traveling the multiverse. Jesus asked in surprise. Buddha opened his eyes and gave a greeting with a bow. I did, but Origin asked me to help Alexander achieve enlightenment. Oh, that. Well, Alex, I got something for you that can surely bring you enlightenment. Behold, my latest creation. An alcoholic drink that is toxinless but yet gets you into the zone. This stuff is legal even in the heavens. Jesus showed a big bottle. You do know that I cannot get high. Right? Alexander asked. Jesus came closer and put his arm around Alexander's shoulder. My brother, this one is special. It can get you drunk and down in a single glass. That was a big claim there. Beings like Alexander were too strong for any alcohol to work on him. Okay, let's see how good your drink is. Show me what you got. Alexander replied and materialized 2 glasses. Jesus poured one for himself and one for Alexander. Cheers. They clanked the glasses and downed them in one god. After that, Alexander just waited for something to happen. You said just 1 glass is enough, right? Nothing is happening. He shrugged the thought of even getting drunk. Come on, have some patience, Jesus advised. So, they waited. Finally, after some time, Alexander felt something. Burp. It was just a small burp. But then he looked at Jesus. Hey, why are there 2 of you? Are you tricking me with magic? Jesus laughed. Haha, you, my friend, are now drunk. I don't believe it. Alexander denied. Okay, get up and walk in a straight line, Jesus suggested. He himself tried to do it. However, he fell down face first. Alexander also tried and was able to get ahead of Jesus. Haha, I won. Is that so? Then let's have a competition. Whoever can collect the most leaves from the ground in a minute wins. Jesus proposed. Challenge accepted. Alexander agreed. What followed was a funny scene of both of them shouting at each other, stumbling and rolling on the ground and picking up leaves. In the end, Alexander won again. But Jesus wasn't going to quit. Okay, the final test. One who grants the most wishes of people wins. Haha, it's going to be hard. Sure, Alexander agreed without thinking and opened the gates of his mind. But he soon regretted it as it caused him a big headache due to being drunk. No. I won't quit. He firmly decided. Today, so many miracles were going to take place across the omniverse. Many people's faith in God will be restored. Many people will cry in joy. Prayer accepted. Prayer accepted. Wish granted. Done. Alexander kept on shouting. Jesus was doing the same. Buddha sitting a distance away just watched over them with a smile. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 621. Wish Sale. Earth, in a random universe. A child played piano in a concert while his best friend underwent surgery for myeloid bone marrow cancer. Kaori Miyazono was going through a surgery and the chances of her survival were bleak. Although she showed herself to be strong and not scared. Deep inside, she was scared. She wanted to live. She was kind, playful, short-tempered and tried to be happy most of the time. While on the operation bed, she just waited to fall unconscious. She didn't have many people that she would say she was very close to. Her parents were simple people who owned a bakery. She felt bad thinking about how sad they would be if something were to happen to her. She laid there with only 1,000 in her mind. God, I don't want to die. I want to live and become a great musician. I want to be with my family and friends. But I have a feeling that I will die, so please bless my parents, friends, and Arima too. He needs some more confidence. She prayed one last time and a tear slid down from the corner of her eye. Whoosh. Ha ha ha. Wish granted. She suddenly heard an old man's voice. In an instant, she felt her body gaining energy back and all the pain vanish. The effects of anesthesia also disappeared and she didn't feel like sleeping anymore. Doctors, who were preparing for the surgery, were surprised seeing this. They had given her enough dose that they were sure she would be unconscious in a minute. Doctor, I feel much better. Can you do the tests again before you operate? She asked. She had a feeling that something had happened, but she couldn't just say that a miracle cured her. But the doctors just chuckled. We already did your tests before you entered this room. No need to do it again. But she insisted and didn't let them inject again. So, the doctors had to do it. No matter what, it was going to be paid by the patient's family or the insurance company. And then it happened. Everyone was crazed when the reports of the tests came out. It turned out, she was not just cured, she was healthier than any other person of her age they knew. This was extremely weird. How can myeloid bone marrow cancer be misdiagnosed, and even when the person was treated for so long no one found it was misdiagnosed? Misdiagnosing was the only conclusion they could come up with, because such diseases don't just disappear. The doctor quickly went to the director of the hospital to tell him about this. If the records were right, then she had been getting treatment from there for a long time. If this came out in the open, their hospital would lose its credibility. Eventually, the director decided to talk to the family and try to silence them by compensating them. So, parents of Kaori, Yoshiyuki Miyazono, and Ryoko Miyazono were called to the meeting room. They were very confused. What happened, doctor? Kaori's mother asked nervously. The doctor put forward the reports. They had a conflicted expression on their face. Mrs. Miyazono, we did tests on your daughter again before the surgery. We found out that she has been cured somehow. Completely cured. The doctor revealed. Kaori's eyes widened in shock. So it was real. God does exist. Her parents, too, were left in disbelief. But, all this eventually led to them being given a big check of money. They sternly refused but still ended up getting forced to take it. After this amazing news, Kaori decided that she was going to fulfill her dreams. So, she officially started dating Arima and also started playing music with him. Eventually, they became a famous musician couple all around the world. They also got married and had a happy family. World, your lie in April. In another world. It was a high school romance turned too serious. Tomoya Okazaki completed his high school and began his life with Nagisa, to whom he had professed his love. As their life as a couple began, Tomoya and Nagisa married in graduation, and shortly after, she was revealed to be pregnant. But pregnancy at such a young age was not easy. Adding to the already frail body of Nagisa, she grew very sick. She had just given birth to a little daughter, but her health was deteriorating continuously. She was not going to survive, and it was getting obvious. With the newborn daughter in his arms, Tomoya Okazaki prayed to God. I just want a happy life with my family. Please don't take her away from me. Why is this happening to me? Why does everyone close to me die? Whoosh. A gust of wind came from nowhere and touched all of the people in the small room. Then suddenly Tomoya Okazaki felt as if someone punched him in the face. Ha ha ha. Wish granted. But, bam you fool, did you learn nothing in school? Giving birth at such a young age can be life-threatening. Moreover, you dare to marry her and get her pregnant and still not study and work hard to get a good job so you can give them a safe and secure life. You must work hard if you want a happy life. There is no free meal in this world. But, you have my blessings now. As soon as the voice disappeared, the little girl started crying as if she had found strength. Nagisa also felt warm and better all of a sudden. She was full of energy. Tomoya Okazaki, on the other hand, was still shocked that his words were answered by a real god. The words were still echoing in his head. He knew that he was not a very talented and smart guy, but marrying without thinking about the future was indeed stupid. He realized this. He looked down at Nagisa with tears in his eyes. He felt happy and warm seeing her well now. He hugged her and cried loudly. I am sorry, I am not a good husband. I promise. I will change everything. I will work hard and we will live a fulfilling life. We will together see our little Ushio grow. I promise. He cried and spoke. Nagisa patted his back. She didn't tell anyone, but she also had heard some words a few seconds ago. They were, child, you are supposed to die today. In the future, your daughter would also die due to an illness passed from you genetically. She will die in a few years. But, I am giving you another chance at life. Don't let it go to waste. I am healing you all and also giving you the talent to be an independent and strong girl. All the best. These words shocked her to no end. God gave her a second chance. And from the memory she received from the God, she knew what she was supposed to do. She had received memories on how to be the best baker in the world. So, after this incident, she went to help her parents in their bakery. She officially took over the shop and started selling her own creations. Eventually, she started selling it online too, and it was a hit. In a few years, the bakery opened 50 branches all over Japan and a few other countries. Tomoya Okazaki, meanwhile, had decided that he never wanted to feel so helpless again. He never wants to see his family sick again. So, with God's blessing, he decided to become a doctor. It took him a lot of hard work and some years of study. Eventually, he became one. Nagisa helped him a lot as now they did not have to worry about money. Their daughter, Ashio, also grew up in a happy and loved family, with her grandparents living with them. World name, Clannad. A/N, god damn, these two anime had me crying hard when I watched them. I'm never gonna watch them again. I don't even recommend them to my friends because this stuff is too depressing. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 622. Wish Sale 2. Jesus was looking around to find some good wishes. He and Alexander were having a competition, but that didn't mean they could grant every wish because that might lead to fulfilling some twisted wishes. Finally, he found a wish. In a random world, a boy named Tanjiro Kamadu lived. Tanjiro was born on a mountain as the eldest son of Ki and Tanjiro Kamadu, a family of charcoal sellers. He had 5 younger siblings and hence he tried to be strong and endure any hardships for them, especially after his father died. Once, when Tanjiro went out to sell charcoal, he had never thought his whole world was going to be turned upside down. In his home, Nezuko, his younger sister and the second eldest of the siblings were looking after the family. They were not rich but not very poor either. But, their peaceful life in the mountains was seen by someone's evil eye. Out of nowhere, demons surrounded their humble home and attacked. There were no fighters in the family. It was just some kids and their mother. The demons jumped to kill them. In desperation, the little kids ducked and started praying to God. Nezuko and her mother tried to shield the kids. They were helpless in this situation. Growl. Just when the demons were about to reach them, a sudden beam of light fell from the sky and burned the demon away. Then, another fell. These were like pillars of justice from heaven. All demons who came to hurt them got burned to ashes. You filthy demons. How dare you even think of destroying such a cute family? I will purify your whole planet now. Jesus' voice came from the sky. As his voice came, similar pillars of light fell all around the planet. Some demons who were evil were destroyed and some who were forcefully made demons were cured. All in all, Jesus purified the whole planet and made demons go extinct in a minute. These were all low-level demons anyway. Then, he looked at Nezuko and her elder brother, who had just arrived. You two don't worry. All is well. You two seem to have some kind of hidden powers. Here, I will unlock them. Snap. Nezuko and Tanjiro had no idea where this voice was coming from, but because it was from the sky, they guessed it was from heaven maybe. As soon as they heard the snap, something snapped inside their body too. Both brother and sister felt invincible at that moment. Ha ha ha. I didn't know you could be this strong. Anyway, you two are the strongest beings in the world now. Use these powers wisely and don't turn into Hitler, kiddies. See ya. After that, the voice never came again. Tanjiro turned to his sister and family. He hugged them all tightly. They all became a firm believer in God since then. Nezuko and Tanjiro later opened a World Peace Association. They, being the strongest in the world, made sure no demonic being rose and no corrupt leader misused their power, all from the shadows of course. World name, Demon Slayer. Alexander and Jesus continued their work while checking each other's condition. They were sweating already. Alexander was currently bringing a dead girl nicknamed Menma back to life as this was her and her friend's wish. As soon as he was done he jumped to the next wish. Alexander found himself looking at a prison cell. It looked like a very old prison. Maybe somewhere near the 1930s. Alexander immediately recognized one of the guards. It was Tom Hanks. Now, Alexander knew what he was looking at and who the person was that prayed to him. It was Tom Hanks himself. Praying for the soul of a death row inmate. His name in this world was Paul Edgecombe. The inmate was John Coffey, a 7-foot-tall black man convicted of R**ping and killing 2 young white girls. Tom Hanks had noticed that since John's arrival to his cell, he immediately demonstrated gentle giant character traits like keeping to himself, fearing the darkness, and being moved to tears on occasion. Soon enough, John revealed extraordinary healing powers by healing Paul's urinary tract infection and resurrecting a mouse. Later he also healed the wife of the warden, who suffered from a terminal brain tumor. Later it turned out he was also innocent of the crimes he was convicted of. The real perpetrator was another death row member called Wild Bill Warden, whom John killed as a punishment. Still, he was being executed for crimes he did not commit. But John also wanted it. He was tired of living in this world with his heightened senses and seeing all the ugliness in it. So, when Paul prayed for John, Alexander replied. A light fell upon the prison cell and Paul from the sky, which was impossible because there was a concrete ceiling. Paul, your prayers have been heard. But, I will not save him. He is too kind to be living among the most dangerous species on your planet, humans. But, I will grant him a painless death after which he will come to heaven. Alexander said. Paul was in shock and John's face looked as if he was in an epiphany. He seemed too happy to hear Alexander. Thank you, God. John thanked like an innocent child. But Alexander did not speak again. Paul was in a bigger shock. He had just accepted the miracles of John, but now he just had an encounter with the God. He was not a very religious man, but now he was going to be one. John was later taken to the electric chair to be executed. Lots of people had come to see him die. Many held resentment against him as they believed he committed those crimes. This was a very backward era, so no one would have believed him anyway, as the color of his skin was enough evidence to get him convicted. As soon as the switch was turned on to kill him, again a light fell from the sky on John. In front of people's eyes, John's body was disintegrated into nothing and his soul was taken to the heavens. This was an otherworldly encounter for all of the people there. Paul could only be happy for the happy ending for his giant friend. But, he was yet to find out that he could now live for so many years because of John's healing. Alexander wanted to win, so he also took a shortcut. He decided to look at alternate or parallel timelines of worlds he's been to. The first one was One Piece and Ace was about to be killed in Marineford. But a pillar of purity fell on Akainu and stopped him. Alexander didn't continuously save them because, in the end, he was still a pirate. So, he gave him a chance to run. If he dies still, then he was never worth saving. Then Alexander looked at the grave of Firefly's world. Setsuko and her brother were praying to Kami-sama for a good life. Alexander felt heartache seeing them too. So, he went out of the way and purified the whole multiverse of grave of Firefly's world. Meaning that in all timelines of this world, Setsuko will not die. The two kids will live happily. After this, Alexander stopped seeing wishes and looked at Jesus. Jesus's face was also sweating, but he was still going on. So Alexander also continued. As soon as he closed his eyes, Jesus opened. Whoa, he's still going on. I can't lose to this. I will be a laughingstock otherwise. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 623. Happy Angels. Jesus looked down at a world where humans dying was as common as the grass on the ground. He looked at what seemed like a world in the industrialization phase. But, there was some kind of superpower involved because there he saw a few giant humans fighting each other, and due to that a lot of people were dying around them. The reason this world caught his attention was because so many prayers were coming from here. What? Why are there humans jumping around with that wire thing? But, because there were so many prayers made, Alexander also noticed it. His consciousness too looked at the world. He felt Jesus there too. Hey, I know this world. This is Attack on Titan, and it seems this timeline is much later from when I visited here. Jesus, go back. I will take care of this place. Alexander decided. I found it first, so I get to do it. You go somewhere else. Jesus barked back. But neither of them quit. Eventually, they listened to all the prayers and removed the Titan powers from the world. But the conflict wasn't going to stop there either, as the hatred was already there. So, Alexander and Jesus both sent their less powerful magical clones there to direct the world's progress by means of spreading the right education. They could have erased their memories, but that would not have been good to digest. I am winning, Jesus. You just wait. Alexander mocked and went on to the next target. Okay, what do we have here now? An octopus-like teacher. There were some kids praying for their teacher to return to life. But, after looking at the teacher's sins, it turned out to be that he used to be an assassin. But he also recently saved the world, and that nullified his crimes. So, Alexander didn't find it hard to fulfill this wish. Granted. Alexander's voice came and light fell on the dust where their teacher's dead body was not long ago. Though this time, Alexander didn't turn the guy into an octopus and gave him an ordinary human body, but still with his previous powers. Use your power well. If you misuse them, you will perish in an instant. Alexander warned and went to the next wish. There were millions of wishes. Alexander saw a good man dying on the street after being hit by an ambulance. The man was trying to save a puppy. In fact, the ambulance was carrying the body of a dead boy named Kazuma Sato. He also died attempting to save a girl from being hit by an oncoming truck. But the truck was, in fact, a slow-moving tractor, but thinking that he was run over by a truck, Kazuma died from a heart attack. He was then reincarnated. But his death also caused another death that was genuine. Ah, so this is how I die. God, I wish I could get reincarnated in a fantasy world and be a hero there, the boy who saved the puppy wished. Wish granted. A voice came out of nowhere and his soul got transported into the womb of a woman in a fantasy world with a plot armor written in his fate. There were some normal wishes too. Some asking for a gaming computer, some kid asking for a bicycle, some kid asking his parents to die because they had locked him in the basement and beat him every day. Alexander killed the parents and then created a new clone of himself who would be the kid's legal guardian. There were some who wanted the courage to confess to their crush. They did get the courage but got rejected. Jesus, too, granted millions of wishes. The two were still drunk but their ability to do their duty was not affected. In fact, it was increased by a lot. Eventually, the headache became too much for them and they pulled back their consciousness. Alexander opened his eyes and Jesus did the same. Alexander quickly told his number proudly, I granted 545,678,653 wishes. But Jesus smirked, I granted 545,678,999 wishes. I won, brother. Alexander bit his lip, still I won 2 out of 3 challenges so I am the real winner. No, there was no out of 3 rule. I won fair and square, you can't change the rules of the game just like that. Jesus argued. Sure. If that makes you happy. Alexander shrugged. But to Jesus, victory didn't taste sweet anymore because he felt like he was being given the victory instead of earning it. Man, you spoiled my mood. Both of them headed to Buddha. But, just then the sky became cloudy and a loud booming voice came. What did you two do? You have destroyed the balance. It was God's voice. Alexander and Jesus looked at each other in confusion. What happened? They asked. I sensed a sudden surge in the purity of the Omniverse. It went up by a lot. Why did you grant so many wishes? God asked. Well, we were drunk and were having a competition, Jesus explained. God sighed. I want that drink confiscated for testing. Good job you two. The angels are here dancing and rejoicing because you eased their work a lot. Also, more pure worlds are good because they cannot be corrupted easily. See you two later. God's voice stopped and the bottle of Jesus' drink also disappeared. Alexander shook his head, I thought he was angry at us. He just wanted the drink from me. He could have asked directly. Jesus mumbled. So, what are you going to do now? Alexander asked him. Back to work. I don't get too much time to play around. Last time a plague destroyed my planet so I got some free time earlier. Jesus explained. Didn't you try to cure them? He inquired. I did, but they didn't take my words seriously and just died. Okay, I'm off to work now. See you later. I will be joining you when you go to beat that Zolrak. I want to see his frightened face. Jesus commented and vanished from the spot. After that, Alexander went to do what he came to do. He sat in front of Buddha and started meditating. Outside. Ragnarok had nothing much to do but he came to the Dragon Ball world because Julian the Dragon had asked him. He had gotten permission from his father, Zalama, to live with them. But, Zalama wanted to meet him first and Ragnarok had nothing to do so he agreed. Though he decided to go to the meeting in his dragon form. Zalama was supposed to be huge. Bigger than many planets combined. But, he was still not bigger than Ragnarok whose single tooth was bigger than a planet. Zalama used to think that he was some big god of dragons and only Zeno could rival him in his divinity but today he learned a lesson. Just as his son, Julian had said, Ragnarok was indeed a big god. Much bigger than even Zeno. Instinctively, he lightly bowed his head in Ragnarok's presence. So you are Julian's father. Why didn't you beat some manners into him? No problem, I will do it. Ragnarok greeted him in an uncommon way. But this scared Julian a bit. Dad, forget it, I am not going. No son, this is a chance for you. You should go and learn from him as much as you can. Zalama insisted. The tables had turned now and it was Julian begging to stay. Ragnarok quickly held Julian with his fingers. Kid, there is no running now. I will make an honorable and upright dragon god out of you. Rejoice, I have chosen you as my student. Now, say goodbye to your dad and follow me. Zalama nodded at his son, go. Teary-eyed, Julian followed Ragnarok. He wanted to have fun by going away from his dad, but now he was going to get into a worse situation than he was before. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 624. A chonky pink alien. Alexander had taught his students well. They were trained to be the peacekeepers of the universe, and hence they were supposed to go to space and fight evil. But the day they went out, they were stopped by some organization called Galactic Patrol, also known as the Space Police. It was a cosmic police force that was led directly by the Galactic King, and it helps keep order throughout the Milky Way galaxy. Gohan was the one to head to talk to the so-called Galactic King because he had the most common sense. If Goku went, then he'd end up starting a tournament, and if Vegeta went, then he would end up slaughtering the king. When Gohan saw the Galactic King, he could not help but frown. The Galactic King had a light green octopus-like appearance, with a large head and numerous tentacles. He wears a golden crown with the Galactic Patrol insignia on its front. Gohan could not take him seriously, but, considering that from the records, this person saved Earth in the past from a giant asteroid once he became aware Earth was a thriving world with intelligent life. So, he gave respect. We are the Universe Peace Force. We won't just be helping the Milky Way galaxy but the whole universe. Don't you know? It was my father who defeated Frieza and King Cold. Gohan reveled. Galactic King obviously knew this. He was in fact happy that these people would be coming forward to spread peace. I think you misjudged me. I am not stopping you. I just want us to sign an alliance so we can ask for you if we find a situation we cannot handle. Galactic King asked. This was normal because in the past he was not able to stop Frieza either, and that was a wake-up call for him, telling that he was not as strong as he thought himself to be. Gohan smiled. Sure, that is very easy. We can sign then right now. Beep beep. In the middle of their talks, Gohan's communicator started sounding. It was from Earth. Some kind of pink powerful being had appeared out of nowhere, and he was causing mayhem in the city. All of them went to stop him but were defeated. So, he was asked to return too. But, he just sent the message that they should ask Alexander for help because their physical training was surely not over yet if they couldn't defeat this enemy. So, all of the Z warriors on Earth found Alexander and brought him where the pink being was causing the problem because he was eating anything in sight. Alexander had just finished his meditation, so he was in a good mood. He had felt his powers rise as compared to God. Now he was about 72% as strong as a god. Who knew meditation could be so helpful? Alexander looked at the strange being. Ah, he seems to be pure yet evil. How is this possible? He walked to the pink-skinned person. He had an antenna on top of his head with 3 steam holes on each side. Hello there, who are you, chonky boy? Alexander asked. Oh, hello, I am Majin Buu. I am hungry. Buu responded with a low-pitched voice. He sounded like a child. Alexander analyzed Buu and quickly found out the fault in his body. He had some kind of evil trapped in him. So, with a snap, he brought it out. Soon came out a similar-looking being but thinner and gray as compared to Buu. It felt pure evil from what Alexander saw. Haha, thanks for freeing me. Now I shall. Alexander didn't let it complete his words and destroyed him out of his existence. Now, he felt Fat Buu being very pure and untainted. Buu, you should not hurt people and break into the building when you are hungry. That is called being bad. Alexander explained. What? But Buu is good. Buu is not bad. Buu is also hungry. Majin Buu said as some steam came out of the pores on his body. He seemed to have a habit of addressing himself in the third person. Ha ha ha, you see those people? Follow them. They are good and you should listen to them. They will provide all the food you want. Alexander said. He was going to add Majin Buu to the Z Fighters team because of his strength. Really? Yay. Buu cheered. After that, Alexander helped settle him. But midway through, Alexander got a message from his home. A letter had arrived from somewhere. Fixheim. Amy had found a letter outside Fixheim when she went out to do some nature painting. The letter had appeared out of thin air. She opened it and felt a bit of familiarity. It had a long string of numbers and dots which made them look like some kind of coordinates. Then there was a small piece of paper on which something was written. Meet me here, godson. If you are as kind as they say you are, you should come. Is someone trying to set Grandpa up? She wondered and closed her painting tools and returned to Fixheim where she showed it to Olivia. Olivia was a reasonable person. She could have hidden this letter if she thought it would be a danger to Alexander. But she did not because she knew that if Alexander did not go and later found out something bad happened because of that, he would never be able to forgive himself. So, she passed on the news. Alexander immediately came to her. What is it, Ali? Look at this, she handed him the letter. Alexander read it. So our mysterious helper wants to meet us again. Last time he gave me Zolrak's blood. What is he going to give this time? Be careful, Alex. What if Zolrak found out and this time he's just trying to lure you in? Olivia advised. Alexander stayed silent. But he was not going to back down. Ollie, I have a feeling telling me to go, even though my mind is denying it. In that case, go. She supported him. Alexander hugged her and kissed her forehead. I will be back soon. Don't worry. If I don't return, tell God. Alexander glanced at the spatial coordinates and disappeared. He felt the same experience as he did when traveling the multiverse. Soon, he came to a planet that looked to be made of entirely water. But later, he found out that it was actually a very dangerous acid. The whole planet was covered in this till the core. When he floated on the water, he saw the same men. Alexander still couldn't read his mind or face. It was as if he didn't exist there. But, he saw that the man was holding something in his arms that was covered with black cloth. Greetings, God's son. The man spoke in a muffled voice. He was clearly very sensitive about his identity. Hello, strange man. Why are we conveying messages with letters and meeting like secret lovers? Ollie will be jealous someday. He joked. The secretive man didn't seem to mind Alexander's playfulness. Good, you have improved a lot since the last time. Who are you? Alexander asked again abruptly. In time, you will know. But we have something more important to talk about. The man said with no change in his voice. He proceeded to take off the piece of cloth from his hold. Soon, Alexander could see what the man was holding. He was shocked a bit. He frowned and stayed on guard. Whose child is that? Alexander asked seriously. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 625. Train has arrived. Alexander had honestly not expected that this guy would bring a child this time. The baby was sleeping at the moment and looked way too cute. Who is she? Alexander inquired. Godson, this is the daughter of Zolrak, the man replied. What? You kidnapped her? Alexander asked in shock. He shook his head. No, I did not. Zolrak does not even know about her existence as he has thousands of wives. But it's very hard to sire children for some reason for him. This child's mother asked me for this. She knew that this child would have her future doomed if left with Zolrak. And where is her mother? Alexander asked further. The man finally showed some emotion as he looked down at the sleeping face of 3-days-old child. She was afraid that Zolrak would find out one way or another. So, she killed herself to protect this child, he said. Alexander looked at the child with a saddened heart. This child had no one who could look after her. Who could give her a good and happy life? The man added, if Zolrak keeps her, he will just cultivate her to become his pawn in the future. She will become evil. You have the option to give her a better life. Alexander walked closer and looked at the child. She also had white hair surprisingly. It was not going to be hard for him to disguise her as his family. He put forward his arms. The mysterious man passed on the baby. Alexander smiled, looking at her sleeping calm face. Did her mother name her before dying? She did. Her name is Erica. You can name her whatever you want. The man said. Why are you doing all this? What do you get from all this? Alexander inquired. He was still confused about this man's motivations. There is too much crazy in the world, Godson. Sometimes, some crazed people also gain sense but they realize they are too late to turn around. This is all I can do as I am just a little pawn in Zolrak's huge army. Even Ravenflame and Thunderbird have started gathering the forces, he said. How many men does he even have? I am not asking about the army but how many are there stronger than me? Alexander asked. More than 80 beings are there that are stronger than you. Out of them, 70 are marginally stronger than you and 10 are immensely stronger. You need to keep on getting stronger, Godson. Zolrak is in a whole different league. He may seem crazed and stupid at times, but he has a cunning brain that not many can match. Even I think that he knows about my treachery. But, he hasn't caught me yet so I believe I am safe for now. I will not be meeting you again anytime soon. You should go back and start preparing too. I wish you luck. With that, the mysterious man vanished. Alexander just hoped that this guy does not die before giving him his answers. Anyway, Alexander looked at the bundle of cuteness in his arms. Ah, having more grandkids is never bad. Let's go, my Erica. I will show you your new grandma. Pop. In Fixheim. Olivia and everyone else was waiting for Alexander anxiously. Should we call God? Olivia asked herself. Amy was calmer though. Grandma, it's just been 30 minutes. Don't worry, Grandpa will be back in no time. But Olivia was still worried. For some reason, she was continuously feeling that something bad would happen at any moment. And as they were reaching the end of their journey, she was getting more anxious. Pop. Alexander arrived. Hey, guys. Look who I have here. All the people present in the room flocked to Alexander. Most of them were confused about where did Alexander bring the child from. Meet little Erica. She is the daughter of Zolrak, but we all know the kind of man he is. So, she was sent here. She will be our family member from now on. Erica Maxim Universe. Alexander announced. Everyone there loved to interact with children. Olivia came forward and looked at her. Erica also started to slowly open her eyes due to all the noise. Her eyes were deep blue and looked like an ocean. She surveyed the people around herself in confusion because the scenery had changed a lot from the last time before she went to sleep. She was just 3 days old, so she didn't really remember her mother, hence, everyone was new to her. However, she did not cry. She behaved and just looked at them cutely. Ah, she's so cute, Amy spoke. She was an adult now, but she never felt any attraction to a person of any sex. So, she stayed single all this time. However, that didn't mean she didn't like children or never wanted to be a mother. Grandpa, can I be her new mother? Amy asked. Alexander was taken aback a bit by the sudden wish. But he also knows that among all his kids, Amy was the most well-behaved and kind-hearted. So, he turned to Olivia to get her nod. Olivia quickly agreed. She had seen Amy grow up from just a small age and was very confident that she would be an amazing mother. Alexander laughed. Haha, come here then. Hold your daughter. Amy smiled happily and came forward to pick Erica in her arms. Once in her hold, she faced Erica. Hello Erica, I am your mom. Okay. But Erica was too small. She was obviously not going to understand what she said. Though Erica did smile and tried to touch Amy's face. I think you got the approval, Amy, Alexander said while chuckling. Among the laughter, Buddha also came. He saw the little child and came to give blessings. She has the blood of a tainted man. But she is pure in heart. I bless her to always walk a path of peace and enlightenment. Alexander laughed. Haha, come on, Buddha. Don't bless her to turn into an ascetic. Buddha also smiled. It is just a blessing. The life path she will choose on her own in the future. You did good bringing her. I can't imagine what would have happened if she was left with that man. Yeah, that mysterious Ma. Alexander was interrupted as a train had arrived. By train, he meant the train of all the fun lovers. Tailed beasts, hats, some phoenixes, some baby unicorns, Chappie and Thea were a part of this group. Kooko. Fixhame Express has arrived. Chomei shouted from the front. He was probably the engine. But, Thea, who stood behind him, didn't agree with Komiai's announcement. No, wrong, com. You say, train 69420, Fixhame Express has arrived at platform number 9 March 4th. Saiken also chimed in, what? Since when did this weird platform appear? Is that even a number? Woof woof woof. Chappie barked and his translator translated, I know. It's from the Harry Potter movie. I saw it with Dad yesterday. Hats is his adopted father. Oh, that movie. I remember now. Okay, it is platform 9 3/4. Get off the train, passengers. Chomei announced. Now, they were free, so they looked at the crowd. Then they saw little Erica. This meant there was going to be another play buddy in the future. All of them flocked to Amy to see the new baby. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 626. Alexander and Thea's adventure. Alexander's work in this world was going very smoothly. He had sent various teams to all the universes and they were continuously purifying it. In fact, many gods of destruction helped in order to gain points with Alexander. The Supreme Kai were also working overtime to lift up the mortal level of their universes. Alexander was for now only focusing on his own powers and also trying to increase his own army. At the moment, Alexander had trillions of droids who were strong enough to destroy planets with ease. He was also told not to worry too much about the army by God because he was going to deal with that. He mostly stayed in Fixhame these days. Goku and others were still training and all that needed them to get better was some beating every once in a while. Each month, they would train and then get too confident. Alexander or Dobby then would come and defeat them with one hand. Alex, come here, Olivia called him. He stopped playing with noodles and went to his wife. She was cooking in the kitchen at the moment, along with some other females of the family. They were not forced to do it though, they just did it because they liked cooking every once in a while. What is it, Ollie? Alexander asked. Alex, why don't you bring Hella as well? She is alone, right? I want her to be with us on our next anniversary. Olivia said. Alexander felt a chill run down his body. Damn, I had forgotten the anniversary. Of course, Ollie. I will go and bring her. You continue. Ah, where is Amy and our new family member, Erica? Alexander inquired to change the topic. Here, Grandpa. Amy's voice came. She had Erica in her arms and was feeding Erica milk with a bottle. With magic, it was made to simulate a breast to 100% realism. Ah, how are you, my little granddaughter? Alexander fawned over Erica. Yua yua. Erica tried to push her milk bottle to Alexander and tried to share it with him. Alexander's heart melted. Your grandpa is strong, you need the milk right now. Drink. Everyone silently looked at Alexander acting like a child with Erica. This was one of the true joys of Alexander. He loved playing with his kids because they were just so pure in mind. If they want to eat, they will ask for food, and if they are angry, they will get angry. They don't have hidden faces that adults have. Okay, Grandpa needs to go now. You have fun here, okay. He caressed Erica and went out. Outside, Alexander saw Douglas and Iro sitting together and doing something on a paper. What are you two up to now? Alexander inquired. Oh, Alex. Come, have some tea. I was hiring Douglas to work for me. Iro revealed. What work? He asked. Not much, it is to harvest my new batch of tea. Douglas is good with scissors, so I thought why not use his expertise. Iro explained. Is that so? Well, good luck then. Douglas, work hard and don't spill his tea leaves. Okay. Alexander ordered. Douglas stiffly saluted, yes sir. After that, Alexander went further. He saw little Thea sitting alone beside Buddha. Both of them seemed to be in harmony as they both meditated. Thea's ability to influence surroundings was a very good catalyst for meditation. But it was also boring for a little kid. She opened her eyes slightly and saw Alexander. Grandpa, where you go? To get your aunt back. Want to come with me? Alexander asked. That was all that needed to be asked. She ran to Alexander and climbed to the top of his shoulder. Then she pointed forward like a commander commanding his army. Let's go. Alexander chuckled and vanished from the spot. Hella was in a world that she was truly enjoying being in. This world was full of religious fanatics, magic doers, evil beings, and other species such as elves and dwarves. It was a perfect world for her. The world was a roughly typical, middle-age fantasy world. There were a few entities ruling the parts of the world as countries or empires. The Re-Estai's Kingdom, the newly established Sorcerer Kingdom, Baharuth Empire, Slain Theocracy, Roble Holy Kingdom, Dragon Kingdom, Elf Country, and Karnassus City-State Alliance. Hella had recently arrived in this world and was gathering knowledge all this time. In her findings, she found out about an immensely powerful skeleton-like magician called Ains Olgaun. She was really interested in this entity. A being like this established his own country. What was the reason? It was also her duty to find this out as the world purity was just at 45% and she needed to increase it. If this Ains Olgaun was the reason for much evil, then she would remove him. Hella didn't have an army or servants, but she had helped her pet tigress get stronger. Now, she was bigger than a dragon and also had wings. This was a majestic beast and Hella liked her as much as she used to like Fenrir. After flying for a while, she finally saw a huge castle in the middle of a city. Erantil was its name. Oh, I see a lot of magic being used to keep it safe. Too bad, all of it is weak. She muttered. She didn't think twice and flew directly into the compound of Nazarick. But, she was immediately surrounded by a few beings. Who are you? How dare you enter Lord Ainz's castle? The little dark elf spoke. Hella looked at the girl dark elf who wore clothes of a boy. Child, this is not how you talk to elders. Hella flew down from the back of Mira the tigress. The dark elf sought to attack Hella. But, Hella simply waved her hand and pressed the little elf on the floor. The dark elf wasn't even able to move an inch. I recommend you do not do anything harsh or you might regret it later. I did not come here to destroy you. I just want to have a chat with your master. Do we have an understanding? Hella asked. The elf calmed down and nodded. Hella let her go. You may go and bring your master now. I will wait here. Hella ordered. The elf hurriedly ran into the castle as she felt that she would not be able to defeat this stranger on her own. Though her pride was very much hurt by this. Lord Ainz. Because Hella was traveling really fast, Alexander didn't appear in her pinpoint location. Where Alexander appeared seemed to be some kind of a temple with 6 different statues. His entrance was not subtle either as he came down with majestic golden light falling on him. As soon as he came down, he saw lots of people kneeling around him and praying to him. Why must I always get stuck in such a situation, he wondered. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 627. Ains ul Gown. Alexander immediately looked into the mind of a priest to understand where he was. It turned out to be a place called Slain Theocracy, and its culture disgusted Alexander. The theocracy preached human supremacy and the persecution of other, lesser races. With its religion revolving around the 6 gods and their descendants, the theocracy was effectively divided into 6 different religious sects, each with its own unique culture and practices. Another central part of the Slain Theocracy's religion was the Miko princesses, who by description were the nation's religious figures vital in performing some of their important rituals. There seemed to be 6 Miko princesses, which were related to the elements of the 6 great gods. Though seemingly an esteemed position of power, in contrast, he found out that the Miko princesses were effectively living sacrifices. There was also blood purity involved. To achieve blood purity and not lose connection to their god, the theocracy practiced polygamy. As a theocracy, the Slain was governed by a Pontifex Maximus with a position similar to that of an emperor, elected in a conclave by the 6 cardinals. Cardinals were the highest appointment holders of the 6 sects that are devoted to the 6 gods. Where Alexander was standing seemed to be that office of these 6 cardinals, or they must have gathered for something. Alexander didn't really have a problem with their whole country but some of their practices. For example, racism was promoted by official means and how killing in the name of gods was happening. Well, if they are considering me their god, then I guess I will be their god. All the cardinals were bowing to Alexander. Grandpa, they sleeping? Thea quickly spoke while sitting in Alexander's arms. Thea's voice caught everybody's attention. All the 6 cardinals looked at her and surprisingly, instead of just prostrating, they laid down on the floor on their bellies with their hands doing namaste. All of them were fat and the scene didn't really look serious, instead, it looked funny because the fat bellies of the cardinals were stopping them from fully lying down. Thea's aura was too dazzling and she was nothing less than a pure goddess to them. She was also unconsciously using her powers and making people around her cheer up. Oh, holy goddess. Thank you for blessing us with your presence. One of the cardinals preached. Thea was confused. This was the first time she was being treated like this. Grandpa, what they do? Alexander chuckled, they are praying to you. Because you are so cute. Really? She turned to look at the 6 men with interest. Okay, let's find your aunt now. She must be nearby. Alexander decided to go away and first find Hela. Then help the world. He turned his god mode back on and spoke in a majestic aura, you 6, wait here for my judgment. I must see the state of the world first. If you have sinned, you will be punished. With that, he disappeared. The 6 men cowered and shivered on the floor. Where is Aunt, Grandpa? Thea inquired. Alexander was currently flying around in the sky. He was using the point me charm to find Hela. I don't know yet, but soon we will. You just enjoy the scenery for now. Alexander replied. But there are only trees. There is nothing fun here. We should have brought Comcom with us. He always has something fun. Thea said. Alexander chuckled because it was true, haha, yes, Chome does have something to do all the time. But you shouldn't always follow him around or else you will also turn into a glutton like him. He doesn't get fat but you will. Do you want to get fat, Thea? No, I hate fat. She sternly replied. So you should also play some sports. Maybe you can play with Ajax every once in a while. He is your big brother after all. The grandpa and granddaughter duo kept talking their whole way. Hela didn't know that Alexander had arrived to take her back. It had actually been hundreds of years since she had met her grandpa. But she also liked this job because she never got bored. Even if one world becomes boring, she would just go to another one. She waited for a while and eventually a skeleton being appeared. He was wearing regal clothes fitting for a king. There were also many magical items worn by the being. Powerful but not enough, Hela deduced after seeing him. She was, after all, goddess of death once and knew about all kinds of dark creatures. Though this was the first time she was seeing an undead skeleton this strong. Ains ul Gown was very shocked when Aura came to him hurriedly and told him about an intruder. Ains was a cautious and stingy person, he would always try to plan ahead and control details beforehand in order to avoid any haphazard actions that could endanger Nazarik's existence. To keep himself and Nazarik secure, he had placed the highest level of protection and recon spells. But this person was still able to come. All floor guardians, come with me. We might have found someone from Yggdrasil, well, they found us to be precise. Stay alert. Be prepared to attack at any moment. He ordered and went out. Even though he was keeping a strong front, he was internally cursing. After all, he was internally Suzuki Satoru. He was really hoping that there was no other player from Yggdrasil so he could rule to the world in the future. The only people he would accept sharing this world with would be his friends from the guild. Satoru was still operating under the mindset of a Yggdrasil player, believing that there were powerful foes secretly lurking all around him. This anxiety and paranoia Suzuki had about these foes often led him to overestimate their capabilities than normally. It came to the point where he tactically made strategies ahead of time in case he assumes the worst scenario will happen to him. He conducts these plans with caution and makes changes to them accordingly whenever it doesn't happen as planned. So, he equipped himself with the most powerful items and headed out. The first thing he did there was to use appraisal magic to check his foe. He wanted to know how powerful she was and what was her level. But, first of all, he was really mesmerized by the woman's beauty, and second, his appraisal magic only showed in all categories. What the hell is this? Is she too strong or too weak? No, I cannot be careless. She must be too powerful. He again took a tough stance and spoke, "Welcome to the great tomb of Nazarick. I am Ains Olgaun. Who might you be?" Hela looked at the undead with interest. "I am Hela, goddess of war." "Is she a player?" Ains wondered. "Why did you intrude on this place?" he asked further. "Because I wanted to see if you are evil or not. From the look and feel, you are certainly evil. I must remove you so this world can be purified," Hela announced, bringing everyone on edge. "How dare you talk to Lord Ainz like that? I will rip your tongue out," Albedo shouted. An armor soon appeared over her body. "Albedo." Ains raised his hand to stop her. He didn't want her to die. At least he wanted to try to talk this through first. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 628. Earth. "Grandpa, how much longer do we have to fly? I am bored," Thea complained. "Since when did flying get boring? Look down there at that man, he's trying to steal that woman's pouch." Alexander pointed his finger down. Then he just flicked towards the thief and he fell as soon as he stole the pouch and got caught. "See, how can this be boring?" Alexander asked. But she was looking somewhere else. "Whoa, look, Grandpa, that castle is so big. Can we go there?" Thea insisted. "Sure, the magic marker is pointing to there too. I think Hela is also there." Alexander sped up. Soon, a ground came in his view where he saw a huge winged tiger. Besides the tiger was a woman in all black clothes. "There she is, that's your aunt, Hela," Alexander said. Whoosh. He landed beside Hela, shocking many people there. "Hello, my child." As soon as Alexander's voice came, a smile appeared on Hela's face. She turned to him and gave him a hug. "Hello, Grandpa. I'm very well," she greeted. Grrrrrr. "Oh, Mira says hello too." Hela translated her tigress. Alexander laughed and gave Mira a big loaf of meat. "Now, Hela, meet Thea. She is your niece. Loki and Medusa's daughter." Hela and Thea looked at each other's faces intensely. "You are pretty, Aunt Hela," Thea said with a radiating smile. The cuteness was overkill for anyone with a weak heart. "So, cute," she muttered to herself and quickly picked Thea in her arms. "And you are very cute, Thea. How old are you?" Hela asked. Thea tried to remember and finally showed 2 fingers, 2. Meanwhile, Ains was questioning his sanity. He was feeling so threatened by this old man that he was scared to even run away. This was not because he was scared from the mind but because his body was scared for some reason. It felt like Alexander was the biggest enemy of the undead. He felt like Alexander was the polar opposite of his very existence. Who is this now? Another player, he wondered. Eventually, he caught Alexander's attention. But, what Alexander said scared him the most. "Who are you? What's with that costume?" Alexander asked. "Haha, this is my real body," Ains replied, trying to keep the charade going on. "Don't lie. I can feel you have a human soul." "How can a human soul be inside an undead?" Alexander commented. If Ains could sweat, this was when he would. "I don't think he is a player." "Then who? Who are you?" Ains inquired. "Oh, I am Alexander, a god and a proud grandpa," Alexander said and picked Thea up in his arms and rubbed his beard on her cheeks. His beard was long so it was more like a soft cushion that only made Thea giggle. "I have come to this world to purify it. Now, I feel a lot of evilness from you. Your sins are also very high. Do you have anything to say before I remove you?" Alexander asked. Ains wasn't going to let himself die so easily. But he didn't know how strong the other party was. I should go with my strongest ability. The goal of all life is death was his strongest ability. It lets the user become a true lord of death, a life-consuming eclipse. It strengthens the instant death effect of magic and skills to the point of bypassing any immunity or resistance and killing their targets after a certain amount of time has passed. The cooldown of this special skill was a 100-hour duration, but Ains was ready to bet on it. He was pinning all his hopes on this one move. So, he silently cast this magic along with instant death magic called Cry of the Banshee. A spell which can cause instant death. But, even after 5 seconds, nothing happened. Alexander was still standing there with Hela and Thea. 10 seconds passed and still, nothing happened. Soon a minute passed. His jaw fell and the light in his eye vanished in shock. Finally, Alexander spoke, "If you are done with these little games, let's go somewhere private and talk." Ains was taken aback, but he was not out of sense. He quickly invited him into his castle. If he couldn't defeat, then it was better to befriend this person somehow. Anyway, to him, Alexander was an original being of this world, so he believed he could be reasoned with his futuristic intellect. Ains took Alexander to a private room. He did not let any guardian follow him in. Alexander instantly got to the point, "Why do you have a human soul?" "I want the truth." Ains frowned internally. He didn't want to tell the truth, but he wondered if the person had the ability to ascertain truth. "Do not think of lying to me. I can catch them easily," Alexander warned him. Ains sighed, looked around and then spoke, "I am not from this world. I believe my soul was transferred into this body and I got transported here with my great tomb of Nazarick." So a transmigrator. Did you choose this body?" Alexander inquired. He wondered if he had died and got some kind of wish fulfillment. "No, I was a human and played a game in which this was my character and all the others were the NPC. The game was supposed to go offline permanently, but I slept through it and when I woke up, I found myself here," he revealed. Though he didn't say that he had changed some of the character settings. That detail was not necessary. Weird circumstances. I know of souls being transmigrated after asking for a wish from a god or demon. But your case is so strange. You automatically got here. But all things aside, why did you kill so many humans? Aren't you a human too from the inside?" Alexander inquired. Ains scoffed, What humans? All are living for themselves. People are selfish. This was the case in my previous world and here too." "What happened to your previous world?" Alexander inquired. He knew he couldn't get out of this without telling. He had been casting all kinds of magic all this while and none of them had worked on Alexander. "I came from the year 2138 of Earth. It's a planet where magic end." Alexander interrupted him, "I know where the Earth is. I've been there, but that was back in 2020. What has changed there since then?" Ains was honestly shocked. Till now, he was thinking that he was in some kind of an alternate reality where Earth just developed differently, but it seems he was in the same universe but just a different planet. "My original name was Suzuki Satoru. I was a citizen of Japan. The year 2138, the destruction of the environment had continued at ever-increasing speed to the point where the surface of the Earth was hopelessly polluted. Gorgeous nature existed only in video games. It was a hellhole. The sky was always hidden behind black smog, while the sun making only brief appearances every now and then. Thick, toxic fog frequently covered the cities, so almost no one went out without wearing a gas mask beforehand. Japan, in practice, was run not by the government but by corporations. Huge conglomerates had even altered the laws to be to the company's advantages, and the reality was that they controlled the people. He started telling him about his original world. The more Alexander heard, the worse he felt for the original inhabitants of Earth in this world. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 629. Ains passed. Slowly, Alexander felt that Ains was getting too emotional in his storytelling as he got faster and faster speaking. At the beginning of the 22nd century, with the collapse of the primary sector industries due to advanced environmental destruction and the drying up of crops, there were food riots in all corners of the world. The riots eventually turned into a coup d'état, and when the politicians were targeted by the people's discontent, they were tried by the mob French Revolution style. Into the power vacuum left by the halt of government functions, due to the coup d'état, came the huge conglomerates, which seized the legislative, executive, and judicial powers. They succeeded in taking over countries around the world. But the ones who caused the environmental destruction in the first place were the huge conglomerates. If they had protected the environment, there wouldn't have been food shortages or riots. Looking at it that way, it seemed like the world was being manipulated by the conglomerates for a long time. We humans brought our own doom by playing right into their hands. Meanwhile, those in the conglomerates had taken refuge in complete environmental cities called arcologies. So our colleges ended up becoming states with cities built around them. At certain times for various reasons, our colleges went to war with one another. But even then, only the poor died. The government had basically ceased functioning, and police remained only in name. Naturally, public safety worsened, and gangs of thieves and hackers operated in the open, but society as a whole wasn't actually thrown into chaos because that was how the rich made money. Most people quietly commuted to an office and put in their hours. Employees were treated cruelly, but they never complained, and almost no one rebelled against their administration. The reason they didn't was that anyone who revolted against their company would have been unable to survive in that world. After the huge conglomerates took over the countries, under the pretext of getting public expenditure under control, the compulsory education system was dismantled, but their true aim was robbing the poor of their ability to think. Parents who wanted their children to be able to get a halfway decent job still sent them to school, but it wasn't easy for the poor to scrape together tuition. There were many who bent over backwards and ruined their health working to pay for it. Really, elementary education shouldn't have cost that much, but prices soared because the wealthy wanted to rob the poor of educational opportunities. It was a cycle of hellish life you couldn't get out of even if you wanted to. People who graduated from elementary school had at least a minimum level of knowledge, which they used as a gear in the system to get a job. That was the definition of success if one was considered to be poor financially. The poor ate mostly supplements and processed food designed with only nutrition delivery in mind because it had gotten difficult to acquire fresh meat or vegetables. The reason MMORPGs became so popular in the 22nd century was due partially to how interesting the games were, but another reason was probably that so many people wanted to escape their hopeless reality. To players, the MMORPG was not an alternate reality, it had already replaced the real world. However, these games, which players turned to for support, were also developed by affiliates of the huge conglomerates. But nobody cared about such things anymore. We were just like mindless robots. Being used by the rich, and if you raised your voice, you will die of hunger, or by the wealthy by some other way. Humans stopped caring about each other long ago, and so did I. My only escape was the video game Yggdrasil. When I arrived in this world, I did not know if this was all real or not. Even though everything looked real, I was still cursed with this senseless body. I cannot feel touch, taste, or some other wide variety of emotions. I eventually started acting like the undead overlord that I was. But alas, after spending some time, I learned that this world is not much different from my old one. But mind that I don't find pleasure in killing humans and don't go out of his way to kill innocent ones just to do it. Now my goal is to make a world where every race and species is completely equal. Where tragedies no longer occur, where wars don't happen, and no more genocide occurs. This all is because I want to honor the memory of my friends and create a world they would praise me for creating. So I'm ready to become an undying, immortal, ruthless but just and fair king to accomplish this goal. And I'll do nearly anything, as long as it doesn't hurt my former NPCs or Nazarick itself. Alexander heard to Ain's rambling this whole time. He was seriously horrified by the world Ain's was from. He wondered that if he had left all the Earths he knew as they were, they too would have become like this in the future. But Alexander was still not buying Ain's all reasoning. The reason was his sins. Ain's old gown, Suzuki Satoru, category. Murder, 151, 546, 70% sinners. Indirect murder, 200. Kidnapping. Torture. Sin percentage, 71%. By normal sense, this kind of sin percentage was in no way normal. Alexander would send category 4 to eternal hell. But, he was also a bit confused. Can a person who grew up in a society of immorality and ignorance be held to the same standards as that of a human from normal Earth? Maybe if this Ains had lived in a good world and lived in a loving family, he might not have committed all these sins. So who is the real sinner in this case? The one who committed these crimes, or what led to him committing these crimes, his previous world? Finally, after thinking for one whole minute, he decided what he was going to give him as a punishment. So you want to create an utopia, right? But what if your companions are the threat to that utopia? Where will your priority be? Who would you side with? Alexander asked. I know that as long as people don't give them a reason to harm them, they won't do it. I can also command them not to hurt people, and my words are of the highest priority to them, Ains justified. Though he didn't really mean it, because he knew there were some rebellious elements in his subordinates. But his punishment would make him seriously control his people's wild behaviors. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 630. Make an announcement. Very well then. You need to understand something. I am not a god of this world. I am a god whose authority spans the omniverse. Meaning that all the possible worlds in the space, their past, the future, and all its different timelines are under my sphere of influence. My job is to purify words from sins, and you are a category 4 sinner whose punishment is for his soul to be trapped in hell for the rest of eternity. But, I am not killing you right now. You said you wanted to make an utopia. Then make it. But remember, if your sin percentage reaches 80%, then that would mean you have failed to complete the task. Then, my clone will come and kill you, along with your companions, because their sins will also accumulate into yours. You will be responsible for everything. Also, I am giving you your senses back. Now, you can touch, taste and have all the emotions that an ordinary human can have. These can help you and also destroy you, depending on how you control your feelings. Don't ever think you are the strongest on this planet, because once you cross the line, judgment will come. Alexander's punishment was strange but also fitting in this situation. If Ains truly wanted to make and live in an utopia, then his sin percentage should go lower instead of rising. But Alexander also left a backup behind just to be sure. With this, his 50% job was done. Now he had 2 more things to do. One was to purify the Earth Ains was talking about in this current world. Would you like to come to Earth with me to solve all its problems? Alexander asked him. Ains' hollow eyes shined with light. I would want to see what caused my death. Alexander nodded. They both then came out of the room and went to where everyone else was gathered. Hela, you start purifying the world. Leave Ains and his subordinates though. Thea, let's go. We are going to a very bad world. Alexander held his hand out. Thea ran up to him and climbed onto his shoulder. Let's beat the bad people. Ains also instructed his people, guardians, and all the staff of Nazarick, from now on, no one is to kill a civilian or innocent. You are not to interfere with Lady Hela's work either. Understood. They are my friends and should be treated just the way you treat me. Demiurge had some other thoughts in his mind, but he didn't speak them. But he didn't know how wrong he was in his mind. Just as expected from Lord Ains' cunning. He turned these new enemies into his pawns. Marvelous. Alexander nodded at Hela and vanished with Ains. Earth, the year 2138. Alexander appeared in the same time frame Ains died. But, as soon as he appeared, Alexander's nose was attacked by a very pungent smell. It felt like there was metal and other industrial waste mixed in the air. This air is so deadly. How could humans mess up so much? Alexander commented. Ains sighed as he looked around at the megacity that looked to be alive because of all the colorful lights but was in reality dead. When I was born, it was already like this. Even my mother died due to overwork and this bad air while cooking my favorite dish. I was small back then. Human life expectancy has also decreased to just 60. Except for the rich people living in our colleges. Come, I will show you where I lived. Ains said and flew towards a deeper and more dense section of the city. Soon, they were in front of a tall building. But it didn't have the majesty of being tall because it was surrounded by countless other tall buildings and the gap between them looked like some kind of deep dark ravine. Grandpa, I feel sad, Thea said and showed her teary eyes. Alexander could understand her mood. She was getting affected by the collective mood of the world. It lacks happiness. Don't worry, sweetie. Grandpa will fix everything in no time. He assured her. Here, this is my house, Ains interjected. Alexander followed him into the house. It was an extremely tiny apartment. There was just one room where a bed was set in the corner and a study table. Except that there was no other room. For the kitchen, a shelf was added to the room. Except this, there was a tiny bathroom with was just a small square cupboard with a toilet seat. To bath, you would need to climb on top of the toilet seat and take a shower. There was also no daylight coming from the only window in the room as it faced a taller building. Renting this apartment used to take 20% of my yearly salary. I wouldn't call myself poor, but I wasn't very well either. It's just that I didn't really have many expenses. Ains told about his life. Alexander then asked something he was meaning to for a while. Ains, tell me. You said that even kids who had just passed elementary school were working alongside you. Does that mean that the legal age in this world has been reduced? Ains nodded. Even his skull-like expressionless face was able to tell Alexander that he was disgusted by this. They lowered it in the name of bringing the economy back on wheels. Now the legal age for drinking, driving, and consent is 10. Alexander's face turned fully serious then. Tell me, Ains, are there nightclubs and prostitution in this world? If yes, what is the age of workers there? Sigh. Ains knew where he was getting to. There is no bar for a higher age. The lowest is still 10 years old. Children below 10 are also available but illegally. But illegal is legal in this world. Police don't touch the rich. Poor families or those deep under debt tend to sell their children no matter what age. Usually, the buyers are perverts or organ harvesters. Alexander was silent for a second. This was beyond evil. There was no demon here who was doing this. It was humans themselves. He felt like destroying the whole planet and remaking it, but he thought of all the vulnerable people and kids right now. They must be so hopeless, so helpless because they know the kind of world they lived in. Alexander checked this planet's purity. World purity, 39%. Alexander was deeply saddened. He looked at Thea, hugging him in his arms. Sweetie, I am sending you to Fixheim, okay? Play with Chome there. I'm sorry I brought it here. Thea gave a smile and pecked his cheek. Then vanished to Fixheim. As Thea had the ability to affect her surroundings according to her mood, this planet must have done reverse on her. She was probably finding the air too heavy here, not because of the pollution. Okay, Ains. We are going to punish some people now. Is the internet available everywhere in this world? Alexander inquired. Ains nodded and switched on his computer in the room. Yes, that's the only reliable thing in this world. Fast and never disconnecting internet. What do you want to do? Make an announcement. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 631. Sins too high. Alexander hacked into the world's internet and talked directly to the people. He was appearing on every digital screen in the world. Hello, I am Alexander Maxim Universe. I came from space not long ago and I was saddened by the state of this world when I saw it. I thought humans were a friendly species. But reality can often be disappointing. You have not only created an utopia of crime, but even the little children are being abused, sold, and raped. While the rich live in their special places full of all pleasure. This cannot go on anymore. I will cleanse this planet. All ordinary people are advised not to go out. All good people are advised to stay away from any illegal people and the rich. I will make the earth what it used to be back before these conglomerates staged a coup d'état. Today, the misery ends. With that, he concluded his announcement. His message caused a frenzy in the upper class while normal people shrugged it at the start, but when they saw the news that this message appeared all around the world, they got serious and stayed at the home of some safe place. The rich quickly mobilized all the fighters they could. They didn't honestly believe that Alexander was an alien. They just suspected some arcologies to be behind this, that wanted to dominate the world. What is your plan? Ains asked. Catch all the criminals and put them on trial. The human population will decrease by a lot then. After that, I will repair Earth's nature. Alexander decided. How will you do all that? Ains asked because, from his understanding, there were millions of sinners around the world. Alexander didn't reply and just went out of the building. Once out, he brought 1,000,000 droids to catch the sinners. Travel around the world, check all the databases of people. Catch all the criminals. Do not go by this world's law. Do not kill anyone yet. Go. Alexander ordered. 1,000,000 droids flew away and scattered around the world. Ains, take me to the nearest arcology. I will deal with that myself. He instructed. Ains almost instinctively nodded and took him to the central part of the city. It was a fully walled and domed area. Because the air is so toxic outside. The rich made themselves these nice places to live. It's like how Earth used to be before all this destruction inside these domes. Us common folks couldn't even come near it. Ains commented. Now we will be going in there and bringing them out with us, Alexander said. But Alexander didn't act too brash because there could be innocents and enslaved people inside too. So he went through the normal door first after casting a confusion charm on the guards. Ains just followed behind. He had put an illusion on himself that made him look like a human. But Ains was feeling something too. For the first time since he had transmigrated, he was feeling a wide variety of emotions. He truly sympathized with the people of this world. Who rules this place? Alexander asked. Heads of the 4 biggest conglomerates in Japan. These 4 basically own the whole country, Ains revealed. Then let's find them. Alexander cast Points Me Charm and followed the magic marker. After walking for a few minutes and flying to the top floor of a building, they found all 4 in a big room, drinking whiskey. No one in this arcologies was wearing masks as the air was pure here. Did you see that preposterous announcement on the phone? Must be some sick joke by those Chinese or anyone. One of them said. Don't increase your blood pressure for such trivial matters. Don't forget, no one dares to attack us. We have nukes, after all. Another one added. But still, the peasants think it was real. That some savior will come to liberate them. Such dreams. All of them laughed at that. These 4 lived so pampered that they had even forgotten what hard work even was. They were born with a diamond spoon in their mouths and butts. But their false sense of safety was going to be shattered now. Just like how Alexander entered their leisure hall by breaking the glass window. Boom. Ains stopped his illusion because he wanted these people to be terrified. So, he appeared in his skeleton form. The 4 men inside the room were very scared at the moment. They were disoriented and 2 of them had fallen down from their sofas. "WH. Who are you?" one of them asked. "I'm sure you heard me this morning. My words were pretty clear." "Right," Alexander said. Eyes widened of all 4 of them. They were truly scared now. After all, they valued their life above all. "Now, I will read your sins and then punish you. Pray to my Father that your sins aren't too much." Alexander then started reading their sins and also speaking them loudly. Soma Nahimura, category. Murder. Indirect murder, 50. Enslaved, 6. Child trafficking, 31. Children sexually assaulted. R**PE. Tortured, 6, 156, 26 children. Thievery, 48. World endangerment, 56 times. Kidnapping and blackmail, 13. Sin percentage, 86%. Sakazuki no Era, category. Murder, 1. Indirect murder, 48. Enslaved, 9. Child trafficking, 25. Killed children by torture due to fetish, 1. Tortured people, 9. Thievery, 60. World endangerment, 61 times. Kidnapping and blackmail, 23. Sin percentage, 88%. Tamori Fujika, category. Murder, 25. Indirect murder, 112. Enslaved, 80. Child trafficking -75. Death for cannibalism fetish, 25, 799, 12,564 children. R**PE. Thievery, 90. World endangerment, 82 times. Kidnapping and blackmail, 58. Sin percentage, 92%. Kamura Anoki, category. Murder, 12. Indirect murder, 55. Enslaved, 6. Child trafficking, 15. Addicted to murder, 10. Tortured people, 10. Thievery, 69. World endangerment, 89 times. Kidnapping and blackmail, 30. Sin percentage, 90%. Alexander was shocked by their sins. Each was worse than the other. There was even a cannibal. Alexander also deduced that there were so many child-related crimes because the legal age in this world was so low. But from Alexander and his evaluation system's perspective, they were still kids. Ains was also shaken as Alexander announced these crimes. He wanted to torture these men for eternity. How can such people be the ones running the country? I want to torture them. They don't deserve an easy death. Ains fumed. Alexander nodded, I agree, but you won't have to do that. I will send all of them to hell for eternal torture. I will send a note with them, telling my subordinate to give them special treatment. Yeah. Deadpool will have a good time with them, he said to himself. Alexander had also planned to not kill the one with category 5 immediately. He was going to let him face hell first for 100 million years, and in those years, his souls will slowly fade away with each day, and that would cause him extreme pain too. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 632. Cotton Candy. Don't kill us. We can pay you. How much do you want? Billions. Even if it is trillions, we can pay. Just don't kill us. The 4 pleaded. Alexander didn't listen and burned them right there. At least they would feel before dying. I wish you luck with Deadpool, Alexander said the last words and waited for them to completely get destroyed. Once done, he looked out at the city. Let's go. We have a lot of work. Yeah, we've got a city to burn, Ains added. Hell. Mozart playing. Ah, this is life. A stable job, good salary, a good romantic life. Deadpool muttered, ignoring the screams of some of the test subjects he was testing his new hell punishment devices on. Boobless, now that I have become the senior demon, should I start going out? He asked his assistant. Boobless was a demon who didn't have too much confidence in himself. He always stutters when speaking. Ah, I-D-D, don't T-N-Q-N need to D-do I it. U-A-R-M-U-C-C-H high. Okay, I got what you wanted to say. Save your breath. Any new arrivals or commands from Boss Lucifer today? Deadpool inquired. Why yes, this letter came. Boobless handed it to him. Deadpool took it and immediately smelled it. Sniff sniff. Learn from me, Boobless. Never open letters before checking. I am getting death chain mail these days. Bastards are jealous of my flawless career. But this one is from my sexy old man. "Aw, so romantic talking through letters." Deadpool blushed under his mask. "Okay, so my sexy old man wants me to do something. I would give my life for you." "Okay, 4 pedos are here." "Whoa, a category 5 too. Sexy old men must be angry at them to demand such special care. I shall fulfill this duty." He talked to himself. Then he suddenly shouted, "Boobless, bring these 4 men here. I will try my new inventions on them." Boobless nodded and ran away to do his job. In the meantime, Deadpool talked to his volunteers. "Big Smoke, you will be helping me today, and no, there is no train or burger involved," Deadpool ordered. Damn, fool." Big Smoke sighed in disappointment. "Trevor Phillips, you will be helping me with punishments too." "AAA, yeah, this is going to be fun. Whose throat I need to slit? Just point me." He was, as usual, enthusiastic. Next, there was Darth Vader. "Darth Emo, no force choke. You had pad me for that, but you had hots for the wrong name that started with P. Here in hell, we do things with our hands." Soon, 4 terrified men came. But then thousands more came. All were category 4 with the same message from Alexander. "It seems my sexy old man found a hell planet. Good for me, my monthly target will be completed today, and it's just the start of the new month." He was overjoyed. He then pushed a button that was under his desk. Whoosh. A secret chamber opened up that was behind a wall. Inside, there were lots of instruments. He proceeded to pick one made of chrome. It looked like a baton. "Behold my newest mechanical achievement. The blooming dildo. What it does is simple. You put it in the right socket of the center, then this dildo blooms like a lotus. Screams of agony are guaranteed. Big Smoke, you do it. Take 25% of them and start," he ordered. Next, he picked up a spiky whip. This is another favorite creation of mine. This is called the Spiky Snake Whip. It works simply, you put it in the back and it will travel in the body like a snake and come out of the mouth. Darth Emo, you do it. Then, he took out a bigger instrument shaped like a suitcase. "Trevor, you get this. This is my finest creation. This is called the 9 Tears of Pain. As the name suggests, there are 9 punishments inside it, ranging from simply getting nailed on the whole body to getting banged by an Empire State Building-sized dildo. Now, you all will take turns on each batch. I want each of them to face your punishment." "Got it." Trevor was excited. "Yes, boss." No. Mozart playing. Deadpool put his feet on the table and relaxed. The music was nice, but each scream made him feel proud of his work. He took out a photo magazine from the drawer. It was called The Beach Days. It had images of Alexander when he went to the beach with family. Deadpool had snapped these pictures secretly by risking his precious little life. Alexander had saved all the children trapped in prostitution and slavery. His droids had caught all sinners and he had sent them to hell. Now, he just fixed the planet's atmosphere. Okay, now that we are going with a new start. Let's start with making their education system the best. I will leave my clone here with 1 million droids. They will take over the education system so that the foundation of the future generation is based on good morals. Until then, my clone will run world government and repair the damages done to the world in terms of economy. Once the world is back on foot, they will let people run the government while they will only focus on teaching. Our work here is done, Ains. Let's go back. We've got other work to do. Did you find out what happened to your body?" Alexander inquired. Ains nodded. "I found out what happened. Because I did not log out on time, for some reason, my headgear short-circuited and I ended up dying. Due to the bad smell, the police disposed of my body." "Where were you buried?" Alexander asked. "I was not. They sold my body for meat in the market. This world is too depressing," Ains revealed. Alexander sighed. But then he had an idea. He immediately brought Thea with him. Now, she did not feel bad due to the world. There was also clean air and sunlight coming from the sky, removing the gloomy image. "My Thea, can you do your magic on a big scale?" Alexander asked. "Which magic?" "The one I used to make Uncle Barry stop crying while watching sad movies," she inquired. Alexander laughed. "Haha, Barry still cries." "Well, yeah, I want you to do that magic." "Okay, but I can't do it on the whole world. I'm too tiny for that," she said. Alexander caressed her head, small but powerful. "Don't worry, your grandpa will help you. You just do your magic." Thea nodded and closed her eyes to focus. Then, she started shining and her positive and cheerful aura started radiating. Alexander let Thea's magic use his magic as the core. This way, Thea's magic was expanded to the whole solar system. All around the world, people who were confused and depressed thinking of the future suddenly felt new hope. They felt happy. The newly saved kids were in Alexander's established orphanages. All of them had seen dark days. But even they felt cheerful and decided to play like normal kids. This occurred everywhere, and Thea this way solved the world's depression. "Good job, my little angel. I will cook your favorite dish tonight," Alexander said. Thea cheered, "Really? Yay. I love cotton candy." She was a simple child, her favorite dish wasn't something complex. But Alexander was going to give her cotton candy of every flavor possible. "Let's go now," Alexander signaled to Ains and returned to where Hella was. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 633. Back to home. Hella had nearly done the whole job of Alexander in the dark magical world. The people of Nazareth didn't create trouble for her either. They even helped her in rounding up all the sinners. Alexander was satisfied. "Ains, I just made your job easier. The rest is all in your hands. You saw me fixing your old world, make sure this word doesn't need fixing." "I understand," Ains nodded. He had already accepted the fact that he was a real god. Because he had already seen crazy feats done by Alexander that he couldn't do. "Hella, let's go. Your grandma was also missing you and you have been gone for too long. You need to meet all the new inhabitants of Fixheim as well," Alexander said. He stood close to Hella with Thea in his arms and Hella's tigress standing behind them. In an instant, all of them vanished. After Alexander was gone, Albedo came to Ains. "Lord Ains, who were they? How can they talk to you like that?" "Albedo, you are too naive. There are people in this universe you cannot offend. They are called gods. Not the pretending gods we've seen in some kingdoms here, but real gods. Who rules over the whole space and time," Ains revealed. All his guardians suck a cold breath after hearing that. Even they had common sense and knew that Ains was not on that level. They could have killed us easily. But they didn't because they wanted to give us a chance. Now, we will work harder on our goal to take over this world. But our methods will be different. No more killing innocent people. Only violent criminals can be killed. Understood? "Yes, Lord Ainz," they said in unison. After that, Ains worked hard to complete what he promised. He indeed did as asked by Alexander. He took over the world and became its eternal emperor. No species or being lived in oppression anymore. All were equal. Ains' subordinates also behaved all this time. But things don't last forever. After 100,000 years, Ains started getting bored. He needed something else to do. But that something else involved letting humans fight so he can watch for fun. This, in the end, kept on increasing his sin percentage. Alarmed by this, he made a new law that only the death row prisoners would be made to fight. They cannot win freedom, but they can earn a better living condition in prisons with each win. This way, Ains even decreased his sins and also kept the world purity on a tight leash. But, keeping the peace was also very hard because all kinds of different species were living there. Alexander arrived inside Fixheim with Thea and Hella. Olivia was already waiting for them there. Olivia hugged her quickly. "How are you, child?" she asked. Hella smiled. "I am fine. It's been a while since I came back. This place looks so lively now." It was true. Hella had left even before Alexander took the tailed beasts in. And since then, there have been so many additions to Fixheim. Thea quickly decided to introduce her and to all the new people, and, come. I will show you my friends." Hella chuckled and followed the enthusiastic child. Thea took her to Chome first. "This is my best friend. His name is Comcom." Chome interrupted. "No, it's Chome. Only you call me Comcom." Thea herself was shocked. "Why didn't you tell me?" "I did, but you forgot," Chome clarified. "Hee, Oki, Comcom likes to eat cakes and ice cream. Come on, this one is Chappy. He is my second best friend. He is a bit stupid but also very cute and nice." "Bow bow." Chappy replied and his translator translated his words. "I don't like being called stupid but it's okay. I love you all." "So, cute," Hella muttered to herself and picked little Chappy in her arms. She couldn't stop herself from petting him. "This is Hats, he is Chappy's papa. Grandpa says he's naughty. This one is Karama. He sleeps a lot and is very grumpy." Thea showed her around and told her about all the people she knew about. Then, finally, she came to Amy. "This is Aunt Amy and the little one is my sister Erica. Isn't she cute?" Thea said. Amy of course knew Hella already so they greeted with a hug. Just then Rena and Gali came out of the castle. Hela smirked and greeted them with a hug. You're here too. Well, yeah. We were attacked by Zolrak's people, so Grandpa came to save us. Rena explained. And we are also a couple now, Gali added. Hela blinked a few times and then started laughing. Ha, you two suit each other. Now, tell me who else came to join our family. Oh, did you meet Uncle Dobby's wife-to-be? Rena asked. Hela was surprised. Uncle Dobby is still unmarried. About time he found someone. What about you, big sis? Gali asked. Hela sighed. ***, I'm not against relationships, but I never found a man good enough for me. Men, strong in both mind and body, are rare. Oh, you are late, big sis Hela. There was big brother Saitama, but he was won over by sister Azula. Amy said. Forget it, I will find someone someday. Hela shrugged. Ting ting ting. A loud bell sounded, attracting everyone's attention. It was Olivia making an announcement. Everyone, today I am so happy. Nearly all our family is here. Saitama and Azula will be here on my and Alex's anniversary. But Hermione and Edward won't be coming because they are still busy at work and they will come later. Next week, we are going to have big celebrations. So, I request all of you to come and help me set things up. Also, my lovely child Hela is back. For that, we will have a party today. I know my little beasts must be salivating already, so let's start. That was all she needed to say, and the tailed beasts ran to eat their favorite dishes. Grandma, what year of the anniversary will you be celebrating? Ajax asked. 1,600,000th year. It wasn't supposed to be this big of a number, but because of Alexander's power-up in that special time-dilated planet, he spent more than 1,000,000 years there, and we are counting it too. She said. Buddha came at that time. You two are the model couple in the heavens too. Zeus and many other gods had set very bad examples, but Alex did the right thing. He still loves his soulmate as much as he did when he was a mortal. He said and continued. It is surprising how he didn't change even after getting power, because often people show their true colors at that time. It's not very hard to understand now why Origin chose him. Yes, he was always like this, and I'm glad he hasn't changed. If anything, he has gotten better. Olivia added while looking at Alexander, who was making cotton candy of all flavors as Thea jumped around him in excitement. He would let Hats taste the worst flavors. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 634. Cat meets cat. Drakium. While a party was going on in Fixame, a class was ongoing in Drakium. Julian, in order to graduate from my classes, you need to ace all my given exams. Now, your first task is to count all the gold coins I have. Ragnarok ordered. What? But there is a whole mountain, and why do you need that? What purpose does counting it serves? Julian asked. How can you call yourself a dragon and reject gold? Gold is a dragon's most beloved possession, and it is your duty to know how much they're us. Besides, it makes our mental ability better. Now, do it, he scolded him. Sheesh, talk about useless work, Julian complained, but did the task anyway. He wanted to sleep and laze around, and he was already regretting coming. Back in his world, at least he was able to hush his parents, but now if he hushes Ragnarok he gets a beating. That evening's party went well in Fixame. Even little Zeno was there and enjoyed himself a lot. Later everyone went to sleep and Alexander went to do his job the next day. He was going to check up on the purity of all the universe and Goku and the rest's training. When he came out, he felt the surging power levels of someone in a direction. Following the surge, it led him to the lookout. There, he saw all the Z fighters gathered. Goku and Vegeta were at it, training again. Even Beerus and Whis were there, lazing around and drinking juice. Whis was very happy with his new god of destruction, Hats, because he stayed most of the time on Earth and that lets Whis enjoy food. Hello, everyone. Alexander landed near them. All the Z fighters flocked to him. Goku was first. Old man, train me. I will. That's why I came here. But first, tell me, do you know of any transformation above Super Saiyan? Alexander inquired. I can do Super Saiyan 3, but beyond that is very hard to achieve. He said. Just then Beerus spoke, then find the Super Saiyan God already. Super Saiyan God? Goku asked. Yes, I had a vision about the future. That a being will come who can rival me. He will be Super Saiyan God. I had even planned to come here in a few years. Beerus said. Indeed, Lord Beerus was quite excited about it, Whis added. He still instinctively called him Lord. Alexander looked at Goku and Vegeta. So, do you know this Super Saiyan God? Nope, for all we know, the only Saiyans left are right here, Goku shrugged. Then why don't we ask that dragon Shinran? He probably knows where we can find this person. Alexander suggested. This was unanimously agreed upon. But it hasn't been a year since we last used them, Gohan interjected. Doesn't matter. I have a trick. Alexander didn't pay much attention to it. At the same time, Hats had gone to meet another cat, just below the lookout. The place was called Korin Tower. The tower was built to honor a great hero. It is never stated who the hero was. On the tower was a hermit called Korin. He was a deity who lived at the top of Korin Tower, located right underneath the lookout. Korin was a legendary figure amongst the warrior world, hailed as the god of martial arts. This frequently leads to surprise and disbelief for those meeting him for the first time, as his appearance has yet to attain the fame of his reputation. Korin was a wise cat who was over 800 years old. The tower was actually like a challenge. It was very hard to climb, and those who did would revive training from Korin and get to drink the sacred water, which was rumored to tremendously increase one's strength and speed. Hats had heard all this from Popo, so he wanted to see this wise cat. He was always interested in his fellow extraordinary cat brethren. He flew down from the lookout and searched for the cat. Soon, the cat appeared. Korin walked on 2 feet, had white hair and used a staff. Korin could feel the divinity from Hats, so he was respectful. Hello, welcome to my tower. Hats greeted back. I am Hats, god of chaos. Korin's was a bit surprised, but his slant eyes did not open. But he still did not know what being the god of chaos implied. Haha, it's good to see my species doing good. Likewise, but Beerus doesn't count. He is too humanoid. Hats said. So, what do you do here, Korin? Hats inquired. I wait for any possible warrior wanting to learn from me, and in normal times I grow senzu beans, Korin explained. What are senzu beans? Hats asked. Senzu beans can only be grown in Korin Tower. When eaten, the consumer's energy and physical health are restored to their fullest, and the effects are typically almost instantaneous for the recipient, making these beans a great asset both in and out of battle. Korin explained in detail. That seems very nice. Can I taste this pill? I wonder what it tastes like. Hats demanded. Korin easily agreed. Yajirobe was going to eat them anyway. He brought a jar from inside and gave Hats 1 bean. Hats didn't think much and ate it in one go. After chewing and swallowing, he felt something in his stomach. But it was not enough to feed the god of chaos. It tastes like fish. Good choice of flavor. I must say, this is an amazing thing. If you could mass-produce them, so much good for the world can be done. Hats wondered. I tried, but it only grows here. So, there is only a limited quantity. Korin blurted. Wait. Hats exclaimed. He continued, I think I do have a way to mass-produce them. Give me just 1 bean. Hats had planned that he was going to put this bean into Hufflepuff pot that Alexander invented. What do you do, Hats? Korin asked this time. Oh, I am responsible for keeping the dark space intact in the multiverse. But, I don't have much work to do. Only when some space folding problem comes I meddle. For now, I am this universe's god of destruction. Cool, aren't I? Hats revealed. What? You are the god of destruction. Korin was shocked. He had been acting so friendly with such a dangerous being. Ha ha ha, don't be like that, Korin. I don't destroy planets for no reason like Beerus. I have a brain. Hats proudly said. Pop. Suddenly a noise similar to teleportation came. It was Chappie, who had come to find his adoptive father for fun. Boz boz. I learned to wipe my butt after potty, Chappie barked. Hats face-bombed himself. Here goes my reputation and self-respect. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 635. Monkey God. Alexander Achio all the Dragon Balls. But they didn't look like what they normally would. Now, instead, they looked like concrete balls. So, Alexander put the time cloth on the balls and increased their time to 1 year. Instantly, the balls were shining in golden light. Good, call Shinran, Gohan, Alexander instructed. Gohan said the magic words and soon Shinran came out in all his majesty. But he was confused about how he was summoned before 1 year passed. However, when he again saw Alexander he understood, because, for a being like Alexander, such small things would be no problem. What can I do for you? Shinran asked. Alexander spoke, do you know about any Super Saiyan God? Shinran stayed silent for a few seconds as if searching his memory for the right knowledge. There is no being called Super Saiyan God in the universe, Shinran said. It disappointed many. But then Shinran continued, but you can become a Super Saiyan God. How? Vegeta was the first to ask. He was always in a race to get stronger. Especially stronger than Goku. You need to perform a ritual in order to achieve the Super Saiyan God transformation. It requires 5 righteous Saiyans to perform the ritual to channel ki into. The 5 righteous Saiyans hold hands in a circle and transfer their ki into the Saiyan who is becoming the Saiyan God. The Alexander interrupted him, wait, do you mean we need 6 Saiyans, right? Shenron nodded, yes. Then why are you not specifying that? From your words, someone might assume you only need 5 Saiyans. Alexander scolded him. Shenron started sweating and flustered, sorry. Yes, you need 6 Saiyans. To perform the ritual, the 6 righteous Saiyans gather in a circle, all holding hands in the process. The selected Saiyan to ascend will have the 2 Saiyans next to the target place their palms on the user's back, while the user faces away from the group. Next, instead of concentrating their ki into the body, they must pour their heart into them. Okay, you can go now. Alexander shrugged. Shenron scaredly disappeared and the balls flew in 7 directions. He didn't even ask for the remaining 2 wishes. We have Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks and Little Goten. This makes it 5. We need another one. One of you come and give me your blood. I will try to pose as another Saiyan, Alexander demanded. This was his ability to absorb the powers of other beings like this. So, he was fairly sure that he could be counted as another Saiyan. Goku volunteered. Alexander liked this quality of Goku. No matter what, he would always face it head-on. Good, come here. Alexander took some of his blood with a special needle. Then, he used his God's Eye and absorbed it. After that, all he needed to do was wait. So, do you Saiyans have some unique trait that separates you apart from others? I need to know so we can judge if I transformed well. Alexander asked. We eat a lot. We have a hunger to fight. Vegeta started counting. Suddenly Goku exclaimed, and we have a tail. Alexander, in shock, turned to Goku. His jaw was wide open. What? Where is your tail? Oh, we cut it earlier because it was a danger for our surroundings. We turn into mindless great apes in the full moon because of the tail. In that form, our powers increases by many times. Gohan explained. Why didn't you tell me before? Oh, wait. I feel something on my buttock. Alexander muttered in horror. Alexander felt a tickling sensation just above his ass crack. Then something started growing out of there, lifting his robes. Soon, a hairy tail fell out of his robes. Pop 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 pop. Suddenly, Ragnarok, Iroh, Hats and Olivia came out. Dobby, why did you call them? Alexander glared at the elf. Because we don't always get chances to make fun of you, Dobby replied with a smirk. Bwahahaha. All 4 started laughing. Look at that, my friend Alex has returned to monkey. Ragnarok jabbered. He's evolving, just backwards. Hats commented. That tail looks good on him, Iroh added. I guess we can add monkey god to his names now, Dobby said, holding himself from laughing. Olivia was just speechless. What happened, Alex? Alexander scratched his beard in embarrassment. Well, I just absorbed a bloodline. These guys didn't tell me that they had tails originally. That must be one hell of a strong tail now as it belongs to you. Dobby guessed. I don't know. Let me try plucking it out. Alexander said. He held his tail and used lots of force to separate it. He had full control over his body so he also let the tail detach. Ouch, it did hurt. That's a shocker. He muttered. Then he handed the tail to Ragnarok. Give it to Alfred to do some tests on it. Ask him to find out its strength and drawback. Alexander said. But as soon as Ragnarok held it, he threw it away. Hell no, I'm not touching something that came out of your ass. Alexander's eye twitched, damn it, it didn't come out of my ass. It came out of my coccyx. You're a dragon, does your tail come out of your ass? Cough. No, Ragnarok denied. Alexander continues giving example, look at Hats, does his tail come out of his ass? Don't drag me into this. Hats got angry. Alexander again handed him the tail, go and give it to Alfred. I have some work to do here. Sheesh, he's embarrassed. Hats made fun and disappeared. Olivia also patted his shoulder in pity and left. When all of them had left, Alexander looked at Dobby, you wait, this will not be forgotten. Okay, all the Saiyans, gather around. I will be making you a Super Saiyan God. Come along. He ordered. Quickly, all of them gathered around Alexander and held their hands. What are you doing? I'm not the one turning Super Saiyan God. It's you too, he said. Alexander changed his position and decided to first transform Goku. Okay, let's do it. He put his hand on Goku's back. Vegeta did the same. They all started to channel their ki and inner feelings into Goku. But Alexander was too strong. Alone, his own ki was enough to do the deed. Other 4 scions were just needed for the ritual. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 636. Brothers and a New Lover. As the ritual proceeded, a blue aura appeared around the group, shrouding each individual in the ritual. After that, a yellow flame-like beam emitted from the group that shot up into the sky, and golden-colored clouds started to emerge. They began to spread across the blue sky, eventually covering it completely after a few minutes. The sea changed into a golden hue as well, becoming violent and forming huge whirlpools. At this point, all except Alexander began to experience a significant amount of pain. A blue aura started to appear from Vegeta, eventually transferring it into the Goku who was about to become a god through the other 5 scions. After this, another beam shot up from Goku who absorbed the blue aura, which causes some of the clouds to dissipate and leave an enormous hole. The weather changed over and over in a matter of seconds, changing from rain, to hail, to a thunderstorm, to clear, during which a few days appeared to pass, to snow, and clear again. Then Goku rose up and became a pinkish-red silhouette of himself. Next, he became a shadowy figure, before emitting a huge light and appearing again in his natural form. The end result was Goku's ascension into the Super Saiyan God form. He was shining in reddish flames and looked thinner than before. Good, good. Now it is time to turn Vegeta. Alexander said. What? But I wanted to test my powers. Goku argued. You two can train together when he has also turned because right now, the only people who can fight you are me, Dabi, Beerus and Whis, and honestly we all can defeat you easily, Alexander said. Even this much power is not enough. He exclaimed in shock and calmed down. He came down to the ground and joined the ritual again. This time, Vegeta was made a Super Saiyan God. Good, go to space and test your limits. Then come back so we can start training. He ordered. The two immediately flew away like kids who found a new toy. What about you, Gohan? Don't you have a hunger for fighting? Alexander asked. No, I don't feel that way. But I do like training. I think because I am half Saiyan, I don't have violent tendencies. Gohan intelligently replied. Alexander laughed and ruffled his hair. Good kid, come, I will show you a new technique. It is called Chidori and Rasengan. Gohan followed Alexander happily while booming noise came from the sky. Hell. Deadpool had decided that he was going to go out this weekend. He had just finalized all his work and because of Alexander previously sending so many Category 4, his targets for the month were completed. But he was going to overachieve for another promotion. Boobless. What did we decide to do with all the Category 3 rapists who have completed their tenure here? I have to sign the document. Deadpool asked. I do want Kano, Boss SSS, and maybe AA punishment fit Ting. Boobless suggested. Damn it, I know that. Why did I even ask you? Okay, I have decided. All the male rapists will be reincarnated as females for their next 100 life cycles, no matter which species they get born as. Deadpool wrote it down. What A about the F female. I'm thinking. Punishing female rapists is hard. I have an idea. I will ban them from reincarnating as humans and only let them live as a male of any animal species. Considering how they have to fight to death sometimes to mate, it will be a good punishment. He decided. Clap clap Boobless clapped. Good, let's go out. Our job is done here. We are going to a very bad world, Boobless. There, for one day, every year, all crimes are permitted. Take your sword with you, I will show you how to skin humans without making them bleed. Deadpool chirped happily. Unlike how Alexander traveled, Hell had its own transportation system. There were 10 mirrors with one attendant each in a big hall. All these mirrors could send you anywhere you want. Deadpool told the attendant and got his travel permitted. He was also a high-level employee after all. He even had the clearance to go to the upper realms. But God had banned him since his last mess. Boobless, follow me closely, Deadpool said and took out his 2 katanas. What are the punishments? Boobless asked. Murderers and rapists are to be killed. Also, corrupt politicians. Got it. Deadpool ordered. Help. A scream came from a back alley. I guess we found our first target. Let's go. Deadpool was very excited. A/N, he's in the Purge movie world. Back in the Dragon Ball world. In a certain city. An old short woman in which clothing looked through her crystal. Baba had been fortune-telling for more than 500 years, but the price for knowing your fortune is mostly very high. She suddenly saw Alexander in all his majesty. Her eyes turned into a heart shape and her tongue fell out and salivated. This is it. This is what I was waiting for. She immediately sat on top of her crystal ball and started her journey. She usually never got interested in things and always treated people rudely, but right now, a fire had been reignited in her old body. Haha, I will show Rashi now. I found my men. She muttered the whole way. Grand Kai's planet. Old Grand Kai had received the news about Alexander and he was actually excited to meet him. So, ignoring all the protocols, he went to meet him. Grand Kai was an aged hipster, usually wearing jeans and a denim jacket, and constantly listening to rock music on his boom box. He wears black Wayfarer sunglasses. Even though he was the teacher of the greatest warriors in the universe, Grand Kai was more of a sweet and kind grandfatherly figure than a traditional disciplinarian. Paying no heed to respectful but cold formality, he lovingly treats his social inferiors as equals and dotes on them as if they were his own grandchildren. When he arrived on the planet Earth, he saw a crazy battle taking place in the space. It was not an ordinary battle. He could feel God Ki from both opponents. But soon, Alexander and old Grand Kai's eyes met. In fact, it were just their sunglasses. Both of them looked similar except for the height difference, where Alexander was taller and more buffed. Dabi, Whis, and Beerus stopped licking their ice cream as they took turns to see Alexander and Grand Kai. Both of them looked like long-lost brothers. Are they? Beerus muttered. Brothers. Whis completed. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 637. Unlimited Potential. Alexander glanced at the old man who had just arrived. He was wearing a white t-shirt, jeans, glasses on his eyes, and was holding a boombox on his shoulder. Looking at him, Alexander quickly made the IE pose. IE. Grand Kai did the same. Who are you, though? He inquired. Ho ho, I am Grand Kai. Are you the new god who is being talked about these days? You are famous and I like your style, brother. Grand Kai greeted. Alexander was a chill dude too, haha, and I like your style too. Happy that I met another man who appreciates glasses. Come, have a drink with me. Dabi shook his head. He knew about Alexander's fascination for glasses since he was small. He had told him about that story. Grand Kai happily sat down and took a glass of tea. So, what can I do for you? Alexander asked. Nothing, I just came here to have a chat. Staying on my planet is boring anyway. Oh, what do we have here? Ex-god of destruction. Also, who are the gods fighting in the sky? Grand Kai asked when he noticed Beerus. They are my students. I just taught them how to become a god. Alexander explained. Oh, wonderful. I wish I had such warriors under me. Anyway, this tea is amazing. Where did you get it? Grand Kai inquired. Alexander proudly smirked. My friend grows it in his realm. Here, you can keep a packet. Whoosh. Suddenly, like a hurricane, a woman sitting on a crystal ball arrived. She was very small in height and looked old. Oh, my love. Where are you? She shouted frantically. Everyone was wondering who this person was. Fortuneler Ali Baba. Krillin exclaimed loudly. Oh. Aren't you that little bald boy? You are still as short as back then. She talked back. Then she turned to Alexander. But she also saw the Grand Kai. She had never met Grand Kai before and now she was confused about who Alexander was. Dabi asked her first, who are you looking for, lady? Ah. I am looking for the man of my dreams. I saw him in my crystal ball. White soft hair, muscular body, and a voice so mesmerizing that I can melt. Which of these is he? She muttered to herself in questioning voice. Alexander got alerted as soon as he heard that. He didn't want to go through the horrible experience. He glanced at Grand Kai from the corner of his eye and had an idea. He immediately made his height smaller, his body thinner, his voice high-pitched and his hair untidy. Compared to him, now Grand Kai looked like an angel. I think this is the man you are looking for, Alexander said in his high-pitched voice. Fortune-teller Baba's eyes rose upon hearing him. She stared at him for a while with a judging gaze. Then she turned to Grand Kai. Oh yes, this is it. The man of my dreams. She jumped at him and tried to hug him. Grand Kai was alert and immediately sidestepped. No, I don't deal with old hags. Do you even know who I am? I am the Grand Kai. Stay away. He scolded her. I won't. We are now partners for the rest of our lives. Wherever you go, I will follow. She insisted. Then I must take leave. Farewell, my friend. I will see you later. He said goodbye to Alexander and went back to Grand Kai planet hurriedly. Fortune-teller Baba chuckled, haha, if he thinks he can hide on his planet, he's wrong. She also went away, planning to go to Grand Kai's planet soon. As soon as she left, Alexander took a sigh of relief. He didn't want to get into these annoying situations. Dobby, meanwhile, was chuckling the whole time. He had even clicked a few pictures of Alexander's new form. Boss, let's call this new look the woman-repellent form, Dobby suggested. Alexander chuckled, haha, I guess that is true. Now come here and hand me that secret camera. I can't have Olivia see that. Dobby vanished to Fixhame. That bastard. Alexander cursed him. But he didn't follow. All this was for fun and he wasn't going to spoil it. He again returned to his normal self and waited for Goku and Vegeta to come back down. Till now, he had seen Goku and Vegeta taking this new power-up normally. They were also getting better as they fought. He was fascinated by this. It is as if they have no limit to how strong they can get. He flew up to them in the space. He went between them and stopped them. Boom. Their punches landed in the palms of Alexander. Stop, I need to check something. Goku, stay still. Alexander put his palm on Goku's forehead and looked into his body to the molecular level. He memorized his body structure to every single cell. Okay, I want you to fight me now. Go all out. He instructed. Seeing Alexander's serious face, Goku didn't say anything and simply got ready to fight. Boom. They collided their fists. Goku was going for physical fitting right now. They exchanged blows at a speed not visible to normal eyes. They kicked, blocked and punched. Alexander was of course immensely stronger than Goku, but for now, he was keeping himself just slightly stronger than Goku. Go all out, Goku. The goal of this practice session is to push you beyond the limit. Squeeze out every single ounce of strength you have, Alexander motivated him. Ha-ya. Goku shouted and screamed while making moves now. He also started sending some energy blasts in between. After making a decent distance between them, he fired a Kamehameha wave. Alexander also sent a Kamehameha from his side. He was pushing Goku's wave. It was a tug of war now. Alexander would push and Goku would increase his intensity. He repeated this many times and each time Goku overcame. It's true it seems, he muttered and made the two waves disappear. He went to Goku and checked his body structure again and compared it with what he had memorized before. Amazing, your body has gotten stronger than before in such a short time. It seems your body has no limiters. Just like Saitama, there is no limit to how strong you can get. But the problem for you is that after a certain level, getting stronger will become nearly impossible for you. Alexander told them his findings. Is there no way to get stronger? Goku inquired. No, there is. I can leave someone behind to train you. But know this, in the future, I might ask you to fight alongside me. There are certain powerful beings who want to take over the Omniverse and turn it into a demonic hell. This world, all your loved ones will also be in danger if he succeeds. Alexander said. Goku was someone who never shied away from a good fight, so he immediately agreed. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 638. Password please. As soon as Alexander found out about the strength of Scions, he started training them. Even he had Scion blood now, so Alexander himself felt that he could get better faster if he trains. So, alongside the Scions, he also asked Dobby and Archangel Michael to spar with him. The rest of the people were also training inside Fixhame. Alexander still had not stopped meditating with Buddha either, and he was making strides in his mental powers too. Contrary to what Zolrak had the plan to make Alexander's growth slow, instead, he had gotten faster now. But, Alexander still coughed every once in a while due to the after effects, and he was also in constant pain as his body was healing. But, that pain was also a good thing for him as it reminded him that he needed to get stronger. Beep beep. Alexander's phone alarm rang. Ah, it's time to go to the anniversary party. Well, this world's purity has also nearly reached its height. I should take people from here too. Goku and Vegeta, go and gather your family and friends with their families. You all will be coming to my home. Today is my marriage anniversary and there will be a big party. Alexander said. Goku would never say no to this. After all, the party meant a lot of tasty food. Okay, old man. He saluted and vanished with instant transmission. Vegeta also flew away. Meanwhile, he went back to Fixhame. Alexander left one Seraph to gather everyone and bring them to Fixhame while he left before setting things up. Even Beerus and Whis were going to attend because where there was food, you could always find them. But this time they would need to get Alexander's permission because people can't just enter Fixhame like that. Hence, they also had to wait for everyone to gather. Fixheim. The environment was cheerful there. People were rushing around and setting things up. Ragnarok and his new disciple were setting up some fireworks. Douglas was responsible for gardening. Amy, Hela, and Natasha were responsible for the cake. Alexander headed to enter the castle, but he was stopped by Thea and Chome, who had set up a small table there. "We are here for security. Give me the password or pay the fine," Thea said. "Oh really? What's the fine?" Alexander asked amusedly. Thea had not thought about this, so Chome whispered something in her ear, 100 chocolates. Alexander chuckled. "Okay, is your password, Grandpa is best." He was right, apparent from Thea's facial expression. Thea looked at Chome angrily. "You told Grandpa." No. I didn't. I told you this was a weak password. You should have set, orange cake is best. Chome suggested. But even this was an easy password, as long as one knew Chome a little. Thea got upset. Her plan failed. But Alexander lifted the two in his arms. "You two, stop this and go help your aunts in making the cake. About the chocolate, you only get one each. More will be bad for your tummy and teeth." So, their plan failed successfully. Thea kissed his cheek and ran in to help her aunts. Chome didn't leave though. "Why didn't you go?" Alexander inquired. "Ji-chan, if I went then there would be no cake for the anniversary," Chome stated seriously. "Ha ha ha, yes, that is right. Then you should go and help Ragnarok," he suggested. Alexander then reached the living hall and saw Hats and Chappie together. He heard them talk on his way. Hats was lazing and Chappie was being enthusiastic. Hats angrily spoke, "Damn it, Chappie, don't sniff my butt. That's bad manners. Besides, I'm not a bitch. I'm a male and from a totally different species." Chappie tilted his head in confusion. He barked, "What is bitch? Is that Aunt Rena and Golly?" Hat's eyes nearly popped out. Where did you hear that?" I saw them talk to each other yesterday in the park. They were racing and calling each other, 'Slow down, you bitch,' or 'Stop, you bitch.'" Chappie explained. Cough. It was Alexander who coughed. He had no words to say to Chappie. He needed to talk to Golly and Rena instead. They were being a bad influence on the kids. "Why are you sleeping, Hats? Go out and have some fun. Watch over the kids." Alexander nudged him. "I'm busy, old man. I'm chatting with a girl. She's Corinne's sister." Hats replied. "Corinne? That old cat from the lookout. He had a sister. Well, all the best, Hats." Alexander let him be and went to his room to put on a suit. Door opens. Alexander nonchalantly entered his room and turned to cupboard. He took out his suit chosen by Olivia. "Hello, my sexy old man." Alexander suddenly heard a voice from behind him. This voice he knew, it made the hair stand on the back of his neck. He felt goosebumps all over his body. His brows furrowed as he turned around. His heart skipped a beat as a short scream came out of his mouth. "Quad A. Aw. So excited after seeing me. Did you miss me?" Alexander was not expecting this at all. What was more messed up that this guy was wearing a BDSM kit, from handcuffs to a choker. Then there was crazier stuff. On his head were two red lecker that he'd expect from a Twi'lek from Star Wars. He was laying on the bed on his side in a "draw me like one of your French girls" pose. Even crazier was that there was another guy standing in the corner of the room like a statue. The man had no nipples but a chest so huge that they looked like boobs. "What the hell is this? How did you come here?" Alexander questioned. "Oh, your beautiful fragrance dragged me to here, my sexy old man." Alexander felt like vomiting. He took his suit, went out of the room and locked the door. Then he cast a locking charm on it so that no matter what you do it won't open. No wonder even Big Old Man didn't like him. He must have caused some mess there like this. Alexander mumbled. With a heavy heart and a headache, he went to a spare room to get ready. But then he opened the door and there it was once again. His headaches intensified. Catch my kiss, old man." "Theo. How?" Alexander raged. Thud thud. "Where is that bastard? I can smell him." Ragnarok's angry voice came. He was still angry ever since the 1,000 years of pain was performed on him, albeit it was unsuccessful. It still left a bad memory. Thinking that a man wanted to poke his finger into his butt was traumatizing for the old dragon. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 639. A stand-up. It was later found out by Alexander that Hell had its own way of teleportation and traveling, and that was what Deadpool was using to move in Fixame. "How do you like my long leku?" Deadpool asked him, flapping his 2 long red tentacles on his head. Dieee, Ragnarok came in time and flamed him. Deadpool didn't die, but his leku vanished. This was the biggest problem. No matter what you do, Deadpool was just unkillable. Deadpool was also stronger now somehow, so his speed of regeneration had also increased. So, even after getting burned, he returned back to normal soon. "Oh, I came here for your anniversary, old man. Although I am very jealous of Olivia, I don't want to be an enemy of her. Women can be very malevolent sometimes," Deadpool said. But Alexander had doubts about him. "Really? You came for my anniversary? Okay then, go to the garden and wait for the party to start. I don't want any trouble today. If you make a mess, I will seal you inside a crystal ball for eternity." Yes, then you can make the crystal into a locket to hang around your neck." "Ah, my old man, you are so sweet. Okay, I will go now. Boobless, follow me." He left the room, much to the relief of Alexander. Alexander quickly put on his new suit and went out. But then he remembered something. Damn it, what about the present? What can even make her happy at this point? She has everything. A car. No, it's no use. Rings and other jewelry are useless too. What about a customizable dress made of nanotech? This sounds new and fun. He decided on it and went quickly to the underground lab to program the nanoparticles. "Alfred, bring me the nanoparticles. We still have them, right?" Alexander asked his scientist friend. "Yes, we have a whole room full of them. I made a bigger machine to produce them whenever you want." "Why do you need them though?" Alfred asked. I want to give Olivia a dress that can change into whatever she wants," Alexander stated. "Ah. That's easy," Alfred exclaimed. "I know that. You do what you were doing. I will go and take care of it myself." Alexander dismissed him. He took a big bowl full of nanoparticles and started programming them and also reinforcing them. He didn't want them to malfunction either, so he set a default state in which it would just look like a white gown. Even if it somehow malfunctioned, it would still be like a dress. It took him nearly 15 minutes to make it. Then he put it in a nice box and went out. On his way, he also invited Alfred. "Stop the experiments and come with me to the party." Yes, just 1 minute." Alfred waved his hand. Alexander came to the heavily decorated garden. There were beautiful curtains hanging all around and a stage was also set. It seemed someone was going to perform something. He went and sat beside Oliva. Everyone was taking their seats. "Why is there a stage?" Alexander asked. "Those kids are going to do some acts for us. Aren't they lovely?" Olivia revealed. Alexander smiled and laid back comfortably. A distance from his table, Goku and others were sitting. Goku had already started eating. Thud. Suddenly the light dimmed and the spotlights on the stage highlighted it. Ajax came in a suit with a mic in his hand. He was the host, it seemed. "Welcome everyone to the 1.6 millionth anniversary of my grandma and grandpa. We decided to do some things differently today. We have prepared 3 different acts for you all. The first one to come is the team of Gali, Rina, and a magic mirror that was remade because it spoke too much. It will be a stand-up comedy act. Please welcome them." Ajax went to backstage. Clap clap. As the claps sounded, Rina and Gali came to the stage. They were wearing normal clothes and were dragging behind a mirror. "Look at this crowd, Gali. We are famous." Rina spoke in shock. Gali chuckled, "Haha, well, we do have thousands of people in our family, so I don't think that counts. It's all the blessing of an old man who just can't keep himself from kidnapping every child he sees." "Oh wait, did I say kidnapping? No, I meant adopting." The mirror spoke. It was the same old mirror of narcissism that had offended Olivia and was sent to be remade. Alexander's brows twitched at the roasting. "I hope it doesn't go too far this time." "Oh shut up, Alex. It was funny, haha." Olivia laughed. Alexander looked at his wife in shock. "So if the joke is on me it is funny, and if it's on you then that's bad." The act continued on stage. "Ah, darn it, we could have made a fortune if they were real fans." Rina made a sad face. "Why the sad face? We can still make lots of money." Gali consoled her. "No, we can't," Rina stayed sad. "Why?" Gali asked. "I have the answer to that." The mirror spoke. With that, everyone became alert on who would be roasted this time. "Tell me then," Gali said. The mirror spoke. "Well, don't you know where all the gold in Fixame goes to?" "Of course, to the one old greedy dragon. What's worse is that now he even has a disciple." We are doomed to eternal poverty. Everyone laughed except Ragnarok. But his disciple, Julian, laughed. Ragnarok glared at him and made him stop. Well, at least I have a new hobby now. Rena continued. Me too, I get the best sleep these days. All thanks to the new uncle. Gali chirped. Who wouldn't have amazing sleep, after all, you have the great Buddha as a teacher. The mirror said. They all gave a bow to the enlightened men. Well, today is the anniversary of our old grandparents. What did you prepare for them, Rena? Gali asked. It is certainly nothing edible because then it would go missing before reaching them. But it's a surprise for later. Can't reveal now. Rena replied. The mirror gave his input, absolutely correct. One must have some wisdom when choosing gifts. You can't just gift people scissors because you have a weird fetish. Hey! It's a diamond scissor. It's special. Douglas' shout came from downstage. Everyone laughed hearing that. The show went on and everyone was roasted. Hey, Mirror, why don't you say something about our sweet grandma? Gali asked. Mirror started shivering and stuttering. Oh, well, you know, she is an amazing person. There is no one wiser than her. What? But didn't you say you were going to have your revenge for being sent to be molten? Rena interjected. The mirror jumped in fright and ran backstage. It had moving wheels now, frick that revenge. She's scary. With loud laughter, the light dimmed and soon returned to normal and Ajax came back. That was nice, though the last part was not in the script. Anyway, let's get to the next act. Presented by the cute and sweet-tailed beasts. They will be reenacting a scene from the history of the earth. The assassination of Julius Caesar written by Shakespeare, though I can't say it will be historically correct considering the actors involved. Please welcome them with loud claps. Ajax announced and left. The next, all the tailed beasts came onto the stage one by one. All of them were wearing historically correct tunics, and they all looked adorable. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 640. Theater of Pompey. It seemed that Karama was going to be acting as Caesar. The background scenery was changed with the help of magic. Hats was acting as the narrator. On a fine morning, March 15, 44 BC, Julius Caesar and his best bro, Marcus Brutus, sat in the living room of Caesar's palace. They drank orange juice and ate cake. Hat's voice gave the scene information. Then, the spotlight switched on and fell on Karama, Caesar, and Chome, Brutus. Everyone waited for the two to speak. Soon 10 seconds passed and the two were still eating. With his mouth full, Chome glanced to his side. He noticed the crowd and suddenly remembered what they were supposed to do. He drank the juice and coughed. Cough. Caesar, my bro. Why don't you come with me to the Senate today? Today is Ides of March after all. Brutus, Chome, said. Caesar, Karama, in his original grumpy attitude, replied, why? I don't need to attend these low-level senates. Oh come on, bro. We just want to kill. I mean we want you to come and tell the Roman Empire that you are a responsible ruler who is shaping the future of the empire. It will be a statement for all your enemies. Brutus insisted, ignoring the slip of the tongue. No. Caesar lazily laid back. There will be food, Brutus added. All right then, let's go. Caesar got up to leave. The spotlight switched off and the stage went black. Hat's voice started coming. So, the two best bros went to the Senate. But unknown to Caesar, his best bros and his people had some other plans. Let's see what transpired in the theater of Pompey. The light switched on and the whole stage lit up. There, a full Senate room was made with steps to sit on and a podium at the center. All the senators, tailed beasts, sat there. Casca, Shikaku, was currently speaking from the podium and others were listening. This is why I want to make it compulsory for cakes to be cooked and presented to us to taste every day. This way, we can find out which cake is the best in the empire. This is a great responsibility we have, my brothers. Those in favor, say aye. Casca, Shikaku, said. Aye. All of them enthusiastically raised their arms. Good, now I would like to welcome Gaius Julius Caesar and his best bro, Marcus Brutus, Casca, Shikaku, announced and left. Julius and Brutus came in. Julius stood beside the podium to give his speech while Brutus stood behind him. Julius, Karama, started speaking in a monotonous tune. Thank you for inviting me, my fellow compatriots. It is all because of our combined effort that the Roman Empire has become so strong. I know, I would have killed you if you had disobeyed me because I hold the most power, but I know you won't betray me. After all, we all have a similar love for cakes. We all love strawberry cakes. My bro, Brutus, convinced me to come here today for some reason. I was just lazing around anyway. So, make sure you entertain me well. Stab. Arg. Julius suddenly cried in pain. He looked to the side and it was Casca, Shikaku. Dieee, he was certainly enjoying killing Caesar. His knife was small and had a pattern of banana on it. Everyone had this fake knife with a banana pattern. Stab. Followed by this, another stab came. Then another. Everyone in the Senate got up to stab Caesar with their knives. To the audience, the scene looked too cute and funny because of the tailed beast's small form factor. Soon, Caesar's body was surrounded by everyone. Then the last stab came. Stab. It was Brutus, Chome. Caesar, Karama, turned his head and looked, you too, Brutus. Sorry, bro, but only you like strawberry cakes. The rest of us liked orange cake. Brutus said, shocking Caesar. Caesar died right there. But, shockingly, the crowd didn't disperse. Stab. Brutus, Chome, suddenly shouted. Hey, who's stabbing me? Hee hee, it tickles. But more stabs came after that. It was Decius Brutus, Son Goku, no bro, we don't like orange cake, we like banana cake. Brutus was shocked, what? No. Brutus, Chome, also died as his body fell on Caesar's. Stab. Another stab came, Decius Brutus, Son Goku, screamed, who stabbed me? It was Simber, Isabu, huh, only you like banana cake. The rest is like fish cakes. Stab. Simber, Isabu, turned his head in horror, why? Cassius, Gyuki, scoffed, huh, fish cake ain't even a cake. You fool, we love ramen. Stab. Wrong, Cassius, we don't love ramen. We love ice cream, Casca, Shikaku, said. In a shock, both Simber, Isabu, and Cassius, Gyuki, died at the same time. Learning from what just happened, Casca, Shikaku, immediately stabbed his knife at the person in his back. It was Sinna, Kokuo, behind him. But, shockingly, both of them stabbed each other at the same time and fell down. Now, only Caecilius, Saiken, was left. He saw the pile of dead bodies in front of him. He cried seeing it. With each cry, the fat on his stomach throbbed. Sniff. Come on, guys. Can't you all be like me and love all the food in the world? He cried loudly. With that, the lights were turned off. Hat's voice again came. This way, Saiken, without even wanting to, became the emperor of the Roman Empire. He was later hailed as the best Roman emperor ever. He was known by many names. Caecilius the Kind, Caecilius the Fat, Caecilius the fattest man to ever live, Caecilius the thick boy and so on. With this, the story came to an end. All hail, Caecilius the thick boy. Lights switched on again and now there was a majestic throne on the stage with two women on both sides. Both were feeding him something. Then the curtains fell. The show ended with that. All the people in the audience were shocked. They were not expecting this at all. In fact, this exceeded their expectations. Holy hell, that was some Game of Thrones level backstabbing, literally, Deadpool exclaimed with stars in his eyes. He really loved the show. Did they plan all this? Alexander questioned. I don't think so. Olivia denied quickly. They were all in such shock that only when Ajax came back did they become quiet. Whoa, that was one hell of a show. Okay, moving on to the final act. My cute lovely little sister Thea will sing a song. Please be supportive. Ajax announced. Soon, Thea shyly walked onto the stage with the mic in her hand. She looked super cute in her new dress. I will start now, she said shyly. La 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 la. My grandma is so beautiful. My grandpa is so ransom. Handsome, Chome corrected her from backstage. She was just 2 years old. You can't expect her to remember everything she and Chome wrote just a few minutes ago. The cake looks big and tasty. Comcom wants to eat it quickly. Hey, don't put it on me. You changed the lyrics. Komiai's voice came from behind the stage. We are a big family, living in Fixheim. Playing together we spend all our time. We do here crime. Her gaze suddenly fell on the tasty cake in distance and she forgot all the lyrics as her mouth salivated. Everyone started laughing after seeing that. Their hearts were still warm though because Thea had already converted her feelings with the help of her power. She just loved everyone and foremost, she wanted to eat the cake. Give this girl a cake, was all everyone had in their mind. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 641, 641. Gifts. Alexander and everyone clapped loudly for little Thea. Even though it was an incomplete performance, but still it was heartwarming. Ajax came to end the show after that. Well, no matter what, my little sister is cute and that's all that matters. Let's cut the cake now or else Thea and tailed beasts might just faint. Dobby waved his hand and the stage dismantled itself and turned into flat wooden flooring. Soon, a 5-meter tall and 3 meters wide cake was brought there. It was bigger than all except for Noodles there. Noodles could eat the whole cake in one bite. Alexander and Olivia went beside the cake to cut it. Alexander took out his sword. The tailed beasts rushed and sat on top of Alexander and Olivia's shoulders in expectation. This was the first time they were seeing such a big cake. I bet I can eat this whole cake alone, Chomei said. Me too, Saiken added. Alexander chuckled, all of you are tailed beasts. Your real form is many times bigger than this cake, so of course, all of you can devour it. But our little chappie on the other hand can't. Quick, Ji-chan, cut the cake. Chomei insisted. Haha, okay. Ali, hold my hand. Alexander said. Then, he and Olivia together cut the cake. Instantly, fireworks also started in the sky. Everyone looked up and the bright colorful lights shined on everyone's eyes. Everyone stayed still for a second and just took the beauty of the evening. Olivia grabbed Alexander's hand and stood still. Because Ragnarok had set the fireworks, it was obvious that there were going to be many dragon-shaped fireworks. Whoa! Goku exclaimed. Chi-Chi, who was standing beside him, also held onto his hand. She was pregnant at the moment. Isn't that beautiful, Goku? She commented. Huh? I can make that with my energy blast too. Goku replied without reading the room. Sigh. Why did I even ask? Chi-Chi disappointedly muttered. But then suddenly the grip on her hand tightened. Goku looked at Chi-Chi in the eyes and smilingly said, just kidding. Yeah, it's beautiful. Just like you. Oh, Goku. Chi-Chi didn't have very high requirements and she again fell in love with him just because of this. She put her head on Goku's shoulder. Wah. Beerus's suggestion worked, Goku exclaimed internally. It was Beerus who had taught him such cheesy lines. Soon, the effect of the fireworks stopped and everyone returned to their earlier thoughts. The tailed beasts, like good kids, asked Alexander for the cake instead of jumping straight to it. Ji-chan, cake when? Saiken asked. I want ice cream, Shikaku added. Alexander patted their heads, you go and ask the kitchen staff. We will eat later. First, we will see all the gifts. Gifts? Okay, then we will also wait. They fought their desires. It was very strange for them to be so considerate. Haha, I guess my little potatoes are grown up now, he muttered. He then went with Olivia and took a seat at the head table. Soon, one by one everyone came to gift them. But first, it was Alexander who was supposed to do it. Ali, my beautiful ancient wife, I'll be honest. I had no idea what I should give you because you basically had everything. So, I made this. A dress made of nanotech. You can turn it into any kind of dress you want in real time. I have also asked Dobby, Ragnarok, Hats and Michael to cast their strongest protective spells on it so they will be like your armors too. Alexander presented her the dress. It looked like a plain gown for now. Are you sure that this won't malfunction and I would end up with no clothes at all? She asked him. No, I have put in special measures. This gown is its default form and even if it malfunctions it will look like this. He explained. Oh, in that case. Thank you, Alex. Now, from my side, here, take this. I made this for you with my own hands using the old ways. She gave him a hand-knitted sweater. Alexander lovingly put it on. Instantly, he felt as if he was being hugged by Olivia and his entire family. He felt so warm and nice. Olivia chuckled, haha, look at your face. You look like a child. I put some magic on this that mirrors our feelings for you. Alexander smiled widely and hugged her. After that, others came to gift. The first one was Dobby and his girlfriend. Boss and sister Olivia, happy anniversary. He handed them a bouquet. These flowers are enchanted by elven magic from both of us. They will never lose their fragrance and never wither. They can also help you sleep better. Siri explained. Olivia happily accepted it. Haha, thank you. May you two quickly marry and give me little grandkids to play with. It surely embarrassed them a lot. This was what old people usually do. After that, Ragnarok came to them. Here, I made my new student Julian carve this 2-meter-tall gold statue of your two. It was a big life-sized statue and it looked very pretty. Alexander accepted, thanks, I will put it in the garden. Anyway, Ragnarok, are you using your new disciple like free labor? Yee. Julian wanted to say something but he was dragged away by Ragnarok. Julian didn't have a human form so he was just made smaller by Ragnarok. Then, Iroh came and gave them his new all-flavor tea. This had some magic involved in it. It would automatically taste like the flavor you would like the most depending on your mood. So, it was a really good mood booster. Then Buddha came. But he didn't have anything pretty or big to give and Alexander understood why. He was meant to be above earthly desires and he would also not promote it by giving a useless gift. Instead, Buddha gave Alexander a book written in Sanskrit. This book has knowledge about the deeper state of a mind. It can make you stronger depending on your way of understanding this book. Buddha said. Alexander politely accepted it. Thank you, Buddha. After this, all the grandkids came with one big gift for him. It was from Rena, Gali, Amy, Azula, Ajax, Thea, and the others. It was a huge painting of Alexander and his whole family of more than 1,000 people. The best part of the image was that it was a moving picture just as in the Harry Potter world. The portrait was as big as a whole wall of the castle. This is so impressive. Thank you, everyone. Alexander was overwhelmed. Next were the tailed beasts. They didn't really have harmony but when it came to gifts, they were a team. This time, they had planned something memorable. Ji-chan and Grandma, this is from us for you. We made this video, asking all the people in Fixame how much we love you. They handed him a DVD, Alexander and Olivia gave them tight hugs, squeezing them for a while. Then came Hats and Chappie. The duo gave Alexander a concrete tile with their paw marks on them. Hats explained its feature, well, this slab has an attack stored from me with 100% strength. Just break it if you need to make a surprise attack. Oh, Chappie also wanted to mark it so I let him. Alexander looked at the terrifying yet simple thing. If he were to break it in normal space, it would destroy a universe easily. Thanks, Hats. After a while, the last one to come was Douglas. Alexander already knew what he was going to give. Okay, show me the scissors. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 642. Deadpool's Tears. But, Alexander was wrong. Douglas Diamond scissors were not the last gifts. There was Deadpool left. What? Deadpool came running with a small silver chest. My sexy old man, here you go. I have poured all my heart into this gift so please accept it. But, only open it once I am gone. Deadpool said. What do you even do these days? Alexander inquired. Deadpool proudly replied, I am helping you, honey. I am catching sinners from various worlds and taking them to hell. What he didn't say was that he was leaving all the Category 3 sinners so that they could get ripe to be booked under Category 4. Category 3 were all sinners who would get back to reincarnation and Deadpool didn't like that. Boobless, follow me. We are going to the next world. Deadpool left with his weird transportation method. Alexander took a sigh of relief with his departure. Sigh at least he left without creating a blunder. I think you should check the box first before rejoicing, Dobby advised. Alexander suddenly got gloomy and looked at the box in his hand. Okay, let's see what it is. Olivia came closer to see what it was. Alexander slowly opened the box, worried that there might be some kind of a trap. But, nothing happened and he completely opened it. However, what was inside didn't make him happy at all. What the, he wasn't lying when he said he poured his heart into this. He literally left his heart. Olivia exclaimed in shock. He left a message too. Alexander picked up the blood-soaked letter and read it. I know you must be worried about me but rest easy, I'm fine. I just grew another heart. Take care, my sexy old man, kiss emoji, Alexander read. He was horrified, he's getting delusional now. He thinks I like him too. Man, I am going to remove him from space and time once I become a higher god. Alexander started a bonfire for kids to enjoy and sacrifice Deadpool's heart in it. Okay. It's time to eat, he announced, making everyone happy. Deadpool jumped into another world. This time, he didn't know where he was. It seemed he was on some kind of a mountain and there were a lot of gunshots sounding in the distance. In front of him, two men were fist-fighting in old-style clothes. One was blonde-haired and the other brown. The brown one seemed to be losing as he was breathing like a horse near his death. Boobless, who are these two fools? Deadpool asked. As a senior catter of hell, he had the access to all the sinner souls in the multiverse. Boobless took out a book and started reading. They Areemm Micah Bell and Arthur Morgan. A/N, World is Red Dead Redemption 2. The scene is the ending of the main story. Gimme that book. I will read it. Deadpool took it and saw two people's information. He in fact saw the whole life of these two. Micah Bell was a treacherous opportunist who betrayed his people and consistently put them in harm's way. The second was Arthur Morgan, a confused wild deer, betrayed by his longtime father figure Dutch. Finally on a path of redemption and goodness now that he has gotten tuberculosis and is dying. He started to see the world and the people for what they truly were. Thud. He closed the book loudly, catching the attention of the two men wildly fighting. We've got some nice drama going on here. Boobless, give me my guns. Boobless gave Desert Eagles to him. Micah and Arthur Morgan stopped fighting and looked at Deadpool. They felt weird seeing him. A man wearing skin-tight red and black suit would weird anyone out in that era. Which circus clown are you now? Micah asked impolitely. Cog cough cough cough. Arthur was in no condition to speak. He was badly beaten and was also in the last stretch of tuberculosis. Deadpool replied in a jolly tone, "Oh, I am Captain Delicious Pants. Now, I have come to take you to hell as you are a Category 4. Ha ha ha, are you supposed to be some kind of Grim Reaper?" Micah asked. Wahahahahahahahaha. Ah, you tell such funny jokes, Deadman. Deadpool burst into crazy laughter, scaring Micah a bit. No, Grim Reapers are the lowest runts of hell. Oh, I am from the top brass, just below Lucifer. Now it's time for you to sleep, muscular fat Barbie. Boom. Micah's body fell down with a large chunk of his head missing. Cough cough. Who? Cough are you? Arthur asked from the ground. Deadpool saw that Arthur was actually a Category 3 sinner. He was sad, but he decided to cultivate this guy for Category 4. Deadpool waved his hand and Micah's body got disintegrated. Then a white soul came out of it. It was caught by Deadpool in a flask with lid. Arthur saw the whole thing. His breathing turned heavy. Cough, goddamn, you really are the devil. Deadpool chuckled, hee hee, yeah. Wanna make a deal? I can take away your tuberculosis, also make your wanted status go away, give you money and knowledge you can use to get rich legally. Arthur chuckled, ha, sounds too good to be true, what's the payment? My soul. But suddenly Arthur realized he didn't have trouble breathing and was also feeling much better. In a way, yes. We in hell divide people's sins into categories. 1 is pure, 2 is a light sinner who just gets a slap on the wrist, 3 are those who get punished in hell then again go to reincarnate as some random animal. After this comes the major league, the juicy stuff, 4 is eternal hell and 5 is the destruction of the soul. You are in 3, Arthur. Now, I have utmost faith in you that if I give you all these you will not leave this outlaw life of yours and keep on sinning and F***ing up. Soon, you will reach Category 4 and that is when I catch you. Deadpool said. Arthur sat up slowly, so all I have to do is to not commit crimes and live like a good man. Yes, but I know you can't do that. You are a wild deer. You can't be tamed, by yourself or someone else. Deadpool kept on brainwashing. Well, I accept your terms. I will prove your ass wrong, just watch me. Arthur resolutely said. He had already made the decision. Ho ho, someone's excited. Okay then. Sign here. Deadpool gave him a devil's contract. Arthur signed it. In an instant, Arthur's records from all government agencies and bounty posters and registers disappeared. His name disappeared from many people's memories too. Then, knowledge of science and advanced mechanical engineering appeared inside Arthur's brain. Deadpool gave him this so that Arthur can make weapons later and commit sin. Then, Deadpool gave $200,000 to him, not directly but it was submitted to the bank under his name. Here you go, all done. Now quickly massacre some people and give me your juicy soul. Deadpool cheered him on. It's not gonna happen, buddy. I'm never gonna look back at this life. Enough lessons learned for one lifetime. Arthur said while getting up. Arthur. Dutch came. Deadpool saw him and got excited. Boom. Dutch's headless dead body fell down in an instant. Lottery. Why did you do that? Arthur asked in shock. Category 4. He's gonna get a nice welcome boiling oil bath in hell now and get tormented for eternity. Deadpool answered while removing the soul out of Dutch. Arthur sighed, thanks for making me more resolute to be a good man. Well, I guess this marks the end now. I hope not to see you in this life again. Goodbye. Arthur ran away soon after. Deadpool was left there standing, happily turning around and looking at all the Pinkertons who were after Arthur not long ago. Oh ho ho. I smell so many Category 4 here. Boobless, let's go. He got excited. Deadpool was wrong. He had scared Arthur too much. No man would want to go to hell. Even less so if a man really knew that hell existed. In fact, considering that he knew he was a Category 3. He wanted to do good and hoped to get to Category 2 at least. Arthur had decided to never look back. So, he went against all odds. Using his knowledge, he didn't make guns, but instead machinery. He opened his own oil refinery and employed the Indians. It was a win-win. He started his own automobile company and made some of the world's first heavy-duty tractors. He later bought tens of thousands of hectares of land and started growing crops there. Soon, he even started making cars and later private aircraft. He was the greatest tycoon of the new century and the living embodiment of the American dream. He helped all the Indians with his money. He bought them lands to settle down. These were privately owned lands, so the government couldn't interfere with them. Not to mention the halo given by Arthur's name was enough to keep all the bad folks away. Arthur's industries were so huge and influential that most people in the US and UK knew him by the nickname Big Arthur. Then he found the opportunity for greatness. World War I started. He didn't make weapons or anything destructive. Instead, he started a medical equipment manufacturing plant. From there, he provided humanitarian aid across the world with his food and medical equipment. He was already married now with a son and a daughter with Mary Linton. She got to live the life she dreamt of. He even helped John and his family and made little Jack a successful businessman. Sadie Adler was also helped and she got to open her own logistics company. He even helped the family of the men who gave him tuberculosis. He admitted that he was responsible for his own pain. In the end, he ended up dying of old age and reaching heavens. He redeemed all his sins while being alive and even went further to become a kind soul. For every person he had killed, he had saved 1,000 lives one way or another. He died like a good boa. Deadpool could only cry alone in the office. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 643. Words of the Gods. Fixheim. After the party, Alexander, Dobby, Buddha, Ragnarok, Archangel Michael, and Iroh sat together around a bonfire, just talking by the lake. They were just talking about stuff. Kurama was sleeping happily in Alexander's lap. Kokuo sat beside Buddha and rested his head on Buddha's lap. There were some unicorns and phoenixes too, just sleeping around them or listening to them. Boss, what happens when you die? You're experienced in that, after all. I've heard that your whole life flashes in your mind. Dobby asked Alexander. Alexander sipped the tea and replied, well, from my experience, it is just depressing. I didn't see any life flashing when I was on my deathbed. Perhaps it's all about the circumstances where you die. If you have made peace with yourself, then you wouldn't feel despair. If you still cling to that tiny life left, you will be in despair when dying. Sigh in a way, those who die a sudden death are lucky. Iroh nodded and added, that is why one should try to have a life of no regrets, as regrets are what leads to dissatisfaction in your last days. Buddha agreed, yes, but the secret to everything lies in here, in the mind. It can be the source of both purity and evil. It is like an untamed horse. Once you befriend it and understand it, it can be your best companion, and if you don't, then all you will get is a horse kick. The combined wisdom of the people sitting in this small group was enough to start a cult for. All of them had different principles, but in the end, their thoughts had one meaning, that was, internal peace. Alexander then looked at Michael. Brother, did you get any words from heaven? He nodded. I did, they are just the usual stuff. Low-level skirmishes happening in places. But, the biggest news I got is that Saitama has been going hard on Zolrak's army. He caught one of the high demons of Zolrak's army and got all their war location plans out. Now, he's intercepting them and destroying them. He has already killed about 1 trillion of low-level soldiers of Zolrak. Ragnarok chuckled, damn, attaboy. But I worry that Zolrak might come after him himself. Yeah, that's true. I will send words to him. He even missed today's party. Okay then, I will go and read the book that Buddha gave me. Maybe it can help me get stronger. Cough meditation has helped me a lot these days. Alexander digressed. Any plans for dealing with Zolrak? Michael asked. Alexander laid back on his chair and just looked at the sky. Sigh, Well, it's pretty simple. Cross my heart and hope not to die, at least not before I put the demon back in his place. But you are unkillable, aren't you? Dobby asked. I don't know, Dobby. I don't know anymore. I have this feeling that when I fight him, the stakes will be very high. Alexander replied with confusion apparent in his voice. Alexander then got up to stretch up and leave. Well, boys. I'll go and meditate now. Let's see what my believers are asking me. What do they even pray for? Iroh inquired. He was the god of tea, so he didn't deal with the wish-hearing job. Not much. The usual asking for forgiveness for their sins. People think religion is a business where you pay for God's forgiveness. Rather than redeeming with action, they'd spend money because it's easier. They don't understand that in the end, money is also a devil. It makes you greedy and keeps your mind from elevating. Alexander said and started walking away. Iroh also got up to leave. That's it for me. I'm gonna go out and roam around. I need some fresh air of a new world. Alexander went to a silent place and sat down cross-legged. He opened the book Buddha gave him. It was in Sanskrit, but he didn't have much trouble reading it. Because in his past life, he had read all kinds of old scriptures from India in search of a cure for cancer. He had read many epics and stories from the past that had the mention of magical herbs. He tried to find these magical herbs, but in the end, they were nowhere to be found. I was really a madman back then, he muttered to himself and focused on reading. Initially, there was just basic of how to meditate in the starting pages. Alexander was already beyond this point. Soon, he came upon a very important part. It said, become one with the surroundings. Alexander decided to do just that. He closed the book and shut his eyes to start meditating. It took him a few seconds to get to the zone. After a while, his mind became empty. He soon started hearing voices of all the people praying to him. But soon, Alexander found something new. He found out that he was not just hearing the wishes made right now, but even the ones in the past and future. He heard the wishes of some historical personalities and also the wish of 150th President of the United States. God, wish me luck. I am about to make a move that might just destroy this world. But if we win, America will be the king of the world. 150th President wished. Alexander ignored this guy. Even gave him some bad luck. This ended up with him getting assassinated by CIA instead of successfully launching a nuke. After that, Alexander heard the voice of Abraham Lincoln. God, may you bless me in this country of free people that I am able to pass the law for emancipation proclamation that declares forever free those slaves within the Confederacy. The Civil War has gone on for far too long. Too much blood has been shed. Go ahead, Alexander blessed him. Abraham felt something touch his shoulder. Thank you. Abraham didn't know what it was, but he just accepted it as a blessing. There were some historical kings too. This was surely new for Alexander. But this was not his main target. Alexander wanted to do what the book told him to. So, he focused even more. He wanted to be present everywhere at the same time. He wanted to be able to see things too while hearing them. He sat there for a long time. Soon, he started hearing some voices. It was the voice of Chome, Olivia, Thea, and Natasha. Grandma, I will help you cook today. Chome enthusiastically said. Olivia patted his head. Sure, come here. Me too, Grandma. Thea also came forward. Olivia put the two on the platform where she was making dough for some pizzas. Okay, add some water to it, Olivia instructed. Chome picked up the jug and proceeded to pour water. But Thea tried to grab the jug too. I will help too. However, the jug was too heavy for her and she lost balance, though she held on to Komei's new sweater that Olivia had made for him. So, both of them fell into the dough and got covered in white flour. Oliva facepalmed herself. You too, clumsy beyond hope. She and Natasha picked them up. Ha ha ha. Suddenly a loud voice came. Olivia was alerted. Who's there? Alex. Even Alexander now realized that he was able to see everything. Yeah, it's me. I can see you now. I guess this is what God feels like. That's creepy, Olivia said. Ji-chan, where are you? Chome asked with excitement. Outside in the garden, Alexander replied. Whoa, are you using that phone thing? He asked while still being covered in dough. No, but it's even better than that. Why don't you two take a bath? Go. Alexander then checked another place in the castle. Stop sharpening your scissors, Douglas. You will make them disappear with that grinding stone. Use it to practice now. Alexander's voice scared Douglas. I will. He instinctively replied. But then he remembered that he was in his own room. He turned around to look at Alexander, but there was no one. Strange. Am I hearing things? Douglas wondered. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 644. Iroh's day out. Iroh went out to roam the various universes. This was his favorite part in each world. He gets to meet new people and have some talks with them. He gets to share his love for tea and also do some good every once in a while. When he came out of Fixheim, he appeared near a small dome-shaped house. He knocked on it and Goku opened the door. Oh, old man, it's you. I really liked your tea. Come in, Chi-Chi has gone to the market. Gohan is inside. Goku invited him in. Thank you, young man. Iroh entered. He saw Gohan doing his homework on the table. Iroh took a seat beside him. He took out his golden tea kettle gifted to him by Ragnarok. Sip. What are you studying, child? He asked. Maths, Grandpa, Gohan answered. Oh, I know it. But it's not my cup of tea. Do you like it? Iroh asked. Hee, I didn't like it before either. But with practice, I got better. But now it's boring. Gohan said. Really? What do you want to do then? Iroh inquired. I want to train. I want to fly outside. Spar with Dad. But Mom won't ever let me do that. She only wants me to study and study. Gohan sadly replied. Iroh caressed his hair. Kid, your mother is scared. Scared of the future. She probably worries that something might happen to Goku someday or maybe even herself. So she is worried about you and about your future. She wants you to study and become good enough to make money, as she probably thinks that money is the best cheat for a better life. But I think she is wrong here. She fails to see that her husband and son are not ordinary people. But I think making money is easy with our strength. I can simply win some sports events and get a lot of money. Gohan said. Yes, you can. But will you be happy after that? Think of it this way, you are to fight your father. He can easily beat you and he does just that. Would he feel good after that? If you were in his place, how would you feel? You were born with high strength, it won't be cheating, but doing it won't give you mental satisfaction either, Iroh said. I wouldn't feel happy. I understand, old man. Winning while competing against normal people would be like cheating for someone like me. But how do I make money now and make Mom ease up? Gohan asked. Business. I have an idea. You have such a large land. It even has its own jungle. Why don't you cut them and sell wood? If someday you feel that the jungle is emptying, you can gather the Dragon Balls and wish for a new forest. You can make so much money with this. Iroh suggested. That sounds good. I will do it, Grandpa. But I can't tell Mom before I try it myself first. If I show her the money, then maybe she will agree to this plan, Gohan agreed. Yes, but, remember, you should still get a decent amount of study done. At least get one college degree. You don't have to work hard, you are already very smart. Iroh advised and patted his shoulder. Iroh then decided to leave this planet, in fact, the universe. So, he used the device Alexander had given him and went to a random planet in Universe 11. As soon as he appeared, he had a lot of noise and people were running away from something. Ruin. Pride troopers are here. They shouted. All the people running looked like criminals to Iroh. So he caught one and asked him everything. Of course, he had to scare him a bit. He learned about the so-called Pride Troopers. The Pride Troopers was a very powerful hero team who operates in Universe 11. They were led by Top. The Pride Troopers work under their god of destruction Belmod, and thus can be classified as agents of destruction. The Pride Troopers were originally just a motley crew of people with different ideologies and backgrounds, though they grouped together due to all being on the side of justice. When evil attacks, the Pride Troopers are called out to travel to the planet and eliminate any threats. The team seemingly has at least several bases among the galaxy. The organization was known to have existed in Universe 11 for at least 240,686 years, as it existed before Belmod became the god of destruction. Ha ha ha. You cannot run away now. A big old man appeared in front of Iroh. He was a tall and burly alien humanoid. He had tan-colored skin, yellow eyes with dark lines under them, and a large white mustache that covered his mouth. Thinking that Iroh was also a criminal, he proceeded to attack. Iroh dodged and asked. Who are you? I love my people. I love my land, and my planet. I love my universe. Leader of the Pride Troopers, I am Top the Bold. Whether they're small, or medium-sized, or extra jumbo. My fist of iron justice will smash evildoers in any size they come. Top proclaimed. Okay, want some tea? Iroh asked nonchalantly as he blocked a punch from Top. Shocking the giant man. Top was also a candidate to become Universe 11's next god of destruction. He was a humble, hot-blooded, and respectful fighter who strongly believes in justice. So, he was not an unreasonable person. Feeling shocked and weird, Top stopped himself from punching. Who are you? I am Iroh. Nice to meet you. Why don't you tell all your friends to come and have a drink? I come in peace. Iroh said. Top waved his hand a little and soon lots of people in red uniform came. One of us is in meditation so he can't come. Where are you from, Iroh? Top asked. He had not felt any kind of malice from Iroh, so he was respectable to him. I'm from Universe 7. I'm just traveling and seeing some sights. Iroh replied. Top's eyes widened a bit. So you are from there. Belmont told me about you all and I must say you are doing great. Ridding the universes of sins is justice. Iroh accepted the praise with a laugh. Haha, thank you, my friend. We are doing what we can. But even if we cleanse the universe, for now, it won't solve the problems permanently. Good and evil are always in a constant war. Top nodded, true. But we must keep on going further. Besides, I would have made sure your work was not in vain in the long term but don't have enough staff. Fighting won't be needed if you give better teaching to the kids. The current generation cannot be changed all of a sudden, my friend. They can only be stopped from doing bad. What's important is the future generation. If they are taught good morals from a small age, they will grow up to live by those morals. Iroh suggested. Top understood the meaning behind Iroh's wise words. He quickly decided to go and have a chat with the god of destruction Belmont about this idea. After this meeting, Iroh went to the next destination. This time it was a planet in Universe 6. He saw a boy with spiky hair. The boy was standing in the field alone, shouting with his fists closed. Hi-ya. Poof. But nothing happened. Sigh. Why am I so weak? I'm a failure. He muttered to himself. Iroh walked forward. Failure is only an opportunity for a new beginning. Don't lose faith in yourself, child. A/N. Hey, guys. We are in the last stretch of this arc now. I will be making some short world trips, selected from some of your choices, before we finally jump to DC. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 645. Iroh's Day Out 2. Kaba had been training alone all this time. He wanted to get more stronger so he could help more with the Sadal Defense Force. Even though he was already elite, he still wanted more. But, his training session was interrupted by the strange old man. Kaba was a good kid. So, he was very polite with Iroh. Hello, mister. How can I help you? Wait. He suddenly realized that he was on an uninhabited planet. No one was supposed to be there except him, Kale and Caulifla. How did you come here? He asked. Iroh chuckled. Haha, I am Iroh. You can just call me Grandpa Iroh. I am a mere traveler, looking at the wonders of the universe. What about you? Kaba couldn't feel any power from this old man, so he was not sure if he was a threat or not. But, any person traveling space mostly has some abilities. Even more, if the said person is really traveling for pleasure. I am Kaba, a member of the Sadal Defense Force, Kaba answered. Kaba was fair-skinned and of short stature and had a very slim build. Kaba's hair was black and spiky, with one bang hanging over his forehead. Kaba was a good-natured, polite, and humble scion. Why do I feel a familiar vibe from you? That hairstyle is also very familiar. What species are you from? Iroh asked. Kaba proudly answered. I am a scion. Kaba took pride in himself being a scion. After all, they were hired to stop crime, becoming a peaceful warrior race that brings down evil. Because of their vigilante nature, they earned renown of hero of justice, and all take pride in this. Iroh scratched his beard and nodded. Of course, Universe 7 and 6 are sister universes, so it is okay for scions to exist. But to think they are so different, it's amazing. Universe 7, 6. What do you mean? Kaba was confused. Whoosh. Suddenly 2 more figures came down from the sky and landed near Kaba. Oi, why didn't you reply to the transponder? The girl with spiky hair spoke. Kaba turned to her. Caulifla, I was talking to him. Caulifla turned to Iroh. Huh? Who is this old man? A traveler from Universe 7. My name is Iroh. Iroh greeted them. Huh? What is Universe 7? She brashly asked. Caulifla had long black spiky hair, thin eyebrows, and black eyes. She had the demeanor of a thug, and Kaba finds her hard to deal with. Her attitude was different from what one would expect out of the peace-loving 6th Universe scions. She was aggressive, crass, and proud of her power. Similarly to 7th Universe scions. You don't know. Well, this knowledge is usually not known by mortals. Tell me, do you know who rules this universe? Iroh asked. Someone rules this universe. Since when? She asked back in shock. So you don't know. Well, there are gods called God of Destruction and Supreme Kai. These 2 beings look after this universe. Though I think there is no God of Destruction at the moment because the last one got fired. Iroh revealed. Kaba nervously asked, even rulers of the universe can be fired. By whom? By the ruler of the 12 universes and my friend Alexander. Anyway, want some tea? Iroh asked as he set up his small table on the floor. The three scions sat around him, wanting to know more. They were still unable to digest this information. So there are more universes. How do I get there? Caulifla asked. You can't. Well, not unless you are God-level strong and can ask the angel to take you there. Iroh replied. He handed them glasses of tea. But when he was giving one to Kale he paused. She got flustered at that. But then Iroh went back to normal. Kid, you have great potential as a scion. I think you can do wonders with a little more training, he said. Whoosh. Out of nowhere, a light fell from the sky. It was definitely someone coming and it was not like Alexander's style. Soon, from the light came out Vados and shockingly, on her one hand was a staff and in the other was a toddler with red hair and human-looking body, but with long ears. Iroh got up. Hello, Vados. Who do we have here? Welcome to Universe 6, Uncle Iroh. I sensed your presence and decided to check up on you. She greeted him politely. Most angels were polite anyway. Their power level was so high that they never needed to have any bad thoughts about anything because they never cared. They were also angels and them being good was the main point. Oh, this is Iman, the new god of destruction of Universe 6. He was selected by the Grand Priest. This boy is the last of his species. They can get immensely strong very easily with a little bit of practice. But for now, all he needs is food, she revealed. A/N, he's an OC. Iroh looked at the kid wearing a baby-sized god of destruction dress. He seemed to have a prideful temperament. But with the milk bottle stuck to his mouth, he looked cuter. Haha, make sure this one does a better job. Where is Kampa? Iroh asked. Who knows, he said he will be traveling in search of good food. Vados shrugged. He should have gone to the Earth of Universe 7. They have lots of good food. Even Beerus lives there. Anyway, meet these three. Kaba, Caulifla, and Kale. They are scions. There are scions in Universe 7 too and they are very strong. Maybe you can take these three under you and train them to be the angels of destruction or something. Iroh suggested. Vados looked at the three for a while. Ho, indeed, they have a lot of potential. All they need is some practice. Who are you? Caulifla asked. She is the angel of Universe 6. Strongest being in Universe 6. If you train under her, you can reach heights you didn't even know existed. It's your decision in the end. I am just a simple old man. Traveling around. Iroh said. Okay, Vados. I will be leaving now. Gotta check out all of the universes. Take care. Iroh packed his stuff and simply left. When will you train me? Caulifla asked excitedly. Not here, we will go to the God of Destruction planet. Here, hold him until then. Don't anger him though, or else he might mistakenly destroy you from existence. She advised them. The three scions looked at the cute chubby face of Iman. It was hard to imagine that this kid was so strong. But they did not take chances. Lady Vados, who was that old man just now? He sounded like he was your senior. Kaba asked. Oh, that was the friend of Supreme God Alexander. Iroh is most likely stronger than me. Vados muttered. As Supreme God? The three exclaimed. Yes, he is even more powerful than the Grand Zeno, the god of 12 universes. I think Zeno is like a grandkid to him now. She replied. Okay, hold my staff you three. Do not let it go no matter what. With that, Iroh changed the destiny of three scions unknowingly. He, on the other hand, continued his tour. Spreading tea love in all universes. Eventually, he even met the Grand Priest and had a nice conversation with him. After that, he silently returned to his farm in Fixheim to tend his tea farm. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 646. Road to Power. Meanwhile, in Fixheim, Alexander had decided to do something major. This was the only way he could imagine himself getting better with his powers. He was already 70% as strong as God. 30% was left, but it was proving very hard to get stronger at this stage. Even a 0.1 increment came after a lot of work. Alexander got up from his small meditation session after spooking Douglas. He just had a thought that to become stronger, he needs to practice a lot, and for that, he needs a lot of time. The time that he does not have. What happened with the confrontation with Ravenflame was a wake-up call that Zulrak was not slowing down anytime soon. In fact, he had gotten faster. He also found out that Ravenflame was stronger than him. Zulrak was stronger than Ravenflame. This would make him very weak in front of Zulrak. I guess it's time to go back to that depressing hellhole, he muttered to himself. He first went to Olivia to tell her. She was asleep at the moment, so he went to talk to her in the bedroom. He had not gone to sleep in his room for months now, and he also felt bad for that. But he had decided to make up for all of this after all this mess was solved. Ha ha. When he got there, he heard laughs coming from the room. He entered silently and saw Olivia, Natasha, Medusa, Rena, Gali, Amy, Siri, and Hella sitting on the bed in a circle. In the middle were lots of photo albums. There were Thea and Erica too, but they were asleep. Olivia showed them a picture of Alexander's childhood. He was 9 years old in this and was wearing a Captain America t-shirt. He had a big smile on his face. He looked so happy, Medusa said. Olivia smiled looking at the picture. Yeah, he told me about this picture. In his orphanage, every 3 months, the locals would donate their used clothes. But these kids would have to compete to get their favorite clothes. Superhero prints were famous back then, and your grandpa was into superheroes at that time. So, he had to defeat 10 kids in rock paper scissors. He told me that he was using some mind tricks and making other kids make the move he wanted them to make. He was smart from an early age, Natasha said. By now, she already knew about the comics and stuff. In the start, it was weird for her that so many people knew about her life that she tried to keep a secret. But then she found out that even her alternate reality selves also had their lives made into comics. She, in fact, had fun reading about those. All those what-ifs were interesting, but still, she regarded this life of hers as the most blessed. Yeah, that was like a curse for him though. Because in just a year, he stopped liking superheroes as he realized that such things could never be true in reality. Olivia replied with a sigh. Hee hee, look at Grandpa running away from those men. I mean women. Amy laughed, picking up another image. He looks terrified, Hella added. Cough. It seems I have been made a laughingstock again. Well, Grandpa is happy as long as you all are happy. He interjected and sat beside Olivia. He put his arm around Olivia's shoulder and turned the pages of the album. The kids chuckled seeing them like this. What are you looking for? Olivia asked as she looked at his face. Nothing, just looking for the picture of you where you fell in the rain and got covered in the mud, Alexander said. Olivia burst into laughter when she remembered that. Ha ha ha. I remember. Then I ran after you to hug you. Then you fell again. Oh, I miss my clumsy Olivia. Alexander happily reminisced. Olivia raised her thin eyebrows. Really? I was clumsy. Tell me, who was the one that would forget to wear shoes every day while leaving for work? Alexander shook his head and softly tugged Olivia's hair, being her ear. My dear Ollie, you were more clumsy. Olivia did the same as she tucked Alexander's hair that was not much shorter than hers behind his ear. My dear Alex, I can keep on going all day. Cough. Guys, I think we should leave them alone, Rena spoke suddenly. Embarrassingly, Alexander and Olivia stopped looking into each other's eyes. Alexander got up. No, stay here. I came to tell Ollie that I will be going to train myself alone. To you all, it might just be a day or few, but there, millions of years will have passed. Olivia got up and put one arm on his shoulder. I won't stop you, but take care. I don't want you to turn cynical on me now. Alexander chuckled. I know. I will take care of myself. Okay, see you later. With that, he went out to Buddha to tell him what he was going to do. I agree with your decision. You need silence and peace to truly delve into your mind. Go, you will surely have some kind of progress. Remember, be one with the surroundings. But to do that, try to learn your surroundings first, Buddha suggested. Of course, his words weren't that simple. He didn't tell him to look at the scenery around him. But it was something else. Something not visible to the eyes. Alexander again went to the uninhabited planet in his solar system. This time, he was going to the extreme. Each minute there would be 1 million years outside in Fixheim. So, each day is nearly 1.4 billion years. Alexander doesn't want to be away from his family for too long, so he hopes to not take very long. But still, he didn't take the chances and put this highest limit on. Okay. Let's get going. He sat down cross-legged on a flat stone. Closed his eyes and tried to return to the state he was before in. He wanted to see everything, from the past, present to the future at the same time. He just stayed silent and sat for an unknown amount of time. In his mind, he learnt the secrets of omniscience. Somewhere in Omniverse. Meanwhile, Saitama was finding and hunting Zolrak's army like a bee searching for juicy flowers. Ha ha ha, your free run ends today, bald man. I, fish vagina, will be the end of you. I have brought 1 million demons with me. But, if you want, I can bring you to God Zolrak too. He is benevolent and will give you a place in his army. With your strength, you can easily be my assistant. Fish vagina shouted. Saitama didn't reply. Each time he came across Zolrak's army divisions, their commanders always talked like this. Death punch. Boom boom. Saitama without thinking much bombarded punches towards the army. Like constant bombs falling, instantly, a wave crossed by them, turning the million demon army into a paste as it went further. Fish Vagina died while crying in shock and despair. He realized too late that Saitama was way past the level for being his assistant, and he had also offended him by calling him bald. Damn you! Fish Vagina shouted as his inevitable death came. Fu! Saitama blew on his fist as if it was a gun. Too weak. After that, he jumped to the next coordinate. He soon appeared over the space of a planet that looked like Earth but seemed to be invaded by demons, apparent by its burning texture. Not just that, some other planets in the solar system were too attacked. Okay, let's start. A/N, Alexander won't be available for 2 to 3 chapters now. We will be following other characters, their training, and mischief. Ajax will also be going to a new world secretly. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 647. A man who doesn't speak. Saitama went straight down to Earth and landed in the middle of a demon horde. But, he noticed something. These demons were very different from the ones he had been killing all this time. They looked too ugly and weak to him. Aren't these from Zolrak's army, he wondered. Roar. Soon he saw a huge one. It had a humanoid-shaped demon but just looked very big. It had horns on its head. Saitama just walked towards it while beating the demons out of existence. He didn't even give them any thought and mercilessly butchered them. Eventually, he reached the large one. He jumped to the height of the head and punched normally. Splash. The head got destroyed into a bloody and gooey substance. The demon also fell to the ground, killing some smaller ones around it. But, Saitama was having a problem there. Why aren't there any demons that can speak? But luckily, while he was killing demons left and right, he finally saw something, not like a demon. It was a man, probably. In a futuristic-looking armor. He was also killing the demons left and right with his gun and hands. So Saitama went towards him to ask him about this world. Boom. Bam. He left behind a trail of blood and dead bodies of demons as he went to the men. Soon, the men also noticed him but did not react to it. Soon, Saitama was very close to him, so he spoke. Where are the demons coming from? Where is their leader? But the men didn't reply and still continued to kill the demons. Saitama, being the impatient guy he was sometimes, moved very fast and killed all demons around a kilometer radius. Friend, I can help you destroy the demons permanently. I can help you destroy their whole realm. But for that, we need some communication. Saitama tried to communicate. The men stopped moving and looked at Saitama for a while. As if assessing him. Soon, his suit made a noise. Scan complete. This man is a human, a powerful one at that. Voice said. A.I. He asked. I am Vega, the artificial intelligence who helps this guy here. He does not speak as his mind has been mutated by his rage and bloodlust for demons in the past tens of years. They call him Doomslayer, Vega explained. What happened? Saitama asked. Some scientists messed up on the base on Mars and that opened a portal to these demons' realm. Since then, this guy here has been fighting them and getting stronger. They also killed his rabbits and he's angry. Vega said. I'm also hunting demons. I have traveled to a lot of worlds. Tell me where the ruler of this world's demons lives. I will kill them. Saitama firmly said. Good, their ruler is the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord is the title of the supreme ruler of the realm of hell. We don't know what he looks like though. Vega revealed. Take me to hell, then, Saitama demanded. Can't. First, we need to secure Earth. This guy won't go anywhere until then. Vega said on behalf of the Doomslayer. I will help. You go left, I go right. Kill all demons and meet me halfway. Saitama planned. Deal, Vega replied. Saitama didn't wait and dashed to the right. Loud sounds of explosions came and slowly faded as he left behind dead bodies. Well, maybe let's meet at 1/5 way from this side, Vega commented. After that, Doomslayer also started slaughtering demons. Saitama didn't take too long and killed all the demons in record time. In fact, all of these were so weak that even the speed at which Saitama was moving killed lots of demons around him. So, he did just that and ran around at a fast speed. In just 15 minutes, he had done his job and now was on his way to meet the Doomslayer. Oh, are you done? You are fast. That's fine. Follow me if you want to go to hell. Vega spoke. Saitama followed Doomslayer behind. He had no idea what was going on in the head of this guy. Eventually, they arrived in hell with some kind of a portal. He didn't care to ask as he only wanted to kill demons. That big castle is where the Dark Lord lives. Saitama asked the obvious. Of course, the big bad guy lives in the big bad castle. Doomslayer, you kill the demons around here, meanwhile, I will deal with that Dark Lord. You just wait a second. Saitama said. How are you going to kill him? He is very strong. Vega asked. Watch me, Saitama replied. He kicked the ground and jumped a few meters high. Then, with decent force, he punched towards the castle. With a roar, the punch traveled at a speed unimaginable. The demons around them were shocked too, and even they looked toward the castle as if wanting to know their upcoming fate. Then it happened, too fast for anyone to even react. Well, there were just demons, but even they had the reaction of being scared already. Boom. An explosion that would make a nuke go shy occurred. The castle got covered in a cloud of dust and nothing could be seen to determine its fate. Huh. That was the first time Doomslayer showed an expression. It seemed he was happy maybe. Saitama stretched his shoulder. He didn't want to wait any longer, so he blew out air. It was nothing less than a storm. The cloud of dust got blown away, showing them the condition of the place castle used to be. There was nothing. Not even a brick left. There was just a deep, wide and smooth crater. Even the sand had turned into glass due to the heat. The demons around also got very scared. They tried to run away, but Saitama sent some punches in all directions and killed them. Doomslayer, I am on a mission to destroy the demon army of the biggest demon king Zorak. He wants to fight God and take his position. Do you want to travel with me and destroy these demons across the Omniverse? Saitama asked straightforwardly. He's a bit different from Genos, but I guess this will be fine, Saitama thought. Doomslayer didn't say anything, Vega gave the answer. He agrees, but first, you need to help him kill every single demon remaining so they can never rise again, Vega said. Saitama lifted his hand to shake. Deal. Surprisingly, Doomslayer shook it. So, they traveled all the dimensions known to Doomslayer, slaying demons. They even destroyed the technology that connected hell with the earth. Eventually, they cleansed the universe and went on their way to find another universe with demons of Zorak. Saitama had doubts that this world's demons were not related to Zorak. But, any dead demon was a good demon. A/N, well, stating the obvious. This was the Doom universe. Too many people had requested this. Now, even Doomslayer will help hunt the demons. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 648. Watermelon. It had been 2 days since Alexander had gone to meditate. Even though Fixame had all kinds of fun characters, but without Alexander, everyone felt a little lonely for some reason. The tailed beasts and kids were among the most affected. Olivia usually scoffed at how Alexander doesn't spend much time in Fixame, but moments like these tell her how important Alexander is to all of them. She had no idea how much time had passed on the special planet, but all she hoped for was that he succeeds in whatever he's doing. She had to spend time with all the tailed beasts and kids to not let them be sad due to their missing grandpa. Chome, catch. She threw the ball. All of them were playing catch right now. Yes. Chome flew high in the air and caught the ball. Shikaku complained, no, why are you flying? That is cheating. Chome passed the ball to Shikaku, no, you are just jelly. Grandma, when will Grandpa come back? Thea asked Olivia with watery eyes. She was not playing. Olivia picked her in her arms, sweetie, he is training in there. He will come back soon. Why don't you and Ajax go out and play? Okay. She nodded cutely and ran away to find Ajax. Olivia sighed seeing her like this. Thea was very much attached to Alexander as he spoiled her too much with love. Brother Ajax. Where are you? Thea ran into Ajax's huge room that was more like a small apartment because it had multiple rooms. Ajax was lazily reading some manga he took from Zeno. Here, Thea. He voiced from his entertainment room. Thea tippy-toed to the room. She also saw Hats lying on the sofa, chatting with Corinne's sister on the phone. Thea ran to him and hugged him tightly. Hats had gone through this experience before, so he was not very worried at the moment. All kids when small like to play with him. Thea, while holding Hats, talked to Ajax, brother, I'm bored. Grandpa is busy. Chome and Chappie are playing with the rest. Grandma says we both can go out to play. Sigh. Ajax put the manga aside and looked at his little sister. No one could say no to her cute chubby puppy face. Fine, let's go and have some adventures. Just you, me, and Hats. Ajax decided. Don't involve me in this. Hats shrugged. Are you sure? I'm sure Grandma would want you to come with me and Thea, Ajax said. Hats had to agree as Olivia would really say that. So, he jumped over and sat down on Ajax's shoulder and continued texting. Hats, open a portal to a nice world. Ajax requested. Hats was so into chatting that he just flicked his paw and opened a portal. In fact, Olivia had only allowed them to go out and play with Gohan, not go to a different world entirely. Ajax held Thea's hand and passed the portal. Ajax was much stronger and a bit more mature now than when he went on a solo adventure in the Full Metal world. Thea, though, was very young. But she had the ability that was very OP. Also, Alexander had put protective magic on her that would teleport her to Fixame in the face of danger, and in her place, 10 million droids would be sent to deal with the attacker. 10 million was overkill, but Ajax understood that if he was in place of Alexander, he would do the same. Thea must be protected at all cost. Brother, where are we? Thea asked while looking around at the dense forest. I don't know, Thea. But let's not worry about that. Aren't we here for adventure and fun? Let's set up a small camp here first. It seems sunset is going to happen and we are in a jungle. We will have some roasted meat with my special spices. He said and took out a full tent from his space pocket ring. Yay, tasty meat. Thea cheered. She had eaten the special spiced meat made by Ajax before. It was a recipe he had specially made to bribe the tailed beats and hats. It was one of his biggest secrets and he had decided to take it to his grave. Thea, sing me a song while I make the food. Hats, you also join. Ajax suggested. Hats finally put his phone aside as it was time to eat, and Corinne's sister, Karen, had also gone to sleep. He sat beside Thea. Okay, you two, sing after me. In a jungle on a cold dark night. With a brat and a girl who smiles so bright. All the monsters run way to hide. Ajax is a kid but a spoiled brat. He's strong but his head is empty. Strength is the only thing he has plenty. Our little Thea is a special one. Her smile gets our hearts won. She behaves well and is so warm. She makes everyone feel calm. Ajax stopped Hats and himself started singing. He also wanted to say something about Hats. His name is Hats. He's a narcissist cat and also fat. He's a lover now and a desperate at that. Hey, I'm not desperate. I haven't decided to date her yet. Hats clarified. Thea quickly spoke, making them go silent. I sing too. I love my grandma. I love my grandpa. I love my big brother. I love my Hats. I love my everyone. La 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 la. Her words were just what was in Thea's heart. Ajax and Hats didn't complain about it not rhyming and not sounding like a song. They just clapped for her. Amazing, Thea is smart, Ajax said. Yes, yes, come, Thea, food is ready, eat. Hats put food for her. The three ate and went to sleep for the night. Thea slept hugging the soft fur of Hats. He also acted as a responsible elder. Ajax just took a corner. Next morning. Ajax helped Thea brush her teeth and then folded the tent. Okay, let's go and look for humans. I don't think this jungle spans all over the planet. Ajax decided. Hats again sat on his shoulder and started chatting. Thea held Ajax's hand and walked alongside him happily. They came across many animals. Some deer, bears and even gorillas. But none of them came to attack because of the aura Thea was emitting. Hell, even mosquitoes didn't come near them. She was a natural repellent. As they walked, Thea pointed to a rock on the side. Big brother, look. Ajax also saw a black rock. But, it looked more like a life-sized human statue. But why was it there? He wondered. Soon, they came across many more of these. Most of them were covered in mud, signifying that they had been here for a long, long time. Strange, who made so many statues? There are even birds, he questioned. But Hats spoke and clarified, they aren't dead, kid. They are petrified, I think. Like the mythical Medusa? Ajax asked. Yeah. I can still feel their consciousness. Hats pointed out. Then we must find a way to help them. Ajax decided. Watermelon. Suddenly Thea exclaimed. Guess the world. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 649. Not from this world. Ajax turned to see where Thea pointed. It was indeed a watermelon. But it had eyes on it. They moved closer to check it out. But as soon as they were a few inches away, the watermelon started to twitch. Brother, it's moving, Thea said excitedly. That is suspicious. Let me cut it in half with my throwing knife before going any closer. Ajax decided. Wait. Brother, Watermelon speaks. Thea was even more excited now. I don't think it is the watermelon now. Whoever is hiding, come out. Ajax commanded in a serious voice. Pop. Suddenly, legs come from under the watermelon. It was most likely a child. It got up and turned to them. The watermelon was like a helmet now. Whoa, who are you? Thea asked. The watermelon kid looked at him, Thea and Hats. Then it spoke. I am Suka, who are you? Ajax understood this was a girl. I am Ajax, this is Thea and this fat cat is Hats. We are travelers. Do you know where more people live? Of course, they live in my village, oh, I mean the Kingdom of Science. Suka answered. Kingdom of Science? What happened to this world? Can you take us there? I will give you this. Ajax showed her a lighter. Tick. Suka looked at the flames that came from the top of it. Whoa, another sorcerer. I mean scientist. Come with me. Everyone is welcome in the Kingdom of Science. She cheerfully ran away, leading the way. Well, she's dumb or this world is back to the Stone Age. Hats commented. Don't be mean, Uncle Hats. She's small. Thea argued. While in fact, she was even smaller than this Suka girl. Everyone. I found more people. Suka ran to her village, shouting. Her voice attracted everyone there. Soon, Ajax and Thea were surrounded by people. They are kids. Look at that cat. Can we eat it? They talked about them. Ajax's red and white dual-tone hair was a major topic too. But by far, the cat using the phone was the most talked about topic. Seeing everyone's dresses and the huts behind them, Ajax guessed that either he was in the past of Earth or World War happened and this is years in the future. He was mostly sure about it being Earth because the girl talked in Japanese. Hello, my name is Thea. Thea politely introduced herself with her hands together and a slight bow. Aw. So cute. Everyone made noises because of that. What's going on here? Soon a voice came from behind the crowd. Everyone made way to let this person come forward. Ajax expected to see the leader of these people, but, unfortunately, it also turned out to be a kid. He had white hair though, much different from the rest of the people. However, Ajax did feel weird because there were too many blonde people and he was supposed to be in Japan. Senku saw the new arrivals. Instinctively, he first looked at the little girl because she was radiating such happy vibes. But then he noticed the girl's clothes that were a skirt, a t-shirt, a belt and also a headband made of plastic. He didn't understand why someone would go through the trouble to make all of these. Then he noticed Ajax, who was wearing a shirt, pants, belt, leather shoes too. All of these didn't look crudely handmade. Instead, they looked well factory crafted. After that, what he saw nearly had his eyes pop out. Not because of the cat using a phone, but because of a phone existing in the first place. This was 3,700 years after the petrification event. No such technology should have lasted this long. Where did you find that phone? Senku asked loudly. Ajax put his attention on this boy now. With his unique hair, he was either a villain or the main character of this world. Also, seeing how he behaved, it seemed he knows about modern things. My grandpa made it, Ajax replied. Where is he? How did you have all the stuff needed to make it? Senku asked hastily. Ajax shrugged, it was easy for him. We had all the stuff available at ease. Wait, aren't you gonna ask why this cat is using a phone? Senku's eyes twitched, yeah, why is he doing that? Because I'm no household cat, kid. Hats jumped from the back of Ajax. It shocked everyone there. It spoke, many exclaimed. Now, where is the food? This god is hungry. Hats ordered like some fat lord. Just due to shock, someone went away and brought him a bowl of handmade ramen. Hats ate it and made a bad face, you call this food? This is a compromise. I'll go and catch some fish myself. Senku was still in shock. Did they evolve? No, it's not possible. Wait, is this kid's grandpa some kind of super scientist who made this cat intelligent? He thought about all this. But, considering that the boy in front of him could have such things, there was no denying he could probably bring other things. He decided to befriend him. I am Senku Ishigami. This village's leader. Welcome to the Kingdom of Science. He welcomed them with open arms. Ajax did not shy and followed them. Thea was taken to the side, though not away from Ajax's visible range by Suka. So, where is this grandpa of yours? Senku asked. At home, working on something. He was busy and that is why we came out here. Ajax replied. He was being honest till now. Ajax then noticed a lot of structures. Whoa, a blast furnace. An electricity generator. You are doing a great job, considering you made them from scratch. Senku proudly nodded. Thanks, I want to make many more things but I have no tools. But, if your grandpa can help us a little, I believe we can change the world. What are your goals? Ajax inquired. He wasn't going to help anyone now. Not before knowing their motivations. Senku smiled and looked at the sky. Well, considering that the world is in ruin and not many humans are running around. Countries and laws have been reset. I want to create a society based around technology that only focuses on making our lives better and invent more advanced stuff. So the word kingdom is just for the show. So you want to make a technocracy? A system of government in which a decision maker or makers are elected by the population or appointed on the basis of their expertise in a given area of responsibility, particularly with regard to scientific or technical knowledge? Ajax asked. Senku nodded. Yeah, that would be nice. Your dreams are good, but they are too detached from reality. Maybe this small number of people will agree with you. But remember, humans are greedy creatures. There will be others in this world who probably have started their small kingdoms too. Maybe some of them are directly opposite to your ideology, who want to establish a dictatorship for personal greed. How are you planning to convince them? Ajax inquired. Senku was silenced. He had thought about this before and had no idea how he would do this. He was just going with the flow. Haha, I guess you aren't wrong. There is already someone who wants to destroy this small kingdom of mine. But, I will not back down. He firmly said. Ajax nodded. Then I will support you. But first, can you tell me what the hell happened to this world? Wait, don't you know about the past? Weren't you or your family depetrified? Senku asked with doubt. Ajax scratched his head awkwardly. Well, you see. I am not from around here. What do you mean? The whole world is back into the Stone Age. Senku argued. I meant to say, I am not from this planet, Ajax replied awkwardly. Senku's mind went blank for a minute. Straight face. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 650. Secrets of Omniscience. What? Senku nearly shouted. It was a very bad joke, he added after calming down. I was not kidding. I did not come from this universe. You see, my grandpa is a god. He's is like a punisher of the Omniverse. Traveling realities and worlds is very easy for us. You see that cat, he is the god of all chaos. He can destroy this planet with an intentional sneeze. That sister of mine also has her powers. I, on the other hand, have extreme super strength and also a bit of magic. Ajax explained. But obviously, Senku didn't believe it. Okay, let me prove it. Try to imagine a test that would make you believe that I have super strength. Ajax asked. Senku looked left and right. Finally, he pointed to a huge boulder, probably a few tons. Destroy that with a punch. Then I will agree. Heh. Ajax shrugged and walked towards it. Everyone else also noticed some activity happening, so they followed the movement. Ajax simply raised his fist and punched. Boom. With a loud sound, the boulder got destroyed into small pieces. I can also do this, Ajax spoke and waved his hand. In an instant, the destroyed boulder started assembling itself back into its original shape and position. In just 5 seconds, it was as good as before. Senku and Chrome, in shock, jumped at the boulder to test it. But its structural integrity was as good as any boulder. They kicked it, punched it, and only hurt themselves. They turned back to Ajax and looked at him with confusion. If you had just destroyed the boulder, I could have come up with a reason. But, the way you repaired it. Senku was stuck in thoughts. Yeah, science cannot explain what I just did. That is why we call it magic. In a more scientific term for people like you, we can call it energy manipulation, but such things cannot be replicated by machines. Only a selected few can do it with their bodies. As I said, I am not a normal human, my genes come from my grandpa who himself is a god. I know, it sounds strange, so let's just say, he's the administrator of the Omniverse. He is also the son of the creator of the Omniverse. Ajax said at length. He was trying his best to not make them freak out. But, what he was afraid of happened. Everyone except Senku kneeled and started chanting, Kami-sama. Is this what Grandpa feels like? Ajax thought wryly. He waved his hand and forcefully lifted everyone up. Please don't do that. Just think of me as a weird superpowered child. Please ignore me and return to your work. Tonight, I will be sponsoring a big feast for you all. Leave all the food and cooking for me. He announced. Everyone cheered and went away after that. He then turned to Senku. Now, will you tell me what happened to this world? Senku was feeling a bit numb in the head, but he answered. Where should I start? 3,700 years ago, something strange happened in the world. Suddenly, all the people in the world turned into stone. They were not dead, just petrified. In all these years, the world as we knew it changed. Nature took over and what were human constructions disappeared. I was conscious the whole time, counting days. I was able to get depetrified not long ago, thanks to luck. Now, I just found out that my father and a few more astronauts who were in space at that time came back. They established this village here and all the people here are their descendants. There is also a threat of Tsukasa Empire, established by a formal ally, Tsukasa, who plans to purge humanity. He wants science to not develop so people can stay pure. He wants the world to not have any crimes and for that, he is ready to do anything. He tried to kill me before, he will try it again. Except for this, I don't know much about the remaining world. It is still a mystery. Senku explained everything. Ajax nodded continuously. I know if Grandpa were here, he would have done the same. Senku, I will help you. I will help you establish a worldwide technocracy. Senku was hoping to hear exactly this. Support from literal gods and demigods was like a confirmed win, like a cheat code in a game. I might not be very smart in the ways of science, but I can do other things with magic. Also, I can provide you with anything you need. Just tell me. Ajax assured him. Senkei nodded. What power do your sister and Hats have? Leave them out of this. Thea is 3 years old. Her power is her innate ability to affect the mood of everyone around her. She can make you happy or sad depending on her mood. Hats, on the other hand. He is extremely strong, very, very strong. He also has reality manipulation powers. But we better leave him out of this. There is a reason he is called the God of Chaos. Ajax warned him. Hearing all this exaggeration about Hats, Senku gulped and agreed. But he also thought Ajax's sister was very powerful. Your sister, if she learns to control her power, can become the best ruler anyone can hope for. She can defeat entire armies easily. Haha, yeah. My little Thea is strong. Ajax dotted on her. Cool, Ajax, I was trying to make a telephone. But now that you are here. Can you bring us some mobile phones, transmitter, receiver, signal switcher, data center unit and also an AC-DC transformer? Senku asked. He was feeling weird asking for things from someone. Ajax nodded. Sure, you will have all of them by tomorrow. In fact, I will ask Uncle Alfred to give me a set of communication satellites too. Senku couldn't be happier. But there was a problem. How will you send them to space? Easy, I will throw them, Ajax replied nonchalantly, leaving Senku in shock. Straight face. Pocket dimension, special planet. Alexander didn't know how long he had been sitting there. It was more accurate to say that he didn't care. He was so engrossed in his training that the thought of anything else didn't cross his mind. Initially, he tried very hard to become one with his surroundings. But all his attempts were in vain. So, he started from the start. Remember, be one with the surroundings. But to do that, try to learn your surroundings. These words of Buddha were repeating themselves inside his mind again and again. He knew there was something. So, he tried to see his surroundings on a molecular level. From there, he had an observation. Till now, all he tried was to see the present, past and future of people. But, it turned out his method was wrong. Because time didn't just affect the living beings, but also the non-living ones. It doesn't matter if it's a rock that hasn't been moved for years, it still has a past, present and a future. It has an existence. So, Alexander acknowledged the existence of everything, from the biggest to the smallest. After that, he tried to do it again. He tried to switch on the omniscient mode of his mind. As soon as he did that, he had an out-of-body experience. But he had no physical appearance. He was just existing somehow. He was simply there. Then, he noticed. His mind was showing him 3 different visions at the same time. Past, present, and the future. He tried to enlarge the scope of vision. Soon, he saw Fixheim, Drakium, Chaosheim, Frostheim, Apeheim, and all other planets in his pocket dimension. Then, he looked further. He saw all the stuff in his pocket dimension. He couldn't help but scold himself for this mess. There was so much useless stuff lying there. He was seeing everything right now. From the smallest to the biggest moments. Then, be focused on different people in Fixheim. Soon, he started seeing their lives. He saw Amy's future, where she was still playing with her adopted daughter. He saw Amy's past, where she was still small and played in his lap. But what shocked him was that in all these memories, he didn't appear physically, but the person interacting with him was still moving. This gave him the revelation. That he existed beyond time and space. There was only one version of him, and that was him at this very instant. So, he decided to try to see the past and present of Archangel Michael and Buddha. These two were omniscient too. But what shocked him was that they didn't have a past or future either. They were like him. They may have their iteration in other dimensions, but in time, there was only one. Later, he found something else. That even if a being didn't exist beyond time and was still omniscient, Alexander still couldn't read their future. He could only see their past and present. This was because the other party would know they were being spied upon. They will always know what will happen in their future, so it will never be the same. Two omniscient beings can never spy on each other. No wonder Zolrak hasn't been dealt with. No wonder the old man hasn't destroyed all his plans. But I still want to know, why didn't God kill Zolrak in his budding stage? I'm sure he wasn't omniscient at the start, Alexander wondered. He had a hunch, but he hoped it was not true. After he was done, Alexander retracted his consciousness back into his body and opened his eyes. He looked around and was shocked. His hair had grown too much. He didn't even know where they ended. He simply cut and burned them. Then he got up. Okay, mental training is done. Let's start with the magical and physical side. With that, he again got to work. He was not going to come out until he was sure he could kill the likes of Ravenflame like they were flies. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 651. A message from space. Ajax gave all the people there an amazing buffet that night. He brought food directly from Fixheim. There were just 30 or so people in the village anyway. Many of them were children too. Ah, finally some real food. Senku devoured food like an animal. The people were like that too. They had never eaten such tasty food in their life. There was also an old man called Kasiki. He looked small and weak, but he suddenly ripped his clothes and buffed up. But his eyes were also tearful because of the taste. Ajax then noticed Hats not eating food. Hey, Hats. Stop texting. I've told you already, you are being catfished. I can guarantee that the person on the other side is a guy. Oh really? Since when did Ajax become love guru? Hats scoffed. Because I read your chat, dude. I know when there is a guy on the other side. Call it a hunch. Ajax insisted. Huh, well, my hunch says my Kirin is a cute kitty cat. Hat rebuked. Ajax shook his head. That is not a hunch, that is desperation. Big brother, I'm sleepy. Thea came to Ajax. She rubbed her eyes. She had played with other kids the whole time that day and had gotten tired. Okay, you will be sleeping in my tent. Can't have you away from my eyes. Let's go. He had already set up a tent for himself in the village. He was also going to bring some hoi poi capsule houses later. They were amazing as they came with all modern convenience. For the night, they slept cozily. The next day, Ajax disappeared into Fixheim for a few minutes. When he appeared, he came with lots of stuff. Senku, here you go. 100 mobile phones, 2 step-up transformers, a full communication system setup. Uncle Alfred made it smaller and more efficient. And here are 24 mini-satellites for our real-time 24/7 worldwide communication coverage. Ajax revealed. Senku was excited, very very excited. But before they sent the satellites in space, what they needed was to set up a command center. To control and maintain these satellites. But, they had a problem. Insufficient electricity. Even though they had a transformer now, it still needed electricity first. Senku. Let's make a hydroelectric dam. We have a running river here and we will be making a small dam, so that it does not affect the river badly. I have the strength and you have the mind. If you make the design in concrete, I will bring the turbine and the motor, along with some big batteries. Ajax suggested. Senku smiled ear to ear. He wanted to make a dam eventually, but this was better, his plans were getting fulfilled much faster. A good plan, Ajax. Let's do it. So, with that, everyone got to work. Senku had already worked to make concrete, so this time making it was easy. What they needed to do was to make it on a large scale. Hence, Ajax told them to catch a few horses or bulls to help them woman work. He was already surprised that these people had not domesticated many animals yet. After that, making the concrete became easy as the bulls were used for mixing. No animals were harmed in all this process, instead, they were given a better life, away from the dangerous jungle, filled with predators. Once done, Ajax went to Fixheim and brought the needed material. He then first dug into the sideways for the river to make it bypass. Then he blocked the middle section. Quickly, keep on handing me cement. I will lay it perfectly, Ajax instructed. Senku oversaw the whole project. He made sure that all the design plans were correctly followed. So Ajax just built a dam in a day. With the help of magic, it also solidified very soon. After that was the important machinery that needed to be added. After a few more minutes, the dam was done and he redirected the river to its original path. Ajax quickly released the brakes from the turbine and the water flow started increasing the turbine's speed. The meters at the control station started showing a positive charge. The needle in the meter slowly rose up. Soon, the electric grid switched on and light bulbs around the whole village and inside the hit started to light up. The whole village looked bright even in the darkness. Kids and elders cheered for this bright invention. Ajax couldn't help but smile. These people, except Senku, were really like Stone Age people. Every new invention was a first for them. But Ajax and Senku were not done. Then they went ahead to set up the communication system. The control center was set up in a house. After a lot of thinking and celebrations, Senku agreed, Ajax, throw them. Ajax looked in the sky to focus on where he was supposed to throw them. But then he noticed something. A blinking light in the sky. Senku, why is that light blinking in the sky? Ajax asked. Senku focused on the sky. He also noticed the flickering lights. This space station should be in shreds by now. What could it be? Oh, I know about that. It was some kinds of lines. I plotted them but couldn't read them. Chrome interjected. What? Where is the paper? Senku asked. Chrome ran towards his lab, Senku did it too. Ajax calmly went after them. Once there, Senku held a page with Japanese characters. Chrome started explaining how he found this. I paid close attention to the stars and notices a pattern in the light signal. I noticed that the light shines in different places each time. I then arranged the light signals the way I saw them and plotted out the points. The points, when put together, read something I don't know. Byakuya, I am here, that is what the signal said. This means, there is someone or something up there, waiting to be rescued. Senku exclaimed. No problem, Hats here will go up there, set up the satellites and bring back whatever is the originator of this signal. Ajax decided. Will he be okay? Senku asked. Sure, he can easily live in a vacuum. Don't forget who he is. Ajax boasted. Huh, all right, I will go and save whoever is stuck there. Hats heroically agreed. Meanwhile, Ajax talked to Senku. Now that we have this device working, where will we put it for your friend to pick it up? Somewhere near the base of Tsukasa. Senku planned. In fact, you don't even have to worry about this Tsukasa Empire anymore because I am here. Don't worry. He patted Senku's shoulder. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rakamura, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 652. Grandpa got OP. Rei was an AI robot invented by Byakuya Ishigami, Senku's father. This was a project Byakuya had worked on for a long time and Senku had seen it too. It was present during the petrification event and made its debut to the astronaut crew soon after, revealing itself as version 37, a much more rounder and slicker version. It was later revealed that while Rei had the brainpower of 60 smartphone boards and was filled with useful scientific knowledge, it lacked common sense protocols and human biology information, such as average human lifespans. Rei was pivotal in returning the astronauts to Earth, providing the necessary scientific data and doing all the necessary calculations and simulations in order for the Soyuz module to land safely in an appropriate position. Before they all left Rei, Byakuya, with a sorrowful expression, told Rei that it is his friend and he will one day return for it. Byakuya's promise was actually a lie. The astronauts needed all of the station's fuel to go back down on Earth, and the International Space Station would, on its own, burn into the Earth's atmosphere in about a year from the current date. Byakuya knew all that and never intended to come back for Rei. The promise was intended for the little robot to pass on in peace. Rei instead took Byakuya's promise literally and took it upon itself to maintain and keep the ISS in orbit until Byakuya's return. To that end, it modified itself to first fix the solar panels by attaching itself to the space station's arms. When it found out that the astronauts used all of the station's fuel, it found a way to modify the food they left behind into fossil fuel to return the ISS back into its original orbit. And when that ran out, it modified the station's engine to be hydrogen-powered. At some point, Rei discovers that there was something wrong with its brain. Of the 60 smartphone boards inside it, 12 had ceased functioning. This was because the high-energy particles coming out of the sun can burn delicate circuitry. Not to be one to give up, it used the station's computer circuits to upgrade its brain with the capabilities of 1000 SP smartphone points to match up to its upgraded functionality. 20 years after the petrification event. I wonder how Byakuya is doing, Rei wondered. For the next few years, Rei kept on fixing the ISS and also itself by going out for resource hinting. He found all the remaining satellites and used them. 42 years after the petrification event, Ray realized that Byakuya must not know it was still okay and in space, so it decided to make a light signal to show Byakuya where it was in order to him to return. Unfortunately, it was too late. The first light signal Ray broadcasted was the last thing Byakuya ever saw. Realizing his little robot friend was still waiting for him aboard the ISS in space, Byakuya cried as he lay down dying alone in the river, unable to tell anybody that his little robot friend was still alive. Meanwhile, Ray, not knowing that Byakuya had just died because it lacked knowledge of human biology, decided to show the light signal whenever it passes over the place Byakuya landed, but only once a year because of the high energy cost it had. 200 years after the petrification event, Ray noted how much greener the Earth looked. It then witnesses Mount Fuji erupting, turning a huge part of the formerly green land gray. At the same time, it witnesses an asteroid hit the Earth. The asteroid landed in Rome and turned the city into a 25 kilometers crater. It also caused severe damage to the ISS, and Ray was having a really tough time with the repairs. The asteroid impact had a severe ecological impact too, turning the entirety of Europe gray and ushering in a new ice age. Ray hoped Byakuya was okay and that he kept himself warm as he lighted up the signal once more. Time flew by for the Earth and the ISS. The robot witnessed numerous Mount Fuji eruptions and wondered if it could stop them. It witnessed Byakuya's island growing larger due to an earthquake, and it replaced the solar panels of the ISS for the 50th time. Ray wondered when would Byakuya return as it continued fixing the space station. 3,200 years after the petrification, Ray discovered that a meteor was heading towards Earth, set to strike Japan in 500 years. The meteor was 40 kilometers in diameter and weighed 300 trillion tons. Its destructive power was calculated to be 200,000 times more than the last one. Should it hit the Earth, not only would Japan get wiped out, but all of Earth's oceans would evaporate and all life on Earth bigger than 1 centimeter would go extinct. The entirety of the Earth would become gray. Ray, now branding itself an Ishigami, as the surname of Byakuya, decided to go crafting to prevent the meteor impact in order to protect Byakuya and the rest of humanity so that they may return. It created a space factory that manufactured 4,000 hydrogen bombs which, 350 years later, got simultaneously launched towards the meteor. As the missiles hit the meteor, the explosions became visible on Earth, and Senku, in his petrified state, also saw it but couldn't understand its meaning. The operation was successful and the meteor impact was averted, but in doing so, Ray sacrificed a big part of the ISS and a huge chunk of its gathered resources. It could no longer fix or upgrade itself, and it was in a really bad and beat-up shape. Ray still saved the light signal though and was still determined to keep lighting it, despite the energy cost it had. 3,572 years after the petrification, Ray gathered up whatever scarce resources it found around Earth's orbit and constructed a giant robot, which, in actuality, was a 3D printer. Knowing that its end was near and that it would soon cease to function, Ray constructed a set of instructions, made out of physical disks, set to last millions of years, which would guide the 3D printer into rebuilding both the ISS and Ray directly in space, so that Byakuya could return to it after the original Ray and the ISS are gone. As the memory of people faded due to memory damage by solar radiation, Ray set the 3D printer into motion. As it laid down, about to cease function, it wondered how many years humans live and if the fact that the Earth was now green holds any significance. It wondered if Byakuya would return for it tomorrow. It decided it was best not to know these things because waiting for it was a reason to stay alive. It then recalled its very first memory, that of Senku commenting on how sad and lonely Byakuya must be to make a robot girl model. Ray wondered if Byakuya was lonely and if that's a bad thing. Its final thought was that there was still meaning in a lifetime of waiting. 3,718 years after the petrification event, on the very day Senku was revived, the reconstruction of the ISS was complete and Ray was reactivated inside a new body. The new body resembled that of the robot girl, Ray-01 model Byakuya had in his office, and was much more humanoid in appearance. The newly rebuilt ISS now resembled a space city more than a space station. Still being beholden to Byakuya's promise, Ray got back to sending the light signal. Back on Earth, Senku saw the light coming from the ISS. The thought passes through his mind that it might be the International Space Station, but he immediately dismissed it. Chrome, on the other hand, notices it and also wrote it down, but left it to it. The little robot, now a very intelligent humanoid AI, kept on waiting. Wondering if Byakuya also misses her as she missed him. Her only wish now was to stay alive until the time comes she meets her maker again. It was again the time of the day when the space station passes over the location of the island. Ray decides to send the light signal as always, once a year. However, she suddenly sees something coming up from the surface of the planet. Is Byakuya coming for me? She couldn't help but get a little excited. An emotion, new to herself. She excitedly went to the entrance she had specifically made so Byakuya or other humans could enter. She didn't know much about human biology, but she knew that this thing was very important in ISS. Knock knock. Hats knocked. But no one opened the door. So, he opened it himself and went in. He had already set the satellites before coming here. But once he entered, he was left in shock. Not just him, Ray was left in shock too. Ray only knew what humans looked like, not cats. So for Ray, Hats was a possible threat. While Hats quickly sensed that this nude girl was actually a machine, just human-like. But, she was giving expressions of a human. Hats knew a lot of androids in Fixame, so this was not surprising to him. "Hey, little girl. I am Hats. Have you been showing that light signal?" Hats asked kindly. Ray nodded. "Are you from down there?" "What are you?" "Haha, yes, I am from there. We saw the light, so I decided to come and check up on you." "Why didn't you yourself come down to Heart?" he asked. "Because Byakuya Ishigami told me he would come back here," she replied. Hats raised his eyebrow, quickly guessing what had transpired. "What? You've been waiting here for 3,700 years? Child, humans can only live up to 120 years max." Ray was shocked and saddened. Her shoulders fell in disappointment. "Then, he is dead." "I'm afraid so, yes. But, Byakuya and other astronauts were able to start a family there. There is a whole village of their descendants. There is also the son of Byakuya, Senku, alive. I think you do not know about what happened on Earth. Let me show you." "You also seem to be lacking in biological knowledge," Hats deduced. He used magic and materialized a USB drive with all valuable knowledge. "Here, scan this. You will know everything." Hats gave it to her. Ray was innocent and didn't know how cruel people can be. She simply stuck the USB drive in her arm, without checking it externally first. Immediately, Ray found out about the petrification, life of Byakuya, what happened to humanity, human nature, and also the biology. But she saw a problem. "Why are you not in this information? There is no mention of a talking cat," she asked. "Kid, I am not a simple cat. You can say that I am an alien. I just came here to sightsee. I will leave soon. Now, do you want to come with me to Earth?" he asked. Ray looked around at the new ISS. "What about this place?" "Don't worry, I will send someone to maintain it," Hats assured her. He also notified an android in Fixame to come here to ISS. "Okay, how will we go down?" "We need to make a rocket," Ray asked as she didn't see any aircraft. "Kid, we will fly." Hats quickly grabbed her and dragged her out. "You also need some clothes." He muttered and materialized some clothes on her. Ray was internally a bit excited about finally going to the planet she had been seeing for so long. Though there was still some sadness lingering, but the prospect of meeting Senku again made the sorrow lessen a little. Fixame. Olivia had just found a letter in Ajax's room after she called for him multiple times. "Mom, Grandma, don't worry about me. Thea and Hats are going out for an adventure. We will return soon." These were the words in the letter. But, after looking for him in the Dragon Ball world, they realized that by going out he meant going to another universe. But they had no idea where he went. Just at that time, Alexander arrived. Special planet. Alexander had drowned himself in his physical training this time. He had too many powers and ways to fight, and that was a bad thing according to him. He didn't need 100 different types of energy laser beams. He needed one powerful laser with the strength of 100 of his attacks. So, he worked to combine his attacks and powers into one and proceeded to train them to the max level so they would become instincts. This way he won't have to think while fighting. His power level as compared to God kept on increasing by seconds. From 70%, it reached 80 just by mastering omniscience. Then, with more training, his power level reached 85%. Now, he was possibly only below God in terms of power. He didn't think about Zolrak though. That would only be found out when he fights him. But, he had decided he was going to at least get to 90% before he starts a full-scale attack from his side and take back the whole Omniverse region currently ruled by Zolrak. I wonder how much time has passed, he thought, and took out a watch he had set up. It showed how much time passed in Fixame. To his shock, 5 days had passed there. This meant that Alexander had been training for 7.2 billion years. I didn't even feel it. I guess I'm getting too old now. Well, I am missing my family too. He immediately went out. Pop. Alexander heard Olivia getting worried about Ajax and Thea. "Don't worry, they are fine," Alexander assured her. She looked back. She noticed a change in aura and body of Alexander. He looked like God. She couldn't pinpoint it, but Alexander seemed different. "How do you know that?" Olivia inquired. Alexander went ahead and hugged his wife. Then he took a long breath. I know everything, Ollie. Past, present, future. Ajax is just having fun, Thea is also enjoying. Moreover, Hats is there. As soon as she hugged him, she felt he had gotten thinner. How long did you spend there to get so thin? 7.2 billion years. What? Did I get more handsome? He asked jokingly. She lightly punched him. Thea and other kids were missing you so badly. But, I guess you had a very bountiful time on that planet. Yes, Ali. It helped me a lot. Now, let's go out and meet everyone, he said and walked with Olivia. His hand was on her waist, but it was slowly falling down. Olivia quickly slapped it. Huh, did your training make you a pervert? He chuckled. Hee hee, oh no, I was just appreciating my beautiful wife. Let's go. I'm hungry, for food of course. A/N, I really like the whole story of Ray, the robot, so I added it. It single-handedly saved the whole Earth while waiting for its friend's return. Ray will probably go to heaven someday. Anyway, Alexander's all ready and powered up for DC Arc. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 653. Hitler. Hats came back with Ray. The first person she talked to was Senku. Senku also recognized her, but he did not know that this was the same robot his father was making. However, it all became clear when she told him and others everything about herself. Since her creation to right now. She told them how she stayed alive, how she kept the ISS updated and also how she saved Earth from destruction. Just from this, everyone grew to respect Ray. But probably the one who respected Ray the most was Senku. He understood the crazy task required to make so many hydrogen bombs and save the Earth while being in space and low on resources. Senku chuckled, thinking what his father would have thought if he were to know that his creation saved the Earth. He then decided to welcome Ray to his kingdom of science. Well, father made you, he made me too, biologically. So we're practically family. Welcome to the kingdom of science. Senku welcomed her. Ray was happy and shook Senku's hand. Now that she had all the knowledge about biology, she knew how fragile humans were, so she delicately shook everyone's hand. Ajax also jumped in. Ray, come with me to fix him later. Uncle Alfred can upgrade your body and mind to extreme levels. You will be basically like humans then. You will also be able to eat and taste. Really? I always wanted to know what food tasted like. Ray responded. Till now, all the food left by astronauts was just used as fuel by her. After that, with the addition of Crazy Smart Ray, things became easier. Ray was much better when it came to electrical and computational work. They soon set up the mobile connection and started the phones. It was winter anyway, so all of the people in the village were sure that Tsukasa wouldn't attack them. Senku also sent a phone to his friend, Oki. Despite Ajax telling Senku to call Oki back to the village and that there was no need for infiltration anymore, but Oki didn't listen. Senku believed Ajax, but he had no idea how he could make someone understand that God was with him. Anyway, after mobile phones and there being plenty of electricity, Senku and Ajax decided to start putting the permanent foundation of the kingdom of science. First, they were going to increase the standard of living of everyone and also focus on teaching kids. Ray happily agreed to teach the children. To increase the standard of living of everyone, they needed 5 basic things. 1. Nutritious food. 2. Medical care and hygiene. 3. Education. 4. Job. 5. Security. Ajax talked to Senku about these. As long as we have all this, no matter how big your kingdom gets, people will be happy. But, currently, we are at a point at which there is a lack of brain talent. Admit it, you and Ray alone cannot bring back humanity to its feet. We need talented people for this. So, what I want you to do is tell me where I can find such people. Tell me if you know their faces or names. I will bring their stone and we will depetrify them. Senku quickly gave some names of the scientists he knew about and some who worked with his father. Then he told him some names of teachers from his school that were actually good. Ajax used Accio to bring them magically. Many of them were shattered and were missing pieces. These could not be repaired. Ajax couldn't magically produce the missing parts. What would happen if we revived them with a missing limb? Ajax asked. I don't know. Most likely they won't have the limb. But I don't know if there will be wounds. Senku said. Let's try. I can heal them very quickly. Then, we will give them cyberware. Making them is not hard with the help of Ray. Ajax advised. Senku did not reject this idea. These were scientists they were talking about. These scientists were important as they were masters in different fields. Senku couldn't work alone on all subjects. So, they tried the method. As Ajax said, upon depetrification, the missing limb turned into a bloody wound. Ajax quickly used magic to seal the wound and heal it. Slowly, Senku had revived 15 scientists of his choice. All these also had families that needed to be revived, however, most of them were destroyed completely because of too many natural disasters. These 15 scientists were not all Senku's first choice either. Many of these were revived because the favorite one's body was destroyed completely. The whole winter season, everything improved immensely. Electricity, mobile, food processing, cloth processing, all kinds of things were being made there. With time, winter was near its end run and Oki had texted that Tsukasa was planning to attack due to the constant improving might of Kingdom of Science. That's it, Senku. We are going to go and have a talk there. By we, I meant you and me only. Rei is, although superpowered now, should remain here to safeguard the village. I'm gonna beat this Tsukasa in his own game. Ajax decided. Sigh. Senku hated this. He was a man of science, he loved making stuff. These armed conflicts were just a distraction and a waste of time, but these things needed to be addressed as the opponent was coming for his life. Okay, let's go. Senku nodded. So, they wore some warm clothes and headed out. Many people from the village wanted to come but were denied. However, Thea, Suka, Gen Asajiri and Kahaku still secretly followed them. They were caught by Ajax, but he brought them along. Along the way, Senku told him about the Tsukasa Empire. The Tsukasa Empire was based on the philosophy of anarcho-primitivism, a political ideology that advocates a return to non-civilized ways of life through deindustrialization, abolition of the division of labor or specialization and abandonment of technologies. He plans on destroying statues of old people too. So he's an extremist. Well, I have experience in dealing with them. He also thinks he is very strong physically, so I think I'm going to be breaking his will in his body as well. Ajax said. After traveling a bit they arrived at what used to be Roppongi Hill's Mori Tower. Sometime in the past the tower collapsed and formed a weird-looking hill with caves. Ting. As soon as they appeared, an arrow shot out of nowhere and touched Ajax. It just clanked and fell down. Only cowards attack from shadows. Are you a coward? Ajax shouted. Hundreds of birds from nearby trees flew away. Tsukasa's people were probably depetrifying birds all this time. Ajax's loud words reached every person's ears around the vicinity. Soon, Tsukasa came out. He was a very tall and muscular young man with wild, brown hair. Followed by another man with silver hair. Did you come to surrender, Senku Ishigami? Tsukasa questioned proudly. Nope, this guy wants to fight you. That's all. Senku bluntly said in a relaxed manner. Tsukasa made an angry face, I told you before. This stone world is a paradise left untouched by corruption. We can revive the innocent, young people. We can live together in nature, which doesn't belong to anyone else. This is an opportunity to cleanse humanity. Why do you not understand this simple thing? Why must you lust for the evil past of our world? Ajax shook his head in disappointment. Cleanse humanity? Are you serious? You sound like Hitler right now. I see that you have made friends. Ishigami, you will regret this decision. You will see your friend die. Tsukasa warned. Senku carelessly just poked his nose, sure, best of luck. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 654. No, it's Stone Age Hitler. Ajax was not at all worried about this Stone Age Hitler. He walked forward to fight him. Come on, I will teach you a lesson about life today, Ajax announced. Tsukasa was on fire, he threw his robe away and went ahead to fight. I hate beating kids, but what needs to be done will be done. He dashed forward. He faked a punch but instead threw a kick at Ajax. Ajax was easily dodging him again and again, making Tsukasa dance around the whole area. You want to be the king of the world, right? Be honest now, what's your true motivation? You are just masking it under the guise of, for a paradise, right? Ajax provoked him. Tsukasa increased his speed of kicks and punches. Shut up, kid. You know nothing. Ajax continued dodging, I know a lot. Tell me, suppose you successfully made your empire. How will you control the population? You know, being Stone Age people is hard. Without technology, you can't farm a high amount of food. You will have to focus on hunting. But tell me, what would happen to women then? Because of course, they are not meant to be physically as strong as men. Will you make them your plaything? Slaves who would clean, wash and satisfy. Tell me, when your population starts to be more than what you can keep, will you kill people? Kill babies. Of course, Tsukasa had no answers to this. In the true Stone Age society in the past, women were still strong enough to also go on hunts. But all the people who were petrified were modern people. These men and women had no strength to be hunters. Ajax looked at him in disgust. Tsukasa, your peanut-sized brain is dumber than I thought. Do you think that mankind only progressed in scientific ways to reach their status before this debacle? And no, they also went through a sociological revolution. Men and women were made to be equal. They didn't have to be anybody's slave. Now, everyone that is petrified is also a person from that modern era. You might just get your throat slit in sleep someday by one of your slave women if you went with your way. Without science, humans are no better than animals. Stronger will rule, the weaker will be ruled. Today, you sit in that seat, tomorrow someone might come, punch you in the face and take that seat and then destroy your whole empire. Shut up, stop dancing like a coward and fight me. Tsukasa was enraged. Fine. Ajax didn't take a step back this time when Tsukasa tried to punch him. He caught Tsukasa's hand tightly. Enough to cause him a lot of pain. Bam. Ajax punched his face with the other hand and broke his nose. Is this the hand you used to destroy the stones of the elderly? Tell me, how did you know which one was an evil controlling man in his past life? That is what you think of them, right? According to you, my grandpa who spent his life helping the poor and needy, also deserves to die. Tsukasa had no answers. Okay, let me answer that for you then. You wanted to kill all elders because you did not need them. They would be a burden for you. I don't know, maybe you had a traumatic life where you were scarred by some adult. Maybe something bad happened in your life. But that does not give you a license to kill everyone. Ajax scolded him. Tsukasa glared at him. If you recreate that world again, it will be just like what it was. Even worse maybe. I am trying to keep this word from that. I don't want greed to take over our planet again. Tsukasa argued. He tried to get up and punch Ajax. Bam. Crunch. Ajax broke Tsukasa's elbow. Good luck healing that without science, Stone Age Hitler. Ajax left him to cry in pain. He looked around at everyone. If any of you wants, you can challenge me. Otherwise, I will consider the Tsukasa Empire lost and absorbed into the kingdom of science. All the people Tsukasa had revived were warriors. So, of course, they would not back down without a fight. All of them came forward and were brutally beaten by Ajax. He did not break anything though, just some flesh wounds and swollen places that can be healed. But he defeated them with such ease that it broke their will to fight him. He then went to a huge boulder to the side. A show of power was needed to make these people truly submit and loyal. I know what Tsukasa wants. He wants a world that is fair, kind and lacks evil. A world where people live happily without the danger of being exploited. I assure you, that is exactly what I want. No religious fanaticism, no greediness. I want to create a technocracy. A world that only believes in science and only wants to improve itself. The sky is the limit when it comes to science, so if we are successful, humanity will be on a path of continuous evolution. We just have to make sure it is all peaceful. Ajax announced. But he was not done yet. And if anybody tries to come in and try to become a dictator, I will punish them. With that, he punched the huge boulder behind him and destroyed it into pieces. Boom. Debris fell all around, on all the members of just submitted Tsukasa Empire. Everyone's face showed shock there. They had never thought that a person could be this strong. This was a monster. Tsukasa was nothing. At the end, who doesn't like working for someone strong, who can provide you with the security of life? So, all of them surrendered and vowed to serve the kingdom of science. Tsukasa, on the other hand, had his eyes opened after seeing the demonstration of power. Indeed, if a person so strong leads the world, no matter what path, it can be made a paradise. Of course, changing Tsukasa's thoughts was not so easy. This happened because of the one and only, Thea. She was currently adoring and admiring Ajax. Big brother is so cool, she thought to herself as her eyes sparkled. In return, this feeling was felt by everyone. So, Ajax went ahead and gave Tsukasa a drink. Drink it, it can heal your wounds very fast. Don't underestimate science. Tsukasa stayed silent. He didn't want to speak after such humiliation. It would take him some time to return to normal. Senku. Oki ran to them and hugged Senku tightly. Calm down, Senku got annoyed. Senku. Another shout came. But this was from somewhere else. It was Chrome who had come to them running. Senku, look. Chrome had a page in his hand. What is it? Senku asked. This signal was caught by Ray. It came from our planet, she said. Chrome explained. Senku read it and was left in shock. His hands trembled reading it. It read, whoever receives this message. Greetings from the United States. A/N, we return to Alexander's side tomorrow. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 655. Technocracy. Everyone returned to the village and continued innovating. The Tsukasa Empire was taken over. But Senku was thinking about something else. It was unbelievable for Senku that someone on the other side of the ocean was not just alive but also had the means to send such long-distance messages. He himself was able to set up such a big communication system because of Ajax. If he were to do it alone, it would have been a very short-ranged version. We should go there, Ajax advised. Why take such a risk? Chrome asked. Because we need to expand our kingdom of science around the world as soon as possible. If we wait, then it is possible that large-scale settlements will start thriving, then they will declare themselves countries and that will divide the world again. Ajax explained. Ajax's concerns were real and were able to move Senku to agree that going to America was a priority now. Even Tsukasa agreed that if they wanted to make a good society then staying united was important. Okay then, let's make a ship. Senku excitedly announced. But Ajax stopped him. Actually, my grandpa has a lot of warships. He made them a very long time ago but now he has his own space warship fleet so he does not use the old ones. They even come with an artificially made crew that doesn't need to eat or sleep. Senku and everyone else who knew what a warship was were left speechless. How many ships do you have? Senku inquired. I think there were 1,000. How many do you want? Ajax asked nonchalantly. All of them, Oki shouted quickly. Senku denied it almost immediately. No, we don't need all of them. We are not here trying to start a world war or anything. Also, we don't have enough space to keep them. Ajax, 5 would be fine. If you can you get us 50 more trade ships? Sure, I'll be back soon. Ajax vanished from the spot. Everyone knew about Ajax not being ordinary by now. Many, when heard that he was the literal grandson of God, realized that their resistance was futile from the start. After Ajax's disappearance, Senku started organizing a team of people who would be coming with him. Ray was, of course, staying because someone with a decent scientific brain was needed here. He also did not trust the new scientists he had revived. All of them had too much brain and that meant they might develop some bad idea. He trusted Ray and really treated her like his sister. She had gotten even more human-like due to the upgrade she got from Fixheim by Alfred. Now she could eat, drink, dance, and smile like a normal person. She was also extremely strong. Soon after, Ajax returned. But this time there was someone else with him. An adult. A huge adult. Senku, this is my uncle, Uncle Dabi. He is the god of nature and elves. Ajax introduced. Uncle Dabi. Thea saw Dabi and ran to hug him quickly. Dabi smiled and made her fly into his arms. She hugged him tightly. Uncle, I had so much fun here. My friend, Suka is so funny. Oh really, where is this friend of yours? Dabi asked warmly. There, Suka, come here, Thea shouted cutely. Dabi looked at the girl with a watermelon shell on her head. He also made her fly into his arms. Hello, Suka. I see you have problems with your eyes. I shall heal you then. He patted Suka's head. In an instant, she started seeing blurry images through the glasses fitted on her helmet. Dabi pulled her helmet off. Look around now. Suka was absolutely adorable without her helmet. Her innocence was visible from her face. She looked around herself in wonder and shock. I can see, normally. Dabi caressed her head, of course, little one. You really are as Thea said. Suka exclaimed. Dabi was amused. What did she say? She said that you look big and scary but you are very kind and sweet. Suka revealed. Thea acted embarrassed. Hee hee, I wasn't lying. See. Dabi let the two sit on his shoulders. Okay then, I have the ships. Let's go. Yes. Ajax was pumped for the adventure. Many others were just shocked by the abilities of Dabi. They traveled and reached the American continent. There, they found a group of pre-petrification Americans brought together by Dr. Zeno, who used to be NASA scientist. Similar to Senku, Zeno was brilliant when it comes to science. But, his thinking was totally different. Zeno had already told everyone before petrifying that if he was sent back to the Stone Age then he would rule as a dictator over all those he saw as beneath him. So, a conflict was inevitable. Zeno was much more dangerous than Tsukasa because Zeno had the brain to invent things that could threaten the kingdom of science. So, after defeating him and his followers, they were made to sign a magical contract that made them unable to use their science to harm the world or its people in any way. After this was done, a large-scale exploration was conducted by Senku and Ajax. They did not find any more colonies or villages at all. So, they made it an expansion of the Kingdom of Science. This meant that the whole North American continent was now theirs. South America was still being explored though. After this, they returned to Japan. But on their way, near Japan, they found an island, inhabited by people. They seemed as if they were tribals. A kingdom by the name Petrification Kingdom was there. So, Ajax and Senku infiltrated it to find the truth. It turned out, the people here were also descendants of astronauts. They set up the kingdom here, but later the original ruler of this place was overthrown by someone who had a petrification device. Looking for more info, they found out that at some point a few centuries prior to the current events, several of these devices fell from the sky above Treasure Island, whose inhabitants began abusing its power. They also learned that the original petrification of the whole world took place from somewhere in South America. For 20 years, it had been under Ibera's reign of terror. He abused the petrification weapon to petrify anyone who defies him in the slightest. Later, after the Kingdom of Science exposed Ibera's crimes by Ajax and Senku's work, the rightful heir Soyuz, who was living in Ishigami village, took his place as the kingdom's next ruler. It also became part of the Kingdom of Science. After this, no bigger problems arose. They eventually found a pyramid made of petrification devices in South America. But it was still unknown if it was used to petrify the world because these small devices did not have such ranges. Dabi helped Senku, and the rest develop at a very fast pace and keep things linear. The most important thing was connectivity across the world. Without it, any one part could rebel and become a headache. Unity was very important for a successful technocracy. Slowly, planes, ships and trains were introduced as the population was increased. But it was only increased by the speed at which they were able to sustain it and also make people accustomed to living in the new world with no borders. Eventually, Senku was able to create the technocracy. With Rei by his side, he was unchallenged in any way. Dabi placed many charms around the world to make sure it stays united, and for a reasonable time, no threat from space comes to them. After this, Thea said goodbye to Suka. Thea gave Suka a device, pressing that would make Thea aware that her friend wanted to meet her. They would play then. Ajax said his bye to Senku. Senku was very thankful for all the help. Ajax also gave him a special phone that could connect to him. If any crazy problems come that you can't solve, call me. You are my friend. Okay, now I must go. Take care. Ajax waved. Hats had only been gaining weight all this time. He also left for Fixheim with them. After they were gone, a few years later, Senku created a rocket and went to the new space station in space. It indeed looked like a huge beautiful city. This was the start of the space era. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support. Chapter 656, 656. You got pranked. As soon as they returned, they were scolded by Olivia and Natasha. Of course, Thea wasn't scolded. She instead ran to see her favorite person, her grandpa. She was at this point closer to him than Medusa and Loki. Alexander had Zolrak's daughter, Erica, in his arms and was playing with her. She was just a few months old. Yeah. She made noises while Alexander tickled her softly. Grandpa. Thea came running and climbed onto his lap and sat beside Erica. Alexander wrapped his other arm around her. So, did my Thea miss me? Yes, very much. But I also had so much fun. She started telling him everything from the start. Alexander also patiently listened, even though he knew everything. This was a curse with omniscience. You know everything. There are not many people who could really surprise him. After that, they had dinner. There, Alexander told everyone about the progress. Dabi, we will soon be leaving this world. All universes are already at 90%. I have been holding on from going all this time. Recently I found I could do this. Alexander revealed. How long do you think before we have to jump into the war? Dabi inquired. Alexander smiled. We are already at war, Dabi. Saitama is already taking over Zolrak's territory now. Sigh. So it's all coming to an end, huh? Olivia spoke. Yes, after all this, I'm going to retire and spend time with my family, Alexander replied. Why, we will play every day then. Thea exclaimed, making everyone chuckle. Alexander went out to meet the Grand Priest. He was a very high-ranking person after all. Alexander had a talk with him about the future of this multiverse and advised some steps that would ensure these gods of destruction and Supreme Kai will stay in line. After that, he returned to Earth to meet his Z warriors. All of them used to stay at the lookout, so he went there. But, to Alexander's surprise, he found a ruckus going on there. I'm telling you, Hats. That Corinne is fake. There is a guy on the other side. Ajax talked to Hats. Stop bothering me. I am busy. Hats argued. Come on, you know that's not true. Give me your phone and I will prove it to you. Ajax claimed. Really? Okay, do it then. If your claim turns out to be false, I will take tax from you. Hats said. Sure, Ajax shrugged. He immediately called on the phone number Hats was chatting with. Soon, everyone started hearing rings. Oh, my Corinne is nearby. Hats exclaimed excitedly. Ajax meanwhile looked for the origin of the sound. He looked around and soon found a phone hidden inside a jar. It was ringing. Hats, I found the phone, Ajax shouted. Hats excitedly came to him and tried to take the phone. But Ajax defended it. No, let me see who owns it. After that, Ajax opened the gallery of the phone. There, he found lots of selfies. When he saw whose phone it was, Ajax immediately fell to the ground and started laughing while beating the floor. Wahahaha, oh, ahahaha, my stomach hurts. Hats, you got fooled. You got fooled big time. Oh man, ha ha ha. Everyone was confused by the overreaction. They could not understand, who could it be to make it sound so funny? Immediately, Krillin picked up the phone and looked. He too had the same reaction and rolled on the floor, laughing. Hats, being frustrated, decided to check it himself. He picked it up slowly and looked. There was a sudden silence as everyone looked at his face. Hats seemed frozen. Straight face. Crack. Suddenly, the phone cracked under his paw. Then he looked at one person there and roared, Popo, you bastard. I will kill you. Bwahahaha. X10. Alexander and the rest also started laughing loudly, making Hats angrier. He immediately teleported beside Popo and grabbed his neck. Why did you do it? Popo seemed not scared or shocked. I was told to do it. By the great divine dragon god, Ragnarok. Hats let Popo go. His eyes turned fiery red. That lizard. I will take all his gold away. By the way, I already knew it was a guy on the other side. I was also fooling around. Poof, he vanished. Alexander decided to deal with this later. He needed to talk to the Z fighters before. Goku, Vegeta, you two have been training for a while now. I have talked to Saitama to come here and train with you later. I want you two to go all out and maybe, you can help me in the future. Of course, I will help you with everything to get stronger. I will be leaving for a long time now. I have some duties I must address, Alexander announced. You got it, old man. Goku cheerfully agreed. We will do our best, sir. Vegeta formally replied. Haha, okay. Then Alexander went to Gohan. Gohan, you have the power to be the strongest. Even more so than these two, because they lack a brain. You, on the other hand, have everything. So, all the best. He cheered him on and ruffled his hair. After that, it was time for him to leave. He didn't need to meet Zeno as Zeno could come to him anytime. Whis also had found a new candidate for God of Destruction, so there was no worry there either. The candidate was none other than cheerful and good, Majin Buu. He was controllable, so Whis only needed to feed him and Buu would follow his instructions. Fixheim. Alexander quickly headed to find Hats and Ragnarok. They were not there. So he went to Drakium. There, he found the two. Hats was, after all, the god of chaos. He could do anything. What Alexander found made him laugh too much. Hats had eaten more than half of Ragnarok's gold mountain. Hats had also gotten too fat now, like a pufferfish. Hee hee, say goodbye to your gold. You dared to prank me. Ragnarok angrily punched Hats' huge belly, but to no avail. Hats, this is cheating. For a prank, you can only reply with a prank. This is stealing. No, this is a live prank. I don't go behind others' back like you scheming old lizard. Hats retorted. Fine, I will do a C-section then. I will have my gold, one way or another. Ragnarok angrily took out his sword. Ha ha ha, good luck. Hats laughed and vanished. Poof. Where did he go? Ragnarok immediately looked for him everywhere in the solar system. He was nowhere. Alexander chuckled. He knew where Hats was. He is outside, in some strange world. You know. Where is he, Alex? Ragnarok asked. But Alexander shrugged his shoulders. I will not get between your fights. You started it, so you it yourself. I'm leaving. I have some work to do. Come on, I will pay you in gold. Ragnarok negotiated. Haha, I don't take bribes. Alexander ignored. Ragnarok clenched his teeth. Damn it, I will find him sooner than later. In some random universe. Hats fell on the ground like a huge football. Muwathafakar. I ate too much. But it was worth it, hee hee. Now, where am I? he looked around, and only saw a jungle. In the air, he could feel some kind of energy. So he knew that there was magic or something in this world. Special thanks to Douglas Flower, Umar Latif, Julian Rockamora, Darian Steely. Thank you for your support.